Okay, give me a second, y'all. Trying something out. Stop that. Oh, don't want to do that. Yep, I do want to do that. And we're gonna play this and see what this is about.
Glory, glory, hallelujah, His truth is marching on.
Let me fast forward.
Lincoln and President Kennedy were concerned with the issue of civil rights.
Concerned with the issue of civil rights. Let's see.
Shot from behind in the head. There's
civil rights. That's a good topic. Because I know some of you don't like talking about slavery, but I'm gonna just say that everything you think you know, you don't know, especially if you was taught here in America, because they don't want to teach it to us. Okay, they don't want to teach it to us. That's why a lot of young people have no idea what the hell they're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, and I don't care if you read it in a book, right? Especially here in America, there's a lot of things that you just don't know, right? Now, if you read it in a book, like from a point of view of someone who was here during that time, even then you got to understand that's their point of view. You can get another book who's somebody's talking about the same time period, the exact same time period, the exact same event, and they will have a different point of view. And that is what books are. And it seems like people do not understand that. They'll tell me, I read this book, and this book said that this has happened, that was going on. And we're like, but that was that person's point of view. And then you don't even know if that shit is real, because people write with a goal in mind. And so you have to find out more about that individual before you start reading their books and taking their word, right? So if let's say, look at the time in which we are right now. We have people like Candace Owens. We even have our very own fucking black nigga. That's the ER, right? Kanye West, aka Yee, and any other motherfucking name that nigga want to go by, because he's cuckoo. If that nigga would write a book, and in 30 years some young kids read it, they will believe some shit that happened that may not have happened. This is a prime time for people to open their eyes to see. Right now, you got books coming out goddamn every month, if not every week, with these motherfuckers who was in the White House with Trump, and they coming out, and I'm telling you, their stories is the whole opposite of what we fucking know to be true. So in 20, 30 years, somebody gonna read those books, and somebody gonna think they know what the fuck they're talking about. Lots of books coming out of that time frame. Everybody talking. They either telling on him, they're probably telling half truths, most of them. They're not going to talk about what it is that they did wrong, but they're going to point out what everybody else did wrong. This is an example of why some of you who think you know what you know based on something that you either read or saw. What you need to do, though, no matter how we know what we know, whether it was passed down from me, from my grandmother, my great-grandmother, my great-grandfather, and shit like that, even that, they even let us know, right? This is what we saw from our point of view, the Black point of view. And then because I know these people, I already know where they lean, right? I know where they're leaning to the right, to the left, in the center, conservative or whatever. I know them. So I already know that how should I take the information they share, right? Should I take it to be that, hey, they are scared of white people, and so the information that they share will be a little bit of that in there. And then from that, I decide on what to believe. But you got to understand, in this country, which is our country, right? In this country, for Black people, pretty much everything that we know came from us. There was a network. Black people used to have a very close, tight network. It didn't matter what state you was in. There was a way of communicating with each other. And the truth be told, it was through our music. We no longer do that anymore. Now it's a lot of trash. But back then it was necessary. You want to know something, you find music during that time period that was created by Black people. That was even as recent as the 80s. The 90s, I don't know what the fuck. The 90s is a bunch of fake bullshit. From the 90s on, it's a whole lot of bullshit. They're out there. We got people, they creating danger, right? They create shit. They making up shit. And that's the time we're in. We're in a time of people not being real. They portraying to be something that they're not. And even that, though, if that's in the music, then the music is telling us, hey, that's where we are right now. This is where we are. But yeah, you go find you a song like this song right here. Right? There's many songs. You could go listen to them white songs, the white music, that racist shit. And then you'll find out, right? Yeah, they was racist. You listen to the white people music and you know they're racist. You listen to the Black people music, you'll see that they were struggling. Even when they're talking about love, how the men and the women were interacting with each other. The music tell it all. It tells you more. It's more trustworthy than them goddamn books in a lot of cases. Baby. Okay. Anyway, let me love how the men and the women. So that is where you're gonna go find the information. Donald Trump is a racist without a doubt. Kanye West is a dummy. Hey, Randy, Brownie, how you doing, sis? We have Randy in the house, Kira in the house, Tequila back. Yeah, man, the history. I know we got some history buffs. So my great grandmother, right? So I was fortunate to have, I think I had 1, 2, 3, 5 grandmothers who was alive at the same time. On my no, I'm wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grandmothers on my mother's side was living at the same time, and one, yeah, just one. Wait, let me think. Yeah, and one so I had 6 grandmothers living at the same time, and there was no grandfathers. All the grandfathers died. Listen, I had grandfathers. Now everybody I'm talking about, all 6 of these women were married. Some of them a couple of times. None of the men were living. The men died. They died early. Okay, they died. Some of them died in war. I think my great grandfather died in the war. But then my grandmother remarried, right? That's my great grandmother. She remarried. And then he died. Yeah, by the time I was 7, when I was 7, my last grandfather passed away. Was I 7 when he passed away? I think I was 7 or 8. 2 grandfathers, when I was alive, 2 grandfathers that I met died. I think they died the same year, or maybe like a year apart. Okay. The men died early. The women, the women lived, baby. The women in my family lived a long time. Okay. I'm actually shocked that my mom passed away at 70, I think at 71, but it was COVID. My mother was healthy. She was a big woman. She was healthy though. So that the COVID did that, which was shocking to me because I'm telling you, the women living into their 90s and going into 100 easily. Okay, my mother's mother, she died. I think she was 90 something, and she ended up getting Alzheimer's. So Alzheimer's is what killed her. But what I'm basically saying, though, it doesn't matter. Like, family passed down information. They passed down the information. Now, there's a lot of information that didn't get passed down, and that would be based on who they are as an individual. And my parents, grandparents, and great-great-grandparents were religious people, right? Which we all know was fed to us as Black people. They were religious people, and due to that, they was Martin Luther King followers. And I had never heard of Malcolm X. I'd never heard of him. Now, I did have this history book. I wish I could find that book. I'm going to call one of my aunts and ask her if she remembered the name of it. Because I was the last person with the book. So it was in my household. I'm going to have to ask my sister to see if we got it. But I think when Katrina hit, we lost those things. But I think we lost those things. I didn't see it in the shed. I'm going to have to ask my sister, though, and see if she ever saw this book. Okay? I was the last one with the book. It's a history book that goes way back. I think this book was done in the 50s or the 50s. Right? If I can get the name of it, though, I will go and buy that shit so y'all can see what was in those books back then. So they did have people in this book, Black people. It was all Black Black people, right? Important Black people through history. But the only one I knew about, like I would read and I'd be like, I don't know who this is. And I would flip and I'm like, who is this? And I flip and I would go to the Martin Luther King section. So every time I did like a book report on some Black figure, it was always Martin Luther King Jr., if to be exact. And I wish that I had read the other ones. But, you know, I had this book since I was young. And the last time I remember doing a report on Martin Luther King, I was like in middle school. By the time I get to high school, I'm doing reports on the stories that my grandmother was telling me. And, you know, my grandmother told me the story of that movie we was talking about earlier. I can't think of the name of it. Something Wood, Rosewood. My grandmother had told me about that story, and I wrote about it. Now, my grandmother also told me about a war that happened right there on our property where we were living. I wrote about that once in high school. Now, I remember when I wrote about the war of Rosewood, I got an F, and they told me that that was a made-up story. They told me it was made up. I was like, my grandmother told me this story, right? I would go sit on the porch with my grandmother, and she was telling me. Them people accused me of making up a story. And then here we go, years and years later, we found out this shit was real. The Rosewood people ended up suing and winning. Ain't that some shit? These people take away our history because you know where they take it at, where we learn, where we're supposed to be learning, they're taking it away from us. And this, what they're doing now, whitewashing, this is not new. We got a group of people, y'all think this shit is new, baby. This shit ain't new. This is just much ado about the same shit that they do. They've been doing this shit to us once they realize that their history is nothing to be proud of. When they was in it, they was in it to win it. And then thereafter, they want to erase the actions in which they participated in fully. So if we start talking about, yeah, well, I don't care about history. Well, I was at that point when I was younger. It was like, why are we even talking about it? Let's just move on. The thing about moving on is history repeats itself. And we're in a repeat right now, the erasing of history. I promise, in school, they did not teach me anything about no Martin Luther King. If we could find a textbook that I had when I was in high school, you will find that everything dealing with civil rights is at the end of the book. And what I am telling you, that we never got to that portion of that book. I have never had to read. They have never read it. We've never taken a test on civil rights in any of my classes. But it was in the book. Oh, it was in the book. I think I would have liked history if I understood, if I ever was able to connect to something. I didn't connect to nothing they taught me in history. And that is why, yeah, I had to go to summer school for history every fucking year in high school. I was even, in order for me to graduate on time, I had to take I took a history class the year before in summer school because I already knew I wasn't going to pass. And that's because I didn't understand nothing they was telling me, because I didn't see myself in none of that shit. I still don't understand who Kang is, Genghis Khan or whatever. What the fuck were these motherfuckers talking about? I still don't know. And for Black people, some of us, not all of us, right? Some of y'all love history, especially today. History is exciting today, right? You can learn some shit. You'd be like, wow, you know. But back then, these motherfuckers talking about shit. I didn't know none of this shit. Nothing. I recognized none of it. I didn't understand what the hell they was talking about. And so, shit, I would be sitting there. I don't even, like, sitting in class, not understanding. Like, it was like they were speaking another whole language to me. Okay? I go to summer school, hurry up, listen to what they talking about. They would teach something different in summer school. But when I went to summer school, though, I was going to summer school in New Orleans. New Orleans may have a different, people who lived in New Orleans had a different educational levels than where I was. You got to understand, I'm on the bayou. I'm where white people is controlling, right? And if all I do is go to New Orleans and you go to a school where they might be teaching differently. They probably teaching civil rights. They probably knew who Malcolm X was, Martin Luther King was, and several other fucking leaders. That's because that's a Black city. You may have ended up in a school that was Black, but in the bayou, in the area in which I'm going to now that I'm in high school, where they wasn't having none of that shit, man. Anyway, let me put this link up. So I know some of you think that that something's going on now that hasn't already gone through, but you'll find that this shit is not new. We just in a cycle right now. And they trying to really back it up for real. If y'all don't pay attention to history, so you'll know what they will do it again. In fact, they'll lurk in the background and wait. They whitewashing shit just so they can redo it. It's going to be like we on the shores of Africa again, but we're going to be right here in this country, and they're going to start passing laws where we're not going to be able to move where we want to, move how we want to. And before you know it, slavery going to start all over again. 100 years slavery will be here all over again. It'll be here all over again. But sacrilegious, you are young, dude. The fuck? Y'all like to compare, like I'm graduated. By the time y'all even going to school, I'm graduated. I'm a grown ass woman. I'm a grown motherfucking ass woman, dude. Are you serious? How in the hell y'all could compare? I know that the school system has changed now, my kids, but we already got some modern day slavery. You're right. We already got modern day slavery. They call them jobs, but we got prisons, right? Prisons is another one. But jobs are turning into modern day slavery, where they paying you little to nothing, right? They paying you little to nothing. Did y'all hear what was brought out? Did y'all hear what happened? Was it the gas prices? Wait, let me think. The gas prices. Did y'all see what that Congress did? They had somebody with the gas prices. See, y'all want to blame our president for the gas prices. People keep saying, yeah, Joe Biden did this and we shouldn't have done that. And that's why the gas prices. So they ended up having the oil company come in. And did y'all see what they did? These motherfuckers raised their prices higher than
the person did shit. They did that shit.
Who did it? What? Hello?
Oh, that was me. Oh, I didn't know I was on mute. Off mute. My bad. I was over here ad libbing. I was like, "That's those damn companies. They saw an opportunity, just took a greedy ass mother."
A big chunk, more than they got
more than they need. That's
percentage.
Every corporation on the planet. They take more than what they need. It's ridiculous.
No, but they didn't just take more than they need. They always take more than they need. They raised them prices larger.
Yeah, raising prices more than they need.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry.
But I am saying that, but you keep breaking it. They raised the prices way more, like triple more. They always get more than they need on purpose. They made 80% more. They raised them 80% more. Normally, they'll get 30%. They do 30% more over the thing. They went all the way up 80% during a crisis when we would have needed them to at least lower it. They raised it double, triple. And we need to make sure, because people keep claiming that Biden did something. Biden do not control companies, corporations, right? They control their own stuff.
Right.
The corporations are putting out information, making it seem like, oh, yeah, we had to do this because of inflation. That's not true. They did this purposely. Okay. The slave trade still exists in the East. It ain't just job. We can't even say none about what's on our mind without somebody taking offense. Well, it's okay for people to take offense. I don't know why. I think a lot of y'all are crying about nothing. If people take offense, they take offense. I think that's propaganda they putting out. They talking about cancel culture, and yet who in the hell got canceled? Y'all show me somebody who got canceled, and I'll show you cancel culture. We got people or who don't have no politics. They're making up shit and getting people upset up, and they're lying to them. A cancel culture would mean that people are literally getting fucking canceled where they can't go nowhere and do anything. We got somebody purposely sound like he's trying to get canceled. And even then he can't get canceled. Right? Because where a company might drop him to save themselves, that's not cancel culture. That is somebody out here purposely trying to get dropped, daring them to drop them. Right? Daring them to drop them just so it looked like they could get in other contracts with other people. So that means they didn't get canceled, right? It doesn't, that they didn't get canceled if they're purposely doing this, and if the company have to drop them because of what they're doing. So I'm still waiting for somebody to give me somebody who got canceled because people was trying to purposely the ones who complained about cancel culture are the ones who was trying to cancel Chappelle. No white people wanted to cancel Chappelle. Right? That wasn't the LGBT community trying to cancel Chappelle. They are politically trying to come up with something that they could stand on through politics because they have nothing else. Hell yeah. Trying to put out a movie, and now his geomet. Well, they could get mad. People get mad. What's wrong with people getting mad? Shit. People get mad at me all the time. People get mad. If I said something, maybe the neighbor might get mad at me. That don't mean nothing. They are making much to do about nothing. You're not going to satisfy everybody. That's just facts. And so they're now calling it cancel culture. And then they're talking about, yeah, we got to stop cancel culture. But they are the ones who trying to cancel people. Right? And then people keep bringing up Trump. There is rules and regulations in our country, right? You have freedom of speech until you infringe on others. Trump is one of those people who infringe on other people's rights. Since Trump came about, violence against multiple groups of people have increased. Even in our own culture, we have black on black crime, and even black on black talking about crime since Trump. Trump is one of those people. He's like, if you had to figure out who the devil was, and the devil would be somebody who don't do the work themselves, but they get others to do the work for them, then Trump will be that person. He don't do nothing with his own two hands, but he incites it. That would be Trump. Okay? Not one word of misinformation. You think 99.99 is 100% in practical social terms. And I don't know what Hot Pink is talking about, but okay. Chappelle and Kanye in the same business. Chappelle is a comedian. Are you saying that Kanye is a comedian? Because one of them, they should have the right to say whatever they're saying because they know everybody should know that it's a joke. It's humor. And then we got the other one who, well, people take him more literal, right? So I don't think they're in the same business. Now, if you talk about entertainment business, then cool. They are in the entertainment business. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, they both entertainers. Shit, a lot of us are entertainers. A lot of us get paid for entertaining people. You know, those on different levels. But there's different levels to what you could say. Lapel could crack jokes on any, well, used to be able to crack jokes on any and everybody. And everybody would understand that his hee ha ha, a joke in the moment. Right? Kanye claims to be this. Well, I don't know if he claims it. I guess he does, because people brainwashed him with it, made it seem like he's such a high level thinking artist. But yeah, he might be high when he's trying to think, but he's never said anything that is so, on this level of this greatness. Like, I think we have a generation of idiots, and that's why they're like, oh yeah, he's fabulous. Even when he was being interviewed by that Tucker guy, that dude cracked up fucking laughing at something he said.
He was trying. It looked like he couldn't contain it anymore. Like he was about to laugh anyway, but he just couldn't help himself. Just started busting out laughing. Like,
and then he said, "Oh, I see why they say what they say about you." Like, he said something, and he was serious when he said it. But
yeah,
Tucker couldn't even. Yeah, he couldn't even contain it. It was so ridiculous.
And what makes it worse is that we all know in journalism school 101 is you never laugh during interview. He couldn't help himself.
Goon of Shooter said we can't say a lot on YouTube because they take your channel or blacklist your channel. Well, you can say what you want on YouTube, but yeah, YouTube is a company, babe. That's like if you came in my house and then you come in my house and start saying whatever you want to me, about me, or even about somebody I believe in. Like, let's say I was a Christian house. You come in talking about fuck God. I don't give a fuck. And then I say, well, get out. You can't then say I don't have the freedom of speech. You do have the freedom of speech, just not in my goddamn house. And that is what YouTube is. And so there are those of you who keep thinking you don't have the freedom of speech, and then you being canceled because you want to come and do what you want to do on somebody else's platform. And that's not how it works. So if you go outside, though, in your own little space, you can say what you want. And if people was passing by and heard you, you could say it.
Exactly. That doesn't mean that it doesn't give them the right not to pop you in the mouth. You said what you said. That is freedom of speech. But
That's
what they're
right.
going to do to react to it, that's not your right to decide how they react to it.
Exactly. Even though if they pop you in the mouth, they go into jail, but you might get popped in the mouth. So, yeah, but no, this thing called cancel culture really doesn't exist. We got people who want to be on somebody else's platform that's run by them. They have rules, regulations, and then they want to break those rules and then scream, see, I'm being censored. Yes, you're being, but you can make your own space on the internet. I can make my own website and say what I want. Okay? I can go on my own site and say what the hell I want. I can make my own little, what's the name of those? People are going and they're creating their own little rooms on some of these spaces, and I can say what the hell I want. Now, just mind you, as long as y'all saying it on the internet, it is being recorded. You might end up on just like the Black Manosphere ended up on the FBI's list. You can say what you want, and then what you're saying is monitored. Just know that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Mella. It's being monitored. Everything I say on this bitch is being monitored. Because every time y'all call me bomb, I could promise you, every time we use that bomb, right? But people been calling me that for so long. But I knew that at one point that I was on a list, right? Every time when people call me up, hey, bomb, the word bomb. Think about that.
Yeah.
Nobody else was using the term bomb except in the case of a bomb until I started, until I made my name. right?
No one would even, no one would
It
even use
would-
that word because of that atomic bomb and all the stuff that was associated with the word. Yep.
Right. So I created my name and then it started being used a lot. Even when they start putting it in songs and shit like that. That shit wasn't in no songs. But yeah, I guess basically what I'm saying though is there is no cancel culture. Okay. Ye or yay or whatever, he is doing what he's doing to himself. Nobody's doing that to him. No company is want you, to publicly be doing what he's doing and back them, because guess what? People will stop supporting them. And you won't look, people today are putting in money where their thought process is. Why would I go and buy Adidas shoes and support them when they got a known racist backing them? In they right there in the midst, right? So Kanye warned everybody he going DEFCON 3 on Jews. That's what that man said, which means he knew purposely what he was doing. So the only person who canceled him is him, and he's still not canceled. Okay. And he's much to do about a black man instead of taking responsibility for what he isn't creating, right? And haven't created, and blaming a group of people who went to school to get in a business that they found would be lucrative, right? The business, the acting business, the athlete business, entertainment business is a lucrative area to be in. So why aren't black people becoming lawyers? Why we always just want to play the sport? Why can't you control the sport? Why don't you end up being the lawyers who end up signing people and and all those good old things, so you could then control to an extent these businesses? But instead we just want to be the players. But the lawyers make more money than the goddamn players, because the lawyers can have many players. He could be the lawyer for many players. A lawyer get paid just for them being your lawyer. A lawyer on standby is a lawyer that's getting paid by you. Right? When you pick up the phone and call your lawyer, that is your lawyer. He coming in the middle of the fucking night because you pay him. And instead of black children going into being lawyers, which is 4 years, I think it's 4 years, and then you go to law school, right, where you learn how to read books. And then you don't even have to go and be a lawyer in a courtroom. As far as that, you could go and be a lawyer where you just know how to fill out contracts and shit. You understand contracts. You know how to write them, read them, understand them, break them down. And that's big money.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
Y'all was talking about cancel culture. Did you see this? Did you see this video that Nyla posted with this white lady? She was basically claiming that she's part of the like she's Jewish, and that she's part of the she was part of the deliberation to cancel Kanye. She was saying that they basically do a whole deliberation with the Jews, and she sat on the panel for it. And obviously they decided to cancel him. Did y'all see that?
Yeah, but how did they cancel him?
No,
I didn't see it, but how would they cancel him?
Well, do you want to see the video?
No.
Okay, well,
how did they cancel him? How can they cancel him?
Okay, so
that's what I'm asking.
The Jews, that's who they say they are. I guess they're
Jewish.
Yeah, just this people, this group of Jewish people. I don't know. So maybe they're in the entertainment
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure, but that's what she was saying. She was explaining like that they.
Yeah, give me the link. Let's look at it.
Okay.
Because there is no cancel culture. Now, you can decide where you're going to put your money. And guess what? If you are a large group of people coming together saying, remember, that's what we keep saying Black people need to do. We need to come together. And when we find an issue is going on, we come together in meetings and make decisions on how we're going to move. That is what we need to do. But that doesn't mean we have the right to cancel. But we might, let's say we have 1 million people strong.
The way they're saying it's making it seem like we have no say in the canceling.
But that's not true. But yeah, but that's not true. That's why I know that they can't cancel anybody. Right? But what they could do if they say, look, Adidas, we got 1 million people. We took a vote. And we are going to what they call it when they kind of don't buy their shit, and they march against them.
Yeah, boycott.
Boycott, yes.
Okay, I'll put it in the back.
We got 1 million people who are going to boycott you. We're not going to buy your shoes for as long as you support him.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question, Bomb.
Is that them?
Well,
canceling him?
Basically, they were saying that he had lost a whole bunch of contracts. You know,
he did. Did you see what he did?
I guess he said he's gonna go DEFCON 3 on the Jews.
And then he did you not see what has happened since he did what he did?
Not really.
Oh, okay. Well, let me give you some examples.
I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I don't.
Well, so they had some white supremacist group got on a bridge and put a sign up saying, "Yeah, it's right about the Jews, and Jews will not replace us." Y'all didn't know that there was somebody went into these synagogues and shot up people. These people are getting murdered. What?
Since he said this?
No, that was just in the last 4 years when they started going after Jewish people. What Trump said about them, that shit would just spike. But it's not even just what they're doing to Jewish people. Just as quick as they're doing it to Jewish people, they're doing it to Black people. They're now making it seem, they keep talking about how black on black crime, black on black crime, black. They're doing it to us too.
Mm-hmm.
So if we start going out there and click and being like he's trying to do, like, yeah, I don't care what they say. He purposely said, Adidas, I dare you to get rid of me. They're not getting rid of me. I can do what I want. He said that out of his mouth. Just on that interview that they took down.
Yep.
While he disparages not just Jews, but even Black people. So there's this, the people keep saying that's a cancel culture, but show it to me though. I need y'all to show it to me. I'm not talking about where you can't come to YouTube because YouTube is somebody's house. I'm not talking about where you can't go to Twitter because Twitter is somebody's house. These people want to control other people's programs. They want to go on there and do what they want. Fuck your couch. Fuck your couch. And then when somebody say, look, stop doing that to my couch or you got to go. Fuck your couch. And then when somebody escort them out, they want to then start screaming cancel culture. YouTube, if YouTube kick you off, you ain't canceled. You go to another program. But if they kick you off because you're doing the same thing because there are rules and regulations, you can't scream cancel culture. You got the freedom of speech, but not in other people's programs.
Yeah.
So, and the reason why these people are doing what they're doing for a purpose. Imagine everybody start talking about fuck these Black people. They got, but and by the way, Jews, y'all do know that's a religion, right? Y'all know that's Black Jewish people.
Yes.
Okay, so long as we know that it's a religion and it's
not a race.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
So that means if I'm not Jewish, right? I've never been Jewish. Nobody in my family, I never even heard them claiming Jewish. because at one time I was even shocked. You know, I kept wondering, like, what is a Jewish person? What is a Jewish
Well, the
person?
Hebrew Israelites are like Jewish, right?
Yeah, that's what I think. So,
Mhm.
so I'm wondering now, like, what are they saying? So if you are different, so are they saying that they got more power than the Catholic Church? Is that what people saying?
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
but we
they
know
may-
that's not true though. They don't even have the, even though they don't have the power that the Catholic Church has. The
Mhm.
Catholic Church just not be, nobody's claiming, yeah, these Catholics are doing
Well, the
this.
Catholics don't run like the entertainment business. They say that that's like the Jewish runs that.
Yeah,
Right?
but that's what they say, but they haven't proven that ever. But did they prove that somewhere?
You don't think that they run the entertainment thing?
Yeah, I know they don't run it. If you could prove it to me though, since everybody's
I
saying
put
it,
that video in the back. I mean,
they are lawyers. These people, but there's Catholic lawyers. There are, see, they people start assuming if you can look at a person and think they are Jewish, then that's ridiculous because you can't. Right? There's some Jewish people you could tell they have their hats on and things like that. Right? But other than that, there's Black Jewish people, there's regular white European Jewish people, there's Asian Jewish people. So are you saying that how are they controlling that arena besides if they got a few of them who's lawyers?
Well, if they own all the businesses and they they're linked in with these companies that have these that have hired Kanye, then well, that's what it is though, because he's lost a lot of his
I know
jobs.
y'all believe
He's been
this,
fired.
and the reason y'all believe this is because of people like Kanye. And
But I'm saying no, he's been fired from a lot of jobs.
Yeah, who?
So doesn't that count for something? Like that's like being blackballed.
Well, no, that's not being blackballed. Blackballed is when you didn't do anything, right? Or when you didn't do anything where these people firing you. I don't think y'all know what blackball is. Like, for instance, if I decide I don't want it, yeah, like Monique, right? Where they say, hey, she didn't really do anything, but somebody kind of said, yeah, you don't want to hire her.
Who? Marie?
No, Monique.
Oh, Monique.
And so then they'll blackball. That means that's just me saying, hey, Cherie, I know you looking at Monique for that position, but yeah, I wouldn't hire her if I was you. And then when somebody else go to hire, you tell them, hey, I know you're looking for Monique, but she don't play well with others. Don't hire her. That's what blackballing is. Blackballing is not where you take to the internet, you talk bad about the company, and then they fire you. Are y'all getting blackballed if you go to work late, or if you go to work and don't do your job, you just sit there and they fire you? Is that you being blackballed, or is that you being fired?
That's being fired for performance.
And that goes Kanye. Y'all must not be looking to see what he's doing. Everybody who dropped him, everybody who dropped him, he said something negative about them.
Kanye did that to himself. I ain't taking up.
Yeah,
he did.
I never cared for the man, so it is what it is.
Now, the only reason Black people think that Jewish people run something is because the music been telling you that. Jay-Z been telling you that. Kanye been telling you that. But then again, back in the day, when they started saying this, even what his name, what that black guy on Sammy Davis Jr. was a Jewish person, right? He was a Jew, and he would be in this is when the entertainment business was mostly in Nevada, right? What do they call it? Atlantic City, not Atlantic City. Vegas. That's what I'm thinking about, Vegas. Okay. That's where the entertainment was centered. Before it was Hollywood, it was right there, baby. That's where the entertainment business was, right? And Sammy Davis Jr. is Jewish, and there would be some Jewish people, but really what they were saying back then was the mafia was in control of the entertainment business. That's what it was. And now y'all are saying, well, Jewish people, that switched up real quick. Okay. So
Did you say Vegas?
yeah, Vegas used to be that. Vegas was the center of entertainment.
Oh, I didn't know that.
What Hollywood hasn't always been Hollywood, baby. You see, y'all are young, so y'all think Hollywood has always been movies, but you got to understand, color didn't come to movies until a certain period of time. Entertainment was people going out and coming to your local city on a bus and entertaining you. And Vegas was where the setup, that was where entertainment was birthed, bred. That is where you went. Hollywood didn't come about until they start actually making big films.
So when did Hollywood come?
Hollywood didn't become a big thing until like
the 20s, right?
Hell no. Way after that. Let me see.
Oh, way after that. Oh, wow.
Yeah, man, way after that. Let me see. Hollywood became.
It says 1908.
Let me see. Let's see here.
Yeah, entertainment's really not my thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither, honestly. Like,
Because I don't really care.
I don't
either.
1908. What are you talking about? Let me see when it came popular in the 1940s. That's right. In the 1940s. Way much later. You could go. So when all those mafias and all that shit was going on, that was Vegas. That's where they went. Let me see when let's see. Hollywood became real popular. They're saying here, let's see, this is the golden age of Hollywood.
Because with the what's his name, Valentino?
Who?
Rudolph Valentino, when they had the silent film.
So remember there were silent films, right?
Yeah.
But after colorful films came, that's when, so they had the silent film where people didn't talk, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Yep.
Films wasn't really that big back then, though. Everybody didn't even have a TV. So
Yep.
the people with the money and who could travel and shit like that, they was in Vegas. Okay. The Sammy Davis Juniors, what they call them, the Rat Pack, and all the famous people.
Yep, the Frank Sinatra.
So when you think of those places, what do you think about? You're thinking about Vegas. And the mafia was all in that shit right there, right? That's the legalization of alcohol and all that shit come about, legalization of prostitutes and shit like that. But even in the Black communities, though, right? We had music. Musicians would get on buses and go to individual little small areas and do concerts. That was more popular than movies back then. That was more popular than movies. But then now we have sound come to movies. And so even though they're still black and white, now we have Hollywood setting up studios, bigger studios, and getting into that. But even then, still Vegas is a hot spot for even those people in Hollywood. It's still one of the hottest spots. You go to Vegas when somebody ending their career, kind of in a sense, they go to Vegas, right? They go to Vegas. But what I'm saying, how we started this? Oh, we started talking about the Jewish people, right? Jewish people could be any color, any race. That is just their religion.
Right.
So he's saying that Jewish people are running things. I've never heard, even though the people who really run things might be a Christian, right? There's more
Well, you know,
Christian.
Jews have a lot of money.
What about the Holocaust? When them Jews?
Those
Yeah.
are people who was crucified, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the people. Yeah. And so they were lying. I remember when people were thinking that they were lying about that. That never took place. That's the thing that could get you in trouble. Yeah. That's the thing that'll get you in trouble when you claiming that they aligned. It didn't happen. It wasn't that many. That's what the people who are against Jewish people, that's what they're claiming.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you can't. Okay, what you say it's not the Illuminati then? That runs the Hollywood.
Yeah.
That kid, whatever with him. He, he took an oath, but then if he disobeyed, they can make your life miserable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but who is they though?
The Illuminati. It's just
But who is that?
But you can't. Okay, what you say it's not the Illuminati?
You broke up. You hello?
Hello.
Now we on some Illuminati, man.
Well, Mom, can you listen to that
Well,
video?
I'm just saying all this with,
I told you,
with Hollywood. With Hollywood, I'm just saying all that.
Oh no, I know what you're saying, but these are things that we've heard, and yet nobody has proven any of these things. I've heard that Beyonce got big because she sold her soul. I've heard, like, we hear these things and then we repeat these things. The more we hear them, the more we repeat them, the more we think they're true. And yet no one has ever proven none of this. The reason Black people think that Jewish people are running something, right, is because you heard it many times, but you ain't never asked nobody to prove nothing to you. You ain't never asked nobody. And so that's what I'm saying. And then we start spreading it, and then our children will start spreading it, and it will get bigger and bigger and bigger. But if it's a religion, let's say it is. So y'all saying a religious group, because we saying it like they're not a religious group. We saying it like if they are a group of people, ethnicity wise. That's when we say the Jews, right? We saying the Jews. Like, and I'm still thinking to myself, when I think of Jewish people, like I said, I see all colors. So if there's a Black Jewish person, so now my question is, let's say the Jewish people are running it. They have all this money, all this power. Why aren't we switching to being Jewish? Why are we not doing that? Because we should started, right? Y'all went and y'all done took y'all little boys PP off. You already started that. You started the little Jewish what they call it? Things circumcised. When you circumcise your children, that's something the Jewish people do. Hebrews and the Jewish people. Nobody else does that. So why we in switch then?
Well, Hebrew Israelites, I mean, I guess that's like, but I don't know. The way they make it seem is like, they're like the top 10%, the top 10%ers.
Yeah, but I've seen, like, there's Jewish people in the neighborhood I just moved out of where everybody just working class people. Yeah. How would they where did they get all this money from? Because
they do got money.
Huh?
They do have money, like not all of them, but a lot of them.
Money. Who got money? Because we can say we got money, and we talk about Beyonce, Jay-Z, all these rappers. They got money, but we ain't got no money, right? They got money. So when you say they got money, you were talking about the ones who have certain type of careers where they have money. Because you can't be talking about the ones I went to school with. You can't be talking the ones I live close to. You cannot be talking about, you're making it seem like all those people have money.
You can't be talking about the ones that live in the project in New Orleans.
That's right. And that is my
point. The taxi cab drivers, they broke.
And they are Jewish because it's a religion. So
it's just a religion, though. That's all it is.
So when they was like, Jews will not replace us, and then you say that Jews are running something, like, I'm like, you must mean a small group of people who may be Jewish, they may be, and they have money because they They just have money.
Like George Soros, he one of the few that that funded they said funded
Black Lives Matter.
right.
Black Lives Matter.
Right. And he know, and see those racists know that go directly against them. So the Jews will put their money against those Klansmen in a second.
Hell yeah.
They'll put that in a second because they remember the Holocaust. And like you said, Obama, if you deny the Holocaust, they coming out there. They're coming out.
They're coming out. Please don't deny that shit on this thing right here.
But can I speak on it? And why I think people think that Jews, I think because you got like Spielberg and Weinstein in Hollywood, and they've known for making a few movies. They got a couple, they got a little influence. That's only in movie making. And that kind of set the image on some shit. That's why niggas be mad when they be trying to put a nigga in a dress, or when a built dude with Weinstein grabbed him by the crotch or something, that kind of shit. But it ain't all of them. There's just they got a couple big wigs that can make a phone call for you, that kind of shit.
Oh, okay. See, that makes sense. But the way people in our community are speaking now, they're making it seem like all of them, right? Or even most of them have this power and that they're running something, but they're not. They're not.
And I think they just saying the one that's in Hollywood.
That's only Hollywood. When I think of Jews with power, it's only them Hollywood folks in Frisco.
That's in Hollywood.
Right.
Now think about it.
I think the way I think because I got a couple of friends that's Jews. Now they ain't doing much that any other people ain't doing. They would harvest their money like other groups would a little more within the family, but they got some broke ass Jews too.
Hell yeah. And not only that, but they because due to their religion, they're not into buying a lot of flashy material. So they're saving their money.
Yeah, they're not in the trendy shit at all.
That's right. Where we spend our money, and then let's say Harvey Weinstein, right? If he's Jewish and then somebody from his church, right, his synagogue, whatever, comes to get a job, he gonna hire him. Why wouldn't he? The people who don't do that is us.
Mm-hmm. Right.
We don't hire each other, on a large scale. We have people like we have some really wealthy people, right? Who's Black. The Beyonce, Jay-Z, Oprah Winfrey. It's many who have that money they had for a little bit, and they just not reaching back like that.
Right. I will say Oprah is though.
She does it.
With the filming industry. Yeah, with the filming industry, anyone who wants to be an inspiring director can go and was able to work on that show for 7 years to get the experience up.
Look how many years it took though.
Yeah.
You know why though? I know why. Because if she would have reached back in our communities back in the day, she would have ended up like Michael Jackson and Bill Cosby. Y'all got to understand, the people who tried to reach back and pull Black people up, look what happened to them.
Well, they can't. They don't want them to spend their money. They can spend them on strippers and all that, but they don't want them to help the Black community.
That's right. And they end up always talking.
Yeah, they do.
I get you on frivolous shit, on stuff that don't.
All that shit on those strippers. But they
stuff that don't accumulate value.
Right. So Oprah had to go all the way to Africa to help some girls, because if she would have opened a school here, she would have been just like Bill Cosby.
I never think about that, Bon.
Yeah.
Right. That's why Umar ass ain't gonna get a school.
Man, fuck Umar.
Even if Umar wanted that school, he's too arrogant. See, Umar would have needed people to help him, but he's too arrogant.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say
and he could have been open up a school like Cuba. I mean,
That's right. He could have did many things, y'all. But
the thing is, it's arrogance. He don't want to use government money.
He don't want to use government. They would have gave him.
I don't think he really wanted to open a school.
I don't think he knew how.
He was swindling folks. That's all he was doing.
Well, if his school was private, he wouldn't have to do everything by regulation.
Yeah, but he can't make it private if he don't have no money. If he don't have no funding.
Even private schools get government funding.
It's private.
Yeah, but some
he didn't have $1 million.
But he got to do what they say do.
And they got boosters.
No, his is private.
Sharice.
No,
They
his
got
is
boosters.
private.
Well, it's still, if he gets federal money, he has to teach their guidelines. He can do extra, but he has to teach their guidelines.
Yeah,
And-
but I don't think he gets I don't think that's what he does. I think his is completely private.
Yeah, well,
okay,
you
but
can't
it's
open it.
very small.
Right, but he still got a school.
Yeah, but it's not the same. So if he can have a private school, it doesn't matter. He still got to teach the curriculum. Even if in a private school,
They can teach what they want.
they can add what they want, but they cannot just teach what they want. That's not true. Okay, you could do homeschooling. You still got to teach what they tell you. Them kids, a private school, them kids got to take a test. And if they fail that test, they don't get to go to the next grade. So he has to teach a curriculum. And then he can add what he wants. Yes, he can add Black history. He can add all kinds of shit. If you wanted to talk about monkeys doo-doo, he can teach what he want on that. But he got to teach the curriculum. Because the kids
Mom,
gotta
they don't. Private schools do their own curriculum. I went to private high
that
school.
is not true.
We don't have to do the same things that
That
public
is
school.
not listen. I
It
didn't say you
is.
have to do the same thing. I didn't say that. That's a difference. What I said is he
You
gonna
said you can
teach
add.
mathematics. He gonna teach science. He gonna teach
But
English.
but he
He's
doesn't
going
have to teach their like by their school board. They don't have a school board that tells them that they have to have these classes.
But they have to pass to go to the next grade. Do you not understand that?
Yeah,
So
I understand that,
telling
but they don't
y'all
have to
over
teach
there-
what they can teach whatever they want.
But they cannot. They cannot teach whatever they want and have kids going from grade to grade.
So, Sharice,
grade.
what she's saying is you're gonna have to get the basic math, science, and English and stuff down. That's gonna be in there. Like Bon was saying, you can add extra, like Catholic schools add extra because they throw in
They
Latin.
create their own curriculum. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they still got to go by the guidelines of the basics too, though.
But I don't think, I just want to throw this out there. I don't think Cuba that receives federal funds.
No, he doesn't.
It
all his
does
money-
not even matter. Listen, your kid is not going to first grade if they can't take a test to get into first grade. If that kid doesn't meet those requirements, how do they meet those requirements?
Yeah,
You have
but
to
that's their
teach it.
curriculum. That's not by like a school
It
board
doesn't
curriculum.
matter. They have to take the test that is state given.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
They
That is
don't,
how
Mom.
they go. That is a fact. They're not gonna graduate until they take a test. Y'all don't
He
understand
already
that?
had some.
They don't follow the state. They don't
They
have to
got-
follow the
already
they
state
don't
law.
have to
Wait till he
follow
had
the
his
state
first
exactly. You're not understanding. You need to
No,
go back.
I am. I don't agree. I'm telling you that
Well,
no, they don't. I believe
well,
this is
I
what
don't know
I've
to
learned
tell you.
that
They
they
can-
can create their
you-
whole entire
no,
curriculum.
He
They
already had a
can create it.
graduation.
They
And a
can
Right.
create it, and it better be where they could pass that test. Because they're not
Well,
going
of
to the
course, in
next
school
grade.
you have to pass to make it to the next grade, but that's like school. I'm saying they don't have to go by any other. They don't have to go by Delaware state curriculum or.
I didn't say. Listen, you could
Okay, that's
teach
what
them-
I'm saying. That
you-
they're private, so they
but-
get to go by the curriculum that they want to go by.
They can go by the curriculum, and they're gonna add what that state requires them to add. Your kid better
Which would
know
be
how to-
nothing because the state wouldn't require them to add anything.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, that kid is not going to the next grade until they take their test, not the school's test that's private. They're gonna have to take a standardized test that proves that they're smart enough to go to the next grade. And then in the next grade, they're gonna tell them what they better know to take the test to go to the third grade. So he has to teach certain things. He can add other things, yes. Anything he wants, yes. But he also have to teach. He can't decide, you know what? We're not even gonna learn that. He can't do that. He can't say, well, we're not, forget what they're doing over there. We only gonna teach African shit. We're not even gonna learn no science. He can't do that because they got to take a test. They're not going to the next grade without that. Look what it says. State regulation of schools provides a brief description by the state, right, of the legal requirements that apply to private schools. In addition, each state entry includes statistics on private schools by type in the state, right? Let me see what the part where they say they got a state by state to ensure the accuracy of the analyst, the content.
So do it go by state?
Yeah, different states have different guidelines on what they want kids to know. And each state has a standardized state test. And a private school, a homeschool person. So I have people in the family who were homeschooled. When they was homeschooled all up until they got to high school, right? When they ended up getting to high school, they were failed. They didn't know enough, but the mom kept saying, because if they take a test, they could go back and take the test again. That's the good thing about this, the goddamn homeschool bullshit. But they got some negatives too. You gotta know your shit, right? Let me see. Private schools select and provide all curriculum, instruction and instructional materials to students. Does the School Act apply to private schools? However, I'm not. What is that?
That's what
private schools have to follow.
Schools should.
That the private schools provide their curriculum.
That's what California. He in New York, so
yeah. But what I'm saying is,
I know. I wasn't talking about California. I was talking about
private schools can create everything they want to teach, but they better add in what is necessary.
Yeah. They have to have like certain stuff like safety, transportation. I just seen something that said like that they do have to they do have to learn like some places might make them learn stuff like food handling and safety or job something, but it varies from state to state.
Well, I'm not sure about that.
I
think
just
that's
talking
the
about
actual
just
school.
teaching in general.
Yeah, they gotta teach certain things, because the difference is a private school, they still have to take that state test. You can teach it how you want, but they in order for them to go to the next grade, they have to go and take a test.
Okay, but that just said that private schools create their own curriculum.
Yes, they do. What that have to do with anything? The curriculum still have to provide certain standards. They still have to teach mathematics. They still have to teach
science,
English, science, and social studies.
Histories, because we get those regions. Because I went to Catholic school for high school. So yeah, there were some classes that were different.
Right. It said licensed private academic schools, licensed and regulated by the state.
Yeah, it is regulated by the state.
School, yeah.
And if the state regulates it, that means the state regulate. They go tell them what these students better know. And then they're going to test them to make sure they know them. And guess what? And if they, too many of them fail what they should know, they're going to close that school down. They are regulated.
I'm sorry, Ms. Manny, I cut you off, man.
Oh, no, that's okay. No, I was just saying, like, even when I went to Catholic school, yeah, like they made their own curriculum in a sense where they had, different from public schools where we had like religion classes, different religion classes each grade. But we still
I went
had
to Catholic high school too.
Yeah. My schedule was different from my friends that went to public school, but the main classes were there, like, the science, math, history.
Now they can add
every
extra
year we had to take a regions.
I mean, yeah, like of course, like they're gonna. I'm not saying that they're not gonna teach the basic stuff, and I would assume like that's what kids are going to learn. But
that's
we have to do stuff like dissecting. Like in public school, we weren't dissecting animals and stuff, but in private school, we were.
Right. We was dissecting stuff.
We were dissecting frogs and all that.
We didn't do that.
I did.
We did that in public school.
In public school, we dissected frogs and everything.
Yep.
Rats.
Worms.
Yep. That's the first.
Yeah, I think they might have had worms, but no, we didn't have frogs
and worms.
I think that's more in college. Bomb in the back chat, there was a discussion about Black Jews and white Jews that these two professors had back in the days that kind of shut it down. And what he was saying is that, you know, the white Jews was claiming that one of the rabbis was teaching that, you know, that they were the original Jews, and then this guy came back along and then correct them on it. So I'll put in the back chat for you.
Oh,
It made a lot of sense. You were right on what you were saying, though. They just happen to have a group of white Jews that came along long after.
That's right.
Long after, you know, and then they just had their own group. When, in my opinion, when racists start saying Jews will not replace us, that's just, they know they go put their money behind flushing their ass out or stopping them from having control of what they can do. Yeah, and they talk about to the Germans.
Yeah. So, but this is my question, y'all. If we claiming that Jews is so powerful, then why aren't you becoming Jewish? If you're saying they all have this power, why aren't we becoming Jewish? Because it is just a religion. Yeah, we can literally become a Jewish by
and
going.
The Catholics are bigger than the Jews.
I mean, you're gonna have no power that they have.
The Catholics are way bigger than it.
They're a high earning group.
Right. Don't forget
the
Jews
because they educated.
You money make the rules.
Wait. So they
make a lot of money. Like by the average, they make a lot of money
because they went to school too. They didn't just make money; they went to school, which we're trying to push
white
out.
Folks. Most of the ones here are white folks, so they got all that love and that good old fashioned Fortune 500 white boys got too. That's nothing new. It's just a religion. Catholic and Jews. That's it. That's who got, you know, they got
guess who make more money than Jewish people.
Right. Jewish Catholic people own the slave ships, and the Catholic people ran the slaves, and they put their businesses off our ass. Both so white folks to me.
So we should, if anything, we should be saying we should have a problem with Catholics, and we don't. They the ones with the most of the money. You don't see these damn organizations. These are Catholic led organizations. The abortion, I told y'all yesterday, the people who got the abortion rights push and started all these abortion clinics were Catholic people. Those was Catholic churches. Okay. Catholic people and their rules and regulations is what really control this country.
Right. Not to mention, don't forget they teamed up when they made the decision to kill Jesus.
You mean the fake Jesus? That Jesus ain't been existing. No
Jesus, Jesus, whatever it is in the Bible.
You know, been existing for 400
Precious Pilate and all that.
Ain't no Jesus.
Well, and I think there was a person I don't believe.
You about to play this or?
I'll play it whenever you ready. Yeah, I'll play it. It's interesting.
Okay. Play you, Sean. I don't. Did you hit the sound?
From Mesopotamia.
Oh.
Then proceeds to redefine Jewish history and biblical history in a way which may be conducive to his political view, but does violence to history. He refers to Judaism as originating in Africa, that all of Judaism comes from Africa. The reality of the biblical text, one must merely open it to read, is that Abraham comes from Mesopotamia. He comes from the area which we today refer to as the Fertile Crescent. Indeed, what we refer today as Judaism, the religion of the Jewish people, reached its full maturity not in Egypt, but according to many scholars, after the first exile in 586 BCE, back into Mesopotamia. The need to rewrite history of other people in order to create a cultural superstructure for oneself does neither justice to the one whose history is being rewritten, nor the one who pursues the worthy goal of cultural structures. And therefore, to tie it up, we find most disturbing the factual mistakes that are replete in this transcript, but of more compelling.
He debating that guy, the black guy, on the transcript that he wrote.
Mm-hmm. Is the black guy gonna speak?
Yeah, I was just skipping through it. It's 7 minutes, so I'm skipping through it a little bit. You get the idea what he's saying.
Yeah. So he basically saying that
Dr. Ben,
the black guys. Okay, here we go.
I'm sorry, you ready?
Yeah, wait a minute. So the white guy's basically saying that Jewish people were white and that they came from the crescent, and he's about to tell him, he's about to give him the facts.
Right.
Okay.
Because see, just like America, they like to start history where they see fit that benefit them. And it's always been that way.
Absolutely, again, insulting and unacceptable.
Right. Dr. Ben, what is your response?
By the way, I have to let the rabbi know I'm much as a Jew as he is. Born of a Jewish mother, a Yemenite grandmother, a Yemenite Puerto Rican mother, Ethiopian Hebrew father, Beta Israel, by the way, they call us Falasha for whatever their reasons. Thus, I am as much a Jew as the rabbi or the grand rabbi in Israel, any of the grand rabbis in Israel. If the rabbi is stating here that in the book of Genesis, there is no mention of the extermination, and I use the word genocide, of the 7 tribes of the Amalekites, the Hittites, the Moabites, the Jebusites, he in his own statement stated that this is ameliorated somewhat in the book of Samuel. Everybody saw that. But the book of Samuel doesn't change the book of Genesis. And we remember that Genesis wasn't written first. It was Exodus. It's at the Council of Jamia that they decided to write Genesis. Next, since there is no Jewish race, you know, you have Indian Jews from India, from Kashim Jews, look like any Indian. You have...
You want to say something on that, Bound? See how he correcting them with that?
Yeah, so the other guy was saying that Jewish was a race?
Yeah, he was saying it like it was a race.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people have Jewish last names, but
yeah, but see, he broke it down to the tribes that were not extinct.
We know that Jewish. We know being Jewish is not a race. We know it's just a religion. But I would beg to differ. Like the white Jews, they believe that it's their race and their religion.
They do believe that. Yeah, they
believe it's a religion.
I know we know it is, but I'm just saying to them, they like no, it's our bloodline. This is our race and our.
But that's what that black man just said too.
He just saying
he said his
bloodline was longer
too.
than yours. Yeah, long before yours.
So what's the difference between Hebrew Israelites and like a regular Jewish person?
Well, he broke it down and said there were several tribes that were there before that were never exterminated, and he's one of them. And he named all 4 or 5 tribes.
Right.
So how can you see? Yeah. So I'm gonna play it again. Go ahead, play it.
Since there is no Jewish race, you know, you have Indian Jews from India, from Kashim Jews, look like any Indian. You have ourselves from Ethiopia. By the way, the rabbi wouldn't forget that it says Moses married the daughter of the high priest of Ethiopia, or Cush. Being a rabbi, he will know this. Second, moreover, about the bar mitzvah, and I went through one like the rabbi went through one at around the same period of time, is the rabbi saying that the bar mitzvah is not a commitment to the people? Isn't the Torah demanding? And I don't talk about the Talmud. Talmud is not.
So I think he's saying that the bar mitzvah came from them. And you know, like he's saying, isn't that, you know, a celebration or something to the people?
The bar mitzvah is not a commitment to the people. Isn't the Torah over about the bar mitzvah? And I went through one like the rabbi went through one at around the same period of time. Is the rabbi saying that the bar mitzvah is not a commitment to the people? Isn't the Torah demanding? And I don't talk about the Talmud. Talmud is not Torah. The Torah is supposed to have been written by God or passed down, although it was in fact written at the Sanhedrin. The theory, the mythology, the allegories that it's written by God or passed down by Moses, again, is a myth. That's Jewish mythology, because Moses is dead in around 1196 before the Christian era, whereas the Sanhedrin doesn't release a thing called the Torah until about 700 before the Christian era, which was written from 700 before the Christian era to 500. It took 200 years. There's a commitment in anybody, that any child that's been bar mitzvah, and when he's talking about circumcision of women, that is strictly Western, and it has nothing to do with orthodoxy. They're using the word orthodoxy to mean.
I think he said when it come from a woman, it had to be a Jewish person, can only come from a Jewish woman, white woman. He's saying that's just in the West.
Something. There have been a circumcision. It can't be a circumcision of girls. But anyhow, let us continue. The point is that in the bar mitzvah, it commits the boy. Wait, if you commit yourself to the community, there's a call to return to Israel. There's a call that every child, I went through it, that you must come back to Israel. If that is not fact, the rabbi can say what he wants. His position or the ADL position of fear of this. Then let's look at the behavior. It's just like saying today, one time the rabbi, I don't know it personally, but the ADL and all the other Jewish organizations.
Yeah, that's pretty much the debate. If you want to see the rest of it,
yeah, I do.
The back check. Yeah.
One time didn't even recognize that we exist as falashas. It is something in America. American Jews have decided that they're going to speak for all Jews. And not only for all Jews. You remember they said blacks and Jews. I'm black and Jewish. You're white and Jewish. You're European. You're of European Jewish ancestry. I'm African Jewish ancestry. No more claim to Israel than I have because there's no Jewish race. Okay, let me continue. The rabbi he says that Abraham, he points to Judaism coming from Abraham. Then I said that the rabbi obviously have not read the 10 Commandments and their source. Moses is not until about 1346 before the Christian era, 49 years after the death of Amenhotep IV, otherwise known as Akhenaten. Every one of those 12 so-called commandments, and that Moses is supposed to have gotten at Mount Sinai. By the way, Mount Sinai is still in Egypt, in Africa, hasn't gone any place. Now, those 10 commandments weren't gotten by Moses. Because I'm Jewish don't mean that I have to follow the mythology. When you go in any of the major tombs in Egypt, you find those 10 commandments plus 32 more, otherwise referred to as the negative confession. Am I to believe that Moses was born in Mizraim, Egypt, about 1346 before the Christian era, went to school there, become a priest, at age 85 or around there, decided that somebody mistreated his people, and that in every school in Egypt, you had to recite the negative confession, 42 laws, of which they said, I have not killed man or woman, I have not stolen this, I have not, every one of the so-called 10 commandments is already stated that Moses didn't see it. I would like the rabbi to tell me, where does it show that Abraham taught any of this? I would like the rabbi to tell me, before circumcision in Egypt, where did the Jews have circumcision? They said that Abraham's circumcision is part of what made him Jewish. Then the rabbi must tell me, the worship of the golden calf, which they call the golden calf, isn't that the worship of Hathor, the goddess Hathor? We could go on down.
Well, before we go on, Dr. Mann, let me just intrude. We do need to take a commercial break.
Oh, man. He was in him, baby. He was in him. So, can I be heard? Because I think my thing is.
Yeah, we're.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah. Now let me play. I didn't really want to play it because I'm not sure whose video is this, Sharice.
Thank you. She said
Me, you asked me. Oh, that's Nyla's video. It's like the first 5 minutes of it. It's this white girl talking. That's the part I want you to see.
Oh, okay, let me see. Let me see it real quick. Because okay, here we go. Let's see. And then like the reason I didn't want to play, I wasn't gonna play it because just because somebody says something don't mean it's true, right? You put Kanye name in your video and people coming to see it, right? So, but she does have let me see, where is that, y'all? What I did with it. Boom. Yeah, there you go. Okay, here we go. Let's see what she got to say.
Okay, I debated if I should make this video or not, and I am going to catch some flack for it, but I decided that I had to come out. So I do not listen to Kanye West. I have never heard a Kanye song. I used to pronounce his name Kane because I'm a little dyslexic and that's how I read it. But I was part of the Jewish Assembly to decide if we should cancel him or not. By now, you all know what we decided to do, but I thought it could be helpful to tell you a little bit about the process, because I don't think a lot of people realize that this is actually a lottery process, or almost like a draft. There's a lot of Jews in the world, and we're very, very democratic people. So we do it by lottery. If your number gets called, you sit on that deliberation. So there was a deliberation for Shia LaBeouf, for Chrissy Teigen. Those were big in being discussed in Jewish circles when those deliberations were happening. My dad actually sat on the deliberation for Marilyn Manson. At that time, that was the closest that I had ever been to that power pinnacle that is the cornerstone of Judaism. Now, there's some things that I'm not allowed to talk about. I am not allowed to disclose the criteria that we use to determine if someone should be canceled or not. We're not allowed to talk about deliberations that took place when someone was decided that they didn't need to be canceled. So the general public would not know that those deliberations even took place. I can tell you that if someone is proposed to be uncanceled, the same group of Jews will come back and sit on that second deliberation. If a voting member is not able to be there for the second one.
Do Jewish people call themselves Jews? Like she just did?
Yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure. I knew a Jewish girl.
Yeah, they do. Here in Baltimore, it's the Park Heights area, and they have their own communities. Like I've interacted with a whole bunch of Jews, and they all stick together. It's a whole big community of them.
That's not what I don't remember.
Yeah, I think they do.
But let me call somebody. I guess I'll see. I guess we can see. I could call somebody. I didn't know that they consider, like she just said, yeah, we Jews.
Yeah, I'm pretty
sure. They're comfortable with it, Bob.
Yeah,
we're gonna see. We're gonna see. She is. How old she look like she is? She look like she in 20s, 30s. How old she look?
A little bit over 30.
Early 30s.
Over 30s, yeah.
She
wouldn't be up there. She was young.
Right.
Right.
Well,
that's what I was thinking too. That's what I'm asking.
She gonna say that they've been doing it, like training for it their whole lives since they were like little.
Training for what?
These deliberations.
Yeah, to be on that board or whatever. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Put the name of their closest living relative, as long as they haven't left the Jewish faith. I know that it is probably strange for the general public. It's probably very strange for people, non-Jews, people in public life, to think that, a group of people are meeting in secret to decide their fate. But I just want to give you a little comfort that we take these deliberations very seriously. It's actually part of early Jewish education. My son is just 4, and last week at Hebrew school, he had his first mock cancel deliberation, and the whole
see what she just said, Hebrew school. Usually I've found when Jewish people call themselves fellow Hebrews, not Jews. But I don't know, maybe because
that's why the Hebrewites got an issue with that.
That's right. And so when she referred to them as her Jews, my friend, Jew friends, like, goddamn, I think they don't like that. But she younger, so maybe the younger generation, but I know they refer to themselves as Hebrews. Okay. When they talk, yeah. Right.
I can see how it could be derogatory because the racists are throwing at them the same way. Jews.
Right.
Jew.
And that's why, and so when they, y'all,
that's how we used to
they comfortable with
it was
that.
a downer.
They actually use Hebrews, not Jews.
No, I do know some Jewish people though. They call themselves Jews.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They don't like
that term. That's like nigger, but maybe it's another generation. And
I know this one girl, she was an Orthodox Jew, and that's what she called herself, an Orthodox Jew.
Well, maybe it's like us. We can call each other nigger, but nobody else can.
Yeah, that might be what it is. Yeah, it might be what it is.
You got to be one to call to be all right with it. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
Pretty
What's
good.
up, I am? You're not a Jew, you're not a Jew, are you?
Are you Jewish? I am. I think you are a strong Jewish brother over there. What you got to say?
No, I'm not. I'm not a Jew. Jewish,
Pastor
an
Jew.
Orthodox Jew. No, but I just want to. So, if they had this secret meeting and they have them all the time, then why is she coming out speaking about it?
That's
I
what I'm
don't think
saying.
Well,
that makes
she is
sense.
saying
Like,
what they allow her to say.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
ain't
but
saying
she's not
How
allowed
do
to
we
even
know?
tell us. And now she's
How do
telling us, and that's what make me think.
You know, it's funny. I seen this video of this Jewish guy. It was years ago, and basically he was saying that they use like a whole bunch of bullshit in food. But he was saying that the reason he was like, but I'll sit up here and I'll tell you all this stuff, and the reason why we get away with it is because I could sit here in the middle all this stuff, and people will say they still don't believe it.
And then also too, I mean, not to sound sexist or whatever, but when have you ever known a woman Jew to come out and speak on Jewish matters?
Exactly.
People like that don't talk like that in that community. If you talk about being sexist and seen and not heard, it's definitely in the Jewish community. So they're gonna allow her to come out and speak on social media about some secret meeting they had to boycott or not boycott or cancel Kanye.
Everything about this is wrong, yo. I
Right.
told you, can't believe everything on the internet. Can't believe everything people put on the internet. And then she's like, I want you to feel confident that we really came together and we thought about it seriously. And I don't even know who he is. But by the way, yeah, we decided we're going to cancel him. We want you Black people to know that we had you in mind.
Because
girl, they did cancel him.
where was
She
she
ain't
at?
giving me no money.
Was she part of the deliberations when they got on Nick Cannon ass? And almost got them
Yeah,
fired from
what
office?
happened with Nick Cannon? Nick Cannon, whatever.
Right.
And he went and apologized to somebody. I don't know who he apologized
No,
to.
but I'm saying is, where was this person to come out and speak on the meeting they had about Nick Cannon?
Nick Cannon apologized.
Y'all forgot when Oprah, not Oprah.
This ain't their first.
Whoopi Goldberg got in trouble for like a week.
Yeah.
For saying something.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And she said she'll practice Jewish.
She apologized.
Well.
Yeah, she apologized, but because what she said was,
why y'all think she apologized?
Because she had to apologize. She wanted to keep her job. Why wouldn't she?
Right.
We got to listen. That's what you do when you want to keep your job, especially if you wrong or right. If you want to keep your job, making millions of dollars, then you gonna apologize.
You're like Nick Cannon did.
I apologize many
he's not
times.
apologizing.
Huh?
Kanye said he's not apologizing.
Yeah, and he losing billions of dollars every day, every time he open his mouth.
Exactly.
He's not apologizing to his children for what he did to them. He's not apologizing to his wife, what he has done to where they gotten divorced. He's not apologizing. So I don't know if that make him look good, stupid, or we know that he's mentally ill.
It makes him look stupid.
Well, he shouldn't apologize because now it's looking like we shouldn't fear white people. We should fear Jewish people. They got this much power.
Well, they're white, right?
Well, they ain't got no power. They ain't got no.
These are the white Jewish people.
There's no folks in there that want to.
Yeah, but they Jewish don't consider themselves white. They skin color might look like, but they don't consider themselves white.
Yeah, they don't consider themselves white. Oh, you best believe that. Because they got another group of white people they are fully against. The ones who are against them.
But to us, they're still white.
Huh?
Yeah, that's true. They don't, but to us, they're still white.
Yeah, they're still white to me.
Well, I mean,
well, to me, I was
like I was shocked when people didn't want to trust Black Lives Matter because they found out white persons supported them with their money.
Yeah, Joe is so wrong.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, well, of course, it's gonna benefit him and his group to to do it, right? Or at least it's not gonna affect his group in a negative way. But for Black people that didn't back away from it because white people put money, y'all should be backing away from the Black Panthers. That was white money too, right? Almost everything that we've done was white people right there hand in hand with us. The whole civil rights, y'all should be backing away from that. Because we wouldn't have been able
the funding came at the bus boycott,
Yes, all that shit came funding from wealthy white people who had the money to help fund it. And then, of course, Black people in the churches, they were making the churches take collections of money to support things too. But Black Panther, that's strictly, that's white people money. Okay. But here we go. Fair use, here we go.
And they voted to not cancel his classmate. So please take a little comfort in knowing that by the time a Jew is actually sitting in one of these assemblies, deciding whether to cancel someone or not, they have often 20 years of training behind them to make the right decision.
So how you get trained to make the right decision on something?
She just said her 4-year-old son had a mock deliberation at school.
Oh my! How you get trained? You just go. You listen to
what
they
train.
Yeah, she is too made up to be sitting on a panel. Like she got on makeup, she got nails. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, and y'all believe this shit. Like y'all do know that people get on TikTok, they want the views. This, I'm telling you, is so much wrong with this.
I think it could be possible.
Nah,
but
it's not possible.
Okay. Well, we know Kanye's canceled.
Well, how is he canceled? Show me where he's canceled.
Well, he's what do you want to call that? Blacklisted.
Blacklisted where? He's not blackballed. Y'all can't show me where he's blackballed.
So he didn't just lose a whole bunch of jobs?
He quit.
He lost some.
What is you talking about? That's what I said earlier.
But what you don't understand, he lost these contracts in the public eye, but they still have to pay him. Some of these companies still have to pay him his
but he's
money.
not getting no more jobs with them. He's done working with them. He's getting whatever they owe him, and then it's over.
Yeah, I get it, but to me, it's like this. If you went to a store and you don't like the way the Asians or Arabs treat you and stuff like that, you just don't spend your money with them. You just don't do business with them. That's all. Ain't no biggie. Life goes on for both.
What do you mean?
What are you saying? What are you gonna get with them ugly ass?
Yeah, but what are you saying when you say that?
I'm just saying, in reverse, it's just you just not doing business with them. They're just not doing business with them. That's not.
Let's listen to what Kanye said.
So he's not getting no more money.
Y'all still make money.
Let's listen to what he said a month ago, and then he went on his rampage. It looks like this is what he wanted, and then they gave it to him, and here we go.
Kanye West trying to walk away from his fashion partners Gap and Adidas, accusing
He threatens to walk away from them, but he probably learned that he can't without losing money. So what would you do if you can't walk away without losing money? What would you do? You would get them to cut ties with you.
That's
what I was saying yesterday.
Like a job. You let a job fire you, you don't quit.
That's
right.
He wanted to lose. He did all this to lose his contract.
Yeah, you're right.
That's right.
That's what I was saying yesterday.
This was over a month ago.
Down. Kanye West trying to walk away from his fashion partners Gap and Adidas, accusing the companies of stealing his designs and breaking promises that would help expand his portfolio. The drama is where we find Sazi's take today. Saz, what's the T from yeah?
Yeah, you best believe if there is drama and if there's retail drama, that's where you're going to find me, yours truly. So I'm going to lock in on Gap here. Now, Gap, more than a year ago, signed Kanye West to this big, splashy 10-year deal. Now, former CEO Sonia Singhal signed that deal.
It's a new deal at that. When this just a year ago, he get with Gap. He must don't like it.
Right, and you get the money up front. So he didn't already got majority of his money anyway. So the back end of the money is really going to the company, not even going to him.
Right. So he didn't already made his money. But they might not be letting him have the control he thought he would have. So he don't like the deal. Right? So, because see, Kanye is not fucking stupid. He might be a little crazy.
I think he's in a psychosis.
Yeah. Okay. So we're going to fast forward a little bit. Let's see if he can.
A disastrous deal based on people I have talked to ever since this deal was enacted, and for a couple reasons. And I listed them here. First, you just have a terrible management team at Gap that is now, of course, currently in place, but also beforehand, that don't even know what to do with Kanye West, not even also unsure how to handle him, how to approach him, and really ultimately bring his vision to life. And it is a good vision. He's made billions of dollars for Adidas, and that terrible management team at Gap has not figured out what in the world to do with Kanye West and has not helped them at all. Next, virtually no promotion. Because of that terrible management, you just don't see a lot of promotion out there for these Kanye West products, and you should, because they are some of the most exciting things in this store, a horrifically boring store that is Gap. Next, no complete look on sale. Now, I think a little bit of this falls on Kanye West. We've seen hoodies released. We've seen puffer jackets with no zippers, no real pants, no real over.
And ergo the shirt that says White Lives Matter.
There go the shirt.
It brings attention
Mm-hmm.
to him, which then can bring attention to his products that nobody was paying attention to in the Gap stores. Right?
Because you see,
I can see him trying to get out the Gap deal. The Gap was a bad stock in the beginning because all the brick and mortar stores were closing. Then you had COVID. So it was one of those failing stores, like I told y'all about Kro's and a couple other stores like Kmart. So it was going down anyway. So like they said, they didn't know what to do with him anyway.
They didn't know what to do with him. So why would he want to stay there? Why would a man just tell you he about to do something, DEFCON 3, on some people he know that gonna bring him down? Everybody knows this. He warned people that's what he about to do. And then that's what he started doing.
Right. And so he knew the first thing is go out there and be controversy, and they gonna drop him. Go out there and say some crazy shit, and they gonna have to drop you. And you don't lose no money.
So he just wanted to lose his
he didn't lose no money. When you sign these deals, you get your money, you get majority of your money up front. He got majority of his money up front. The rest of the money in the back is really the company making their money back off of you from what you sold. So as long as they not, so if you don't hear about them suing him for that money, then he got his money.
He got his money, yeah. Now, if they end up suing him, they're going to be able to use a clause that says that, hey, he did something outrageous and they feel like he the one broke the contract. But if they break the contract, he get to keep the money unless they decide to go forward, get it back from him. So right now he's winning. People, I don't understand why Black people don't understand business.
They don't.
Then too, the only way he can be canceled is if Black people jump on the train and try to cancel him with everybody else.
Because white people are the majority people buying his shit.
No, that's not true.
It's not true.
They are. They're the majority of people buying his shit.
No, that is not true. We spending $300+ for his sneakers. His music. We doing that. Oh, they $5?
Oh, they got some of his designer brands. Yeah,
it's different. It's different.
I don't know.
Style.
Don't quote me on that. I don't even look.
No, you're not right. You got some that's $300, $400, $500 for his shoes.
Yeah,
it's
you do.
Style.
Yeah, and Black men, and women. We got women too. And then they got we line up just to have these. The more expensive they are, the more we seem to want them. And then
$400 piece of rubber.
We're not even gonna wear them. we're gonna show people that we got them, and then we're gonna put them back in a box or put them in a case, and then and brag about it instead of. And it's ridiculous, but no, we are the ones buying his shit. Them people don't know him like that. His wife make more money than him. She can sell eyeliner and make more money than him.
I know, for real. White people love Kanye West.
Oh no, that is not true.
Okay.
You just heard a young woman say she didn't even know how to pronounce his name. She didn't even know who he was. And y'all claim these are the people with the power. So they don't know.
So y'all don't be seeing his concerts when they're full of white people?
Listen.
Oh yeah, a lot of white, but not necessarily Jews.
I didn't say Jews.
Yeah, I know. I'm just adding to it. You're right.
Yeah, but that's who so-called canceling.
But listen,
white people go to the concert.
Well, let me say this. Yeah, I was about to say they're gonna still go to the concert.
They buy his shit too. Tomorrow. They buy his sneakers and all that shit too.
They just got a sale on them.
You got Jews that they're canceling him. So white people still support him, and Black people still support him. Then how is he canceled?
Yeah, he ain't canceled.
Exactly. He's not canceled.
Okay.
That's just them companies ain't gonna deal with him.
not.
The only people claiming that he canceled right now is some people saying they canceled him. All they've done is take down his videos off of YouTube, and not his videos, just a video where he was talking about Jewish people. I think he lost. He's temporarily, like in what you call them, jail, Facebook jail, on Instagram. They didn't even take away. Yeah, which means he just can't.
They did that to
30.
Boosie. Shit,
They did that shit to me.
Right.
If they can do it to me,
I've been in Facebook jail 4 times.
I know that's right. So are we saying that they supposed to be so special that they can get to break the rules and still do what we can't do?
They remind me of the Alphabet Club. They can talk about everybody else, but you can't talk about them. And the minute
Can't
you
talk
do,
about them.
then
And I think it's people scared to talk about Jewish people, but I'm not scared to talk about them. But I don't have nothing negative to say. I'm not on here accusing them of, because see, when we say that they have all
their ass, fuck. I
ain't gonna kiss their ass, yeah, but at the same time, I'm not up here saying they got all this power, because when he says that, there's a group of white people who were saying they will not replace us. And those are the ones who's out hurting these people. And by us spreading the narrative, it looks like we helping them go out and hurt these people. The violence on Jewish people has tripled. Okay. Since Trump came into office, it's terrible. It's terrible. And I wouldn't
I
sit
think
on
of it, they ain't black folks' business. Let them knock each other
Asian
off.
people has went up, so the violence on people, period, has went up.
Yes, but that's true too.
Since Trump, they need us. That's why they always fund it. They couldn't get.
Yeah, they need us. But they're not against us.
No, they're not. They work with them, and look, they even open up some hospitals and stuff like that. And birth some kids and stuff. Did a lot of volunteer work in the community.
And then we get mad when they own the hospital. And I'm like, wait a minute. They put the hospital there. If you want to, and they got black people running a lot of them, right? They do put money into our community.
Those are the ones that used to birth the black babies in the hood. For them, one of the ladies told me she used to volunteer and do it. A doctor that I know, the cousin of them. Yeah,
but those are the ones who always also took the job from the black woman who used to be the birthers.
Oh, they went for self first, but they wouldn't horrible people.
Which is good. Look,
I ain't mad at
we can't be angry, right?
But I'm going for y'all.
My question is, why do we go against people who have the power instead of lining up with the people who have the power? We're against the LGBT because we say they got all this power. And instead of we aligning with them, we say no, and then we say they got too much power. It's simple for us to align with them, and then now we have the power also.
I ain't mad with them. They just came up quick as a mother.
They really didn't, because they aligned themselves with us. They aligned with us. People align with them. They are a large group, but it's not just them.
Yes,
because all of us know we got somebody in our family who's a part of the LGBT community. And if you love them, you love them. You said things like, "Hey, I have people I know, and they don't give me no problem."
But they have been working.
I got friends of mine.
I got Harvey, whatever that got shot in California. That was whatever. They've been working with that LGBT for a while.
Oh yeah, California been pushing.
Harvey, whatever his name is.
I ain't tripping on that. Everybody got their right to live in a peaceful life on their own.
His name was Harvey something. I can't even. They did.
Oh, you talking about? He was the governor of San Francisco. You talking about Milk?
Yeah,
Harvey
when
Milk?
He was working on the LGBT.
That was way before I was born. Well, it'd be sounding like it's recent shit, but Harvey Milk was
Harvey Milk. No, I'm just saying he's been working with the LGBT, so it would.
He was LGBT.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Cerise, I got a question for Cerise. Cerise, you think I'm on to ask a question? It's not debating. I'm just in asking your opinion, and because it just crossed my mind. Who you think got more money, Arabs or Jews? That's a good question, huh?
Arabs? Who is it?
American.
Arab.
Like the dudes, don't call it the dudes that own the gas stations and stuff like that.
Oh, them people, those, they from Africa, right?
Yeah, more with the oil thing, or the Jews. Jews been here a little longer, but they got that oil control.
So the people who got the gas station, like they're in our community. They come in there, right? That's because they make them. They don't have many options on where they go and put their gas station, their hair salons, their nail salons. Y'all know that, right? They're allowed to come in and start businesses, but they only allowed to go in certain neighborhoods. They gas station, liquor stores especially. You don't see no liquor stores in the white community. Okay.
It's always in the hood.
It's always in the
Always
hood.
in the hood.
And then
Okay, hold on now. That's convenient for me now.
and then if they
No,
decide
they charge you more.
They got
if
liquor
they-
stores now.
and then if they decide they don't want that, if they decide they no longer want to be there, right? Maybe they made enough money to upgrade and go somewhere else. They cannot sell it to a Black person. How do I know this? Because they had a local store in the neighborhood, and the guy was saying, he was closing the store. And I said, "Oh, you selling it? You thinking about selling it?" And he asked me, was I interested? Right? I told you, these people do not know what my race is, which is shocking to me because I don't know what they just don't know. I don't think I'm white, but they don't know what I am. And so sometimes they think I'm one of them because they be talking to me. I'm like, I don't.
All you got to do is put one of them veils over your face and put on one of them.
But anyway, yeah, when we was talking, he informed me that yes, he can't sell to anyone Black. They can't sell it. They can't sell it to us. They putting blocks. If anybody blacklisted, it would be Black people buying businesses, even in our own little areas. We'll sell to others, but they can't sell that shit to us. Okay, they'll rather that motherfucker be they're empty, and they'll come and tear it down before they give us that opportunity. And so if you do want it, liquor store is going to be very difficult for Black people to get. Y'all saw that it was hard for us to get in the weave business, because why wouldn't Black women, we should be leading. We should be all the motherfucking hair stores that sell hair. That's us thing, right? And you saw when they did documentaries, the Black women was like, we always have to go to somebody because the people won't deal with us directly. And I'm like, you got to have money. Your money speak for you. If you go and promise them people you're going to buy $1 million worth of hair in that year, them motherfuckers will do business with you. But we can't go in 1,000 here, a couple of thousand there. You got to go and make commitments. That's how you block other people from doing business. You be like, look, it's going to be just me and you. I'm going to do this $1 million in this year. And you everybody got to come through me. And that's how you can make that deal. Because now everybody got to go through you just to get the hair. We as Black people, though, we looking at how people are doing things, right? They're coming together, making decisions together that are important to them as a survivor, as a whole group, and they make decisions and sticking by it. And we, on the other hand, we can't even vote on, is Black Lives Matter something we should support or not? Okay. And you know with the Black Lives Matter, you saw that they was talking about that woman who bought homes and shit like that. How many other organizations you think if they went in and did the kind of inspection they did on them, that they will find the same thing happening with other organizations? They just look under with us with a microscope. They don't like, because they want to tear it down. And so
it's still, Black Lives Matter thing, and they got in their favor. There was never a nonprofit organization.
Yeah.
So
why she couldn't buy houses though?
Right. That's why she's not guilty of anything. People could think what they want. She didn't defraud anybody. It was donated money, and
right.
That's it. Now, what you donated for, that's up to you. That's like when people donated to the victims of Katrina, y'all gave it to the state, not us. So you got to,
and the state was able to do what they want. And that I thought that was illegal for the state to take donations like that. I think that's illegal. You know, that's what. Remember when Trump got them donations for the wall? That's why they got in trouble.
Right, him and Bannon.
Yeah, Bannon and them. What he got 7 years to do? I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Behind that wall thing, y'all.
I think no, 7 months. I think it's 7 months.
Oh, 7 months.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
6
bought
or 7
boats
months.
and shit with that money, all type of shit.
Yeah, yachts and shit. Motherfucker. People
Right.
thought, and the little piece of wall they built was crumbling within a year, and then it was illegally up. So they didn't care about how good it was up anyway, because they knew it was gonna have to be torn down because it was put on somebody's property, y'all, on private property. And that man sued them to get that wall down.
Yeah, that farmer. Like,
Yeah, and they knew this though. They did that for we have actors acting, you know, and lying to American people, and people are confused by what the truth is. I remember somebody black coming over here, man. He was a Trump supporter up and down, right? I'm telling you, he believed every fucking word that man said. Even when he saw something opposite with his own eyes, that's when I know something's wrong. And we don't have the luxury, y'all, to act like we don't see what we see. Because if
I
you
was talking
think
to one of the Trump, one of the more Manosphere dudes who talking about we on the Democrat plantation going through the history. Him, I was on that on what you call him channel, and he going, "What has Biden done for you?" And what, I said, "Man, listen. Why would I vote for somebody who the KKK endorsed and every racist organization in the country openly endorsed, man?
Right.
And forgive for all your values, a conservative, black folks was conservative and all that kind of stuff. No, this is a racist thing now. These people already hitting the voting rights.
there is nothing conservative about Trump.
No,
Zero.
Trump just an opportunist. No, he was a Democrat forever.
Yeah,
no, he's not,
but I'm talking about in his
but,
lifestyle. What is name one thing that his lifestyle that resembles anything conservative?
Yeah, but he gives them power. He gives them a voice and power now. That's why his base, a New York boy, base is in the South.
Yeah, they should have took that power back though, because they could have, but they scared. And what is so scary about him? He must have something on him.
I don't think it's scared. You know why? Because look, like 73, a record turnout of Republicans, 73 million Republicans voted for him after knowing everything he done.
Yeah, but they did that for politics, for power, but that had nothing to do. They did that because they want the power. They didn't really want him. They want the power.
Yeah, they
right?
they know he's a dumbass. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's
and those tax
why didn't they just get him out where he can't even run and get a real conservative Republican to run? They have more chance doing that because they got a lot of Republicans switched over to Democrats.
You know why, Bond? Because he have control. If you're a MAGA supporter and he control that, even though he out.
not as big as they claim. The MAGA people aren't as big.
No, not the group itself, but the whole thing of Trump people getting behind your vote, even if it's like a 10% push, that's effective.
Yeah, listen, it could be effective, but they still losing.
Yeah, well, it's a battle. I don't know what we're gonna do about Herschel Walker, retarded ass.
That dumb nigga right
That
there.
is a real monkey.
This nigga,
that is a coon. That we
making
at
us
him.
look bad, and look, they accepting it only because they want power. Think about it. This dude got a woman coming out every week saying that she had an abortion for him. His own son came out against him. We know he beat his goddamn wife. Right? This man is a lottery of fuck ups that he wouldn't even be running. But these Republicans are so desperate to try to get the black vote that he is their token nigga.
Mm-hmm.
And now they stand on signs saying, see, they said that we're racist, but look, look who they chose.
Yeah, you saw the senator with that video clip. See, the Republicans aren't racist. We support this man, this nigga here.
That was crazy.
Yeah, and he's standing up there with a big ass smile. Boy, that is a chimp ass nigga for you if I ever see him.
Did y'all see Nancy Pelosi? What happened to her?
No, what happened to her?
somebody broke in the house and hit her husband in the head with a hammer. Went in there talking about, where's Nancy? Went in there and started fighting and hit him in the head. He was in the hospital. I'm not sure what they say.
Damn. I bet you they're gonna be pro gun rights now.
Well, wait, aren't they already pro gun rights?
You don't think you don't?
But you can't. How you gonna? A gun not gonna beat a hammer.
You don't think that was a setup?
If you're close, huh?
You don't think that was a setup? I think she was trying to kill her husband, get some insurance. Because what I'm saying, you don't, ain't they protected by like Secret Services and shit? You know what I'm saying? Since she a Senate, you think that goes for her family too at her house? They could just break
They
in.
always go. They always breaking in the house. This is like the third. They done broke in.
I think senators not. I don't think they all protected like that.
Yeah,
I know the presidents get
right
24 hours off.
It's your area. It's your area. They in San Francisco. It looked like it was.
Well, you know that's a setup because that's all the alphabet club out there. Nobody breaking nobody's house, hit nobody in the head with a hammer.
The police, the
about
police
to
is
do
right
it like
there.
Pop Smoke.
Look here you go, y'all.
We now know the identity of the man charged with bursting into Nancy Pelosi's home, looking for her and attacking her husband with a hammer. He's 32-year-old David Wayne DePate from Berkeley, California. He allegedly screamed, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" 82-year-old Paul Pelosi was struck on the head and torso with a hammer. The attacker reportedly tried to tie him up and wait for Nancy. Video shows shattered glass doors in the back of the house in the fashionable Pacific Heights neighborhood of San Francisco. The home invasion took place at
Wait a minute. All you need is a hammer to get in their house?
That's what I'm saying.
Well, I thought you would need something. I thought you would need at least
like that, Bob. You
Yeah,
remember the
but-
other ones they threatened they had to get the government to pay for their security. They don't live like that. They live in nice areas, gated communities.
But I'm thinking they should have. I thought the windows would be a little, especially when they're doors, they should be stronger, right? With just a simple hammer, I'm thinking you need like a car to break through. I know you just need a little hammer just to go. Oh man, we could break into everybody's house with a little hammer. Shit, why people breaking through doors? Why they just don't go through the windows with hammers? God damn. Oh, look at that. Is that the hammer sticking out the window? What that is? Huh?
He's what, 82 years old, they said?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Oh yeah, she trying to get that insurance money. She's like, nigga die.
Well, they're about to die.
They millionaires. You know, these people got millions.
They ain't worrying about money.
Yeah, she might want
7 a.m. Friday, and
she might want a new man, but look at the hair. Is that the hammer, y'all?
there's an object, possibly a hammer, lying on the
Man,
carpet. Paul Pelosi called 911.
Yeah, I saw it. I was trying. That's why I was like, is that the hammer right there?
911 without the attacker realizing.
Paul Pelosi is basically trying to tell her in code what's going on. Why are you here? What are you going to do to me? I mean, you can imagine how he's trying to not let the attacker know that 911 is listening.
Our officers observed Mr. Pelosi and the suspect both holding a hammer. The suspect pulled the hammer away from Mr. Pelosi and violently assaulted him with it. Our officers immediately tackled the suspect, disarmed him, took him into custody.
The House Speaker.
Now, they cut some of this because the story goes that they both was holding the hammer, right? They were struggling for the hammer. But then the police said, put your hands up. And that's when her husband let go the hammer. And that's when that motherfucker hit him in his head and in his body. So it's the police fault that the motherfucker got hit.
So it's the police fault, mom, and he got cold cock?
Yes, he got cold cock because of the motherfucking police.
I told him to stop and then he got hit.
Yeah, man. The police said, put your hands up. They told both of them, put their hands up. He followed the instruction. The other dude held on to that motherfucker hammer and smacked him straight in his head. So I would sue the Yeah, let's hear it again. Because they cut that part. I'm going to go find another one where they said it. Watch.
Our officers observed Mr. Pelosi and the suspect both holding a hammer. The suspect pulled the hammer away from Mr. Pelosi.
Wait, say it again.
I said that they should have shot you. I said, he white because they should have shot his ass. That's a deadly weapon.
Yeah, they charged him with assault with a deadly weapon, attempted homicide or something like that. But you're right. But you know he white, so that's why they ain't shoot. Ain't that some shit? So, but he almost got this dude got cracked in the skull because of them. Let's hear it again, because they.
The suspect pulled the hammer away from Ms. Pelosi and violently assaulted him with it. Our officers immediately tackled the suspect, disarmed him, took him into custody.
The House Speaker was at her Washington, D.C. home at the time of the attack. A spokesman said Mr. Pelosi was taken to the hospital where he is receiving excellent medical care and is expected to make a full recovery. Nancy Pelosi has a Capitol Police security detail 24/7, but they were not at the San Francisco house because she was not there.
Before we go, we want to send our best to Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
Okay. I gotta find the one, y'all. The police is the reason why that man got cold cut and cocked in his motherfucking head. Okay? It's fucked. I know I'm laughing. It's not funny, y'all, but
it is a little funny. That man got cold cocked just because he listened.
We
to
now know the identity of the man charged with bursting into.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I'm telling you,
there gotta be a lawsuit, Mom.
I know he gonna say, raise your hand up. Look, they found him. Where is that? Let me see.
We're also learning new information about that violent attack on Paul Pelosi, the husband of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi. The 82-year-old was severely beaten with a hammer. Police say a man broke into the couple's San Francisco's home. ABC's Christine Sloan has more.
Local police, Capitol Police, and the FBI are jointly working to determine identified as 42-year-old David DePape.
Wait, I thought they said he was 32. Is he 42? Didn't they say he was 30-something before?
David DePape broke in by shot. Police say early Friday morning, a suspect identified as 42-year-old David DePape broke in by shattering a glass door with a hammer, and according to sources, could be heard shouting, "Where's Nancy? Where's Nancy?" The House Speaker wasn't home, but her 82-year-old husband, Paul, was. Law enforcement arriving on the scene moments before the violent attack and witnessing it firsthand.
Officers, while still outside of the doorway, gave commands to both men to drop the hammer. Mr. DePape
dropped the hammer to both men.
Immediately pulled the hammer away from Mr. Pelosi and violently attacked him with the hammer.
It was their fucking fault. Drop the hammer. And so, like, both of them had their hands on the hammer.
That's why, always follow the police instructions.
Now, see, Mom, that man gonna be blamed too, because he took his opportunity when he listened to the instructions like he should have, and he cocked them on. Now, see, that was right. Line.
Well, criminals don't follow law commands.
You got that right, Mr. Kev. They don't play fair.
That's right. They told them that both to drop the hammer, which is dumb as hell. They see they're struggling for it. So the law-abiding person decided to let it go. The criminal decides, oh no, I'm not letting it go. Let me crack this motherfucker head.
I came in here with this motherfucker.
I'm gonna leave with something.
Might as well.
Oh man, I'm
gonna leave with somebody's DNA on this hammer.
All right, what part y'all ain't understand? I'm out here.
Man, it's fucked up, man. Woo.
But y'all see the difference? You remember that black girl who I think she got jumped and she came back with a knife and tried to stab somebody, and they shot and killed her before she could stab the girl. Now this dude got the hammer and about to hit this dude in the head, and they don't shoot and kill him. Like, that shit is crazy.
Oh yeah,
that
right.
young girl
got killed.
Of a senator. This is a senator house. You know who house this is? This motherfucker swinging a hammer. You're supposed to really pop his ass.
Yeah, they should have shot him like they shot that little girl for real.
Right.
Yeah,
and it would have been.
Yeah, that was some big discussion
legal.
on that. That was a bad spot.
That little girl did look. Of course, we said that she had to die, but in the violent rant that she was in, she had a knife and was about to stab somebody.
She was gonna stab her.
Yeah, she was
coming strong with it.
Yeah, she was coming.
But when they messing with her, I mean, when they messing with her, that's why.
It don't matter why they messing with her. She got a deadly weapon. So when the police show up, all they don't know what's going on, but they see somebody about to
But
stab
he didn't have to
somebody.
shoot her that many times either.
It don't matter if he would have shot her
Yeah.
one. The first one still was deadly. It's still, and they're
But
not
it
Yeah,
supposed
they
to
trying
just
to
shoot
shoot
one.
with deadly
Me
force.
dead.
Yeah,
I
they
said, what? Deadly couldn't have been
They ain't
deadly,
winging
but
nobody no
but
more.
if I shoot you about 25 times, they gonna
and
say
then
I
she ain't get
overkill.
shoot. She ain't
They
get
gonna
shoot.
say it's
She ain't get
overkill.
shot 25 times.
No, I'm just saying. The many
Yeah,
times
but
he shot her.
yeah, she needed to be shot. I'm sorry. I don't know I don't even know why we was outrageous about that.
I wouldn't.
If you were
I
gonna be
think it was just
outraged,
bad. That
and
was
that's
just
is
bad
our
spot.
problem. Our problem is we don't want. Look, we get upset when everybody get killed, even when they're in the midst of a crime. Look, the police only know what they see, and it was a young girl, a person with a weapon, a deadly weapon, about to kill another person. What were they supposed to do? Stop her, like pause the situation, like on TV, and try to figure out what's going on?
What's the difference with this white man and this goddamn head?
His ass deserved to
different
get
officers.
shot too.
Yeah,
That's
they
what I'm
should have
saying.
shot
He
him
should
too.
have got shot. He
Yeah.
hit him with the hammer.
He should have got shot, but maybe he didn't, because maybe depending on how
Then
they
he
was
got
holding
away
it,
too.
the
So
way
he
they
hit the
was
nigga in
holding
the
the
head and
hammer,
then
you know
got
what I
away.
mean? Huh?
So he hit the dude
Yeah,
in the
but
head.
you can't
then
say
got
that
away.
police
No, he didn't get
situation.
away. No, he didn't get away.
Well, they
Yeah,
said
I
they
mean
fucking
that's
shot
different
him.
officers. They handle
Wait, I
it
can't hear you.
differently.
Everybody talking. What you were saying? I am.
Well, they said they finally caught him, or they know who he was. So that did he get away, or they didn't
No,
know from
no.
who he was?
Yo, they arrested him right then and there.
Oh, okay.
I think what you mean when they say they finally have his identity, meaning they know what his
Oh,
name
okay.
is. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but yeah, so maybe, remember, both of them hand on the hammer. So that might be why they didn't shoot, because maybe shooting him would have shot the other one. Or maybe, they saw them struggling. So they figured, okay, put your hands
I'm
up.
talking about once he cold cocked him with the hammer, since he was a senator husband.
Yeah, they bum rushed him and got him. So he go,
If
yes.
that been a nigga, that nigga been dead.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
probably so. Yeah, without a doubt. But listen, I think that soon as they would have been able to get a shot off, if that was a black man, that a shot would have rung.
As soon as they'd have saw that nigga in
Yeah,
the house.
soon it would have been over.
As soon as they'd have saw him in there, pop.
In that man's house,
Right.
and
Then
they would
Nancy
have known.
Pelosi little side boo, he dead.
Yeah, he did. It doesn't matter. Boom, done. I don't think we doubt that. But us fighting about a little girl, and it's sad that a little girl died. That is true. It's even sad how the incident happened, right? All of that, but she was enraged with a knife. She could have killed the other little girl, or I think the woman. It was a woman.
Yeah.
Right. We cannot fault every police officer for doing their job, especially in that situation. That happened so quick, and all he saw was deadly weapon, and here she go, boom, boom, and shoot her. It's sad. They're not gonna just shoot once though. It's gonna be a minimum 2 shots. When they got a deadly weapon like that, it might be
Yeah,
even
they're gonna
more.
stop it right there.
Yeah, it's to stop, because you get shot once, you might be able to still continue on with your follow through. You get shot twice, and where you don't have that where they kill you.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Four shots go off very quick.
Oh yeah, it's fast. It's not
Right,
like you
real fast.
You
Yeah,
boom,
you
boom,
shoot a
boom,
gun,
boom.
it's-
Yeah, that's fast.
That's quick.
Okay, I felt sad for the little girl. I remember us breaking it down, but it really was a quick decision. He had just pulled up, and remember, and the way that went, she was
second.
Yeah, she was on the ground over here. Next thing you know, she was running over that with a
Yeah, I'm gonna
knife.
pull it up and bring it up for you.
Okay, that shit happened really fast. Okay, now they got a situation where we should be up in arms about how these cops are shooting people, killing people, and they need to be trained, because they automatically think just because you're nervous, that is because you must be doing something bad. It's crazy. It's crazy. But anyway, that little girl, that whole situation was messed up. Remember, they was inside. Why did they even come outside? Do anybody remember?
It was somebody.
Then her father came, and instead of taking control, the father didn't he end up fighting too?
He was kicking somebody.
Right. So that go why they have this attitude. The daddy is violent, and he go this little girl who think that.
I think the foster mama was doing something or whatever.
No, she wasn't there. The foster mom wasn't there. Had something to do
I'm
with.
talking about something had happened. I guess way before that.
No, it was some other foster kids showed up who didn't live there no more, and so there was some issue going on.
They was grown women or something. They was way older than her.
Yeah, they was older than her. Yeah, but just because you younger don't mean you ain't fighting. Because some of these young kids think they want to fight their parents. They want to fight adults. I told y'all I had 2 kids. It was the mother and her 3 daughters.
Right.
Surrounding me.
It looked like the man was fighting another girl, and the cop was turning him. And yeah.
Say it again, Mr. Gap.
I'm about to play. It looked like the man was pushing another girl down or something, fighting with her. And the cop pulled up. He turned toward them. Then the other girl came out. You'll see it. I'm about to play it for you. You can see?
I think he was kicking the father was kicking somebody.
Right.
Hey. What's going on? Hey, what's going on? Hey, get down, get down, get down, get down.
Look, and she 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, that was, see how fast that was? Fast. He come to ask what's going on, and then all of a sudden it got real busy real fast.
Yeah, that's a training video there. How quick
yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on? Hey, what's going on? Hey,
look, there she go, hitting her. Then the father kicking, and she went chasing after another woman and with a knife.
Right, instead of him trying to calm the situation down, he's fighting like
he's
them.
Stomping. Yeah, look at him. He or stomped somebody who was already down. Why would he do that?
First of all, when the police, they right here right now. When the police right there, he see the police car. He don't have to go there.
They ain't paying no attention.
What's going on?
Look, the girl in the pink right
here.
there. Yeah, the one she about to stab is right here, walking up to the police. And then they get crazy real fast.
And here he go, and he knocked her down.
No, she knocked her down.
Yeah.
That's her.
Hey, get down, get down, get down.
And he came behind her.
Right, there she go right there.
Yeah. She knocked her down. He comes to kick her. When she knocks her down, she runs for the one in pink. The one in pink was walking up to the police too.
Now both of them know the police right there. The one in,
enraged. Sometimes when you're enraged, you're not paying attention. The one in pink knew though. So she knocked her down. He goes to kick, and then she chases her, and she got a knife.
Hey, get down, get down, get down, get down.
Look.
We'll play it
and the
for you
reason
again.
he
This
focused
body
on
cam-
her because he saw her with the knife in her hand.
Right.
And then the Manosphere was laughing about her. And then they mad because we talk about Kevin dead ass.
Well, this is a teenage girl got shot. That's sad.
The big.
Good thing she moved though. Reflex or something.
Hey, get down, get down, get down, get down.
What's weird
We'll play
about
it for
this?
you again. This body camera video shows Officer Nick.
What's weird about this is that that he could have killed both of them women with that gun.
Right. That was a good shot.
Yeah.
Who was that?
I guess that's her right there.
Yeah.
The one
No,
she looked young in the face.
That wasn't a good shot.
He hit her 4 times with 4 shots.
Yeah, he hit her.
What I'm saying is the bullet could have went through her and hit the other girl.
And hit the other girl.
Yeah, well, it didn't happen.
Yeah, but if it did happen, they still would have said listen. That was messed up.
Did y'all see where I don't know if the person was black or white, but he went into a convenience store. I think a white guy. He had a bunch of guns, and the police shot through the convenience store, and it was the cashier and a guy right there buying something almost got shot.
That's why they got
shot through the window. Yeah.
Damn.
They
Which is
shot through the
weird because
store.
Right here, he can shoot up 4 times without hitting Pink.
But
and we don't know if he hit her all up in here. Could have been.
Yeah,
you know,
it could have been if he.
and she kind of moving anyways.
But is he shooting already? Because I
Yeah.
think by the time he's shooting, I thought she was already like
going on. And then
right there,
Yeah.
first 2 for right there.
Yeah,
when
he got
shot.
it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he had a clear shot.
Reardon
And that
fired
was
4
3.
shots at
That was
Micaiah
4.
Bryant, who
Yeah,
police
4.
say was armed with a knife and was about to stab that
Yeah,
girl.
look how she aimed. Look at that knife. She about to
Shit.
stab the shit out of her.
That girl was gonna get stabbed, even though that police was right there. All of them knew the police was there. She was gonna
Yep.
stab her anyway. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
This ain't no small knife.
That's
No,
not
that's a
small.
big-ass knife.
That's a big ass knife. She about to take this woman's life.
And that's a
or
big
gonna-
strong girl too. Yeah, she could
Yep.
have put. Yeah, she could
about
have
to
killed her
do
with that one.
Yeah.
In motion.
In motion, man.
You paused that at the perfect time.
Look how
Yeah, that's
long that
it.
goddamn knife
You
is.
can't get mad at that.
No.
That shit long and thick.
Yeah. And look at
You're
her.
right,
She
dog.
powerful. She about to put, and her mic about to
Right,
go
she
in.
leaning. She got the right angle. She got the lean.
Right.
She about to shift her weight and hips and all that.
They
She
had
has
been
the perfect
fucking with
angle.
that girl. Shit.
Huh?
They have been messing with that girl.
Listen, that ain't got nothing to do with no knives.
Hold on, so
like,
that's a 16-year-old? That
yes,
girl with the knife?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
she's
man.
young. But that has nothing, it has nothing to do with knives, right?
Well,
we survived through our generation fighting when we
They're
didn't have
adults
these-
though. They're like 30 years old.
That
Yeah,
no,
they
they're
was
not 30 years old. They
Them
was
girls,
like
they was
early
30.
20s, and they right now when you say
And one was a
messing with her,
teen, I think.
y'all not showing where these women were fighting them, messing with them.
They
or
came to
being
her
there.
house. That's her
No,
house.
they
came over there
wasn't.
to fight
No, that is not true. They came there to visit the woman who that house belonged to, because they was also her children, her foster
Didn't
children.
the woman send them in there to mess with the girl was in the
No,
room?
that is not true. Wow, y'all just making shit up. They
I'm saying what they said. That's what
no,
they
that
said.
is
I
not
ain't making
true.
up nothing.
That's not true. They were foster children to that house
Yeah, everybody grew
at
up
one
there.
time. That's right. This girl here is a current foster child to that house. And so when they went in there, all that happened was they was like, do dishes. They wasn't in there fighting her.
Okay, so the one in the pink used to be in the foster home coming to visit, and this one was, and the girl that got shot was in the foster home. All right, I get it. And they broke our fight. Wow.
So when they
That
come
makes
to
more
visit, they
sense.
in the house, but they had a right to be in. And I think it has something to do with they said something about asking about dishes or chores that they were supposed to do. And
Yeah,
They
but
shouldn't have
for her
said
to have
nothing
that
to
much
her.
anger, though, they had to be doing more than just talking to
Yeah,
her and
they-
telling her to
well,
clean some
well,
dishes.
but that's not
No,
true.
you don't
They
have to
coulda-
do more
yeah,
than
you
that,
don't
man.
have to
They
be-
weren't in the house. They were outside fighting.
No, they were in the house. And then she came out because she called her father. Her father and another woman, she called them. So
Well, see,
they
that's the
pull
sad
up.
part. How she called her? How she in the foster home? But then you got the nigga there, and then who was the dude?
Yeah, that's
that kicked
weird.
The woman. Like,
That's right.
so he came over there and didn't
Think about it.
see
Why
his
are
daughter
they
with a
even in
knife?
the foster care? And why would they call their dad over? And then when their dad get there, why he not solving shit? Why he stomping
Yeah,
on
he
a
just
woman?
stands in there.
Yeah, that's what
No,
I'm saying.
he ain't
Why
just
he
standing
was
there
going
right
at his
now.
daughter?
He's stomping on a woman.
No, he was kicking that woman.
Oh
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So
Why
now
he over
that
there
tells
on
you
the one,
about
he
their
should have been
family, don't it?
getting his daughter
Yeah.
and figure as a grown adult, he should have been figuring that shit out.
She's not a grown adult. She's
You
16.
talking about a grown, rational adult, big bro. You know, that's
Yeah,
different.
No, we talking about the dad. The dad is
Yeah,
grown,
Yeah, he ain't
stomping
grown
out.
and rational.
Oh yeah.
And look, she had the knife when she pushed the other girl down. So the dad
Yes.
just sitting there watching the shit. He seen that she had a knife and he ain't do shit.
He didn't do shit
No.
except
He came
stomp out
outside
the
with the
girl
knife.
instead of grabbing his daughter, he goes, she already on the ground. Why is he stomping a woman who's on the ground already?
Well, look, if you pause it right there, she actually tried to stab the other girl, but the other girl fell over.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
He went after her. That's right. And she fell over to get away from the knife. Dad stumps her.
Look,
And then she
back there
goes
with
to
his
the
hands in his pocket. And you can see that big ass knife.
and look at the police. But remember the one in the pink was walking up to the police when she attacked her.
Mm-hmm.
If you go all the way back to when that cop first come, you see the one with the pink.
That's how they're walking up to the police.
That's right.
I just disagree on that.
So look,
disagree with what?
Wait, on that situation, I still don't like it. So,
but we got to like it because she died. Nobody likes it. But so what would you do? You would have let the girl stab up everybody? Because everybody see that the cop, and that didn't calm nobody down. In fact, that's when she got rowdy. That's when look what they're doing now. Everybody is separated.
All right, they put the cop out. The police here. Hey.
Yeah, the police is here.
Here go the dude that knocked down the girl. Here go the girl in the pink. This is the girl who stabbed her, but the girl in the pink about to walk toward the cop. See, she walking towards
That's not the girl who stabbed anybody.
I'm saying the girl right there who was doing the stabbing, that's her, huh?
No, that's not her. She's over there. She's over there with her dad. Yeah, she's over there.
Hold on, let's see.
That's a minor that they see.
No, that's not. Oh, I'm saying.
Yeah, that woman who with them toe jeans.
Mm.
She just knocked her over, tried to stab her.
What is her name again?
Oh, that's this person. All right, I'm looking at this person. Right, I'm looking at this person.
She was the whole time with the knife. You know,
the grandmother that came with the dad. The grandmother, the dad, and that girl was talking. The other ones was, see her by the car? That's one of the ones she attacked.
Yeah.
And then the one with the pink she attacked. See the white shirt, the dad, the grandma, and the girl is talking. Look like they're probably trying to calm her down, but she just decides to run for this girl.
Why the police right there?
Yep.
Damn, that's bold.
So the cops are right there.
The cop, that's the view we see. That's the police. That's his camera. Okay. So look, so the one with the pink is right there. I think she was
that's one of the girls, right?
Yes, that's the girl she about to stab on the car.
Right.
So we will see she far away from him. Even the other girl is far away from him. And then watch quickly what happens. She walking to the police. She starts going for her. Remember, she was standing by. Huh?
Which one is her?
The one. So the one we see back right now by that black car, that is the one she gonna knock over.
Oh yeah.
No, which one is her though?
That's you can't see her because she's in front of her.
She's okay. Yeah.
That's about two or three people here. Huh?
Yeah.
Look at the shadow.
Yeah, you see it. So that's her. She just walked away from her grandmother and her father. When the cop first walked up, the girl, her grandmother, and her father was together talking. See, you see the white shirt. That's the grandmother, the father, and the girl. This girl is standing by the car, and the other one is about to walk up to the police. They're not near her right now.
Right, they're about this much distance from each other.
Right. Okay.
Then right now you see her walking up. So that's her with the black. She attacking. See, she attacking that girl.
She attacking the girl that got knocked down.
Yeah, so she knocks her down.
And then the daddy go to
she's trying to stab her, and the girl trying to jump away from the knife. See? And then the dad walks up and kicks her. And then she turns on the other girl with the knife.
Right, she's trying to stab both of them. Damn.
Right. She tried to stab both of them. And the grandmother walking up, probably shot because it happened so fast. The dad is actively goes to kick her. Somebody need to bitch slap this motherfucker. Because why would he kick a woman who's down already?
Right.
Here go the grandmother,
why would
right?
he kick her anyway?
They come to jump my daughter.
No, that's not.
No.
Yeah, but they're not nowhere near your daughter right now.
When y'all
Yeah, but-
when did this fight that y'all claimed that happened with them being jumped? Because nobody ever said that. They said there's a camera view from across the street that you might be able to find, and you'll see that they wasn't out there fighting. Nobody was jumping her. She was yelling, and it all stemmed from chores in the
Did they
house.
jump her in the house?
Nobody said that they didn't jump her in the house. She didn't want to be there. They mentioned in chores.
Probably called her daddy to come get her.
Yep, called her dad.
That's probably why he was there. She probably was cutting up, and the daddy was there so that quick. Probably called him. He was over there cutting up too.
Cause you see what I'm saying? Like nobody said that they actually put hands on her, but they did get called over there, and I don't know why. Like,
well, let me see what the police said. Woo! That wasn't gonna be good.
Yeah, that wasn't gonna be bad, y'all.
Stabbed that girl in the pink.
She had a knife. She just went at her.
Here's the 911 call that led police to the scene.
We got these grown girls over here trying to fight us, trying to stab us.
A lot of people have said, couldn't he have just shot her in the leg so she dropped?
We don't train to shoot the leg because that's a small target, rounds miss, and then they continue on, and there are people behind that could be in danger.
Paula Bryant is Michaela's mother.
This never should have happened. She's a loving girl.
You know, within 6 hours of the shooting, police released this video, which is unusually fast. This rapid response comes after the death of Andre Hill. He was an unarmed black man who was shot and killed by Officer Adam Coy 4 months ago. Coy did not turn on his body camera until after he shot Hill, and he never rendered aid to him.
In his own garage, left that man on the ground for about 5 or 10 minutes.
Fucked up.
In his own garage, law-abiding, hard-working citizen. No.
What did he shoot him for?
I don't know. I forgot that story, but it was low down. I think it wasn't him that they was after. This man was an innocent bystander in his own shit. And the man,
he was in his own garage, and
and the police shot the man. Didn't turn his body camera on. Then you can see 5 officers walking around. You can hear him trying to breathe, and they're telling everybody, his family, to stay inside. By the time the ambulance came, he died.
And he never
Didn't
rendered
they fire
aid to
him?
him. He was fired, charged with murder, and pleaded not guilty.
There it
now
is.
compare that to this.
They fired him and charged him with murder. I got to see what the case was. I got to check out his story. That was foul, boy. He cut it on after he done shot this man.
Fired, charged with murder, and pleaded not guilty. Now compare that to this shooting, where 3 responding officers had their body cameras on when they arrived, and they started performing CPR almost right away.
These cameras and the footage increase accountability on both sides of the camera.
That's the Columbus.
That's what the camera's really for. I had no problem with that.
Andrew Ginther, he campaigned on a promise to implement body cameras, and the department started doing it back in 2016. This week, for this shooting, he pushed for the footage to be released.
Were you worried that it might be too risky to do that, jeopardize the investigation?
Well, I trust the public and I trust this community, and I think what's most important is to be transparent as possible, particularly when you're dealing with a very high-profile shooting involving a 16-year-old child.
The officer who fired those fatal shots is on paid administrative leave this morning. That's pretty customary.
Why we act like there's not 16-year-olds who rowdy?
After an officer involved.
And then it had to be something that somebody did them for them to be rowdy. I'm telling you, we got boys and girls who just want it their way. And if they don't get it their way, they're going to grab weapons.
I can attest to that. In the juvenile system, even at very young ages, they got some
that situation.
they got some violent kids at very young ages. I've been there.
That caused that situation and whatever.
How they caused it? They was in a house that they had a right to be in. They didn't. What caused her to grab this knife? And then when her dad and her grandmother is there, then why didn't it get solved? When they was trying to talk to her, why would she run from them to attack 2 women who not even near them at the time? Let's say let's say they did fight in the house. Okay, that fight is over. They're now outside, and there's more parents outside, more adults. Then why is she so angry that she's now chasing after them? She claimed they was chasing after her, but that's not what we see. We see her.
First, everybody was saying they came there and jumped her, and that wasn't a girl house, know, originally. Now
Right,
then we found out it was a foster home. I'm like, okay, well, shit, they ain't just, I thought they were just coming there hood and won't come your ass outside, bitch, type shit, but
that's what they was claiming. Yeah, they had claimed that there were some older girls and that they were just walking, and they thought that was the beginning story. But then you found out that no, these were previous foster
but
children.
Didn't they say the lady called them over there? They just didn't come over
No,
there.
the lady's not there. The lady wasn't there. The foster parent mother had went to the store somewhere. She wasn't there. So that's what I'm saying. The original story changed. Because at first you would like they made it seem like it was some girls from down the street who just decided to mess with this younger girl.
Kicking off their slippers and shoes and stuff, but the one in the pink had every right that she just coming to visit.
So they was all in the house. Now think about it. So if they were just neighbors, how did they end up in the house? They never said they pushed them in the house. So they had a confrontation. It had to do with chores. You know what I mean? And I guess she felt that they didn't have the right to tell her about chores. Or she didn't have the right, nobody had the right to tell her to do chores. And she ends up calling the police, right? But even then, okay, the police was called. Were they inside or outside? Because originally she was inside.
You know what? This sounds like whoever the grandma or whoever the older woman is who got these foster kids probably called those older girls to come over there and check her, because she sounded like she got like a hot mouth, like she'd be probably talking back and telling her whoever in charge, the woman, I ain't gonna do shit. And so she probably called them to come over and kind of like talk to her or check her or whatever, and she probably got tired of that shit. You know what I'm saying?
And that could be it. But
this is what happened.
With that gun, she didn't have to get shot, but she had a knife. And like based on her grandmother and her father was there, so why is she charging them? Right.
But my thing, reason why I say the father is part of it, because if she's over, that's a big ass knife. And where did she hide that shit at? So she's sitting over there with the knife, and you don't tell me that the grandmother or mother and the dad don't take the knife from her?
That's right. That's the first thing they should have did.
Yeah,
but the dad, they probably gave it to her.
That's what I'm saying. I think the dad gave her the knife.
Yeah, because he was ready to stump out people with her.
Right.
Like my dad wouldn't listen. My dad would have told me to get my ass in that house. He would have came there to stop everything, whether it was my fault or not. Right. The adults were supposed to control this situation.
Her father.
Hey, Bomb, you want to see a real coward ass nigga here? I mean, live footage. This dude here the dude run down on him in the street, about to kill him. He sees some children, knock the children down, grab the children, get behind the kids to keep from
shielding himself with the kids.
Yeah, yeah. The dude still shouting. The dude stopped shooting. They didn't get the kids, but he was damn sure running behind them hiding. They won't talk that.
He shit. Did a Nina O'Brien.
Oh yeah, yeah, a live one on the street.
That's some bitch shit.
Oh yeah. Watch this.
Video. 2 children somehow avoided getting hit by a hail of bullets when a gunman opened fire at nearly point-blank range.
Now, police just released the video of the incident in the box. Fortunately, the children did not get hurt as they ducked for cover, but a man on the street was not so lucky.
Yeah, no, not at all. And we want to warn you, the full video you're about to show you is extremely graphic. Eyewitness News reporter Jim Dolan is live in Mount Eden. Jim?
So they got parts in it where he's crawling all around the children while the dude's standing over. So the dude's he hit him a couple of times with the gun, but the dude crawling around the children.
But why is he just getting robbed?
No, there's somebody was trying to kill him.
Was he a street dude?
Yeah, they just called somebody ran down him on the street. The 2 kids was just walking.
And he grabbed them.
Well, he knocked them down. Then when the dude started shooting, he started crawling around the kids on the ground.
Yeah, they was already on the ground.
Yeah, he knocked them down.
Let's show it to you. These 2 young.
So he running. He knocked them down.
Show it to you. These 2 young.
Right. That's the dude. He knocked them down. The dude coming.
Mm-hmm.
Young children.
Wow.
He fell.
He come from right there. He knocked the kids down. Now he gonna crawl all the way around these kids while the dude running up on him.
These niggas is hoes.
In danger as that gunman with wearing
no, it looked like he was trying to
unloading, shooting at the young man wearing the red shirt. But those 2 young children are right there.
Look how he's still
police
crawling
are
around.
trying to identify the gunman, and we showed that video to some people here in the neighborhood today.
That just hurt me. So you see the bigger sister trying to pull her little sister? I can't. Look, she grabbed her.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He tried to put the kids.
Looked like he fell over him again, and then he trying to
crawl up on them at the end.
And then the dude just know them kids there.
I can't even believe that. I mean, actually, I can.
I thought maybe he was trying to get in the building, and they were there. You know, he tripped
ran
over
into
him
him,
again.
right? Like
yeah, so
see right here, he trying to crawl around them now. It damn near look like he trying to grab him and put him around and watch his arm.
He trying to put them in front of him, yeah.
Yeah, he tried to do it Nate O'Brien.
He still got shot though, right?
Oh, he shot him about 4 or 5 times. He popped the shit out of the dude, never hit none of the
deserved
kids.
it, honestly. You
see how he
trying to
get
yourself with
around
some
him?
babies, like you weird.
Was he a street dude?
Yeah, both of them just regular old
must
black
have been a
dudes that had
gangster
beef.
a gang or something.
Was those his kids, or they were just walking down the
No,
street?
they were just walking down the street.
Yeah,
He tripped over his kids though.
But shit, even a
Yeah,
gun,
the kids were just going to the store.
sympathy to say, damn, there's kids right here. I already got a shot off. Let
They
me go
don't
and get
care.
my business.
No, these
They
niggas
don't
don't
care.
care. They would shield themselves with their own kids.
Yeah, man.
You got to somebody, them gangster guys, they don't care.
Yeah, because like what, like I don't even see how
whoever said in there.
I think this dude was trying to avoid the kid because he sure didn't hit him. He was really trying to pop the dude. I'm just glad
I mean, you got the kids, but he couldn't hit the kids the way he was still shooting.
Oh, he hit the
kids
dude
were
like
right
4 or
up
5 times, 3 or 4 times, I think.
Yeah, he has some.
And that's close range, so he ain't hit the kid. But I was just one of them bullets
that's
because it easily
traumatic for them.
ricocheted.
That's definitely traumatic.
Real.
And the big sister was like trying to protect her, like she, grabbed her little sister and like held her or whatever.
Yeah, it's great.
That's sad.
When they had a video one time, I was looking at it. I mean, just cold blooded. You talking about a dumb, stupid, crash, dummy nigga. The 2 girls getting a fight, and one of the dudes broke it up. One of the girls said, "Don't touch me," and then go get her brother or boyfriend. This nigga walked straight up He said, that's him over there. The dude, it was the wrong dude. He just walk up and shoot the dude right in the chest in the middle of the man's own house. And right in his own doorway, shoot the man in the chest. Instantly killed the man. Just walked up and shot him.
Wild animals.
Then we saw the one, you remember this one, Bob, when the best friend came, the best.
That's just crazy. It's like really
Right now at 5:30, a deadly and brazen shooting in Brooklyn. A woman.
Damn, everything in Brooklyn.
I bet.
Woman is wanted for gunning another woman down at point blank range. Welcome back. I'm Dick Brennan.
And I'm
Not seen this shocking video of this blonde suspect who exits a double-parked white sedan and
I
appears
remember
both
this.
casual and determined as she walks up to her unsuspecting victim,
That's
Delia
right.
Johnson, and raises her gun. We stopped the video here just before the 42-year-old was executed with a bullet to the back of her head.
I never dreamed
He got
of
caught a
losing
couple months
any of my
later.
children to this kind of violence.
She says the daughter she named after herself had no enemies that her family knew of.
Her community loved her, and that's real. Delia didn't care if you was down on your luck and was hungry.
She was pretty.
Oakland Avenue at Prospect Place around 9:45.
She literally just hopped out the car like not a care in the world.
Where she died on Franklin Avenue at Prospect Place around 9:45 Wednesday night.
crazy.
The
In
apparent
front of all them
setup and
people.
ambush was a few blocks away from her home in this apartment building.
Is that the
Johnson
girl?
had been at a funeral.
Yeah, funeral. Yeah, I remember that one. They just buried her auntie.
She got caught like I want to say she got caught like shoplifting or something. She got caught doing something real dumb.
Yeah.
The girl that
The
shot
old
her?
girl had just buried her auntie, and she was talking about her auntie, you know, such and such, she gonna be missed, and then she wind up dying.
That shit is weird. I can't. People is crazy. Psychotic.
What happened?
I'm still here. I was talking to the mute. Mic was muted. Yeah,
Oh.
give me about 15 minutes, man. Yeah, I was talking to my daughter. I'm sorry. But yeah, they got a whole lot of stories like that. With people just doing some crazy stuff, but it's few and far in between. Now, I don't get what's the big deal in New York, if any of y'all know, with them pushing people on the train rail. You know, like the subway train rail.
They were pushing people on the train.
Yeah, no, pushing them on the train rail to get ran over by the subways and stuff.
Retarded.
This happened 6 days ago. There's another, they got it for years of this stuff. I'm about to play it now.
Now to that disturbing video of a man shoved onto the subway tracks in Bushwick. You see the suspect waiting on one side of the platform before he rushed a rider and sent him flying onto the tracks. Thankfully,
You seen that shit? That's crazy.
Is you showing it?
Yeah, I'm showing it. You looking at the screen? You can see it?
Oh, okay.
I can see it.
Yeah, you saw that?
Yeah.
watch. The subway tracks in Bushwick. You see the suspect waiting on one side of the platform before he rushed a rider and sent him flying onto the tracks. Thankfully, he was not hit by a train,
demonic.
but he told
Evil.
us he's traumatized and dealing now with a broken collarbone. He spoke with our Sonia Ring.
If this, like he, that's just sick. The train was coming.
The man recovering from a broken bone, sprains, bruises, and emotional trauma asked that we not show his face, but wanted to tell his story.
Well, he
He's
didn't
a
hit the
lifelong New
third
Yorker
rail,
who's
they
taken the
said,
subway
with the
since
electric
middle
part.
school.
That's what
He
they
was
tried
taking
to
it to
do.
work yesterday when he was attacked
Right
here
in
at
front
the
of the
Myrtle
train.
Wyckoff station for no reason by someone he barely saw.
In the blink of an eye, I was pushed with full force into the train tracks.
Police released this video tonight of the man they're looking for, who shoved 32-year-old David Martin in a completely unprovoked attack that could have killed him. Martin says he may not have made contact with a train or third rail.
Now, I could tell you how the kind of person I am. If I'd have saw him did that, I probably would have, especially in younger years when I ain't have to really worry about you, I'd have knocked that nigga on the other track. Like, why you gonna do that to that old man? I don't understand that.
But he's badly hurt.
People were told that I had no injuries, but I am laying in bed with a broken collarbone.
Here goes some of the people died. This one here was shoved in front of a moving one here. She died.
Well, tonight
Train
an
ran
Eyewitness
over.
News exclusive, frightening video showing a woman being pushed into the side of a subway train. We told you about the attack last night. Now, Eyewitness News reporter Stefan Kim has exclusive details about it and how the NYPD was able to make an arrest so quickly.
It is a terrifying subway shove during last night's evening.
Subway shoving.
And this person died.
Zulily's the place for fashion, decor, and
I'm God. Yes, I did.
Why? Why'd you do it? Why? Why, Simon?
61-year-old Simon Marshall was far from quiet Saturday as he was hauled out of the Midtown South precinct. Police say he's the man accused of fatally shoving a subway rider onto the tracks hours earlier at the Times Square MTA station.
This was a senseless, absolutely senseless act of violence.
This is unconscionable. This is unacceptable.
This
It
is an
has
old
to
man,
stop.
ain't it?
Police say the
Yeah,
victim,
it looked like it.
40-year-old Michelle Go, was standing on the southbound platform around 9:30 in the morning when she was pushed, then struck by an oncoming train.
This has been a really tough year and a half for the Asian American community, but specifically in the last few weeks.
To lose
the woman
a
was
New
eight.
Yorker in this fashion would only continue to elevate the fears of individuals not using our subway system.
The mayor stressing a newly announced plan to crack down on crime. Police say the suspect was underground for a total of 9 minutes and first approached another woman who also felt unsafe before attacking Go.
This incident was unprovoked, and the victim does not appear to have had any interaction with the subject.
We had a very robust plan in place today. Unfortunately, these incidents do occur, but they're rare. But this one is very harrowing and disturbing.
Wasn't that an Asian woman he did that to?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they got all types.
And that must have been happening around the pandemic time.
Yeah, I see. That was in January 16th. That one happened.
What, 20 what? 20 what?
2022.
Oh, this happened this year.
Yeah, that one happened 2022. Yeah. The last one with the Asian lady who they arrested the guy with. Yeah, 9 months ago right here. in January.
I wonder if he was Looney Tune. For you just to push somebody in front of a track, you don't even know him.
Friend push friend off bridge, apologizes. Okay.
A teenager who shoved her friend off a 60-foot-high bridge will spend as much time in jail as her friend spent in the hospital.
Damn.
Attorneys thought they'd worked out a plea deal to keep the young woman out of jail, but the judge had another idea.
Punishment for the teen who pushed her friend off a bridge. 19-year-old Taylor Smith was in tears as she was escorted away in handcuffs after being sentenced to 2 days in jail.
Oh, Lord.
The ruling surprised both sides. Taylor had pled guilty to reckless endangerment, and prosecutors recommended no jail time. But the judge refused to go along.
She white. That's been a
This
black
is the moment
person
Taylor
got
pushed
time.
Jordan Holgerson off the bridge in Washington State last August.
Ready?
Jordan plunged 60 feet into the water, landing chest first. She suffered 6 broken ribs and punctured lungs. At the sentencing, Taylor said she was sorry.
I'd like to sincerely apologize to Jordan Holgerson, her family, and friends for the pain and humiliation I had caused by my mindless action that occurred last summer.
Then off she went to jail for 2 days. Jordan says she's ready to move on.
I think it's probably just as emotional for her as me. I'm happy it's over.
That's crazy.
Taylor Smith was also ordered to spend 38 days on a work crew.
Ain't that some shit?
Oh, so they was standing up there and then she just pushed her.
Yeah, push it. They was gonna die, but you can't push nobody because she went chest first. I think all of them was intending on diving, but it ain't like you doing that in a regular pool.
Did she hit something or she just hit the water?
She hit the water and broke all those ribs and stuff.
Inside the water?
Yeah, she hit the chest first from 60 feet high. Yeah, that's all. Yeah, she fell, flat on her face first.
Yeah, she could have killed her. Sharif? Is it frozen?
We got another video here. 22-year-old black woman escaped white man's house. Yeah, I seen this one here. See, they aren't there.
Charges have been filed in a huge investigation. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Sharon Chen. Now, this man right there that you see on your screen, Timothy Hazlitt Jr., he now faces rape, kidnapping, and assault charges. He was arrested after a frantic woman started pounding on people's doors, claiming that she had been raped and held against her will.
Tonight, a house on Old Orchard Street is the center of the investigation. We saw dogs searching the property a little earlier today, and that's where we...
This ain't nothing new in the South.
Guess who did that water snipe? Because it was a white man and a black one.
Find KCTV5's Betsy Webster. And Betsy, what is...
That's where all the cyber get down?
Yeah, that's why it's not. That's his video.
Now.
Oh, yeah, I see it. You got some
well,
other
you
ones.
can probably see all of these flashing lights around me. I'll tell you, investigators have gone home for the night, but you can see the crime tape is still up. Those flashing lights, highway patrol investigators have gone home. They will be coming back tomorrow. They will be here for several days.
Called the cops that he would kill both of us.
Johnson called 911 anyway. Then the woman went next door.
She was terrified. She said, if somebody doesn't let me in, he's going to find me and he's going to kill me.
Sierra Tharp's grandmother took her in there.
My grandma said she had a metal collar around her neck, pretty tight. It was restricting her breathing. She had ligature marks she's seen on her wrists. Real disheveled. She could tell she was pretty weak.
He'd been doing
She
this
brought
for
her
a
in,
good
gave her
minute.
some food,
This ain't his
wrapped her
first
in a
rodeo.
blanket.
When we made contact with her, it was readily apparent that she had been held against her will for a significant period of time.
Police arrested Timothy Haslett, then got a search warrant for the house. At least half a dozen agencies convened to go meticulously through the property. They towed a truck for evidence. They put up a tent. Later, open barrels could be seen in that area. By evening, they had a cadaver dog out.
She made the comment that he killed my friend.
So this was a serial killer.
They're going to give us an actual report. As soon as we get that report from them, we're going to let you guys know.
I'm so glad.
I remember that little Boosie one. Damn, Sniper, you got to fire your little page here, man. I'm about to get on this one. Okay, I see you. Oh, you go against the divestors. All right. The one thing about that whole divesting thing, I only tell people, you know, it's up to them how they want to get down, boy. But you know, when the South in the South, it's a lot different because some of them they're still killing the girls. A lot of police officers still getting away with a lot of that shit.
Wait a minute, you said what about the divest?
Like what I said, well, I understand how some of the divestors be preaching the divestment, like some of the women, but you know, in the South, it's not. You got to be real cautious, you know, dating a white dude down here, because some of these dudes still be racist. Like they had a cop that killed the girl because she got pregnant, but he was a married cop. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, and then some of them get away with it. They got a lot of girls just be coming up missing.
So was the dude white and she was black?
Yeah, the cop. It just go different. California different though. You know, I know they got a melting pot type of thing out there. They've been doing that shit since Jimi Hendrix. Out there on that acid.
Where did Bomb go?
I don't know. They might have went to sleep. She might have dozed off. Give me something to look up.
Who you talking to?
You pick a topic.
Shoot, I don't know.
I can pull something up for you. I'm reading the chat with Water Sniper and what you call it? Sugar
What?
Bum.
Oh, Sugar Bum.
Yeah.
They arguing.
Yeah, you know that they got this special thing going. Yeah, Water Sniper will play his video. Sugar Bum said nobody want to hear that. See those hating ass videos. Hating ass videos.
You know, cause they be with that pro quack.
Yeah, I try to stay away from that gender war stuff. They can get down with it. I get it. They're both. People got their points.
Well, he trying to say white man, black man kill everybody. Shoot. When did they get that woman in jail that killed Obama Sully, whatever his name? You remember that African? Where the Instagram model killed her? But because she was in Hawaii, they had put a warrant out for arrest or told her to turn herself in.
Hold on 1 second. I'm texting everybody and their mama on text now. I hate texting.
Okay. I guess everybody left. Yeah, I had to run downstairs. Okay, so anyway, hey, sacrilegious.
I'm
How
here,
you doing?
Mom. I'm just on the phone.
Oh, okay.
What's going on, man? Boy, there too.
Hey, little one.
Yeah, it got quiet. I was like, where everybody at?
Yeah, I thought somebody was playing a video when I walked away. But anyway, so let's go back to what we started talking about. We talked about history originally. What you want? You want to say something sacrilegious? If you want to add to something that was already being talked about.
I just catch up whenever we go with it. You know, I'm at work, so I just go with the flow.
Oh, okay. Hey, Miss Mimi. Well, who here first? Let's do a roll call. I'm turning into Mella right now.
I'm here.
Okay, Miss Mimi's here. Okay, let me give you a co-host real quick. I must have forgot to do that. Who else? Sharice, you here?
She's supposed to be. I don't know where she went.
Charze is here, y'all. Let me put co-host. And Mr. Cab say he's here. Okay, and who else here? I see who's up here, but who's actually here, awake? We got Charze, Mr. Cab, Miss Mimi. I am. That's you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So what y'all want to talk about? That way we ain't got the. I don't want to control what we talk about. What y'all feel like?
Did you see Sexy Red video about that woman? What's her name? Pearly? She did one today.
Oh, she did?
Yeah, some white guy was talking to his name was Hammer or something. That she had did her and what's his name? Pastor had did today.
And what they were talking about?
The dude was talking because I got it like on the tail end of it, but they was talking. The dude was talking about Pearly, whatever the stuff Pearly was doing. It was a white dude.
And what he was saying?
He was talking about all the stuff that she was doing. Like I guess he knew her or something, or knew about her or something. I don't know where she found the video at.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we don't know what he was saying. you asked me, did I see? But I thought you saw it. What was
I
he
didn't
saying?
see all of it. I was working. You know, I was just going back and forth because I was going back and forth. And he was just talking about Miss Pearly, about the stuff she was doing and that, you know, with the Manosphere and all that stuff.
Okay. Yeah. Now, yeah, I can't play everybody's video to know what they was. If I know what they was talking about, then I could go search his video. So was he on Sexy Red's panel, or was she playing a video?
She was playing a video that she found to hear.
And his name, was it on YouTube or was it on?
Let me go back through my archives and I can tell you that.
Yeah. But anyway, that's the dirty foot, y'all. The dirty foot. Some of these Manosphere men are even against their own Manosphere men for the dirty foot, which is shock. It's not shocking. It's just like, wow. You know, like they choose the women they choose and they claim will be perfect for them is a woman with dirty feet who look like a man, by the way. I'm still not convinced that she wasn't born male. It's unfortunate.
Okay, his name is Hammerhead.
Let's see, Hammerhead. And
Hammerhand. That's his name, Hammerhand.
All one word or
yeah, all one word.
Manosphere guy.
Oh, okay, let's see. Oh, white Manosphere man?
Yep.
Oh, okay, Hammer. And on, let's see.
He said expose it just Pearly. And it was on August the 28th, 22.
Let's see. Wow, wait a minute. Let's go through some. Let's go through some pictures record. Let me share. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me see. I'm gonna look for that video in a minute. But I did put in. Apparently, she nabbed the millionaire. Is that what happened? Just pearly thing. Look at this picture. Who? That's terrible. That's terrible.
What?
How Pearl nabbed a millionaire. And let's see. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Did y'all see that? I got to grab that, baby.
Oh yeah.
Oh my motherfucking God. Let me see. We're gonna put just put a name there. Oh, I spelled it wrong. One. We're gonna make it one. That's horrible. Look, y'all, that's horrible. Look, it's horrible. It's horrific.
Did they say a 10? She a 10.
I think she was 10. Was 10 years old. Oh Lord, look at this. This is horrific. I gotta grab it, y'all. I got to. Manosphere. Manosphere. Okay, I can't grab it that way. Let me see if I can go to it. Oh Lordy, God damn. How she got a millionaire, but she got a teeth overlapping another one. She got a tooth overlapping another. I'm just not understanding it. But we will grab it, though. We will grab it. I'm going to grab it, motherfucking move. Y'all already know. Oh, damn, I can't grab it that way. I'm going to open the app. Picture I came here to get. Where is it? Okay, I gotta. This is bad. Oh, okay, let me open an app. I gotta open it. Remember that. So I can grab these pictures. What is it saying? They dragging the fuck out of her, even on Reddit, y'all. I mean, they're dragging the hell out of her, even on Reddit. Nah, I gotta redo that. Let me do a capture window. Damn,
you did her so dirty with her first.
Wait a minute, let's capture a region. I gotta move this out my way. God damn it. That thing gonna be in my goddamn way. God damn it. I gotta redo it. I gotta move this out the way. I gotta move this out of the way. And then I gotta do it again. Where is it? Oh, there it go. Nope. Let's do it another way. Okay, that's close enough. I really wanted her chin in this though. So I need her chin, okay? We gonna need her chin. But I have to go here. Oh yeah, I need all of this, man. Let me see. Let me see if I can get it. Okay, that's close enough. That's the closest I'm gonna get. Let me see. Sharpen. No, I just need to crop it now.
I know you finna make her look fucked up too.
Man, I ain't got to make a little fucked up. Look, he young, yo. Look at them bags under her eyes. This is
And
already
how old
fucking.
is she supposed to be?
I thought she was in her 20s, like 25. Y'all can't tell me she's 25, yo.
You can't tell me she's 25, but how you having a 25-year-old try to talk to somebody? She ain't done shit in life.
Man, she looked like life had beat the fuck down on her, okay? Just.
He said life is a bitch. Life can beat the shit out of her.
Oh, man, okay, that's number 2. Let's put this down. We're gonna get out of here. They cracking jokes on her. Look, they put that one up, but this the one they got her. Damn. Okay, let's see. Oh, nah, man. Okay, let's go. Nah, y'all cannot tell me that don't look like a man. Okay.
Yeah, she looked like a dude.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. But I do need to make a change. We're gonna.
Yeah, she looked just like a dude.
Let me exit this. I gotta go back to that picture. And I gotta make this scroll down a little bit, like see if I can grab it. Oh, go. Yeah, let's see if that helps. Okay, now let's do it. Nah, that's close enough, I guess. If I still got this, now let's exit it. Let's do it again. I'm gonna scroll it. Oh, okay. No, I want. Wait, let me see. No, it comes up as a web page picture. Okay, so I got to do it this way. Yeah. Oh, I know what to do. Let's go back to it, and then I'm gonna change. No, let's not worry about that. Let's see if I can edit it. No, I can't make it smaller. I gotta make this picture smaller. Download, easy setup. Boom, 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 boom. VPN. Go for browser settings. Oh, Lordy. Features. Font size. Right. So let's make this at 50%. Now let's try. Yeah. Okay. Now let's grab it. Boom. Boom, there we go. Now let's crop it. That's a shame I had to do all that. God damn, ain't that a shame? Okay.
I miss old Leaky Leak.
Yeah. See, and I could bring it back the way I want it. But I wanted to catch all that because she covered the penis. They covered the penis down there. Yeah. Three. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go back. See what's next. Damn. Okay. Man, y'all cannot tell me this isn't a man. Y'all got me fucked up. Okay. Y'all trying to
And
trick.
she 20-something with them damn bags on her eyes. I can't believe. Yeah.
Let's see, crap. Let's grab it. I'm gonna grab it all right here. And then we're gonna boom, 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 boom. We're gonna resize it, make it bigger. Make it a little bigger, maybe. Okay, damn. Then let's crack it a little more.
Look at them big old feet. You look and see them feet.
Yes, that's why I'm making sure I'm grabbing a full body, girl. That's the reason. Yes. Okay. She like playing with people photos, black women. Then guess what? We're gonna play with her. Okay. I want to resize it. It is big, but I'll make it a little bigger. Okay. And then we're gonna save that. Yes. Yes. Yeah, that's number 4. Yeah. Ooh, Lord. And let's see what else. Nah, we don't need. Okay, let's go back. It's so bad. Yeah, I want this full thing. She looked like an old woman. I ain't gonna lie. She looked like she about 40, 45 to 47 easily.
Yeah. She look older than being you. Shit. Damn.
Okay. Let me go grab it.
For her to be in her 20s, shit. They talking about they hit the wall. She didn't hit that wall running. Bam.
Man, she hit that wall bad. Let's see.
She hit that wall that Trump and them built. Or whatever was supposed to build over there.
That's what made that wall crumble. Was her face? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Damn. Oh man.
They talk about black women that some woman, black woman, they hit that woman and hit the wall to be into her 20s.
Ooh. Resize it. Boom. And there we go. There we go.
You look like a homely man.
Make it 5. Okay. But that was the picture that I came here to get. I think I got. Yeah. So let's back it up. Was it this one? Oh yeah, look, that was terrible. Ooh, man. Let's see. No, she went and bought. She went and bought her ass in this picture because you know she ain't got no butt. We seen her walking around, but that might be some pads. She went and got.
She might have had a BBL. A bunny BBL, a new bunny BBL.
So bad. No wonder she's angry at women, right? And you angry at women.
She must have got a butt of that. She must got something in her butt because the pictures we seen earlier, she didn't have shit.
Remember, we seen her walking down the street and she ain't got nothing but in that. Look, she ain't got nothing here. Right? Her shoulders is broad and shit. Yeah.
Y'all don't wear butt pads, man.
Who wear butt pads?
He might got on some butt pads, yeah.
Wait, who you said? What you said? Sacrilegious?
Y'all don't wear butt pads.
Who was y'all?
Yeah, who is y'all? Bomb don't need no butt pads.
The fuck? When you say y'all, I'm asking who you talking about. Baby. You mean some women? You talking about some women? Because I know you ain't asking me about no butt pads.
Bob can get everybody some butt.
I know that's right. Shit, come and take it, please. Come and take it. somebody said she have an older woman on.
I don't send this girl over here to get beat up, man.
I don't know, but she about to get her ass tore up over here messing with black women. Look, she 25. She 25. Lord have mercy. I want to know who.
That's a hard 25.
That's a hard 25.
Hell yeah.
Oh God damn. Hey, look, I can't look, I'm assigned to my Twitter. I'm about to go grab my password and sign in there so I can go in and fuck with her. God damn, let me put my settings back where they need to be. God damn. Let's see. Where did I go to make them changes?
Yeah, I know she gonna end up crying.
She gonna do what?
Gonna end up crying.
We don't give a fuck. She don't care about black crime. Why do we care?
Messing with black women, shit.
Where did I make that change at? This shit is so small. There you go, I think. Put it back at 100. Boom. Now we're back where we need to be. Ooh, baby, I did a lot to grab them goddamn photos. I went in my settings and shit. Let me close that out. God damn. They talking about her all over the place.
Yeah, everybody doing video on her.
Yeah, she would have did better if she would have, like, just leave black women alone. Like, she should have stayed where she was. You want to talk about Manosphere, Red Pill, you want to even be a damn cool, but don't be lining up with black men to come for us.
Yep.
Okay. And Anton Daniels, you should be ashamed of yourself, you ratchet ass nigga. Okay.
Yeah, you got a black wife and you up there with this old ratchet ass bitch.
Anyway, how's everybody doing? What's going on, Black Beauty? Mom can sit a whole dinner table. Sugar Bum, what's going on? That wall smacked the shit out of her. Her body slammed her at full force. What's going on, T-Will? How you doing, baby? He said that is that yellow dress. That is y'all know that look like a whole man. Puzzle, what's going on, Puzzle? Water Sniper, what's going on? Where she lied, you kill men, women, and children, plus old people. I don't know what we was talking about at that time. Mr. Kev, Aries, Queen Aries, how y'all doing? So what y'all want to talk about? We're gonna have fun with her. What's up, HT Barb? You still here? Y'all know I like to play with people photos too. Okay.
Yep.
I like to add shit to the photos.
Add a penis to it, add one of them big.
I don't think I'm gonna have to add no penis. I think she already got one. I think she already got one. Let me stop the share real quick. But yeah, let me go. Yeah, I guess I'll share. Let's have fun with the picture. I don't really have to let me see first before I start the share. How should I add the pictures? Do we want to? Yeah, let's just look at the pictures. I don't have to do anything. Let me see. Grab this. Open up this app real quick. Yeah, I'm still trying to I want to make that skirt. I didn't even order my fabric. Remember, I was supposed to order fabric. Then I still haven't gone because there's so many. So I need to go and touch that fabric, man. I feel like let me just order this fabric, and then I'm like,
You rather go look at it.
I do, but then I'm gonna be in there all goddamn day. I'm be in there all night. I'm gonna just let me go to the fabric store. Let me go. What is it called? Damn. Okay, there we go. I'll be forgetting where I buy my fabric from. Yeah, FWD. There we go. See what they got. Really quickly. Okay, so the reason why those African dresses look so well fitted and so nice and falls just right, because they have linings in them. That's how you know a cheap. Remember, I think I explained this to people before. That's how you know a cheaply made garment and a more high price garment. So if you go to a boutique and buy a dress, and then you go to, like, let's just say even a regular store, but it's a high-end store, there's still going to be a difference in the quality of that dress. And the one is only one thing: a lining. A dress with a lining in the inside. That lining gonna make sure that, first of all, you can't see through the dress. That's number one. And number two, it gives the fabric a different flow. It adds a little stiffness, but it's still flowy, because the lining is just another piece of fabric. And so it will cost more, right? Because you got double the fabric. But so for the African dresses, they have linings in them. The skirt and the bodice might have lining. And so that means that's double the fabric. I like this. What is this? This is cute. They owe me some money too. Okay, fabric, body yarn. Anyway, so what we talking about now? We'll get on her later. Oh yeah, no, I want to see the video he was talking about. So, so it's on who's Sexy Red? You said, right?
Yeah, it was Sexy Red today.
I know I'm subscribed to her.
Did I sub to her? I know it's Sexy Red TV.
TV, that's what it is. Sexy Red.
Yeah.
Sexy Red TV. Yeah.
Oh yeah, like grandma.
Bomb. I told you in the back chat earlier what happened, what's going on with my stomach.
Oh, you did?
It's a stomach virus.
Oh, you went to the doctor?
Oh, maybe that's what is the virus going around, or?
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, continue wearing your mask and all that stuff. I don't know how that happened. Oh my God. But he gave me
they give you something?
He gave me stuff. Yeah. That's why I was feeling so tired most of the week. Couldn't really eat anything.
Yeah. My stomach has been bothering me for the last couple of days. And I have no idea why. Let me see, y'all. Let me play this, y'all. Boom. I can't even hear it. Is it talking? Oh.
US or in the UK, how would you describe that mentality?
It's like they almost hate men.
Okay.
It's like a predisposition where they just like they feel like they don't need men, even though men built the world we live in, and we literally couldn't survive without men.
What is the mentality of the modern woman, the average modern woman that you see in the US or in the UK? How would you describe that mentality?
It's like they almost hate men.
Okay.
It's like a predisposition where they just like like they feel like they don't need men, even though men built the world we live in, and we literally couldn't survive without men.
What is the mentality of the modern woman, the average modern woman that you see in the US or in the UK? How would you?
Oh, okay. He said in the US or the UK. Because if she's in the UK, what does she know about the US, right? So this is like a Jessica X all
Describe that
over again,
mentality.
right? Talking about things they don't know about here, you know?
What's your pronouns?
I'm a male. I'm a man. I'm a he. I don't get into that mentally ill stuff.
Okay. Would you ever sleep with a black girl?
No.
Labor Day or Black History Month?
Labor Day.
If it was up to you, would you want all black people gone?
I wouldn't want to be around them.
Or this white rock right here? Be honest. Don't lie to me.
The rock, it serves a purpose.
What's your pronouns?
I'm a male. I'm a man. I'm a he. I don't get into that mentally ill stuff.
Okay. Would you ever sleep with a black girl?
No.
Labor Day or Black History Month?
Labor Day.
If it was up to you, would you want all black people gone?
I wouldn't want to be around them.
Or this white rock right here? Be honest. Don't lie to me.
The rock, it serves a purpose.
What's your
You can
pronouns?
smoke it.
What's up, fellas? I got a video for you. This is for fellas, and I just want to get an honest opinion from fellas because I don't believe this. And if I don't believe shit, even though my homeboy tell me this, and that's why I be like, yeah, right. He told me that he has had sex with a woman and she has no walls. Now, I always thought that men say that shit when they trying to insult a woman just because she pissed them off. Is it true? Because I feel like women, naturally, their body go back. I mean, we push babies out and we go from this back to this, you know. And I also had guys tell me, you know what, you know, you got walls. I feel your walls because I use my walls personally. But is it true that you can have sex with a female and in his words, not mine, it's like throwing a ball down a hole? You don't feel shit. Is it true?
What you men say?
I know that I can have a family. I want to be a mom one day. And I absolutely.
That never happened to me.
You know why it never happened to you? Because you must have something. Now, the ones who throw, when they have sex and it feel like it's throwing the wall down the hall, that's because his little bitty thing is, you know, is little.
Yeah, I was just gonna say because like but the wounds is different. Like I don't go in thinking all on the thing.
And then
I'm
if
saying, but
you can't
still,
stay on hard.
Even if he on hard and it's small, you know, he ain't feeling no wall. Or he done beat it so much that he can't feel nothing. Nothing gonna feel like a hand choking his chicken.
Oh yeah, that'll mess you up too.
That's right. So these men, they get in some vagina talking about I couldn't feel nothing. No, because you wanted to feel like your hand feel.
Yeah, you give it to your hand. They gonna feel like that.
Oh
Lord.
You have no empathy. Abortion is devastating to women's mental health. No one talks about that. The year after a woman has an abortion,
It's really like
the year after a woman
to have the child. What kind of trauma is
the
that?
trauma
you're
is from the
inducing on
rape.
somebody?
The trauma is from the rape. The child's an innocent party there.
The child
we
isn't
don't
born
take out
yet. It's not there.
We should not take out generational sin on a child to say there's generational sin and that dad was an abuser, so the child should be killed.
That's not crazy, man. These goddamn videos be crazy. Let me stop going down this rabbit hole. How do I get the Sexy Red's channel, y'all? I think I'm subscribed to her under my. I thought I was subscribed to her, which I know I am. It must be under my other account. Have Rude posted anything lately? No. So what is it? Sexy Red TV. That shit ain't coming
Sexy
up.
Red TV.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not coming up. There she go.
There it is.
You
And I am subscribed. See, I knew I was. I had the TV separated. Let's see what she talk about. you protect your sister, but not other women. I was naive. Me too. She on her head, baby. Sexy Red is on it, baby.
Yeah, that's the one she
Oh,
did
this is the
morning.
one. Okay, let's see
That's
what
the
this
one she
is.
did
Here we
this
go.
morning.
Okay.
Yeah, she on that head.
Yeah, she on her head, baby.
She said share the video. She trying to.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
I think that's what she was playing.
Ooh, this is intense. I like it already. Oh my god, is this a bitch with a samurai sword? Oh shit. Oh my god.
Damn.
Oh my god. Oh my. I'm really outdone here. She fucked up that man PS5 for no reason. That's a fucking shame. She gotta go. A lot of guys make their money through their video games. Believe it or not.
I wonder why she would be nervous. I wonder what would make a person nervous to tell a story like this. Do you have any?
What I said. That's
exactly what we said.
Exactly what I said too. Let's go, sir.
Me. You have any idea why she might be nervous to tell a story like this? I'll tell you what. Let's let her talk to you. This is Hannah Pearl Davis from Just Pearly Things. You know that channel that came on the air about 10 months ago or so. Now it's been on for a little longer than that, but came on about 10 months ago, and like fucking gangbusters, started monetizing you, started talking about you, and let's not get it twisted. I know that you love her. I know that you do. Do you know how I know that? Because you give her $1 million a year. That's how I know that.
You women lovers.
I really don't know how the Manosphere is gonna react.
Also, this video she has taken down. She has taken down the video yesterday, I believe.
But I want to tell you a story that really made me dislike.
And now O'Shea has claimed her or deemed her the king Manosphere king.
Men for
What's good, Kuda?
really
What's good,
long
American
time.
Negro Brownie? Hey.
And really like made me feel like violated, so to speak. This story, everything that happened was like legal technically, but
I don't understand why the caveat. Why the caveat, Hannah, dearest Hannah? Technically, so there's no technicality. It's legal, right?
That's what I said.
It's not against the law to be a little on the shady side.
there's just a lot of stuff that was really like messed up in hindsight to me. Okay, I'm kind of nervous. Okay. So anyone that's been like following me for a while,
I'm not listening to this shit again.
The best clothes on your back, the best fucking roof over your head, and you still come online and say this.
I never, and that's when
I thought y'all. I thought he had something to say.
Yeah, so that's longer than that. I guess he's doing like certain parts of her.
But he just going over the same video we already went over. I thought you were telling me look at something that
No,
he
he's
said that was,
talking about her. That's why I said the video. He's supposed to be talking. He was talking about her. Like I didn't even see her.
There you go. He's live right now. Let's go check it out.
Wrong answer from
he's lying.
Every single one of them. It's an incredibly rare girl out here today that is not doing this. Incredibly rare. And even if you find her, even if you settle under that lucky star, you still have the law and her friends and her family and all the feminist indoctrination pushing into her head to worry about. I don't want to worry about this shit. I don't want to worry about this fucking crap, so I don't. I chose not to. Gazman, what happens when we get a 50?
It's me, he's MGTOW. So as long as you know that.
Yeah.
MGTOW. Men going their own way. So, let's see. Let's hear this. Very usual.
What's going on? Chip Kramer here from tripadvice.com. I know I'm going to get a lot of hate comments down below. I don't care. Let them come in from a lot of the MGTOW guys in that community. But I will say this. I do not believe in doing MGTOW. What does MGTOW stand for? Men going their own way. I think it's ridiculous.
Skinny. And then later they introduced the money aspect of.
But she talked about the. She also asked her what could she non-negotiables. So she went back and addressed those things too.
Okay, so, I found my list and I actually added to it, but
we'll keep it to the original.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it to the original. I said he needs to be spiritual. He needs to enjoy the outdoor activities. He needs to be calm, dominant, respectful, financially secure, loyal, responsible, honest, kind, authentic, thoughtful, a good communicator, athletic, health conscious, tall, affectionate, emotionally available, a gentleman, hygienic, has nice teeth, well dressed, old fashioned, patient. He needs to dress like in a sophisticated manner, no skinny man. If he was under 40, he needs to be over 6 foot tall. And if he was over 40, then he could be 5'9" or better.
I quit. What?
God damn.
Now, on the real side, though, a lot of that stuff was just stuff that we want our people to be right.
That's like filling out an application.
I know, but you want your people to be respectful. You want them to be, nice and courteous and shit like that. You know what I mean? But you ain't got to add that to the goddamn list because it just. But then again, you might, right? When she added in that. I think what made it seem picky is when she really got picky. Like if you under this age, you could be you gotta be tall, but if you over this age, you could be short.
Short, yeah. If you like them tall, if you like them short, it don't matter what age they are. I ain't never heard of that one. You're a certain age, you got to be a certain height.
Why they gotta be tall if they're young? But they can be short if they old.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm trying to get.
That's why I was asking if she was trolling.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Go back on her show and review it.
Right.
You had to be trolling.
I don't know. It look like. Well, I don't want to use her content. You know what I mean? While she live, especially because she live right now. That's live.
Right.
Let's go see them.
Here, and that's why I'm saying she's too tone deaf to be doing what she's doing. Because why are you not checking the marriage and divorce rate and what's contributing to these as you sit up here and read super chats of people saying somebody is superficial and we're the only community whose divorce rate is 3 times higher than a marriage rate? It sounds like Black women can stand to be superficial.
Well, I think so. I think what Cynthia just said is right. Right? Because if women aren't getting married already and if divorce is happening, maybe they can
be superficial.
Yeah, well, they can, and I guess what you mean by superficial is they could put limitations on, the chances of them getting married and divorced is high, is what she's saying. So why not, if you're gonna marry and take that chance, why not be with somebody who fit everything you could think of that you want? You see what I'm saying? So I see what she's saying. She's saying these people are getting married and then they're getting divorced. But then it also sounds like you're saying, well, ladies, make sure he got enough money so when you marry you and divorce you, you could take half of what he got.
Yeah, and since G think that Kendra is a mammy, I don't think she is, because she get on the men just like she do them women.
Right.
I ain't seen her check them men.
Yeah, no, I don't think she's a mammy. And I think that she is a little more realistic than a lot of these other women. So when she tells the woman, hey, you don't think you're being a little too much? She is saying that, hey, like, if you okay with being alone, then cool. But if you're not, then you're gonna have to rethink that list. You know?
Yeah.
And when people actually give a list, don't give it so long. Yes, there's a lot of things on that list that most people want. The men want the same thing. They want this woman who's gonna be nice and think of him first, and you know, and be courteous and be able to communicate. And those are the things that was on the list. I think her list was actually a great list, to be honest. You know, if she wouldn't have added, I think when she added that height requirement,
yeah, that height
with the age difference, I think that would made it look petty. But everything she heard, you know, thoughtful. Some of those definite things that she said they're the same thing. So to be thoughtful, caring, you know.
And I think she must have sent her sister over there, because them people was in her chat talking about, oh, Kendra, she's a mammy, she this and that. Because I don't think Sin had watched her. So she didn't know. I said, no, I don't think she a mammy, because I didn't see her, she didn't check them dudes.
Mm-hmm. Listen, women have the right to require what they want. Yeah, I think they're just like the men. If we say that the women can require what they want, the men gonna start requiring things based on what we require.
Yep.
If they start giving us their long ass list, and then we watch, it ain't I'll require her to be thin, right?
Yeah,
because she
and that's
did
what
mention
they require. A lot of them what? On Kevin Sanders, when every time you talk to them dudes, she can't be fat, or she can't
all
be
of them. Well, all of them didn't say that. That's not true. There's some men who say they like thick women. They like thick women. Kevin was the one who came up with that size 6 thing. But you know, when the ladies, it's happening on both sides, y'all. The men are making requirements.
No, that's what I'm saying. They making requirements, and we can make them too. So we both can. I'm not saying that you get what you want, whatever you want. That's your prerogative. Ain't nobody, you know. Like I told them, you don't want no fat chick, then don't get no fat chick. Why you keep talking about it? Ain't nobody making you. They like, oh, they making us be with. No, ain't nobody making.
They did say that. They were lying, talking about somebody making them. But you're right. No, I think the women have a right to put their requirements. The men started this game, you know, coming on talking about these women. You know, you had somebody come big who was you know, said that a black woman hit the wall at age 25.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff that these men were putting out. So yeah, the women are saying, okay, well, here's my list. And so
you got that white woman that hit the wall 4 or 5 times, but they ain't saying nothing to that.
Right. So I think the women have the right to but if she's serious about a relationship, yeah, it'll change. And I think that's what Kendra D was talking about.
Yeah, I don't think she was serious. I think they did that to do this content, because all of a sudden her sister just pop up over there.
Well, I guess she wanted to be, you know, it could be. I don't know. Because if they didn't like her, then yeah, why go over there? If you thought she was a mammy, why you go? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
From them. But she treated her like she treats the men and
Yeah.
the other women.
Yep. I mean, to me, I think Kendra is fair. I think she's fair.
Yeah.
No.
Let's see. That a woman
Now, she'll
said
check anybody. She'll cuss anybody out. She'll say, "Hold up a minute.
Mm-hmm.
You can get your ass out."
Oh, we got somebody.
Oh Lord. Hold up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. What's your name, baby?
I'm Delilah,
Delilah. Where you calling us from?
Las Vegas.
Las Vegas in the building. How old are you?
I am 33.
33. What you do for a living?
I am a chef, comedian, and dominatrix.
Chef, comedian, and a dominatrix. What's
Is that I don't want to ask this question. Do y'all is that
Are
born
you
is that a
thinking
woman?
what I'm thinking? I'm not
Wait.
talking to you, babe.
Yeah. Because I hate to ask and then it end up being a woman. But
It
do
looks
they-
like a man.
That's
to
what
me. It's kind of, she may not be, but it looks
And
like
she-
one.
Yeah. What y'all think? Anybody had the same thoughts?
Yeah.
Them features real strong.
The
See, we
wig
all
is
have-
throwing me off.
Yeah, that's what's throwing me off. The wig. It's not her features. I told you we all have the same features. Y'all just don't. If you look at Kendra G, y'all can't tell me that she don't have the same type of features. Look.
I am.
Look. If you look at her a certain way, you could say that could be a man. Because we have the same type of features. But it is the wig on her that's throwing me off. Right? Yeah, so I guess we'll see. Let's see.
okay? This is eye opening.
The only intimacy is me and
Wait a minute.
anyone who. Yes, they pay me for that.
And a dominatrix. What's a dominatrix?
A dominatrix is someone who beats men for money.
Oh, they pay you for that.
Yes, they pay me for that. I correct men. If you have a husband that needs correcting, I will correct him.
Dang.
Oh, so you do this with married men?
Yeah, all men. There's a lots of men. A dominatrix. If she's good at it, but yeah, if she's good at it.
All men. Any men. Anyone who needs.
Not just men, women too. Women are submissive also. BDSM. So,
Yeah,
a
that's a
spanking.
man.
Or.
how you think that's a man?
It looks like one.
We'll see. I'm not telling you right or wrong because I don't know, to be honest.
Who is
Which is
that?
not-
Sacker?
Yeah, sex. Yeah. So we'll see. Let's see.
Or just some life changes that they're not able to do on their own. They call me.
Are you intimate with these men too?
No.
No.
of course.
Yeah, people think that dominatrix have sex with their clients. And that's not even true. It happen.
They
Yeah.
just beat their ass.
To whip them, spank them, hang them, rope them. There's all kinds of stuff. But you're not really correcting them for real, though. This is play. So when she just said that if you need me to correct them and it corrects their life, that's not true neither. That's not true. These men come over to be bad just so you can spank them. Okay?
Okay. Okay, this is eye opening.
The only intimacy is me and my paddle.
You and your paddle. So I've heard of dominatrix, but so I'm not too ignorant to it, but I'm a little ignorant because I thought there was a sexual payoff in the midst of it, but no. So you just.
There is a sexual payoff at the end of it. It just doesn't mean that it had to be intercourse or like the men that it's a kink. It's something that they like. So she's not telling the truth. Okay. There's an intimacy. There's a sexual release that come from it. Okay, but it doesn't mean that she has to have sex with them. That's not the same thing. Okay, here we go.
I don't know. Are you able to give me an example of how that works?
So there was a gentleman who needed some therapy, is what I call it. He needed some correcting. He needed a boss. So I had him come to my house and he did my dishes and licked my boots, and I hit him when he did something wrong. And when he thought he was finished mopping the floor, I poured my beer out onto the floor so he could continue. He'd missed a spot.
And they pay you for this?
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Delilah, do you have any kids?
No.
No kids. When's your zodiac sign? When's your birthday or zodiac sign?
Sagittarius, December 4th.
Sagittarius. Delilah, Las Vegas, a chef, a comedian, dominatrix, 33, no kids, Sagittarius. I'm so much more interested in this dominatrix thing. I might circle back around to it. But in the meantime, what kind of man are you looking for?
I'm looking for a man that's obedient and knows his place.
Ooh. So
One
you
who
want
knows
a
how
man
to
that
kill it.
is it fair to
She on here to advertise her dominatrix services, y'all. Okay? Because dominatrix do not end up in relationships with their submissive men. Unless she is a lifer. That means she really lives the life, right? But if she really lives a life, then men wouldn't be paying her, which means she's a pro-dom, right? A pro-dominate. And so she's on here advertising her business. That's all she do.
say you want a man that you can control?
Yes.
So he needs
And
to
who
be,
will worship me no matter what I do.
will worship you no
Well,
matter.
why would she want that? She already get that, right? Her clients come to her and worship her. Her clients do what she say, like the men that I make dress in dresses and they boots and do whatever I tell them. Those are the men who worship me. They pay me in order for me to treat them that way. And I wouldn't dare marry a man like that. What kind of shit?
No matter what you do. Okay. So is a deal breaker a boss type of guy?
No, as long as he knows his place when he comes home.
So what does know your place mean?
I'm the boss at home.
You're the boss at home. Okay.
I'll play nice out in the street, and I'll help him move up in the company. I'll play that role, but at home I'm in charge.
So any other deal breakers?
Pedestrians. I don't do buses. I don't go on buses.
Oh, so he just has to have a car.
So he has to have a car. Yeah, he has to have a car. Debt to income ratio needs to be controlled.
Debt to okay. So does he have to look a certain way?
No. I prefer ugly. Ugly's more obedient.
Ugly's more obedient. Tell us why.
Ugly's more appreciative. He's not going to go anywhere. He can't do better than me. He's ugly. Plus, I don't like to sit on pretty guys' faces.
Hell no.
So ugly men are more easy to.
What you saying? What you say? Somebody say, hell no. Her client list gonna spike. Y'all have no idea how many men are out there searching for dominatrix right now. So depending on her price, she gonna grab her a few new clients. Okay, she's not looking for no mate. She's looking for clients.
Control than attractive men.
Yes, they're too sensitive and soft.
Attractive men are sensitive and soft.
Yes, in my experience.
In your experience, does this man have to make a certain amount of money?
It would be nice. I'm expensive.
You're
I got the ugly wig on today because I'm smoking. I got my smoking wig on, but I'm gonna need to be Kendra, and I'm gonna need him to pay for that because, boo, your hair be off the chain.
Thank you for acknowledging that all these different wigs is not cheap.
It sure ain't. So I'm gonna need someone to keep me looking like Kendra.
So, is there a dollar amount?
Let's say, I guess it's 100,000. I don't have to be greedy. I think 100,000 a year.
100,000 a year, and she's not greedy. So anything less than that, you can't deal with that.
I can't deal with it.
How did you get into dominatrix?
I grew up very Christian and conservative in the South. I was in a Christian school, and I used to watch the little white boys get whooped. And I thought one day I'm going to do that to their daddies. And I did. The American dream.
How long were you thinking about your classmates' daddies?
Well, no, I was thinking when I grow up, I'm going to do that to adults.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's do the Kendra Cam, Delilah.
All right, let's see if we can do this. I don't know if I can get far enough away.
I want to see your outfit. Is that a dress?
It's a corset and a dress.
A corset and a dress. Okay.
I ain't got no booty. I'm mostly calibrated for white men and Asians.
So mostly white men and Asian like you?
Yeah, I ain't got no booty. I found that out living in the South. A brother would walk behind me and never come back with that drink.
So, Delilah, what's the age range you want to date?
45 to 100. And I don't change diapers.
100, Delilah.
If he got the money.
You ever dated?
75. I think he was 75.
Now, was that a sexual relationship?
No, I was the sugar baby who got to go out in public, and then he had the thoughts that he got to play with.
And you're open to that type of relationship again?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
No sex? Yeah.
So you'll date a guy with no sex?
Yes.
Okay. Delilah,
I'll hook him up with women. I have friends. I have friends who'll handle that part.
Again?
I have friends that'll handle that part.
Wait, I'm confused. So you'll date a man, but you'll have sex with somebody else?
No, I'll hook him up with that part. If he really insists on needing the intimacy, I have friends who will oblige him.
So you want a man that you're not gonna have sex with, and your friends will have sex with him for you?
No, yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be it. I'm willing to compromise for that, is what I'm saying.
So are you saying you don't want to have sex?
Oh, I do, but I'm just saying if I find an old man, if you find me an old man, if an old man hits me up and I'm not feeling him, I have my friends that I can bring in. I share my toys.
But he would still be considered your man.
Yes.
Okay, this is okay. I'm trying to keep up. This card keeps turning. It keeps turning.
It's because she's not talking about a relationship. She's looking for clients. That's why it's confusing.
Bob, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so women that are in that lifestyle, they don't want a relationship like that?
They do. They end up a relationship, but not what she's talking about. What she's talking about is client. You heard what she said. She want that money, baby. You're obedient. That is not a mate. That is a client she's searching for. She's searching for clients. Yeah. You even heard it when she said, "Yeah, no, we don't have to have sex." And not only that, I'll let my friend handle that part for me. That's the client.
Right.
But you know, if she was looking for a man she loved and respected, and she don't want to share that with no friends, right?
Yeah.
Because she's not looking for a mate, she's looking for clients. So, there we go.
Running down the street. I'm just
So
trying.
So you were asking me if I had a same kind of relationship before, where I would go out with this gentleman, we'd go to shows, we'd go to dinner. He wanted someone to talk to who could keep up with him. And when it came to the intimacy part, he had other friends for that. And you said if I was willing to do that relationship again, I am willing to have that kind of relationship again.
Okay, but you said you will hook him up with friends. You're saying in this case he already had friends.
Yes, this case he had friends.
So you would do it again, and if he needed friends, you would find them for him?
Yes.
Would you use the option of being intimate yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
If I liked him, yeah.
If you liked him. Okay.
See how she said, if I liked him? Because why would you date someone you don't like, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm. Because she's not talking about somebody. She's just talking about somebody who gonna.
And then another thing too that I found interesting. I didn't know about all this stuff, but I mean, I know about the dominatrix stuff, but as far as you're talking about, she doesn't want an attractive man. She wants an ugly man. What is that about?
Or she's just saying that so the men who may not be attractive,
They can feel comfortable and still contact her. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. And then she, and even if they feel like they unattractive, she'll spank them. Like she'll call them that, right? And they'll take it because that's what they're into. So yeah.
Right.
But she don't want anybody to think that they're not, deserving of her whip, of her pat.
Right. Okay.
So that's what she said. Yeah.
Now this person considers someone you're dating, or this is a guy you would be in a relationship with?
Relationship or dating depends on what happens. Depends on how far it goes.
So
If
is
we
it
like
fair
each
to
other.
say? Is it fair to say in a relationship you're okay that your man sleeps with other women?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now, how do you think a guy will feel about you being a dominatrix? Because obviously you wouldn't stop that business once you're in a relationship, would you?
No, and that's when
you got to be obedient.
The criteria is he needs to be open to me doing whatever I want to.
So the criteria is he has to allow you to do whatever you want to do within the relationship.
Basically.
And is this
when it comes to work? When it comes to work.
So
other things we do.
Is it fair to say it would be an open relationship?
In a sense. Everything will have to depend on the communication.
Okay.
And how far we're willing to take it.
Okay. They're telling me you're trolling me. Are you being serious?
Yes, I'm being serious.
Because I do know that you did tell me you're a comedian. So
yes.
This is all real stuff we're talking about right now.
Yeah.
Okay. When was your last relationship, Delilah?
Let's say it was a situationship a few months back.
You think she was gonna admit if she trolling? I wonder why she asked that. Because if I was trolling, I wouldn't admit it. Right? Nobody has admitted it yet, in fact. She said, they're telling me you're trolling me. Nah, I'm not. Anyway.
You don't have to answer, but when's the last time you was intimate with a guy?
A few months back.
Same guy. Okay. All right. Why do you think you're single?
I'm very demanding. And the last one broke up with me because I get too much attention. So that going on stage can be a hindrance.
So where do you go on stage at?
Wherever they'll pay me. I'm still working it out.
Okay.
My next stage will be in a little town called Pahrump.
Okay.
December 2nd.
Okay, if you're just tuning in, this is Delilah in Las Vegas. She's a chef, a comedian, and she also does dominatrix work. She's 33. She'll date 45 to 100, she said. She has no kids. Do you want kids one day?
No.
You never want kids of your own?
No.
Could the guy have kids already?
Yes.
I hope this is not inappropriate, but some people asked me to ask you this in the comment section. You were born a woman, correct?
Oh,
yes, I get that a lot.
You get that a lot?
My parents thought I was a lesbian until I showed up married one day.
You was once married?
Yes.
When was you married and when did you get divorced?
Divorced just recently. We were separated. We got separated pretty early, but the divorce just went through during COVID.
So your parents thought you were a lesbian growing up?
Yes.
Why?
I never had boyfriends. I never dated. I didn't see the point as, people started getting in relationships in middle school. I didn't do that. I didn't see the point because we were so Christian. It was supposed to be a job interview for your husband. So I didn't see the point of dating people in middle school. I was a weird kid. I thought too much. I was a weird kid.
Okay. So now you're legally divorced, correct?
Yes.
Would you get married again?
No.
How long was your ex-husband?
5 years.
5 years older than you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Delilah. Why would a man be lucky to be with you?
Because I will help him reach his potential if he's working towards something. I'm very honest and upfront. You don't have to guess with me. You don't have to figure out what I'm thinking. It's really easy. There's no reading between the lines with me. I will tell you what I like, what I don't like. I'm upfront and loyal.
She's upfront and loyal. And will you be doing dominatrix works in your relationship?
If he's into it. But I primarily don't. That's usually just work.
So you won't be spanking your man?
No.
See, I told you. Women in the business do not want that type of relationship. So that's how I know she's looking for a client, because she started off saying he had to be obedient and, you know, and things like that. So, yeah, she is trolling. She's not looking for a mate. She's looking for clients.
Yeah.
Unless he wants it or deserves it.
Also, a spanking is a privilege.
Exactly.
Right.
I mean, if he's paying cash up front, it's fine.
I dare to ask how much you charge for that.
I don't share.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, you were very interesting, Delilah, I would say. Delilah, Las Vegas. Does the man gotta be in Las Vegas?
No.
No. She is 33. She's a chef, a comedian, and also does dominatrix works. She has no children, doesn't want any kids. The man can have kids, correct?
Yes.
She's a Sagittarius, and she'll date 45 to 100, she said. All right, boo, let's do it. Give them your Instagram page.
My Instagram is corseted_comedian_Delilah. But if you just type in CORSETED_, I'll be the first one.
Okay.
So
let's
just type in
spell it all
corseted.
out. All right, she'll be the first one.
COR. Oh, should I type it in?
No, I'm gonna do it. So
Okay.
it's corset_comedian_D_Lila. So it's CORSETED_DEE_LILA. I well, and again, I have to ask this question because you are a comedian. Everything you told me, you was factually stating. You're not just trying to be funny to gain followers. This is what you really do.
Yes. I wish I had my paddle here. I took it in the car for a show.
Oh, she has a paddle. We did the Kendra Cam already. Someone's requesting. Do you want to do it again? But you already did. You don't have...
Yeah, I can.
Okay. She already did do the Kendra Cam, but for those latecomers, she'll do it for you one more time. Oop, boop, right there.
All right. We got some lighting.
We got some lighting. We see you, boo. I think I like your outfit.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for having me. It's been a pleasure.
All right. Bye, baby.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. I'm familiar with the terminology of dominatrix. Just I wasn't as familiar as in all that it was and was. So I got educated tonight.
Yeah, so did I.
I wanted to do Freaky Friday, but some people was against it. And that's what I was going to talk about, dominatrix, and some of the kinks. But yeah, men will pay you, but it's not as simple as you think. You know, you have to know how to be a dominatrix or a mistress.
Right.
Okay, yeah, because it could be dangerous, right? If you don't know some huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just thinking, you know, like the guy from 40 Shades of Grey. So was he was a dominatrix, right?
He just enjoyed BDSM, but he wasn't a real.
Different.
Yeah, a dominatrix is someone. So a man wouldn't be the dominatrix; he would be a dom.
Okay.
The woman is the dominatrix. It's the same job and same thing, except woman is dominatrix or dame, and men are doms.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Okay.
But he just enjoyed BDSM with whomever he's dating. because
Okay.
a dom and a dominatrix is a job, a position. And what we do is we do correcting, like she mentioned on the thing, we correct for pleasure. Is like people who, like, the people who are really into it are these men and women. The women are into it too, but these men in these high positions, right, where they have power that they can do whatever the hell they want. But then they need another world where they come and get corrected, spanked, paddled, whipped, yeah. And
okay.
Yeah. I don't understand the psychiatry behind it, psychology behind it, but I just know that, yeah, there's a lot of men, they'll do foot worship, and I'm telling you, there's men, they'll do whatever you tell them. I'm talking about some of them want it to be very foul, right? And they will, if I tell them put on a dress and walk around, not only in their homes, they'll go out in the neighborhood with a direct order.
Oh shit.
Right? Yeah. Tell them in fact, that's a lot of them what they want to do. They're just working up the courage.
Right.
Tell them to put on especially during COVID. Oh man, I was able to get them to do all kinds of shit. Put on a wig, you know what I mean? Because then they can still hide themselves, right? Put on a wig, put the dress on, the heels, the stockings, and go grocery shopping. It's okay if you wear the mask. Then go grocery shopping. Take videos and pictures of themselves. The sin. Yeah. But then they got the ones who they want to try things, but they don't want to look like they're gay.
Yeah.
So they just want somebody to tell them to do it. And then so they feel like that now they can go and do it. Yeah. It's a lot.
Okay.
Religion messed up a lot of people too. I'm telling you, you know what I mean? Like, because I'm like, be who you are. You don't have to, you don't have to be fake around me. If you into men, you into men. If you're a man, you're into men, you into men. But yeah, due to their circumstances, some of them are married, or they have these great jobs where it wouldn't look right, yeah.
Wow.
Oh man, just one of those goddamn days. It's dark already. The time change or something? It's only 6. Well, it's almost 7 and it's dark outside.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
So yeah, yeah. They have the outfit she has on. Yeah, that's some of the men like that. Usually she would have had on boots and they would lick the boots. They'll come over and clean your house. I used to have them come just clean the house. Right? They had the financial slaves. The financial slaves have the money, and you tell them, you send me your money. They send the money. They'll take care of you. But you do have to, there's a certain attitude you got to have, right? And then there's different types of dominatrix too. Like I was never into blood play. I'm not into any body fluids at all. None. Okay. Whether they giving it to me or I'm giving it to them. Right? I'm more of a exotic, erotic, a sensual dominator. But then we have the ones who are more on the S&M side. So where I will paddle you, it's going to be lightly paddled, right? But then they have the ones who are not fucking around.
Oh, they go to the extreme.
Yeah, but the men want that. So certain men, they wouldn't be. That's why when I'm looking for new subs, right? I interview them. I mean, I have a long list of men who want to be my. That's why I be looking for young women who would love to learn and make this money, because I have men lined the fuck up, right? And I have a grandchild. I just don't do it anymore. But applications are always coming in. People are trying to give me their money. I don't have the time anymore, right? So when I hear somebody say, "Ooh, Bob, I'm into," I'll be like, "Really? Oh shit, you still do it?" Because I got a long list of men waiting. Okay, they're waiting. I just don't. I'm just not into it anymore like that. You know. So yeah, there's the sensual, and then there's the ones who are really into S&M. So, and if they're okay with the body fluids, they'll give golden showers. This is in person. If you do it in person, you can also do it on the internet, right?
Right.
But you do have to make that time. You schedule them on certain days. Like I was giving them homework. I would say, look, this is your homework, and you have, like, I may give them days to do it, may give them just a couple of hours to do it. It just depends. And it was just too much. After my dad passed away, I just like, and then my mom passed away, and in between that, I had a grandchild. And so I really don't. So when I pop on Facebook, you will hear the messages. Or if I popped on right now, they waiting for an interview. They like, I'm looking, they want me to be their domination. They've been waiting for years, some of them. Okay. So I'm more of a central dame. And yeah, I give them a job. Like, hey, I need a video of you doing this. But I interview them so I know what they're into, what they like. You know, we figure out what the safe words are if we need them. And then we work out the price. You know, you don't pay me, but on this day, services stop. When your homework is due, you ain't even got to send me your homework, because I'm not even dealing with you until that money come in. Money come in, then I'll start checking for your homework.
Right.
Yeah, that's the internet type. The in-person type is you can have them come to your house, clean, shit, whatever. I used to have them come to my parties and be the hostesses, serve people, give women the opportunity to mistreat them. They love that shit right there. I make them pay to come to the party just so they can serve the people at the party. Yeah. So I've had white men walk around my parties, y'all, crawling around on his knees, walking him like he a dog, pass him on to another woman, let her walk around. We making him into a horse with the women, you know, getting on his back and making him ride him around the place. Yeah. So, and them men loved that shit. Like they couldn't wait till the next event. Back then, though, it wasn't, the internet has changed a lot. Back then, people wasn't trying to find out who you are and get you fired. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, back then, everybody was just having fun. Nobody was looking into nobody to see who they really was. And this shit has, this shit has changed, man. I have a headache. I thought I took medicine. I'm not sure. I'm not gonna take one. But I must take one. Where is it? Is this it? Nope. Anyway, so yeah. In New York, y'all have I thought y'all had a museum. I know y'all had a sex museum. Y'all have clubs for dominations, BDSM. They got clubs and groups, and man, New York has every goddamn. Yeah, lots of things. I used to come there and have parties, host parties for other people. Yeah. New York has everything. Everything. Baltimore is used to be the hype area for swingers. Swingers was Baltimore.
Mhm.
And New York was BDSM. Yeah. And then I decided to take over. I decided to come in and take over. But yeah. And so it's not sexual, like I know people think the slave with a pro dom, you're not having sex with her. Right?
Mhm.
She'll spank you, paddle you, have you upside down. They got BDSM is huge, y'all. It's a huge branch, like an umbrella of lots of things. There are people, you ever see people get the nipple rings?
Yeah.
And think that is just a nipple ring, but it might be for suspension. They put hooked rings in their backs, and suspension means that they hang from those rings.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yes, I can't fucking imagine it. Yo, my body weight hanging from this ring that's in my nipple, or they put rings in their shoulders and they just suspend from that. Then they got roping. The men cock and ball torture. They got men who would pay for you to pull their teeth out. That's blood play. That's anything dealing with any of that I don't play with. And that's too aggressive for me, But yeah, man telling you, I'm gonna give you $1,000 every tooth that you're able to pull out my head. Here go the pliers. And
I can't do that.
Some women would be like, hell yeah, but I'm giving those pliers. And they start pulling, and I'm like, I cannot do it. Too much for me. Then we got the golden showers, where you find the area, right? And you pee on them. Then they got the brown showers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Damn, what else? It's so much. Paddling. I have a yardstick. That's how I started. I used to have a bull whip too. I don't know where it must be in storage somewhere. I used to have an actual bull whip that you go ploop. I wonder where they get it. I might have to replace it because it used to be my little prop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I never used it on I never hit nobody with it like a bull, but I would tie them up with it, act like I was going to use it with them if they act up, shit like that. But yeah, I never used that bull whip. But paddles, my yardstick, and I have flogger. I do still have that. What else? Paddle, the handcuffs, of course, the blindfolds, of course. Sensual deals with the senses. This is when people like for instance, hot candle wax.
Yeah.
Right? That's dealing with the senses, smells. So I'm a sensual dummy. I play with the person's senses. Auditory things, yeah, feeling, touch, and shit like that. So yeah, I will paddle them. But I'm not into that peeing on you. I'm not into none of that shit right there. I'm not pulling your teeth. Yeah. I'm not gonna paddle you until you're red and bleeding. Some of them men love that. They love that shit. And they can say no, but you still do it because there's a safe word. And the safe word is the word that they have to use in order to stop it. That's contractual agreement between the ones who's smart, because you definitely don't want nobody coming talking about you abused them and shit. You're like, what? Especially the one, I never had no issue like that, but I just never trusted, like a white man who his wife might find out what he's doing, and now he has to accuse you of doing some shit.
Right.
And the white men, they love if you bring a bull with you, which is another man, usually a black man, when they're dealing with black women, who would also dominate them. Yeah, that's big money right there. That's big money. And that's where you end up with what y'all see men who love. And let me tell you, when I say they love them, there is no they got tricked. When they love what they used to call a woman with a little something extra, with a extra package.
Right.
Yes. Them men love them. They get to walk around with her like she's a woman, but in private, nobody else know that she got something special. She got something extra. And he get to get all that. He get the, you know what I mean? He get the femininity, and then when he, get home, he get to do something that, that he always wanted to do. And keep it quiet. I have a headache. Oh, I didn't eat anything. That makes sense. I haven't eaten anything all day. That might be why my head hurt.
Yeah, you gotta eat something.
Yeah. Any questions about it, y'all? Let me look in the chat. Let's see. How do I chat? And there's big money in it. It depends on the child and school. Oh no, what happened? I must have got knocked off some kind of way. Oh, that's a long time ago. That was so long ago. Dudes asked me to step on their balls too. Yep, that's cock and ball touching. What's going on? Grenocracy takeover. Cola, what's going on? Unbound spikes. Yeah. Most of white men are into the type of style. Nah, black men into it too. Don't believe the hype. Okay. There's black men into it too. What's the difference in y'all like to focus on color, but they're just different type of people who desire different things, and for whatever reason, there's many reasons why these people would like to be spanked and handcuffs and whipped and abused to a degree, right? I don't know those reasons because I'm not a psychiatrist or psychological person. I don't know. But what I do know is that I've come across men of all colors from all over the place, around this world, who are into certain things. Y'all like to say that black men not into swinging, but that's not true. Say that black men not into BDSM. That shit is not true. Black men don't share. That's not true. And it is the ones you least expect. That is true, Cola. You don't look at them. You can't tell by looking at them, and it will shock you in a lot of cases, because they could be conservative as hell. They'd be on that conservative shit, and then before you know it, yeah. Somebody said I knew you would. Yeah, but my weekend has been much better. Why you say that? Why you say that they're weird? how I found out some men like women paddling them is from reading the autobiography of Malcolm X. And in the book, he said his prostitutes used to paddle high-ranking white politicians behind closed doors. Yep. Okay. Cock and ball torture, y'all. So there's all kinds of things you can use. There's men who will let you use lighters on them, branding, hot metal poking. It's all kinds of things. They want you to kick them in the balls, smack them in the balls. They want you to twist the balls, whatever you want to do, but they want you to torture them. Okay. Step on their balls, try to break the balls. Y'all never heard of, don't break my balls, woman. Yeah. So it's a whole different world. What is the type of domination that cut men and like to watch them bleed? That is, that's the extreme. That's on the S&M side. So the BDSM, let me, let me get the words right for you. So there's different sides to BDSM, right? We have the dominatrix and the submissive, right? That is just regular DNS. DNS is dominatrix, and S is submissive. So that can be either or. And then they have this thing called a switch. So the dom is the one in control. The submissive is the submissive one, right? Who gives submission. And then it could be a woman submission, who gives submission, or a man, and it could be a woman or a man being the dominatrix, the dominating person. So what you won't find is two dominating people coming together in this world, right? You find where the submissive woman, she may even be into. It's not even about sex in this thing neither, because I could be which I am. I am dominating, right? That's just who I am, what I am. And so me and another dominating personality will not get together in this environment, in the BDSM world. So I would only be attracted to and attract submissive people. And that includes the women and the men. Because it's not about sex, right? It's not about, well, should I say, it's not about intercourse. Just because I may be the dommate to another woman, she might want me to be her dommate, right? Because I might specialize in something she's into, which is sensual play, which I do. That is my thing, right? So, and there's not many men who are into sensual play. There are some, though. There's some men who are into dealing with the senses, lightly spanking, hot wax, and tying them up and using feathers and shit like that, right? It's a whole big array of things, right? But anyway, what was I saying? So then there's that sector, and then there's this other sector though, where they get into cutting, pulling out teeth. There's blood play, right? The golden showers, the brown showers, the really paddling for real, lick my boots, cock and ball torture. I think I'm missing this, a few things. But yeah, man, it's the suspension, right? There's people roping, gag balls and shit, right? Where you gag them, you put a ball in their fucking mouth and tie it around them and they can't talk. You rope them up and they in this position for however long that you have them. And then they got the ones that like to be roped and suspended. It's a whole big thing, y'all. It's a whole big thing. Let me think what else I might be missing. So the how you say the word? Damn. It's like, let me spell it.
Masochist.
Yes, the master.
Oh yeah,
Say it
the
again for me.
masochist.
Yes, those are the people. That is the ones who will cut you, right? They'll cut you. Now, mind you, they're not doing any of this without your permission. So they're not gonna come behind you and just cut your ass, and you be like, ouch. You know what I mean? Nah, this is all consensual. Everything is done with the consent of each other. But yes, there are people who I didn't know this. There were people who like to cut themselves. So of course they even have more pleasure when somebody would cut them. That's what I consider extreme. Now, and of course, in the BDSM world, there's people who do not consider that extreme. But for me, that is not what I am into. I'm not messing with you. I'm not playing with you with your blood. I'm not cutting you, right? I'm just not gonna be doing none of that.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, rope and suspension, handcuffs, whips. Yeah, they could keep all their fluids laying there. I'm not playing with none of that. HT Ball, how you doing, baby? Brownie said I wasn't ready for this. Man, let me see if I see. That's what when I do Freaky Friday is not about we sitting here talking about sex, right? Sex is, look, to me, as far as I'm concerned, they got like 8 positions, maybe, right? Much ado about the same goddamn thing. You could add things to it, but no, that's not what Freaky Friday was about. Freaky Friday was me educating people on what's out there, what people are doing. Right. People learned about the furries from me. I explained that there's a kink with balloons out there. They got the furries is when people put on these big ass heads and of these animals.
Yeah,
which
they had those in the city. Those underground parties.
Yeah, and they get together and they having sex in these goddamn costumes. Yeah, they eventually take the costume off, but they may not even know who each other are in those goddamn costumes, y'all. Because most of the time they do not take it off.
Right.
And they rubbing against each other, acting like they the raccoon or the rabbit, or you know what I mean? And they get off on that. Now, there's a psychological reasoning behind that too, because to some of us, we're thinking, what the hell? How they having sex in a costume? Well, it's about the attachment, the emotional attachment to people, and it's also about the anonymity, right? Nobody know who they are, and also it's about the human contact, the rubbing up against each other. But the thing is, though, it might be 2 men. And they may not even never know it. Suppose that rabbit is a male, and then the rabbit looked over and saw a squirrel, and their eyes met, and they come up to each other. They don't say a word, and they start brushing up against each other, and before you know it, they're intimate in that way, right? And shit, they may not never know that what sex was under there, and they don't even really care, to be honest. Okay, so that's that. Then they got this
That's gone wild.
pegging is popular in BDSM as well. Yes, pegging. That's what they call it now, pegging. But yes, that I guess that's basically where women use, things and peg a man. They call it pegging. That's a new term as far as I'm concerned. Like, but yeah, they beastly freaks. I can't let a woman take control of me in the bedroom. That's a big turnoff. I need to be in control, having my way with you. Yeah, that's what they say. But yeah, just imagine that you say you can't, but just imagine that that woman says to you, she gonna do what she gonna do, and you not allowed to touch her. you can't touch her. She let me do what I'm doing, and you can't touch me. And she put a time limit on it. And you be shocked how exciting that you know what I mean? Because you men be wanting to grab us by our heads. You know what I mean? You be wanting to rub on our backs and our butts. But she has told you, do not touch me. You just so badly you want to touch her. That adds spice to things. Never said what you won't do. You mess around with a bitch like me, you'll be doing all kinds of shit you say you in fact, it's dangerous to tell me what you will not do, because the Scorpio and me gonna have you doing exactly what you say you will never do. Oh, once a lot of the men find their G-spot is over, that is true, dude. Just got here and have heard squirrel, rabbit, and pegging. What's going on? The awkward social life. How you doing? I'm sight in on the line of yeah. Let's see. Let me see what I'm missing, y'all. It's something that I know I'm missing. Let me see. When we put a limit on ourselves, which we shouldn't do. Like, you never know what you like until you try it. If you don't try it, you don't know if you like it. I understand where people say, don't, you know what I mean? Hey, I'm not gonna do this shit. I'm telling you, y'all better keep that to yourself. Certain women will have you listen, I'll have you doing things you don't even believe it. You'll be like, oh no, I never thought I would be doing that type of thing.
I can sleep with a woman without using hands.
Huh?
I can do that.
You can do that?
I can sleep with a woman without using hands. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, wait. So let me see what this is, because I didn't know what this was. The frequent, intense sexual arousal fantasies or behaviors that involve inanimate objects, y'all. Okay. Let's see what this is right here. Let me see. I was looking up the word that because I thought it was a different word at first when I first read it, and then I realized let's see, of sexual deviation, sexual atypical behavior. Individuals also being defined as sexual intent or anything could consenting human partner. Okay. I found out the hard way that some women don't like to be choked. You found out the hard way. What the fuck? You choking bitches
first
without asking, without getting permission.
Right.
Oh Lord have mercy. I tried it with my last ex. She was older. She slapped the shit out of me, knocking me off of her. Hell yeah, dude. Are you serious? If a man would put his put his hands around my throat, he is dead. Okay. He about to die, nigga. You about to die. What kind of shit is that? That's like if a woman just automatically think you like to be choked. Okay. That's why y'all have to have conversations, nigga. What you doing?
Right. Slap in the face or punched in the face.
Oh, granocracy, that is a thing, right? Putting their arms down while you're on top. Because they like to be grabbing you and shit. They want to touch. Nah, sit your ass right there. That is a good thing. See, Brownie likes to be choked. They do have, listen, there's lots of women and men who like to be choked. But you have to identify these motherfuckers before you put your hands around their throat. Because if you put your hands around my throat, I'm assuming you really trying to kill me. Okay. There are women
They're gonna catch the charge, huh?
Hell yeah, I'm gonna catch the charge because I'm gonna be the cute somebody. I'm be like, he put his hand around my throat, but I didn't know what's going on. Why did he do that? Shit, don't be trying to kill me with the book. Okay, but that is Brett play, y'all. They got Brett play. They got, man, this shit, it could get real dangerous, right? Because that Brett play thing right there, choking is just the beginning of it. That's the baby steps. They got what people put
They hang
bags
themselves.
over your head, huh?
Yeah. Or
Yep.
hang themselves around the
They
neck.
hang themselves. That's right. That one where I heard that the orgasm is much more what's that word?
Euphoric.
Yeah. When they lightly are hanging themselves, and that's how some of them, a few actors died. When what they did was they tied a scarf or a rope around their neck, and they started to jerk themselves off, right, masturbate, and they leaned forward, right?
That was David Carradine.
Yeah, and there was many of them ended up in the hospital doing that shit. So they jerking themselves off, lightly choking themselves, and it's supposed to be like a different type of feeling because you lack oxygen to your brain when you're doing this. But he died because when he passed out from the orgasm, he hung himself. The motherfucker passed out and killed himself by passing out. Because it's called Brett play. Right? I'm glad. So that's the one. I know I'm missing a whole lot of them, y'all. With BDSM, it's a whole lot. Let me see. Let me see if I could let's see if I could find something that'll help me remember some of them. Damn, they added stuff too. I never knew what. So they got age play. Oh, they calling it age play. It used to be called something else. It used to be called so age play, they saying, is when one person take a role such as the father, daughter. Now they used to call that something else, but they're calling it age play now. Now I'm not playing no father, daughter role with no motherfucker. I'm not acting like I'm your mother and having sex with you. We're not doing that. Okay.
No.
Hell no.
But they got people, they got men who that's what they want you to be their mommy. Can you be my mommy? Yeah, be your mommy. Right? They got men who want women to be their little girls so they can have sex with them. Yeah, that's so listen, if a man, listen, that's why I used to interview these men because I would cuss the fuck out. You remember I told you I did phone sex, right? And they would call up with their fantasies. I was okay with doing a mother-daughter. That means I'm mother-daughter playing the role, talking to this one man, and they want to have sex with the mother and daughter. Now that makes sense, right? He want to have, but I could play that role until you put an age on that daughter. And if you made her really young, some of them didn't care. They just wanted mother, daughter, and they would keep the age in their mind, I guess, right? And I would play the role. But see, if he said, well, I want the daughter to be 8 and the mother to be like 30. And oh my God, I would give them a whole goddamn cuss out. And they pay me while I'm cussing them out because I get paid by the minute. So yeah, and what they're gonna do? They're gonna request their money back and say that I cussed them out when they explain to everybody what it is they requested of me. Everybody not doing that. Some women say they would do it. I'm just cannot play like I'm no goddamn 8-year-old who want to be having sex with some grown man with my mama. That's some sick shit. Okay, let me see. So BDSM, the umbrella term used to describe sexual practice that involves the use of physical control, psychological power, or pain. Okay, it includes the components of bondage and discipline, domination and submission, and sadism, and what's the other word, y'all? The I can't say the word.
Masochist.
Yeah, ism. Okay, put the ism on it. Bondage and discipline is the type of BDS where they incorporate bondage, tying, bonding, and restraining someone with handcuffs and rope and things like that. Okay. And you punish the submissive partner when they break the rules. So the submissive is always the one getting punished. And normally, which I didn't really like, I give somebody a rule and they wanted to break it because they wanted me to punish him. I'm like, what? But yeah, they wanted to be punished. The bottom, remember, the person in the scene who follows the order or receives the sensation, right? And when they say the bottom bitch, this is different. This is the person who received the order. Yeah. Breath play, a form of play when the participant controls their breath. This may include choking or holding your breath. That includes when people, they'll rope you, hang you, put bags over your face, even in sex. You know, at the last end, when you're about to have that orgasm, they put the bag over your face. That's breath play. Let's see what else. A dom is the dominant who's a male. A dame is the dominant who's a female, and she embraces her feminine gender role. So the dame, although she is in control, she's also very feminine, sexy, right? She'll put them stiletto heels on or those boots, and she'll play the role sexy, the corset, so she gonna look very feminine. Okay. DNS, dominance and submission, the term or the behavior or rituals that submissive person follows in the BDSM relationship. In DS, one person usually has power over the other. Okay. The dominant, the person who has the authority in the BDSM relationship or the scene. So you could be in a relationship or you may just play roles, right? Just the role. You're not in a relationship. You're just playing these roles, and different people have different type of roles. Like one day he might want to play this role where, he is a baby. He's a baby and I'm the mother, and he won't eat his green beans or his okra or whatever, and I have to force feed him. And every time he won't eat or he spit it out, I spank him. See, that's a scene, right? And so each time we meet up, it might be a different scene. And he pays for the scene. And the more elaborate the scene, the more he may pay. For those who might be looking to get in this business, you could make them pay per the visit, or you can make them pay per the scene, which is just role play. Okay. Let's see what else I see here. A drop. The physical and emotional exhaustion that takes place after a scene. So this is that psychological thing where you might be excited in this scene, right? The person is getting exactly what it is they want. And then afterwards, they get a sense of relief. So they're calling that the drop. Both the tops and the bottoms may experience a drop. Crying, feeling sad, or physical shaking are all signs of a drop. Yeah, because your senses are heightened. If the person know what they're doing, the dom in charge, or even a submissive person, because there are dames who want to have scenes also. Like, let's say I am a submissive, right? But I get paid to be the submissive. Just like a dame can get paid, the submissive can be using charging for her services. And that allows the dame, a guy and or a woman, to pay to be able to act out whatever scene they want to act out. And it's intense for everybody. the person who is ever in control for real, yeah, that's the person who's getting paid. Let me see what else. A dungeon monitor. Okay. I'm not gonna talk about that. Edge play. BDSM acts that are considered more intense or dangerous, such as breath play and messing around with blood play. Okay. Pulling out people's teeth and cutting them and shit like that. That's edge play. That's when you're on the edge. You extreme. I consider that extreme. Female dominance, female submission. So the female, when a woman takes the dominant role in the relationship or the scene, and that's also AKA the dame. Okay. Female submission is the woman submits to the sexual partner in the scene or in the relationship. A fetish. Now, a fetish is an obsession with a specific experience, body part, or object. Therefore, when black men were telling black women that, oh, you just a fetish, they fetishizes you. Well, that a fetish is when somebody when it's an object or a body part. So yes, you can have a foot fetish, you can have breast fetish, you can even have a butt fetish, you can have a sexual toy fetish, but you do not have a black woman fetish. You don't have a white woman fetish. That shit don't make no goddamn sense. Okay, but they like to tell us, ladies, when we say that white men also like dating us and marrying us, they'll say, oh, but that's because you a fetish. They fetishize you. That's not true. Okay. Fetish wear, that's when you clothing worn by the person. Something like leather, role play costume, which I do have lots of costumes. I've made, French made, regular made, the nurse outfit. Y'all see me in a wow, I have so many. The cop outfit, the pinstriper outfit. I think I had a brownie and Girl Scout outfit. Shit, I have so many outfits. Okay, so that's all fetish wear, I guess, and I guess they call it that, but it's role play outfits. Okay, of course I can wear those things for Halloween, but no, they're a little too sexy, I guess, the ones that I have. But yeah, now women are using their fetish wear as Halloween costumes. Remember when a Halloween costume used to be where you was a ghost of some sort? And now women are being little kittens and cats and shit like that. French maids and shit. Hard limits. So a hard limit is the activity in which a person won't do, like, and they cannot be negotiated. Like if I say I am not into blood play or breath play, there is no negotiating. You don't get to tell me, well, can I do it a little bit? Or, can we just do it just a tad bit just for a few minutes? Your hard limits are absolutes. Something you will not do. Okay? Kinks are non-conventional sexual practices. That's when you're being kinky. Something that most people won't do. There's a lot of people do it, but most people just won't. In the vanilla world, is those who are regular folk. Just regularly, when they have sex, it's regular stuff. Okay. And the opposite of the vanilla is the kinky world. That's non-vanilla people. The master, the person who has control over the slave. So there's BDS, there are dominant and submission, but then there's also slave and master. And although they sound the same, they could be the same, and they could also be completely different, right? Just because I'm submissive does not mean I'm slave, right? So a slave don't have no control, and therefore when the master tells them to do something, there's no ifs, buts about it. You do it. But in the submission dominance, I have dominance over you, but you still have some control. You still can decline. You know what I mean? You still can negotiate. But with a master and a slave, you don't really negotiate. And what they're saying here, the master, the person who has control over the slave in a consensual master-slave relationship, that's where she or he say, yes, I will be your slave. They're essentially saying you can do what you want with me. Okay. And of course there's some consent, where you talk about, negotiate what that really means. Okay. The master is more forceful. I don't know. I guess it depends on the relationship too, and it depends on what they decide, what words to use, whether they use you the dominant or you the master. But there is little differences in these terminology. Like I could be the dame or I could be a mistress. And so I used to be Mistress Bob. And the reason I use the term mistress is because I am on a sensual, it's more sensual. So I decided that instead of to be dame or dominatrix, I am a mistress. And so yes, you're gonna treat me like a lady, I'm gonna act like a lady, but yeah, I'm in control. Okay. So the terms master, slave, dominant, or submissive, and dame or dom, there's little differences, small little differences. The individual who becomes sexually gratified by their own pain, that is a mask. Let me share the words with y'all. Let me share the screen. And this is where I am. It look like they're doing it in alphabetical order. Okay. So look like I skipped one. Okay. Gender play, a type of BDSM play when the individual in the scene takes on roles of the opposite gender. Okay. I've never done that one where I act like I'm the man. Yeah, I never need that one. Hard limits is when you put your limitations on and they're not to be negotiated. Impact play, a type of BDSM play that involves striking the body. This can be done with a hand, a paddle, a cane, a whip, a flogger, or any instrument. Like, okay, that's impact play. Kink is the non-conventional sexual practice. The master, I already went over that one. Male dominance, when the dominant partner is a man, or so-called male dom. And we already kind of went through this. It's just different terms. When we mentioned the dom, which is D-O-M, and then the dame, right, which is spelled either D-O-M-M-E or D-O-M or damea, right, D-O-M-I, let's go see how they spelled that. D-O-M-I-N-A, right? That's new because it used to be DOMME. Okay. This the domino. So they made some changes. Or maybe, yeah. Or maybe they just don't have that shit right. Spell. See right here, a pro-dame. Notice that here it's spelled right. This is how it used to be spelled. DOMME. And a pro-dame is a woman who does it professionally. She just doing it to make her money. She don't live this lifestyle. Okay. And let's see. I skipped some. The much, what's that? Let me see. An informal meeting or party. Often in a public place where people interested in BDSM can mingle. Oh, okay. Well, I've never really, so I guess it's what they call it, a munch. Instead of a lunch, it's a munch. Listen, I've had meetings. I never called them a munch. And we would set up a party or a meeting. If it was a private party, then it was at a private venue that I set up. But if it was at like we would meet up at, what's the name of that place? Damn it. Dave and Buster's. Let's say I put out something and say, hey, we're going to meet up at Dave and Buster's on Friday or Saturday night. And everybody's welcome to come. We're going to meet up in the bowling alley area. And that's what we would do. Everybody paid to get in themselves. And we would just do like a meet and greet. That's what I would call it, a meet and greet. From there, we get to meet and greet individuals. And then from there, I may then tell them about a private party and tell them how much it's going to cost, when it's going to be, and how to qualify to even come. Or I may, at this meet and greet, I may only invite individuals who I feel like they would be a nice fit with the group of us. Okay. So that's what that is. But I never heard of it as a munch. So that might be something that's new, or it may be just a term that I just never seen before. Play is the term used to describe the act itself. Remember I mentioned them roles. So you play a role. So you could call them roles, you could call them scenes, or you could call it play. Just play. Want to get together and play? Yeah. Okay. Play party, a social gathering where guests can engage in BDSM activity. So it's all the same, play and play party. Okay. Pro-dame, I already mentioned that. Protocol. Protocol is the same no matter what. It means rules, right? The rules people practicing BDSM agree to. So you need to, if you get into this, right? And this is where people mess up. You cannot be on the internet telling people that you are a submissive. And then some guy come and say, oh, I'm in BDSM too. Would you like to hook up? Right? And then you invite him. And then you think that gonna go well. That could be fucking deadly. And some people have already found this out. You need to have protocols. You need to have rules. You need to already know what the scene is going to be. What are you getting together to do? Are you just meeting, greeting? And if you're doing that, then you don't need to do that on a one-on-one. Never do that on a one-on-one. If you're meeting and greeting, you find out where the next actual meet and greet is. And then you invite that person to that meet and greet. And then you get to meet them in a setting of lots of people. Let other people get a feel. People who you know, introduce them to this person and have conversations and find out. And do not meet each other unless you know the protocols. You need to know your heart. People need to know your what type of impact you into, and you need to know their heart limits. Okay, you definitely need to know these hard limits. You need these protocols. Do not get together without you already knowing this on a one-to-one basis, because let me tell you, this shit could be dangerous. You end up meeting with somebody you thought just because you a sub, you know they're gonna be a dom. They love that. But they may not really be true dominants. They just want to play. They heard about it. They like, oh yeah. And then they found you. You don't know much about it. They don't know much about it. And then motherfuckers could end up killing you. You done told them what you into. And they think that shit is sexy. They see you pretty and they think you are a prime person where they could come and practice. But see, this shit is fucking dangerous. Because if they don't know what they're doing, your ass is dead. Okay? So I know this shit sounds sexy to some people, but do not play with people who don't know what they are doing. Just because they're pretty or they are handsome and they're sexy to you, do not play with this shit. Okay? And if they don't know anything about hard limits, safe words, everybody heard of safe word. But if they don't know the protocol, if when you mention, well, what's your protocol? If they don't know what you mean, do not meet with them. They do not know what they're talking about. They're lying. Okay. One guy on this shit got met with somebody, y'all, and that little motherfucker still roaming around in this space called the Manosphere. That little motherfucker attacked this young woman, and the reason it's considered a motherfucking attack is because he didn't know what he was doing. He lied and said he did. So she used the safe word, and this little nigga think he could continue doing what he's doing because his dick is hard. His dick is hard. He feel like, oh, well, you shouldn't have got my dick hard. Nigga, what? I gave you the safe word. He thought that this shit includes actual sexual intercourse. So he thought there was his way in to get her sexually. And what's that little motherfucker name? Because y'all know I don't give a fuck about that bitch. Okay? Ladies, be warned. These niggas will lie. And they will say they know something that they don't know. And then they will be lying. And this shit could be, yeah, it could go bad. What is his name? God damn it. I know somebody might be saying it in the room. He has a channel and everything. That nigga should have went to jail. I think he ended up
game changer.
Game changer. That's who that little nigga is. He lucky. I was thinking about, since he claimed if I would have been close to his area, and I was going to see if I can get a cute little thing to hit him up. And we were gonna fuck that nigga. And I'm literally talking about fucking him too. The nigga claimed that he's a dime, but he don't know nothing about what the fuck he was talking about. I was gonna set that little nigga up. If I would have got the A-OK from the person. But she was like, nah, Bomb. I wanted to set that nigga up. See, you don't play in this arena because this can mess up everybody. I don't know. I wanted to set him up. And then I was going to let somebody peg his ass. I better stop. But this shit is not to be played with. Just because he thought she was beautiful and she was on here, saying she's a submissive, well, she is, and that she was getting, learning from a group of people, which she said she was. I just don't understand how she met this dude like that without him mentioning his protocols, she being able to explain, find out if he know what he's talking about. But what the term she did use was safe word. And so everybody have heard of that. So when she say, oh, you understand safe word? And he be like, yeah, of course. If she would have used that term protocol, and if he didn't know, then she would have been able to know that he don't know nothing. Role play. When one or more people take on a different identity during a scene. Examples may include teacher student, doctor patient, boss employee roles. There's so many, it's unlimited how many roles you could be. You could play husband, wife. You could play neighbor, right? You could student teacher, it's so many roles you could play. That's what makes it exciting. Okay. You can do this in your regular relationships too. It don't have to just be BDSM. I recommend role playing. In to keep relationships healthy in marriages. Role playing is the way. Your husband will never cheat on you if you would be the blonde, right? If maybe he might want a redhead. He saw a sexy redhead and you saw him look at her and you're like, okay, let me go get this red wig and you know what I mean? Change it up. You might be a woman who is conservative in your everyday, but you might want to bring your husband a little something different every once in a while in the bedroom. And once he realizes he can have just you, but he can have multitude of women within you. Some women don't like that. They be like, oh, I'm not enough for him. No, bitch, you not. What the fuck? You need to switch it up some. Or your shit in 30 years. What? I'd have been everything by now. In this this marriage of 32 years, I'd have been it all, y'all. The flight attendant, the nurse, the doctor, the teacher, the everything. You named it. I can't even think of new ones. I'm starting to think about becoming furries and shit. But I'd have been every goddamn thing. Okay. I'd have been the flight attendant. Hey, sir. On the goddamn plane. We done role play. I done met him. I was the flight attendant, and I ended up at the hotel, at the same hotel he was in. We ended up in the lobby, and we worked our way up to the bedroom. I done been everything. I done been a cowgirl at a motherfucking redneck motherfucking restaurant, a club, line dancing and shit. I'm line dancing, and I meet this man at the bar, and we end up in the bathroom. I done been it all. Fuck out of here. Shit. Look, marriage can be exciting, or it could be dead and boring. And it's your decision on which one it'll be. Okay, anyway, this is the subset of BDSM, because y'all know I can't say them words, sadism and for some reason I can't say that word. Say it again for me, y'all.
Masochism.
Yeah, there you go. Masochism. Did I get it close? Anyway, I can't say it.
Yep.
This is the subset of BDSM involving inflicting pain or humiliation. That's the word I forgot about. When you humiliate them. Oh my God, that they love it for the purpose of pleasure and sexual gratification. This including the cock and ball torture, right? The pulling of the teeth, the cutting, there's men who have tried to get me through negotiations. I never met up with them because I cannot meet up with these creeps. They look, to me, they just sound like they could be dangerous. Okay, because it's so crazy. But anyway, why he wanted me to cut his balls, like he wanted to take a sharp razor and to slit just little cuts, like paper cuts, but with a, the thing when we line our eyebrows up, ladies. You want little cuts on his balls. Not the tweezers.
Oh,
there's
no, the
little,
razor blade itself. I know what you're talking about. Okay.
That little razor that you can get from the beauty salon store and shit. Yes, he want you to cut his balls with that. And I was like, no deal. No, sir. I am a sensual dominate. We don't do that. And they offer big money too, y'all. This is big money. And the reason there's so much money involved in this is because you are keeping their secrets. You keep their secrets. You know, you don't go and tell people. You're not gonna out them. They paying really for that safety of you protecting their identity. And then on top of that, of course, you inflicted pain, but they assume that if you inflicted pain, you like to inflict pain. And let me tell you, they're not just asking for women. They will also allow another man to inflict this pain. And so men can get in this and make money being a dime to both women, but the most of your bulk of your money gonna come from men. If you say you specialize in, you know, humiliation of men. Oh yeah, you can make fucking money. Okay, say this. A person who enjoys or becomes sexually aroused by inflicting pain or humiliating of other people, right? Safe, sane, and consensual, SSC. This phrase describes what BDSM community considers ethical behavior. Kink enthusiasts stress the activity, stress that activities must be always be safe, sane, and consensual. And that is a big word right there. Sane. Safe is cool. Sane. Because they be having some insane requests, baby. But to others, it may not be that far-fetched. For them, for me, I am not cutting your balls. I don't want to try to break your balls, like literally jumping on them in spike heels, trying to see if you could break them, if you can bust them, flatten them out.
Oh.
Yes, that's cock and ball torture.
I couldn't.
And that's the insane part for me. So yes, SSC, y'all, that is something that is you'll hear it often. Hey, remember SSC, safe, sane, consensual. Okay, safe word, an agreed upon word or phrase that a bottom, sub, or slave can say during a scene to stop the activity or session immediately. And that is what that motherfucking fuckboy didn't do. She says the safe word and this nigga continues. She says the safe word and he is so enthralled in his penis that because it's hard, he don't understand. Nigga, stop. You stop as soon as that fucking word is dropped. You don't get to try to convince her to continue on while you're continuing. You stop. After that safe word is put out there and you continue, anything after that is assault. Let's be clear about that. There is no, well, my dick is still hard, so I'm going to continue until it's deflated. That is assault. That means even if I allowed you to have sex with me, and then for whatever reason, it don't matter what, I give you the safe word, then you must stop. You roll over and stop, and you calm down, and you wait until she figures out what is going on. Something may seriously be going on, or maybe mentally going on, or anything. It don't even fucking matter. It's her body. And we don't care what your body is. If you gave the safe word, she would have to do the same exact thing. She would have to stop. And that little nigga just continued to do whatever it is they were doing when she gave the safe word. Okay. And then everybody talking about, well, she let him. Yeah, listen, this is real shit. This shit could get dangerous. He could be roping her up and she can, something could be wrong. It could be too tight. she could be uncomfortable. She realizes maybe she put herself in a bad predicament. That means, you know, if he really wanted to be safe with it, when she gave the safe word, he would start untying her. But nah, he kind of proved that he was dangerous. Okay. Anyway, so the word cannot be stopped though, because we say those words often. It needs to be a out of place word, a word that nobody can say that I didn't hear it or I didn't understand. You know, so it can't be stopped or no. The word needs to be just it's common, right? But not common in the situation. So like they say red or red light, pineapple, banana, okra, some shit that you would never really be able to connect to the situation, where he could say, or she could say, oh, I didn't know that's what she meant. So it has to be a word that you agree on and you don't forget that word, right? In fact, what you do, you agree to the word and you write the word down and you put it, the safe word is, and put it somewhere where both can see it, because suppose she forget what the safe word is. So it needs to be right there where everybody can access it no matter what they're doing, be able to read it. Because let me tell you, this shit is serious. Like, people be in heightened state of pleasure at times, and shit, and you may, your brain may kind of wipe away a little bit. So yeah, put that word up where everybody involved can see it, and make sure it says the safe word is, and then put the word, like if you're in a kindergarten class and shit. Don't write it in cursive in case they can't read cursive. God damn it. That's what I'm saying. Soft limits is like hard limits. The limit that's more flexible than the hard limit. It might be an act that a person is hesitant to perform, but may be willing to try. Okay. So those are limits where I might say, well, I'm not really into, or I don't want to do this. But let's say y'all in the midst of pleasure and everything, right? Whatever. And then he or she might say, well, hey, you know, I know you said you didn't want to do this, but would you like to? And he or she may say, well, yeah, let's try it. Those are your soft limits, but you put that out there just in case. You're letting the people know you're not really into that, but you may be willing to try it. Okay. You don't have to really focus too much on giving your soft limits, but you do make sure you definitely give your hard limits. Phone ringing. Please don't be what they don't do. Where's my phone? I don't know where yet. Here, somewhere. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Let me see, called. Sorry, y'all. Let me see. Phone. What? How do I know who called? Is that my son called? They got something. They changed this phone. When it was one day. It's not telling me. Anyway. Okay, anyway, if you call me, if you're on here and you call me, just call me back. Let me see. Soft limits. We already did that. Scenes, we kind of already taken care of that, right? That's the place. Encounters that take place are known as scenes. We already mentioned that. Play, scenes, stuff like that. The slave, I already talked about that. Submissive, I already talked about that. And that's why, and when they say it online, they talk about, I don't know why women don't like the word submission. They don't like the word submissive. They don't, but yeah, there is a reason why. Okay. There's a reason why some women don't like you terming it as submission. Okay. switch. I think I mentioned the word switch. There's the dom, the sub, which and the switch. The switch is a person who can become a dom when they want to, and they become a submissive when they want to or need to. They can switch it up, and that is what a switch is. And what it says right here, it says a person who sometimes plays the top and sometimes plays the bottom in the BDSM scene. So yes, that's what some switch is. And there are lots of switches. I am not one of them. I am not one of them. Have never, ever desired, wanted, or to be a submissive. Okay. I can't even imagine being a submissive. I just can't. And it depends on the type of person you are. I just can't. But there are a lot of people who can switch it up, and they're called switches. Just like you're gonna find some men who just say, no, I'm always dominant, right? Until they come across a woman like me, and then them motherfuckers will end up being what we call a switch, because I will switch your ass into being what I want you to be. That is a fact. Okay. I've come across men who say, no, I'm just dominant. Oh, really? Okay. I got you. That's when you know they're not really into the BDSM world, though, right? They really not. They're not. They just here to play. They just want to play and experience some shit. And but because a real person who really into this lifestyle, yeah, they know they've already tried, maybe, possibly, and just didn't like it or couldn't do it. But the ones who just want to get in this world because it seems exciting, which it could be exciting, by the way, they label themselves as switches. That because as beautiful as the woman is, his ass will end up being a submissive just so he can get close to her. When he be like, damn, I want to get with her. Look at her in them boots. Look at that leather, Lord. And then he becomes a switch. Be dominant. Look, he was dominant, but when he walked in the club, and now he's sitting in there, he see a beautiful woman. Now his ass is submissive as he could be, licking her boots and shit. Okay, a top is the person who I already told that's the dom. Just another word for dom or dame. Okay, that's it. Or the dominant person, the master. Yeah, topping from the bottom. When a bottom tries to control a scene, even though it was agreed that the top would be in charge. So remember I said that I'm never a switch. I'm never a switch. The one time I tried to be a switch, I tried to be submissive, I was topping from the bottom. In fact, in my relationship, I top from the bottom. What does that mean? I am a dominant person, but I know when to allow my husband, right? My husband is the man. So he is what I would say, right, in charge, I guess. It says y'all like to use them terms. And so I would be topping from the bottom, which means yeah, he's at the top, right? He is. And then I could come in and make some decisions. That's basically what topping from the bottom means. You go into the scene and you're really supposed to be submissive. You really shouldn't be in control of nothing. You already relinquish your control, but you might be with a dom who not really, he might not know what he's doing. So you're telling him what to do. If you're telling him what to do to you, then that means you're topping from the bottom. You're really in control. He's just in control based on nothing that sets in reality, I guess. I don't know. I hope I'm explaining that right. Topping from the bottom. Lots of married women top from the bottom. If you're smart, you're topping from the bottom, right? You're not gonna put your husband down because he is the man. But here on the internet, you know, if you say something against your husband and make it seem like you in control, then they'll be like, oh, you must be married to some simp. I'm not married to no motherfucking simp, nigga. My husband is a man, a clear man. He knows what the fuck he's doing. But at the same time, I still have some say, right? And then when I say I have some say, oh, he's not mad. Nigga, shut up. But anyway, topping from the bottom means you're not really supposed to be in control, but you may actually really be in control of the situation. Okay. Let's see, 24/7. When individuals in a relationship engage in some BDSM at all times. They changed that to 24/7, but that is actually called lifestylers. So I get this must be this new term, but it's actually lifestylers. Lifestylers are those who actually live this life. Their real life is built around this, and they don't make money doing it. They really live that submissive lifestyle, being dominant and submissive. Okay, those were called lifestylers, and now they look like they call them 24/7. Hey, babe. Hey. What's that? Ooh, thank you. And then we have vanilla sex, which I already mentioned, used by people in the BDSM community to label sexual behavior that doesn't involve kink. Vanilla sex is the regular sex. Like if you consider man on top, missionary, woman on top, that's vanilla as well. Everything regular is vanilla, the vanilla world, vanilla sex. Okay. Any questions, comments, suggestions? That was a lot. I feel like I'm still missing something, but I think I may have covered everything. Anybody?
So what are some of the common signs to alert to know if somebody don't know what the fuck they're doing, but they already agreed to meet?
Mm-hmm. So when you agree to meet, and you never met, right? You never met, and I wouldn't meet people online who I've never met in the circle of, because they do have meet and greets. Every city, large city, okay, not every city, every large city you could find some BDSM groups. And then in those groups, what you do is you find out when they have their next meet and greet, or what they call munch, because that's the term. Maybe that's the term they use today. Where is that? Munch, I think it was in the M's, right? And that's where you're gonna find your this is where you're gonna find your peoples to play with. That's safe, right? And then you while you walking around talking, you have a good time, right? Just getting to know people, and you'll find out, you know, they'll direct you. If you're looking for a professional dom, whether it's a man or woman, they'll give you some suggestions. If you're looking to play but not really pay, right? Because this is a community of people. You might have to sit down and talk and find out what kind of scenes they into, or what kind of roles. And then people will tell you, hey, I like to play this role, and I like to play that role. But if they don't know, I'm gonna tell you, the one that, if they don't know terms like role play, if they don't know, let me see.
So you suggest like a small screening to see how fast they respond, the way they respond, the tone of their response, you know, different things. Because you know me, I'm a reader.
Mm-hmm.
So just because you give me the right answer, depending on how you say it or your body language, it may not always, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I might be overanalyzing shit, you know what I'm saying? This ain't my shit. So
Yeah, no, you're
I know
right
it's a
though.
lot of,
Because now you can ask a person something and they can hurry up and Google to find out what it means and give the answer, right? You're right. So yeah, I guess you just have to talk to them, ask their experience. If they claim that they have experience, then find out where they had this experience at. Right. And if they just say they just met somebody, I just met somebody did that online. I ain't gonna mention their name. They're here on YouTube. I used to knew these men were lying. Because I would ask them, well, oh, really? Where you had this experience? Oh, no, I just met 2 women and I brought them home and we so that's not an experience. Okay. That we would consider an experience. Because just because you had 2 women or a woman or a man come over to your house and y'all role play, that's called role play. BDSM is a whole community. There's rules, regulations. This shit could get dangerous. Like I said, it can really get dangerous. You could end up with a man who start whipping you, ladies, right? Or choking you out. And then he don't want to stop. He could stop when it right at the edge, when he could edge you out. That's when he about to almost kill you and he stopped. And then as soon as you get back right, he does it again. Keep repeating it. When you think you're about to die, and you may even die. Y'all got to be careful. This shit is not to be played with. And I always assume people knew. Like the people not in the community, I get when you don't know, but then you just stay out of the community. It's like you're going to go in a black neighborhood that you don't know at night and shit, but then don't go walking in the BDSM community, not knowing nobody walking through at night and shit. Okay?
Yeah. It's like Ray Ray from the hood walking with jogging pants and a hoodie, trying to walk onto a golf course.
Right. It could be dangerous for him, right?
Bomb, that's no excuse. I'm not even in the BDS community, and even I know that. There ain't no excuse to be traipsing around that world and you don't know what you're doing.
I'm not lying. Somebody did that here online. Okay, so he, Game Changer, in the Manosphere, sits over there, and they had that one guy. What his name is? The one who wrote that book, Mode 1. He talks
Alan Roger Curry.
He talks about the BDSM world, right? And so the men are sitting there listening to him. In fact, I was up on that conversation with him, right? Because shit. Now I could tell that he knows what he was talking about, right? So the men, like Game Changer, some of these young men, they thought it's exciting because this man is talking about how he done had threesomes and he able to get the women and they'll do this and they'll do that, younger women and older women, and it sounds like it's exciting. And then so now but he taught them a few little things, and now they think they know. And they find a young woman right here on YouTube who says she's submissive. I kept warning, you don't come to the internet and announce this, because you're going to get men who want to get with you, and they will announce anything, right? Anyway, this dude didn't know anything, nothing, and so they met up, and that shit didn't work out right. Okay, that's because this nigga didn't know what he was doing. He told her he did. She said, "Mom, he told me he knew what he was doing. He had been in the work." You know how terrible it is to find out that a person lied to you in the midst of your play. Because I think Alan Roger Curry, whatever his name, he forgot to mention that this is not just about sex. You can have a scene where there's no intercourse, right? Not everybody get with people who want to have sex with them. So, that little fuck nigga right there. Any other questions, comments, suggestions?
In the event that someone finds themselves in a situation, recourse other than like straight fight for your life. I mean, kind of hard to.
Yeah, you gotta fight for your life because remember, there's so many scenes that you could be. Somebody
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody could start choking you out for real. I don't know what to do. You just gonna have to try
that's
to
what
get
I'm
out of
saying.
that.
I mean, I know what you're explaining is on some. Hey, if you ain't into it, I mean, that's just how they do. Shit, I don't know. Like you said, you don't really want to fuck with it all the way. I mean, I know some people like to get stick their toes in just to try it out, but
yeah, if you want to try it out, you get with a community, right? Because they always accept the new people in the community, and they will teach you. There's people who will actually educate you. There's even women who train the women to be dames and submissive. You're gonna pay, of course, but you can learn all of it, and you can really learn even how to, if you want to do the Brett play. There's people who will teach you how to do that. Do not just get with anybody and practice things like Brett play though. But you can get with just anybody and dabble a little bit in role playing. You can do that with anybody, but don't bring in no paddles and no whips. If you've been don't listen. You just be careful, ladies and gentlemen. That's all. That the community always welcomes new people, so that's not even a problem. They'll welcome you, walk you through it, give you the terminology, invite you to some parties, events. You got to believe they will. Yes, okay, they will invite you. And you can have you can have somebody who actually teaching you. Women can be taught easier, right? Because there'll be a lot of men who would love to teach you.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that hadn't been fucking with it on the outside looking in. They want to try to drag sex into to each and every little thing. But like you said, it's not always about intercourse on every single
right.
trip.
That's right. Now it could include intercourse.
Yeah.
But it's not always about intercourse.
Absolutely.
You do a scene that may not have no intercourse in it. It might be some sexual relief. It's more on a mental level. That's a whole. See, by the time you get into BDSM, y'all should already know a lot about what you want, need, know how to control yourself sexually. And this is be another level, a step in a whole another level. This is when you're looking for an orgasm that is heightened. It's not the regular orgasm, and you don't need nobody to touch you to have certain type of orgasms. This BDSM is for a whole nother level of individual seeking out pleasure. Yeah. It's a whole nother level. It's like the Kama Sutra. It's just, yeah. No. It's just a whole nother level to sex. So everybody's not there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't recommend it for everybody, because if you got to have your penis touched in order to get an orgasm, touched by yourself or somebody, then yeah, you might want to stay from BDSM because you're not ready. Now, if you can have an orgasm just by sitting here thinking about it or thinking about something, then yeah, that might be something you might be interested in.
Or something that you can handle.
Yeah, because like for real, if somebody say,
you'll be able to manage it.
Yeah, if somebody said it's that safe word, you got to stop.
Yeah, I guess a trust issue with me. I'm just saying. Trust, that's a huge, especially when I'm trying to have pleasure. I have to be on the brink of, damn, out of all the times the motherfucker don't want to listen, or I don't trust, or I'm in serious doubt, it's right now. I'm like, damn, man. But I had a few people that were kind of just kicking the idea around, but in terms of me personally, like dipping or diving into it, nah, I ain't never did it. Up here in Chicago, where they wild and loose, somebody into the shit right now, actually. But yeah, I would just say, hey, anybody that's listening or on the replay, always take the safe route first. Fuck that pleasure shit. Be alive to tell your story, of if you want to do it again, or maybe it wasn't what you thought it was, and maybe you just didn't hook up with the right group.
Right.
I don't know what the variables are. Yeah.
It could be many things, like you said.
Yeah.
Yep. You get with the right group of people though, but man, your existence would be great. I think a lot of these single men, they just need to find them a group. Get out the manosphere and find y'all a group. Like there are groups, man. Y'all can, if y'all want to get into BDSM, find a community. God damn, see? Go sign on Facebook. Trying to oh God damn it. Oh Lord. Hey Mello.
Yo.
What's going on?
Yo. No, I'm just kidding. Look. No, I had to address some company I received. And I came back. So when I left, you were in the middle of BDSM education. So I guess we're still on that.
Oh, okay. I think we're almost done. People just asking questions. So you ever tried BDSM? No.
In my own way. Is there any other kind? But in your own way.
It's only your way. That's it, girl. That's it. Do it in your own way. Yep.
And nobody is actually bleeding. It doesn't have to be like that. It's about just making sure they get acclimated to the idea of what they believe they deserve in life. If they believe they deserve a little pain, well, let's explore that.
Some people love pain. Yeah, you're right about that.
It's like you've been fighting in the streets all your goddamn life. You obviously like pain. Let's find out if we can help you reminisce. To all them thug motherfuckers out there. You fighting in the streets for no goddamn reason, worrying your mama. Like, oh Lord, my boy's in a gang. Oh Lord, he got a black eye. Oh Lord, he gave somebody else a black eye. Since you like pain so much, maybe we should help you reminisce.
She said, let me give you a little pain. I got something for you.
Well,
his ass might calm down in them streets.
It was what's really funny is when they actually sign up for the safe word, because they don't think that you could take it that far. I was like, okay, what you talking about? And then it becomes like, wait a minute, bitch, wait a minute. I was like, no, it'll be all right. We can have a safe word. Okay. So then that makes things a little bit more exploratory. And it gets to a point where they start trying to figure out how far you're willing to go. And when they start talking crazy, man, you know, I had to back out. I'm not the Punisher, okay? I like to explore, but I'm not the Punisher. So, you know, there's a difference between having fun and somebody needing medical attention. There's a motherfucking difference, okay? Like, if we're not trying to get to, you know, paramedics involved, let's pull out.
Oh man. Yeah, man. I don't need no goddamn be calling that 911.
That shit
Can I
is
have your
hard to
emergency?
explain.
I know
That is hard to explain.
Like that. Remember that video I showed y'all of that man sitting on that glass and the glass breaking in his butt? That's some BDSM.
Your description was enough for me. Some of y'all watched it. I didn't.
I didn't either.
That description was enough for me. Okay.
Y'all should have
Me
watched
too.
it. But those of you
No,
that
we
want-
shouldn't. No.
Yeah, no, that some of us watched it.
You gotta keep in mind. I'm a child that was exposed to The Exorcist far too young, and there's only so much that my eyes can take. You know, because I was introduced, and I didn't know there were other people like me. Not just the man on this panel. I just found out there's a whole support group of people that like are confessing that they were wrong for being forced to watch The Exorcist before they were
I wasn't forced to watch it
age.
though. It just happened to be the opener for Enter the Dragon. That's all. It came out at the same time.
Oh, it was a preview?
Yeah, no, it was the whole movie. But the drive-in.
It was the whole fucking movie.
Was 2 movies. Yes, Exorcist was the first.
It was too young.
The second movie. Yeah, both movies was rated R. Yeah, and I was 5 years old, so yeah, I shouldn't have been there.
I tried to keep that secret for you, but since you want to expose it, right? There's a whole support group out there for that shit. I didn't know that. There's a whole support group. Exorcist Anonymous.
Nah.
Motherfucking children that watch inappropriate films
early on,
because
like,
their mother or father didn't want to have a baby. Instead of getting a babysitter, they took their damn. Go ahead, Devastator.
It was all about Bruce Lee and Into the Dragon. That's what it was all about. I mean,
a lot of the parents said they didn't know it was gonna be that graphic. That was their excuse. It was like, we didn't know. It was like, you knew it wasn't rated G. What the fuck?
They didn't have ratings back then.
No, it wasn't no G back then.
Yeah, it was no
ratings. The even more fucked up part about it, Linda Blair, she was in my English class. I mean, she looked just like her. Like, almost fucking twin. Wore hair. Yeah, wore hair the same way. Yeah, same motherfucking way. Real standoffish.
Damn.
You know what I mean? So I was on some goddamn. What you doing over here?
You've been haunted for a long time, Devastator.
Man, I was on some fuck. But that was one of the few horror movies that I think I only watched twice in my lifetime. First time at that drive-in, I think it came on a movie channel or something like years later, and I never watched it again.
Man.
Yeah.
That was the one I was too young to understand what I was looking at. The rest of them, like the birds and Alfred Hitchcock films and all that other kind of goofy shit, you know, I was kind of old enough to comprehend, like, okay, we got some birds tormenting people and fucking them up, you know, and other stuff, right? Psycho, all that shit. You know, I was old enough to just understand what I was looking at. When I saw The Exorcist, goddamn, and I don't even know what year it came out because I'm still kind of like standoffish about the whole situation. It's like when I know what that movie consisted of and the age that I must have been when she just thought she could just take me into a movie theater and I'll go to sleep, but I didn't. I'm looking at this motherfucking movie and I'm too young to piece together what the fuck I'm looking at. That shit is crazy. There's a whole bunch of people like that out there. And it was like, yes, I too am a victim of my mother taking me to the movie theater thinking I was gonna fall asleep, but I watched that bitch.
No. I went in.
You too?
I actually went in the drive-in inside the trunk.
Welcome back, Mrs. Mimi.
Yeah, so I think it was
wait, they snuck you in through the trunk. Now that
the old
they never did
sneak-in
that
deal.
to us.
Yeah, the old sneak-in deal.
Nah, they might have snuck in food, but they didn't put us in the trunk. They didn't do that. That's fucked up, devastating.
Yeah.
That's fucked up, man. Thanks for sharing.
But I did have I wasn't real comfortable watching horror movies. By that
I
being
can't
the
watch
first
them
one,
to this day.
didn't help.
And I would like to think I'm brave enough to endure a lot of things, but it's just watching a horror movie it triggers me in a different compartment in my brain. Like I just can't tolerate it. I just can't.
I remember turning down
I will turn it down. I will turn a horror movie down. I will turn it down. Now, I don't knock people that like it because I understand they have a different way of looking at things, you know. Like the reason why my mother and father probably liked horror movies is because that fascinated them. They hadn't experienced being horrified, or maybe they have in their own way. I don't know. All I'm saying is they didn't mind looking at some weird shit, you know, and us children, we got exposed to the weird shit they like to watch, you know, and I just didn't feel like, you know, they had babysitters, like their brothers, their sisters, my grandparents, why the fuck would you take a damn, what movie, why would she do that? And then you was talking about Saturday Night Fever. Even that wasn't really you know, disturbing for me because it had the music and the distractions of the dancing scenes. But that motherfucking Exorcist, man. No, I wasn't supposed to watch no shit like that at 6 years old or some shit. No, I wasn't supposed to watch no shit like that.
You know what?
Yeah, there's some people that actually died on that set. It was really some freaky shit going on making that movie, actually.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Because they was playing around with gore. No, I'm just kidding.
I have always liked horror movies since I was a kid.
Yeah.
And
why?
I don't know. I was really like a Halloween fan. I guess like my mom kind of introduced that to us. So it never really scared me. But then when I was in high school, my sister wanted to watch The Exorcist, and I was like really nervous about it. And I couldn't get through the whole movie.
Right.
It really freaked me out. There were parts of the movie that really got to me. I don't know why.
Because I haven't watched the movie since, but I've heard snippets of descriptions, right? And from what I understand, there's a scene where the girl screws herself with the cross. And I was just like, are you telling me at 5 years old, I looked at some shit like that, and because I couldn't understand it, I'm tripping? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck am I, you got to understand a child's mind. There are children who can't compartmentalize. That's the word I'm going to use, goddammit. Forgive me. You can't put into a category what the blank you're looking at. When it's some horrifying, it's akin, and I don't mean to trigger anybody, it's akin to watching a domestic violence episode, when you're a child. When you're a child and you see something horrific in terms of domestic violence going on in front of your face as a child, and there's this, this punching, this murder, whatever, that is horrific. Right. So what I'm saying is, when a child is exposed to horror in front of their face and they don't know how to classify it, it takes a long time for them to get a grip about whether or not they thought their mother was cool for doing that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if my mother was aware of the situation. Like I said, it was originally supposed to be, hey, we can't find a babysitter. It was a last minute deal.
That type of shit.
Yeah. So she was on some.
Okay, I'm gonna just take her, and she'll probably go to sleep. We've been walking all
I
day.
demonstrated. Yeah. Even at that young
playing
age.
In the park all day.
Yeah, me and my friends, we pretended that we was karate and kung fu, and at the.
She told me you were supposed to be asleep.
Yeah. So that was actually the plan. Hey.
I asked her that shit years later. I'm like, why would you take me to see The Exorcist? It gave me nightmares for a long time. And she was like, you were supposed to be asleep. And that's the way she played it off. I said, what do you mean I was supposed to be asleep? Like, yeah, we were walking and playing, and I thought you were going to be tired enough to go to sleep. So I just went to a movie that I wanted to see.
Yeah, so we at the drive-in outside, and then right on the right side of the screen was the full moon. Watching The Exorcist.
Is that why you so into the full moon?
Not because of that movie.
Oh, okay.
You making it seem like the moon is something. What is that? That's something that doesn't resonate. The bad experience. I quit bringing it up if you want to.
Well, yeah, I'm not interested. Yeah, I think.
I get it. No, say less.
Yes, sir. Because I was really snapping the last time you brought it up. I was like, I think I might have overreacted. But I just don't.
No, your perspective is what it is. I can't.
Yeah, everybody has their different perspectives about it. Everybody.
Yeah.
It means something different to everybody.
Did you hear me react, or did I sound like you shouldn't be saying that to me? Or
I apologize. I sincerely do. And I don't usually apologize. In this instance, it deserves an apology.
Well, I'm glad we got it out the way right now.
Yes.
So both of you guys, so you wouldn't watch, so you're not into horror movies today at all?
No.
Yeah, my husband is the same way. However, I did watch, there was a series called The Exorcist. For me, it wasn't as scary as the movie, but I did get my husband to watch the series with me.
Was that from the BBC? A British production?
No.
Or was it American? It was American?
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot what channel it used to play on. What happened was like there was a library nearby, and a little bit before the pandemic, we just got a bunch of movies to watch.
Yeah, I think I remember reading something about it was coming out, but I didn't.
Yeah, it was pretty good because there was like, priest in it, like what the priests go through.
Yeah.
The life of being a priest, and this whole thing that was going around where they were like harvesting people's organs, but it was for demonic reasons.
Yeah.
But it did tie back.
I watch certain movies within there's a certain line that I'm just not interested in crossing. Like
no, I understand.
Hostile. Where they chopping off limbs and stuff.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't like.
I'm not into movies where they chopping off.
I won't watch that.
I like action. I like suspense, and I'll deal with some blood curdling situations. But when it comes to dismemberment, just describe it. I don't have to see it.
Or torture. I don't
want to see it. You know what I'm saying? Like I like those actors. Like, for instance, I watched Dusk Till Dawn. Now that has some dismemberment going on, but it wasn't. But it was done in a way that was kind of comedic enough for me to accept it. Because so it's like I'm kind of on that level. Like, I think that's as far as I'll go. Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah,
that's as far as I'll go. Like, because that whole vampire scene, that shit was crazy. But it was something in the way they did it. It just didn't seem horrifying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The way they did it was whack. It was crazy. It was it was a little bit more acceptable than some of the other shit. And then I saw another.
I didn't know if it was a.
Go ahead, babe.
I didn't know if it was a comedy or a horror film.
It wasn't. It was like it was a trip, right? Yeah.
I was buzzed too. That didn't help.
Because they was making jokes. I think I was probably high too, believe it or not. I think I was high. Yeah, that was back in the days when I was,
I didn't even know the name of them.
Indulging.
I didn't know the name of the movie till the next day. I was like, what the bullshit we were watching last night? Shit, I think it took me like another 3 or 4 years to watch that movie again and get the context of it.
Yeah, I think Dusk Till Dawn. I think it was something about it I just didn't take seriously. I guess that's why it didn't bother me. It was graphic, but it didn't bother me for some reason. Now there's another movie called The Whale or something. WELL, The Whale. I think that's what it was called. That shit was kind of spooky. And movies about like people that are ghosts.
Natural Born Killers?
No, that I didn't mind that for some reason. Like I said, it's really strange. Like, I'm trying to identify the term of what the barrier is, like how far I won't go. I don't mind seeing movies that have kind of some weird shit going on, but there's a certain line I just won't cross.
Right.
There's just a certain line I won't cross, and that's just what it is. But I don't know how to describe. I guess it's called gore.
Yeah.
I think that's the film industry's term, like, gore.
Yeah.
And when I hear shit like that, I'm like, okay, no. And then horror, when they start, so it's gotten to the point when it's identified as a horror film. I'm like,
horrific.
I'm not gonna do that. And
fortunately,
they're kind enough to tell you that it's a horror film, and you don't just find out haphazardly. So I appreciate those ratings and descriptions. So I don't just sit there like, what in the fuck is happening?
Yeah. So what is the line between
Horror and
horrific,
gore? I don't
horror.
know.
No, horror and violence.
Oh, that's a good question. That's a
Yeah,
good
I was
question.
just gonna mention violence. For whatever reason, the violence thing bothers
Yeah,
me. But I'll
trauma.
sit
That's
through a horror
trauma. That's
movie.
trauma. That's trauma.
Yeah,
That's
like I won't give the details in it, but that
yeah,
series Power with 50
yeah,
Cent,
yeah,
there was just like this, like I didn't even see it coming. There was like this part where 50 Cent, like in the show, he had just came out of jail
yeah.
and he was at a chicken spot and they were all sitting down eating, planning, whatever. And there was a guy sitting there eating that kept clowning 50 Cent. So it was like later on in the show, 50 Cent's just driving, he opens the trunk, and then you see what he did to the guy. And that for me was a
Yeah,
lot. Like I felt sick to my stomach.
yeah.
Like that bothered me. But stuff like that won't bother my husband. Like he'll get through it. But like any of that violent stuff, even though I like those shoot 'em up movies, but when it comes to like, I guess it depends on how it is. Like I forgot what movie it
The
was.
context.
Yeah. I remember I was a kid and my mom took us to the movie theater. It was in New Jack City, but then there was like a part where they tortured a guy and then they peed on him, and I don't know, like
Yeah,
that gave me
yeah,
nightmares.
yeah. And that's what he ratted on Frank White.
I can't remember the movie. I don't know why.
That the dude with the mustache. I know what scene you're talking about. I know exactly what scene you're talking about in New Jack
Yeah,
City.
and the guy that they murdered, he did have a like he just had a baby,
Yeah,
and then they had to go back and tell his wife that he was gone.
yeah.
Yeah, that freaked me out. To this day, I won't watch that movie.
That doesn't even, yeah, that doesn't sound familiar.
Well, maybe I think I'm talking about. See, during that time, them early '90s, that New Jack City and that King of New York. I think I watched both of those movies within the same week at a movie theater,
Do you all remember
and I
Seven?
kind of blended both of those movies together.
I
Yeah, I
think
remember
Seven
Seven.
came out in the mid 90s.
Yeah,
For some reason, my aunt thought it would be a cool idea to take me to see that. I don't know what it is with my family in these damn horror movies. They love them. They do. I'm like, okay. I prefer comedies, you know.
yeah. It's kind of tough for me to be around somebody that don't like to laugh and shit. But I have been around people that, I mean, they struggle. I mean, it damn near hurts them to laugh, smile.
I've
I
been
mean,
around
they don't
people
want.
like that too.
Yeah. Like, all right. Hope you work that out, man. Shit. Get the fuck out of
Everything is
here.
so. I mean, like, damn, like what?
Ain't nothing I can do. Yeah, I mean, yo, it's gonna be all right, or give them some line. No.
And what about those people that are never satisfied, no matter what? those type of people. I'm like, I don't know what happened to you, but I hope it'll work out.
Usually, people like that have borderline personality disorders.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Well, they're not.
They're just never satisfied with anything. They don't find pleasure in life. They make everybody's life miserable. Yeah. It's borderline personality disorder.
It's like, have you not heard of the sunny side of the street? Damn. But
so I've seen a clip of I don't know if it was a documentary or a little special that was happening. But there was some study that was done on how kids are late to rest every night, their sleeping arrangements, whether they're alone with their siblings, with them, next to a guardian or something. And so I grew up the way my bed was placed, one side was the wall, and so that's it. I always got up on the same side of the bed for 14 years. There was no separation, and the window was right there the entire time, from the first grade all the way through graduation. I never changed my room around. We didn't move. I mean, we went to Louisiana, and I think it was still the same situation. I had the wall on one side and the window by my head in that house. So does that play a role on how much rest a child gets in terms of his development and his perspective?
That's a damn good question, because I grew up with my siblings, and I didn't get a chance to have my own space until I left home.
18?
My brother had his own room. I was always jealous of that. But my sister and I shared the same room until I left home.
18.
It was a trip, but like I never really thought about it like that. He liked to watch Benny Hill at night, and he would always knock on our door, and he was like, "TV time, it's TV time," that type of stuff. And so we would just sit in the kitchen and watch some old crazy ass TV shows until we got sleepy.
Channel 44.
It had to be, right?
Yes.
WFLD.
Yes.
It was Channel 11. It was some channel like that. That stayed on later. Stayed on past bedtime and everything. And we got away with it for a while. In the summertime, but when it was the school year, there was none of that. They would put that little video 12-inch black and white TV up, but during the summertime it was sitting there on the if not the table, the shelf, and we would just sit there and watch it. And if I didn't know any better, I think it's because he did not like having his own room. I think he didn't like it. He never moved his bed just like you. There was room to move the bed around, but he always had the bed up against the wall, and the window was at his feet. And the closet was to his I guess if I had to recall, I guess it was to his right hand of the bed, and then the dresser was on the right hand side. I mean, it wasn't a large bedroom, but it wasn't a closet either. It was just that right outside the window is this park, and so you got this view of the trees swaying back and forth, which I always thought was beautiful. But I guess there was this one time that one of the trees broke off on the roof of the porch, and that loud sound happened when he was kind of young, and he I don't think it broke the window, but I think it came close enough to where he just didn't like sleeping in his own room. I remember times that you would find him in the morning where he was sleeping on the couch in the living room. He didn't like his room, and it had nothing to do with anything sinister. It was just that the tree that was growing outside the house had a real broken heavy branch that came close to busting into the window. And I guess he was pretty young, and it scared him. And then when he got older, there was a fire in his room. I can't say what he was doing or anything. It's just but he stayed in he that was his room until he was about an adult, till he got his own woman and moved out and tried to make things happen. He had one relationship after another, But that was our childhood home. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? The way
Yes.
things were situated is what it was. There was no moving. There was none of that.
Yeah, stability does take a role. So my view of my room was a cornfield to the west. So
Not the
that's sun.
cornfield.
Yeah, that was endless.
Children of the so I take it
All
you
that.
never watched Children of the Corn.
Oh yeah.
I maybe got like 20 minutes of it. I couldn't. Yeah, I was like, fuck that shit. Then I started looking for some motherfuckers coming through, cause we're at not only the cornfield, we're at the end of a cul-de-sac as well. So any activity meant somebody was either coming to see us or the next door neighbor, which when we first moved there, they were the ones that, the boys were the ones that were actually trying to break in our house. So it was kind of
Okay, you all were
unsettling.
yeah.
So
We
whenever
were
we
on
saw
the
a
upper
body,
level.
when we were if we saw somebody walking, we seen some car lights, we heard every little sound. You know what I'm saying? It was like, yo,
Yeah, that's a different
what's that?
dynamic, right?
Yeah, what's that? Yeah. I'm talking about all the way up through graduation till I left. The last
Did you ever
night,
get a good night's sleep?
Oh yeah. I was at peace, at meditation, through various courses of my middle school ages when I was getting to know myself. Or I
When
thought
did
I
you
knew
get your
myself.
own phone in your room?
Shit. Maybe what?
Like the house phone, like a landline.
Going from the 8th grade to the 9th grade. That summer.
Yeah, that was the shit, man.
Yeah, it was all over there.
Man, listen. I remember being on the phone and my mother told me to get off the phone and I told her wait.
Yeah, you told us that
Man,
shit was
shit. Woo! I'm lucky to not be bruised today, okay? Because she smacked the fuck out of that phone out of my hand and it hit the wall, made a dent in the wall. And I'm just thinking to this day, that could have been my face. That could have been my fucking face, man. It's like of all the nerve for me to respond as if I'm paying damn bills. It's like, what was I thinking? Whoever was on the end of that phone wasn't gonna come save me. Like, what the fuck was I thinking? That shit was crazy, man. And I just chalk it up to being a teenager. You know, it's something about being a teenager, especially a teenage girl. I can only speak for being a teenage girl. That is just something that changes where it seems like adults are in your way. Like, do we have to talk about this? You know, you just start getting that attitude and shit. I look back on that shit. I'm lucky she didn't beat my ass. I could not, I wouldn't, no. I'm well, now being the age that I am, I'm sure I would find a constructive way to correct a daughter's behavior. But in my 30s, no. I probably would have snapped if I had a teenage girl that was talking crazy. So shout out to all the mothers of daughters out there who are teenagers. Shout out. I was just, and I remember I would so-called borrow her clothes, to impress my high school friends, because my mother was very fashionable, or is rather very fashionable. So I'm like, I'm gonna wow my friends with this that don't belong to me. You know what I'm saying? My mother back then, she was really into the leather jackets, like real butter soft jackets that look like you can't believe that's leather. It's so soft and cloth like, you know. It was just, she bought expensive shit. She used to have metallic colored leather skirts. She had the fly shoes, slick ass, beautiful shoes, like real nice shit, right? Belts, blouses, jewelry. I was just showing up like, you know, I was dressing like a 30-year-old, but I didn't look at it that way. I just wanted to keep up with them goddamn people that was also showing off, right? And so my mother knew I was doing it, but she never punished me for it. She never did, because I never brought anything back stained. I think if I had fucked her clothes up, she probably would have hurt me, because she really loved her wardrobe. I used to wear her makeup, you know, because my mother, you got to keep in mind, this is the time when my mother and father separated. So, you know, we had access to a bedroom while she was on her way getting off of work from the night shift. She worked the night shift.
Oh man.
Yeah, she worked the night shift. So by the time I had to be at school, she wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? And we were old enough in these high school years where we didn't need our aunts actually babysitting us. You know what I'm saying? Because they were nearby, but they weren't inside our place. And so, you know, I just, my mother, you know, she had cosmetics. And I remember one time, I caught myself trying to use her curling iron, and that didn't work out too well, you know, because for whatever reason I didn't unplug it, you know, and put it back, you know. Now keep in mind, I'm accustomed to put, you know, by this time I'm rolling my hair in rollers every night. But for whatever reason, there was this new style out. I'm trying to figure, I guess that's when, I don't know, it was some new style that came out. And it really wasn't going to be accomplished with putting rollers in your hair. So my mother had this curling iron. So I caught myself curling my hair before I went to school. I didn't unplug that motherfucking curling iron. And, you know, when I came home, she cussed me smooth the fuck out. Like, it was
sound like you was trying to get a Diane Carroll.
Man, it was terrible. It was terrible. It was terrible. I was so sad that I mean, because, you know, it was just being, it was being selfish, you know what I'm saying? And it was being careless too. You know, she was telling me about, you know, how dangerous it is. You know, do you know what you could have done leaving it plugged up like that? And first of all, what are you doing in my room? And I know you've been wearing my clothes. And she just ran me fuck down. You know what I'm saying? She was like, I give you money every day. I give you money every day. Because, you know, she was giving me like $20 every day. And I wasn't spending it on shit, but, you know, she gave it to me. You know what I'm saying? And when I think back on it, that's a lot of fucking money, right?
Yeah.
To give a teenager for school every day back in the, you know, the late 80s. So, you know, she was
How
just
much?
saying 20.
Oh yeah, 20 months. That was like $100 down there.
Yeah.
50
And
at
it was,
least.
well, let me change that. It was a couple of times throughout the week. It wasn't every day.
Okay, yeah. Like,
it was like, you
like
know,
maybe on a Monday,
she would
Tuesday and
ask me,
Friday.
she would ask me if I need some money, and I would either say yes or no. And when I said yes, she gave me a 20, no problem. You know, but see, I wasn't that type of child where I was just gonna take advantage of it. Like, yeah, every day I need some money. It wasn't like that. It was, but I'm just saying, whenever I told her whenever I answered yes, she gave me $20.
No, I got
black, you know, and so, you know, she just said some shit that just really hurt me. Like, you would think you would appreciate that I love you. That shit fucked me up. You would think that you would appreciate that I love you. I tell you what, I stopped being selfish after that. I stopped being selfish after that. There was something about that sentence that just fucked me up. You know what I'm saying? Because she didn't, it was the kind of guilt trip that wasn't like exactly a guilt trip. That's what was so psychologically diabolical about it. It was a guilt trip, but it wasn't a guilt trip. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So fortunately, I wasn't defiant enough to just be like, brushing it off. I was just like, wow, I do love her. Like, now my mother thinks that I don't love her. I was going through that shit. My mama thinks I don't love her. That's the guilt trip she put on me, man.
Yeah.
It worked. That shit worked. That guilt trip worked like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
But by then, I got attached to a couple of loose friends that was trying to corrupt my purity. And she was trying to interfere. But, I just had to see what the wild children do. I just had to see it,
Yeah.
I just had to see it. They were exciting. They were doing things that I couldn't even think about doing. And I just had to see, how they get down. And I did see it. And I didn't want no part of it, but I wanted to see it. They were smoking cigarettes and drinking and fucking, and so I just, hung around them, just listening to how they talk, and it was interesting. Now, one of the girls, when we went to her house, and her mother, we were sitting around the table, we was eating a little, I guess she had corned beef, potato, like some kind of corned beef or whatever. But anyway, we eating our food, and they started talking about the fast girls in high school. And the mother was like, well, they sound like a bunch of hoes to me. And everybody laughed, right? And I didn't laugh because I wasn't used to an adult, saying explicit things like that. So I just, just kept eating. And the conversation went on further that the mother was saying, I think hoes are smarter because at least they get paid for it. And I'm listening to this shit and I'm like, I've never heard people talk like this before. But it was interesting, being exposed to friends and family of friends rather, that you got to really get a gist of why it is they're not virgins. Like when I look back on it, it's like that would explain why they had this attitude that, sex is fun, get it in while you can, do what you feel. They just had a very free thinking attitude about, having sex.
Yeah.
And, and being on birth control pills, they was like, well, whenever you ready to do it, you can go to Planned Parenthood and get on the birth control pill. You ain't got to tell nobody. Like they was just giving me advice prep. They was giving me prep advice. It was a trip, man. But
All right, it's gonna get noisy for about 15 minutes.
oh, you going on mute? Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I think.
Yeah. But anyway,
Well,
I would suggest, not that anybody asks, that keep an eye on your young children and their friends, because I think my mother, what was really valuable is that
Oh,
she
devastating!
told.
You're not on mute. There you
Hello?
go. Go ahead, Mel.
Oh no, my mother telling me that my friends were fast, and I don't like to use that word. I don't like that she used that word. However, I do understand what she meant. She was indicating that their priorities are not the same as mine, and she didn't want me to be influenced by them. And that is a message for adults to consider. When you know what your child will and won't do, don't take for granted that they won't be influenced. Okay. And being fortunate, it became a novelty. I think the only reason why I didn't so-called flip over is because it became a novelty for everybody to tease me about being Miss Goody Two Shoes. For me, that tagline fit me, and I was comfortable with that. I think had they not teased me, I think I probably would have let my curiosity run its course, because I'm around people that was doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? But it just became, I did have a sense of defiance about me, and it showed up in them expecting me to go, just have sex with somebody eventually. So my defiance showed up in, well, I'm just gonna hold out. So it's not that I didn't want to be into the boys that were into me. It's just that I liked the defiant aspect that had, that had that I had when I was hanging around them. They called me Miss Goody Two Shoes. That's what they did. And I'm not putting a badge of honor on that shit, because it was kind of awkward and uncomfortable. But that's kind of the tag I accepted. I just accepted that shit. And that's what I'm saying about peers. Depending on how innocent or otherwise that a teenager is, that sometimes they're going to accept the tag somebody gives them. Like if they give a girl or a boy a nickname, they never grew up with a fucking nickname, okay? But all of a sudden their peers are giving them a nickname and they accept it. That's grooming them to be like them. So I think the solution might be to vet your children's friends to make sure that everything about them, their family, and even that child falls in line with what it is you expect your child, how you expect your child to conduct themselves. That's what I did with my son. And as soon, because like for instance, as soon as he started being friends in grammar school with children that had families that had gang activity going on with them, my son was relocated to a school where there was less likely to be families who had gang members in their family. You know what I'm saying? And there were children that just didn't come from those types of homes when it came to the school. We relocated, and we were fortunate enough to do that. And because he had to sign some, he had to, I think, take a test, an acceptance test or some. It wasn't an exclusive school. It wasn't a private school. It was just one of those you got to test to get in type of grammar schools. And he was able to test to get in, and it coincided with some incident on the play yard where a lot of these children, you could tell they were freaking disturbed from their home life because they would come to school intentionally just being violent toward their classmates, just starting shit and spitting and kicking and biting and hitting. They were violent children. And, you know, and so, you know, it was just fortunate that he didn't nothing happen to him. You know, he told me about what was going on. And these were these little kids that, you know, I would give like, you know, nice, you know, like Kit Kats to, you know, or you know, whatever, little prepackaged snacks or whatever, you know, just to be nice. But these children, they didn't come from homes that were nice. And so there was nothing left to discover but to find out that they are the children of families who are gang members. And had my son developed friendships with them, it may have just been a matter of time before he became a gang member. So of course we all, you know, me telling the concern that I have, he was transferred to a school where there were families that more likely than not didn't have gang members, and it worked out fine. But I guess I said all that to say that, you know, be mindful of your, you know, the children's peers, because getting jumped into a gang is not like it is on television. It's not like they just snatch them in, you know, in an alley and force them to do it. It's about developing a friendship and a kinship with their peers, and one thing leads to another over a period of time, you know, where they're developing a bond. And then next thing you know, their friend is telling them about their brother, and their brother is in a gang, but they don't call it that. They call it something else, you know. So it's real subtle, you know, how these and then there's the Boys and Girls Club too. I remember there was this community center called the Boys and Girls Club. They started having little events and stuff that I thought was cute. So I would go there with them, and I started noticing that children would have their older siblings hanging out, you know, right outside, you know, doing whatever the fuck they was doing in their cars. And it just you know, you just have to be observant in the interest of conserving your child's best opportunities of preservation. So that's pretty much all I got to say about that on this Saturday night. You know, I'm sure everything will be fine for everybody that's out there listening and will listen. But, you know, the world, it seemed like the world is getting a little bit more treacherous than I anticipated. I was always under the naive belief that every generation was going to be afforded better opportunities, better lifestyles, more prosperity, and so on and so on. And it just seems like children got a hell of a road ahead of them, you know, and we would be fools to think that they can just, you know, guide themselves. They need micromanaging at this point. Subtle, you know, not annoy them to the point they become rebellious, but some micromanaging and attentiveness and structure is the call of the day. Because this world is not quite as cozy as I thought it was gonna turn out to be. They releasing, you know, pandemics and increased food costs. I mean, they're just giving everybody a reason to be stressed the fuck out. And that can turn into a distraction from paying attention to a child's emotional equilibrium. You know, pay attention to that equilibrium, because those little things, they change their mind at a moment's notice about any given thing. Make sure they're not hesitant to talk to you about whatever's on their mind. Make them feel welcome and open to discuss something with you and not afraid. And also be observant. You know, I don't know what else to tell you. Good luck. I can't even imagine raising a child these days, but you all are doing it and you're doing it well. And bravo. On the other hand, I would be totally batshit crazy because I would be consumed with worry. And, I just encourage parents not to be consumed with worry. It's not necessary. We have more resources than the generation prior. Just stick to itiveness, preservation, perseverance, all those good words. Just focus on the sunny side of the street. Don't be pessimistic, be optimistic. Because whatever's going to happen is going to happen. So you might as well be optimistic. Might as well.
Yeah, what I was gonna say, Mella, like my 15-year-old daughter, I'm glad that she introduces me to her friends, like they come over and they talk in front of me. Like I don't get a vibe like if I walk into the room and it's like no, 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 shh, shh. Like I don't get that. Like they include me in like what's going on in school. They show me their Instagram stuff that they've done. So it's pretty nice. And then like my daughter's best friends, one of her best friends happens to be a male. So times that he comes over, he's like, I wish that I had a mom like you. And I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, no, because your daughter's able to talk to you about stuff and you're understanding. He goes, I don't have that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well,
So
it's
he
good
likes
that
to
he
come
has
over a
you.
lot. Huh?
It's good that he has you. Because he's going to need to talk to someone understanding. And it's good that he has you.
Yeah.
Just imagine if he didn't have you. So everything's going to be all right. Because you're going to keep an eye on him. And he respects you enough to allow you to correct his, anything that's off about him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He wouldn't compliment you if he didn't respect you. So any event that he's off about something and you bring it to his attention, he's gonna pay attention. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he has me stored in his phone as Mama and
Yeah.
then my
See?
nickname.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's
When he
beautiful.
showed that to me the other day, I started laughing. I was like, oh, okay. Well, God forbid if anything happens,
Yeah, what I get from that is that he doesn't want to disappoint you specifically. So he has incentive to behave, to exercise some self-control before he does. He's not gonna just impulsively do something stupid, hopefully, because he might be thinking, what would you say? So it's good that you're in his life. You're a godsend for that. I'm happy to hear that. Like, you know, that children, if not their parents, they have to be able to look up to some adult. They have to be able to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true.
Mhm. Yeah. Anyway, I'm open for a new discussion if anybody has something in mind. We can even talk about horror movies if you want to.
Yeah, Tech is Fashion TV said, you know, the movie that I was talking about earlier, it was Sugar Hill. He put it in
I've
the
heard
chat.
of that movie.
That was the movie that I saw that, like, they gave me nightmares.
I never did get a chance to watch it. Okay. I guess that would be why I must have perceived it was gonna be scary. Oh man. I can't stand. Now I heard that increased vitamin B levels prevent nightmares. I just found this out from nutritional research that it's a depletion of vitamin B6 or something. It's something in the B complex vitamins that when there's a depletion from when we eat excess carbs, junk food, stuff like that. Like there's something about those that depletes certain B vitamins, right? And when they're not replenished, we're prone to nightmares. I found that to be fascinating. So I updated my B complex vitamin, and I haven't had any disturbances since I've been taking B complex vitamins. But prior to that, I used to be fucked up. It was like it got to a point where I was afraid to go. It's like, oh, please, Lord, don't let me have another goddamn nightmare, And I didn't, and I just did a regular search, like how to stop having nightmares. And it led me eventually to this guy who's an expert in giving nutritional advice. And he broke it down about this certain B vitamin that is directly related to whether or not people have nightmares. That shit was cool. His name is Dr. Bird. He's he is awesome. And I've been checking him out.
Hello?
Hey, Bomb.
Hey, Bomb.
I'm gonna play something, y'all. This shit is funny. Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, let me go on mute.
Okay,
I could use some funny. Thank you, Bomb.
Okay, give me a second, y'all. Let me see. I gotta turn it up. Listen to this. Here we go.
I apologize. I was only trying to show you my love. Fuck you. What happened? You couldn't hit me.
Oh, I'm cutting now. A minute ago, I was in love.
All of my family? Yeah, no. God damn bricks.
You stuck it in my shit box.
I did no such thing.
Y'all heard what she said?
Sucking in my what?
He stuck it in my shit box. He said I did no such thing. Right? And listen to what she about to say next. Hold up, and I'll tell you what it's about. Hold up, I had to talk about it a little bit, just in case. Okay, here we go. She said he stuck it in my shit box. And then here we go. Let me press play.
But chance to pull up, he kept on fucking. So I gave him a little squirt of my catfish dinner for going there. Don't believe me? Check his dick.
Who the fuck you talking to? I ain't checking no man's dick. Oh, God.
Hello?
Here, look. So this is Anne's Rice interview with the vampire, right? This is the first season, the first episode. Apparently, before he became a vampire, he was a pimp. So one of his whores come and say, hey, we got some problems. So he goes, and one of the whores to hit the alderman over the head. And she is explaining that the reason why she hit him over the head is because they were having sex and he stuck it in her booty hole. And she about to say this. Watch what she says, y'all. Here we go.
I'd even say yes if you just asked, but I don't care who you should put a dick in an asshole without asking. That's against Jesus. Fuck you.
She said, I might have would have let him do it if he would have just asked. But to stick a dick in a booty hole without asking is against Jesus. She said, fuck you. This is funny. God damn. Okay. And he's white and she's black. So she's like a black prostitute and he's a white man who's using the services of a black prostitute.
And she hit him over the head.
Yeah, she's bleeding and shit. But the thing about sticking it in my shit box, I never heard. God.
Yeah, that confused me for a minute. I was like, what is that referencing?
Man,
I heard it now.
Yeah, this is crazy. We need to do a watch party, y'all, on some of this shit. This is on Prime. That's why for free is if you have Prime, which if you have Prime through, Witchcom, you get Prime TV for free.
Right.
And so it's on Prime. I think it's the full season. I'm not sure. I just know. I think the whole season is here. I'm not sure if it's all of them yet or if they're going week by week. But I know it is started on the 2nd. So even if it's not, it should be 4 weeks here. But this shit is funny. He just started. It's funny. So he starts off by talking to the guy who interviewed him before, but now the guy is older. And by the way, it is in present time because when he meet up with him to tell him his story again, it's in the middle of the pandemic, y'all. Yes. So it's like, oh yeah. So he in the middle of the pandemic, he flies where he tells him to fly, and he's interviewing him again. And this is the beginning of his story before he became a vampire. So apparently
he did say you was gonna watch the series.
Yeah. And I decided to, check it out. So I just turned it on. This shit is fun. That shit was fun. But she said, he stuck it in my shit box. And it's against God. She said, if he would have asked me, I wouldn't have no problem. But to stick it in my booty hole without asking permission first is against God. Oh man, God, that is facts, isn't that facts, young ladies? You got to ask, at least ask for the booty hole first. God damn, we don't want to be surprised.
Hell no.
Oh man, yeah, if it was the other way around, they wouldn't like that shit now, would they? Miss Mimi said, hell no. You borging a little bit. Man, this shit is crazy. We need to figure out when we want to do a watch party, y'all. Cause Zoom, I can do watch parties. I can actually share anything, any movie, anything, but we cannot have it connected to YouTube. That's the only thing. People got to start learning how to jump in this goddamn Zoom. Okay. And shit, we could do a watch party night every week. And y'all decide on the movie. Or the at least the genre, right? If you want to do a thriller, a drama, horror, and we could go from there. And while in here, you could, or a documentary, right? And we could chat. The chat still be open. We would just shut down the voice, so we could hear, but people could still chat in the text box while looking at the movie. I think that'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
I just got to decide what y'all want to do. And like, I could find Woman King on the internet, so we could do that easily too. I want to see Till. I was thinking about going to the movies to see it, but I might do that. But I definitely want to see this. So yeah. Or is something coming out that y'all know is good and we all can watch it on a night, just a night when I don't feel like I don't have no topics to really talk about, but we could still chill together and have fun watching the movie.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah. Y'all just gotta let me know when y'all want to do it. Because that basically the same way we share screens is the way to be done. Share the screen, put the video in one of the browsers and just play it. That's how you do it. Because I did the research, I'm going to show her how to do it. But they allow watch parties. Like my Hulu, that's when the first time I heard it, where I can do a share of a watch party. I was like, damn. But it's all of them. You can do it with all of them. Same way. So anyway, I'm gonna let y'all get back because this shit is funny. But for those who have Prime, if y'all want to watch it, it is on Prime. It is an AMC Plus, so I think it might be on even regular TV. I'm not sure. AMC. I like AMC, man. They had a witches, but it's a story that comes out of England or UK or something, right?
Yeah.
Witches of something or something. And
Witches of Salem, probably.
No. Bam. It's where this witch, she was a teacher or a professor, but she didn't know she was a witch. She came into her power. And so she's a witch. Then they have vampires, and then they have ghouls, which are they considered monsters. All of them are monsters, but there's witches, vampires, and ghouls. And the witch ends up being in love with a vampire who's also in love with her. It's similar to Buffy, I guess, right? Buffy, and what's another one where the witch fell in love with the vampire? And True Blood. She ended up being a fairy, remember? True Blood. True Blood is a good one to watch again. If you younger people never saw True Blood, Lord have mercy, Jesus.
You'd be talking about Generation Z. Shoot, that came out when the millennials era.
Yeah,
that
True Blood.
Yeah, but y'all were kids. That shit been going on.
I was a teenager when I was almost close to my 20s when that came out. Oh yeah, I was watching it. That shit was good.
True Blood was the shit.
Yeah, but True Love been off
and
for
the
2
books.
years. Let me look. True Love came out in the 90s, not the 2000s.
It was
it came out in 2000.
Oh, in the 2000s?
Yeah, it was on HBO.
It had to be
HBO.
Wait a minute, because I do remember that. I'm not saying that's not true, but I could have sworn. Let me think. I was already married, of course, but my kids are born in the 90s. So 2000, yeah, because they probably was in school. So
it came out 10. Let me see, 10.
09, I think. 09 or 10, something like that.
10, 11, 12. It came out in there. Around that time.
Let me see. True Blood.
Because I used to watch every episode of True Blood.
Oh, that shit was good, wasn't it?
And then I started reading the books. The books were even better.
Let's see.
And you know that black dude died from
it came in 2008.
Yeah, he died. The guy that played Lafayette, yeah, he passed away.
Yeah, he died, yeah. It came out in 2008 and ended in 2014. So yeah, it's been off for almost 20 years. Or 10 years, I mean, right? 10 years. 10 years, yeah, 10 years. I'm sorry. 10 years. Yeah, damn, yo. That's crazy.
Oh, they used to have me rolling, boy.
So if you're in your 20s, yeah, you was in your teens 10 years ago, right?
Yeah, I was 19 here when that came out.
Oh, okay. Man, you was 19 when it came out or when it went on?
No, when it came on in 2009, yeah, I was 19. Going on 20.
I thought you was like early 20s.
No, I'm 32.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, that shit was good, huh? That shit,
Yeah.
y'all. It was the shit, mainly for the sex. Like this motherfucker was having real sex, and it was almost like porn, but was porn, and they did it so it was just sexy, and she didn't know what she was. They didn't find out she was a fairy until like the third or fourth season or some shit, right?
Yeah, it was a long time, like the 5th season, the beginning of the 5th season, you found out that what she was. Yeah.
Yeah, they just knew that she was delicious to all the goddamn
I remember when they came in there and ate up there. I think they was having a reception or a party or something, and the vampire, I think they killed him.
They killed who?
Yeah, it was a house full of
There
fairies,
was
like
a
a
dude.
camp
They was
full.
having a party, and they came in there and they drunk everybody blood.
Yeah, because there was a party full of fairies. That guy, he got in there. I don't know how. I forgot how he got in there. Yeah, they sure did kill him because he wasn't supposed to be in there.
Oh, killed who?
Yep.
One of those. He was like one of the main vampire villains. Almost at the very end, he was really crazy because he wanted to be in the sun. He was that guy, and he went into their party and just slaughtered them all because they were fairies, and that's what he was trying to do. He was trying to be able to walk in the sun.
Oh, walk in the sun. That's right. That's right.
Mhm.
I'm trying to remember who y'all talking, man, because that shit.
I forgot his name, but he was crazy as hell and funny as hell
I
too.
hated the way they ended it. And then
me
that was
too.
a time. Remember, she loved Bill, but then what was the other one name who loved her too?
Eric, the bad boy.
Oh man, Eric was sexy. It was like two sexy ass motherfuckers.
When that
One was
black
just a
girl,
little-
she was a vampire too. Didn't they turn her into one?
Tara sure did.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, they did turn her into a vampire.
Yeah,
huh?
eventually. Yeah, that
And
crazy
towards the
vampire
end,
turned her.
last season, the year before. Yeah, they did. I forgot that. Yeah, that shit was good though. But yeah, so it was Eric and what's the other one name again?
You had it right, Bill. Yeah.
Bill, yeah. Bill and Eric fighting over her. And at one point, so she in love with Bill. And Eric was the bad one. But then it seemed like, I forget what season it was, but it seemed like she thought she was in love with both of them. Wasn't she in love with both of them at some point?
Because Eric lost his memory.
Oh yeah, and she was helping him, right? Yeah, he was a good guy then.
Yeah, and
he
she started falling for him.
Yeah, he forgot that he was a bad guy. He was like, "Did I hurt you?" we might need to. That should be a one of the things we do.
Then I like Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah, that's definitely a rewatch show. Oh, that's a good rewatch movie too. That'd be Interview with Vampire, the first one. That is a good movie.
Yeah, but yeah, this would be good to watch. They did have shapeshifters, werewolves, fairies, witches,
panthers. Yep, they
what
had
was
it all.
what they call it? And maiden? I don't know what that is.
Oh yeah, what that woman was. It was like a Magdalene or
Did
something
you like
that.
what was the other one that came out?
What's a Magdalene? Wait, y'all, we can't talk over each other. I'm getting mixed up. What's a Magdalene? What I can't remember. So
I know what you're talking about. It starts with an M. It was that creature that slashed her back. Yeah. That thing.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So who was the shapeshifters?
The shapeshifters were the Panthers. That pack, they were the shapeshifters.
Oh, okay. And who were the werewolves? I thought.
Oh, the werewolves. That was with that fine Joe Mangala, and yeah, him. Those were his people. The wolf pack. Yeah. They came in later.
And who was the witches? That wasn't Witchcomb family, right? The one who died in real life. Wasn't his family like voodoo? Who was witches?
His boyfriend was into his boyfriend's descendants were voodoo.
Yeah, okay.
It was kind of like Tara's family was really weird. It was kind of like they were like in the middle, but it was like they could have had powers, but they just didn't. It's like they were always attached to people who had them. So I was wondering about their family line too, because they always somehow just got attached to people who had some type of magical entity. Because Tara and Lafayette were related, and
yeah, that's right. They're cousins. Yeah, and that's right. Lafayette had a Mexican or boyfriend, right? He was
he had
Latino
voodoo in his family. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Y'all, if y'all didn't see that shit, that would be a good watch party, watching that, because it says it was, which I did not know. It was 7 seasons, huh?
That sounds good.
Yeah, it was
Never
7
watched
Oh, it
seasons.
is.
You never
Mhm.
watched it?
Mm-mm.
Oh, it
What?
No.
good, Miss Mimi. Damn.
Wait, what year did it come out?
Oh,
Oh,
8.
9. Oh, is it?
Yeah. It said here it premiered September 7th, 2008 and ended in 2014. It was on HBO. That might be why a lot of people didn't see it because it was on HBO.
I was a busybody back then.
Yeah.
I had all them channels, so.
Yeah, man.
Oh, shoot, they had been going, I think, for like what, 2 or 3 seasons or 4 before I finally caught on. Because I remember wanting to watch that, but you know, I think it was like between being 18 and 19, I was still living at home, so I couldn't quote unquote watch it. So yeah, and then when I eventually remembered about it again, I was like, oh yeah, let me watch that. I'm glad I did because that shit was good. HBO, I'm telling you, they don't play with their TV shows. If it ain't good, they ain't gonna air it.
What was the other vampire movie they had with the boy? He married the girl, and she got pregnant on the end. The last show.
Twilight?
Yeah, Twilight.
Oh, that
Did
was
you like
my
Twilight?
favorite.
I hated that crap, and that came out of my era. I was like, if you don't get that book out of this library, that thick ass book.
Twilight.
I read the books first.
Too.
When you
Especially
read the
that
book,
last one, did you see how they?
I like when they had that fight.
But yeah, they had the fight, and you thought that it was like, what? I was so sad doing that fight. Me, look, I like that shit so much. I made hubby take me, y'all, and you know he's a man. He ain't gonna like that shit. I was like, oh, like I saw the first one, and I made him take me to the movie to see the second one. I took some children to see the first one. Like I was, taking kids to different shows and museums and stuff. So I took a group of kids to see it because it really was.
Did you see all
for
of them?
kids. Huh?
Did you watch all of them?
Yeah, I watched them
it
all.
was so good. I'm telling you, like I was disappointed
first
in who
one-
they casted as Bella.
I boycotted.
In the book, Bella's supposed to be a darker girl.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
She was supposed to be darker, like black, or
they didn't say like dark skin, but they described her skin as being like darker. They described her lips, stuff like that. So I was just disappointed with that.
But you see how her friend that was the werewolf married her daughter.
Yeah, because he imprinted on her. That's what
On the
wolves
end.
do.
oh yeah, he imprinted on. Yeah, he was about to kill her.
Yeah.
He about to kill her. But yeah, but they werewolves grow old, so that's what shocked me about that. She gonna always be alive and living, and her daughter. But he grow old, so I don't know if they got married, but he did imprint on her.
Yeah, which
They
means
got
they
together. I think
eventually
they was
will.
getting married. Well,
No, I
they
didn't
was
see them
together.
get married. I didn't see that.
No, I think it was like because it was going out the end that they had got together.
They only saw him always around her and things, but they didn't say that they got married. Did anybody else see where they got married? I didn't see that.
No, they was together like dating. They was start dating because she had
Oh, I should finish that. Because y'all talking about it, I realized I didn't finish
Yeah, I don't know
thing.
that they got together. He always gonna be a protector. So it's almost like a brother kind of thing. But I didn't see where I don't think they insinuated that they got together. But he did imprint on her though.
Yeah, that means a soulmate. Yeah.
Yeah,
and
but that's usually
they
only
don't
a
cross the line.
soulmate
They'll
when
wait.
they are the same. She's a vampire. He's a whole werewolf.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but she's also half
to get
human,
with Bella.
and he can imprint on a human. So
He
that's
wants
why.
to get with Bella.
On anybody,
I don't
but
know
that
who
don't.
this is.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I got wait. Don't let nobody in while I'm
Okay.
sharing because I can't.
Okay.
Lord. Okay, everybody with the codes, y'all ready when they come in?
Yeah, let me get ready.
Get ready. I'm gonna let them in and we go and get ready. Let me make sure that settings where nobody can start.
Oh, I can't see, but
oh, you can't see? Wait a minute. Wait, let me
Focus is
see.
not a co-host.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Where your name at? Okay. Anyway. Oh, that's the wrong person. Where you at? Where you at? There you go. It moves. So there you go. Hello?
Hello?
Uh-huh. Hello?
Hello? I'm
Is
new
this
here.
you new here? Yeah, we know that. How are you doing? Would you want to add to the
Fine.
conversation?
What you said?
You want to add to the conversation?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Uh-huh. You trying to turn that camera on, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, but it ain't gonna work. So what do you want to add?
No, we don't want to see no dingling.
You could click on it 100 times, it ain't coming on, baby. What you want to add to the conversation?
My camera's not working.
Yeah, I know your camera's not working. We don't know you. That's why your camera's not working. Now, what do you want to add to the conversation? Okay. Here we go. Y'all.
Not saying anything.
Knock him off, y'all. Yeah, thank you. He tried to share the screen.
Yeah.
He was
Yeah.
trying to turn on his cam. He told me right away. I don't know why you come up to share your screen, dude. We don't want to see. I don't know why you come up to show us your camera. We don't know you. You could go somewhere else and wag your little pee-pee at them. Okay. See, they don't like Zoom, baby. And plus, I was ready when he hit share the screen, but he wasn't ready to really share that screen because if he got us then, but I and I had my finger on the end in it. But
Because
yeah,
you know they'll do it.
Yeah.
He was taking too long.
Yeah, no, he was clicking. You ain't hear him. You could hear him clicking.
Oh hell, hear him hard. I thought that was you for a minute. But I said, wait a minute, that's him clicking that goddamn hard. I said, what the hell?
He's clicking. I think that was what's his name? What's his name? Brandon. That slow when you came up.
It sounded like him. Yes.
I'm the one that was married to the black girl.
No, yeah.
Yeah. The one that he said that he was he had mental problems and instead they put him in jail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't that something? When we having a good conversation, he come up and I'm not understanding why. But it is what it is. Anyway, we was talking, so True Blood was good. Twilight was, I like Twilight too. If I had to choose between the two of them, huh?
I said I boycotted that crap. See, y'all got lucky. Y'all didn't have to go to high school and have the teen phase of Twilight. Ugh.
The who?
Really?
Yeah, there was y'all didn't know there was a teen craze. You know how like every few generations there's like that teen craze. Well, Twilight was a teen craze, and I was in the teenage phase where so
it was made for
everybody
teenagers.
like Jacob.
Everybody know there was a Team Jacob and there was a
Team Jacob and Team Edward versus
Yep.
Was it Edward or Jason?
Both of them had teams.
The one that liked Bella.
Both of them like Bella.
Huh?
Both of them like Bella.
I know Edward was the vampire. I'm talking about the other one was the werewolf.
Yeah, that was Edward. There was a team Edward
that
and
was
there
Jacob.
was a team.
That was Jacob.
Jacob
Jacob
was a
was
team.
the werewolf.
Oh Lord. Yeah.
Edward was the vampire.
That's why I took children. Both of them was cute. That's why we took both. That's why we took them to the movie. Them kids, them girls was going crazy. Did y'all see? They even vampires became a big thing.
Yep.
And then vampirism as a sexual thing. People start really talking about they bite blood, eat blood and shit. That shit became crazy.
Yeah.
They started having to warn teens not doing that shit.
The same thing when 50 Shades of Grey came out, the BDSM blew up too.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
BDSM was already big.
Yeah, it just blew up even more like mainstream. Well, that's what I because of the movie. But yeah, I saw a documentary and it was like they were saying that it's undercover, but it's been big for who knows how long. I was like, oh
no, it's the opposite. Because BDSM was big, that's when they made that movie. Because that was the time when we was all on the internet, and so the internet was driving some of the movies, and that was one of them.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I watched the documentary and they were saying before the movie came out, BDSM was already big. And yeah, I was like, oh, I didn't know that. So
yeah, we was on here wilding out, baby. It was wild. Look, there was parties everywhere. I was able to go to parties in other places, and I was advertising. There's a site, what is it called? Not Kink, damn. It's still there. And even if you look me up, you'll see where Mistress Bomb come up. What is it called? We mentioned it like a couple of months ago. We was up here talking about it. It still exists, and it's for those who are into kink, BDSM, swinging.
Clubhouse?
No.
You said that Game Changer didn't know what he was doing.
Yeah, Game Changer, didn't know what he was doing at all. He lied to that young woman and said he knew about BDSM.
We thought he had hard her.
Huh?
We thought he had hard her.
He SA'd her.
Yeah. But she said, I guess she didn't want it out.
She didn't want it out. It was in. She didn't tell nobody online. Like, think about it. Okay, you don't want to come online and tell, but the police was called though.
How did they find out?
Because she shared it with somebody, through a conversation, and they told.
Yeah, I heard that part. She confidentially told them, and they went and ran their mouth. At least that's the story of what I heard.
Yeah. So yeah. Man, yeah, that was crazy, man. Like, we don't know each other. Some of these people could be really killers. And I'm gonna be honest, a lot of them men in the Manosphere, they sound like killers. They sound, and you might get confused.
But he lied like he knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
He didn't know what he was doing.
Apparently not, because he had the police called on him. Police was involved in everything. So yeah.
Fucked up.
Yeah, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah.
I guess he he started talking about how he know what he's doing, and he's been in that situation before, like he's a dom, and I've done this before, and I don't even know how she even believed that shit. Like, god damn.
Because she was an expert, right?
No, she was new to it too.
Oh, so they both was new.
Yeah.
Oh, bomb. Speaking of that, the topic, there's a music video that I'm gonna put in the back chat. That there's snippets of all of that stuff in there.
Snippets of what?
Of the BDSM, dominatrix, all of that stuff. I know they banned it from TV, and it was hard for them to get it on YouTube. It's a rock band.
Oh, let me see. Somebody gave me a
I'll put it in the back chat. You can just check it out whenever whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I don't need to see.
You talking about 30 Seconds to Mars?
Yes.
I love that song.
Me too.
That's a good music video. I knew he was a freak. The minute I saw him, I said, I know you are. I said, I knew it when I saw that video.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Somebody said that woman who was on Kendra G today is in this video. And let's see if we see her. Here we go.
Oh, the domination.
But there's no problem too big when you have a little bit of sass.
Jimmy! No! What up, girl? It's Jimmy. He's getting married. Don't shed no tears for that frog-ass looking man, baby. I know your mama didn't raise no fool. What am I gonna do? I'll tell you what you gonna do. You gonna go to that wedding, girl. You gonna buy you a new dress. You gonna hoik them titties up to your chin. You gonna make his eyes fall out of that ugly wedding cake, girl. You really think that I should go? Don't make me march your skinny white butt down there. I am going to my soulmate's wedding. You go, girl. All right, so now let's talk about my problems.
Sorry, what?
Well, you know, I just helped you with your stuff, and I thought we could talk about my problems. And
All right, it's just that I have to go and buy a dress and book a flight.
wow, friendship's kind of a two-way street.
It's just that normally I have a problem and then you tell me what I should do. That's how it works.
You don't know my name, do you?
Of course I know your name. I want to say Yolanda Sapphire. Yolanda?
Bitch, I'm out of here.
Suddenly I realized that black people weren't just sassy, two-dimensional characters. They were real people with feelings and emotions, and they deserved...
Eliza! Yes, queen!
Oh my god, it's my sassy black gay friend! That is even better!
Snap, snap.
Did y'all find that funny? And was that her?
Who, that girl?
Yeah.
The dominator?
Yeah.
I don't know. It looked like her. She said she a woman.
Yeah, but that didn't look like her to me.
Did she say she was on there?
No, somebody sent the link and said this was her. This was on her. This was her. This damn thing was stupid as hell. Like,
this was not funny at all. The fuck?
No.
I said this wasn't funny at all. The fuck?
Yeah, it wasn't funny. I mean, like she was like, when the sassy
it wasn't funny.
black friend goes rogue. When the sassy black friend goes rogue.
But there's no problem too big when you have a little bit of sass.
Jimmy! No! What up, girl?
What's that?
Jimmy! He's getting married. Don't shed no tears for that frog-ass looking man, baby. I know your mama didn't raise no fool.
What is that? Like that. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, you can act without acting like that. Like, what happened?
And why's her head doing that bobbing like that? What the?
I don't know. I think that's. Let me see. Somebody said, wait, let me move this. Are you sure this is comedy? It's not funny. This is what I was talking. Yeah. Look, people say, I don't know why, but I'm reminded of Ally McBray. This shit ain't funny at all. I don't think. Like, what? Anyway. That wasn't funny yet, even a little bit. Yeah. Okay, anyway, let me look in the chat and see if old dude was in there. Because he don't want me to start putting up his picture and then crying ass, whining ass motherfuckers. Dude who came over here.
He was in the chat under that name, though.
He was? Let me see.
I just didn't know it was him.
Oh,
Who?
okay.
Not
Hey,
James,
Trinity.
though. What's his name?
The guy that tried to come up.
Trinity said he was trying his hardest. He sure was. That motherfucking shit was going click.
Dang, Trinity, you heard it too?
Grenocracy said she wasn't dark. Yeah, Bella was white as snow. There you go, Brandon, the Looney Tunes fan. Hey, what's up, Doc? Let me go look and see his channel real quick. Go to channel. Let's see.
For one of them shows?
Huh?
What are you looking for?
What you mean what I'm looking for?
You say you going to show. What show?
What?
What show? Show. Movie.
Show about what?
Movie. I thought you was looking up a movie.
No. I'm going to see his channel, the guy who came up here.
Oh, no.
But yeah, that's not the same guy. This guy is thinner with some woman slippers on, a dildo on the floor. Let me show y'all. He got an actual video up. Let me show you. He over there. He probably wanted to stroke his penis for us. Okay. It's some weird ass shit going on in YouTube, baby. YouTube is way too much. God damn. Okay. Let me see. Share. Let me just share his. Okay, let me show y'all. This is his account, Brandon Looney Tunes fan. And he's over there looking for some Looney Tunes. At first I thought that was his penis. See that right there? But that's his knee.
Oh, yeah.
That's his knee. That's his knee. So I'm about to say this dude got his penis up. Okay. And okay. Look at them hairy ass thighs. Look at that. Y'all see that sex toy? Y'all see that sex toy? Y'all see that pussy pocket, y'all? Look at the shoes he got on. Y'all don't see that? Y'all see that thing? That's where he put it. Look, he put that in his butt. That's a butt plug. Y'all see it? Look, you see it?
Yeah.
It's right there on the floor. That is a booty plug. Stick it in your butt, right? Finished with it, and I guess he just dropped it on the floor. God damn. I was trying to pick up his butt plug. I was like, pick that butt plug off the floor. I'm never coming. God damn. Pick up your butt plug off the floor, dude. What is you doing over there? And then you go, let's see, you got a couple of, let's see. They be weirdos. Look at them. Look at all them goddamn wires. Dude, you don't know how to brush out your fan?
Ew.
Come on, bro. All you gotta do is take this thing outside and you can squirt it with your hose, that'll clean it. Or you could take that part off and brush that out of there, dude. Like, clean that up, dude. What are you doing? Okay. You over there, a whole weirdo, about to jerk off while you watch some goddamn Looney Tunes. And you're going to put that butt plug in your butt while you watching Looney Tunes. Something wrong with you weirdos. Okay? Look, he listened to Black Wolf, Picking That Hood too. Past Spare Time, Baddie Channel. I recognize Black Wolf. Okay. Oh, I know who the Black Wolf is. Wait a minute.
Who's that?
Miss Mimi.
No, that's not the same one. That's not
Oh,
him.
that's not?
Nope.
Oh,
that's not
okay.
him. No, there's
okay.
there's a lot of Black Wolves out there. That's not him.
Oh, okay. That's what came to my mind. I was like, wait, I heard the Black Wolf's name before. And then
the one that they said I was married to. The bitch over there said that was married to him. Stupid.
Look at this dude. This dude They be mentally ill. And he come up here wanting to show us his little wee-wee. We don't want to see your wee-wee, sir. Okay?
My God.
We don't want to see it. We wouldn't be able to see it anyway. I don't even know why they come. He was clicking his ass out. Y'all heard him click, click, click. I was like, you trying to turn your camera on? Yes. Said it's not gonna work. What you want?
And honestly, I thought that was you because sometimes you can hear you, and I was like, "Wait a minute, that's too damn hard." I was like, "Is that him clicking like that?" I said,
Yeah.
"Mom, that's when you should have said to him, keep a knocking, but you can't come in."
I thought I did tell him. I said it's not gonna work. What you want? And he kept trying. I guess he thought if he hit it harder, I guess he thought it'll turn on. Like, not coming on. Come on. Damn. Okay, so we was talking about television movies and shows, I guess. What other was a vampire? Did y'all watch the what her name? Vampire Killer?
Leah?
Slayer.
Aaliyah?
No, that shit was whack as fuck. That was
Queen of the Damned. Yeah.
Yeah, that was some whack ass.
I liked her character, but that movie sucked.
Yeah, they could have done a better job with that.
Yeah, that was terrible, man. Maybe I don't know what it was about that movie. The vampire killer. What her name was? Buffy. Did y'all look at Buffy?
Oh, Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Yep. I was a 90s kid through and through. Yep.
I couldn't get into Buffy for some reason.
I didn't get into it till much later. By the time it was on TNT, when
TNT
it played every day.
Rerunning, yeah.
Yeah, that's when I end up getting into it. It probably was, and it was a black man, like in my Yahoo group. A black man was like, "Yeah, I'm about to go look at Buffy." So I was like, it was a black man, you know what I mean? And I knew him, and he was like, he gonna look at Buffy. And every week he would say, "Yeah, it's time to go look at Buffy." So then I was like, "Is it that good?" And he was like, "Yeah." So I looked on TNT where it came on every day, which is easy for you to catch up, right? Because it comes on every day. And then I started getting into it. And then from there, Angel, right? Is that what his name was? Angel? Remember Angel? She was in love with Angel. Is that
I
what
never watched the show.
Oh, okay. Remember Angel, y'all? That was the vampire she loved. And he would help her. And then they gave him, wasn't his name Angel?
Mm-hmm. Sure
Yeah,
was. Until they gave him back his humanity or consciousness or something like that. Or they stripped it from him. That's what they did.
What? Oh, what? Two people was talking. I can't hear.
Oh, sorry. I was saying that Angel, that's how she fell in love with him first, because he was a vampire who was cursed by a gypsy to have humanity.
That's right, yeah.
And they stripped him of it, like, what, season 2, like at the end of season 1 or something like that, and that's how they broke up, yeah.
Oh, they ended up breaking up?
Mm-hmm, and then they got back together. They did that so many times in that season.
Oh, okay. I don't remember that. I do remember him losing his humanity, but I didn't think it was in season 2. That was much, much later.
That's what I thought too, until I resaw it. I said, dang, that happened early. That's what I thought too.
So is that you talking about Angel, or you talking about Buffy the Vampire Killer?
Oh no, Slayer. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, Angel, that was her first boyfriend. He was. And then eventually he got his own TV show. And then the blonde guy, I think you're talking about Spike, then he came along.
Right. That's what I'm saying. No, Spike was there with Angel was there. Spike was the one who was bad. Angel
the blonde.
Was good. Yeah. So but then Angel got his own show, and I never really looked at it. I think I may have seen a couple of episodes of it later, but I didn't like the way they ended Buffy. That was fucked up. It was dumb as hell, where they gave all the women all over the world the power of being the vampire slayer. And I was like, what? Remember, she had a sister, and her sister one season, the sister disappeared, and then they were supposed to be protecting her. I still don't know what was that. But she had a little sister they were supposed to protect. And then remember, they was about to end the world that last season, and then all girls all over the world got the power to be a vampire slayer. What else? Then I like Charmed. I love Charmed.
Oh yeah, the
Charmed.
old one.
Yeah,
Man,
but
love that show.
Oh man,
I had to rewatch that one.
I watched that shit for years. That was another TNT early morning. Come on in the morning, 3 and 4 episodes back to back, and so I was able to catch up all the way from season 1, and but I didn't like the way they ended it. I think that story was too good. Like they had sons with power.
I like the way
was
they ended it.
Nah, that shit was fucked up the way they ended it.
Why?
Because how they ended it, they did show you some of their future, right? But like they hurry up and rushed it, where they showed them with kids and the kids had powers and all that good shit, right? Because Witchcom ended up having her daughter that she always dreamt about. Wyatt had cousins, right? Because of the sister, what is her name? The one who came later after the first sister died. Paige. Yeah. So Paige got married and Paige ended up having kids. And the way they just ended it, I think they could have ended that where the children could take over. And then they came out with another charm where I don't understand what the fuck, because they look like they not even sisters. They look like they're friends. One of them looked black. The other one looked, I don't even know what the hell going on. And then they got a familiar, which is a cat, I think. I think I only seen one episode and I was like, nah, where is Wyatt? Why didn't they start it from the family, from the kids? I just think, Remember, they went back to the past where the grandmother and the great grandmother helped them.
And that happened in the first season too.
And remember Billy? Billy had to kill her sister.
Her sister, yep.
And
the whole time she was the one with the power. The whole time, wasn't even her sister.
Which they knew. The sister and them knew she was the one.
She was the one, and that's why they took her sister, because they knew that was going to be her Achilles heel. I couldn't believe that whole thing was orchestrated all them years just to get to her. I said, that's some diabolical stuff.
Yep. They've done something similar to that. Remember, there was a group of brothers that were just like the charm ones. But they were the opposite. I think they were bad.
Yeah, they were bad. Yeah.
Yeah. And one of the brothers didn't want to be a part of it no more, so he became a priest. So this happened like season 1 or 2 when that happened, because Prue liked him. She ended up liking him, but he ended up being a part of a demon. It was 3 brothers just like them, but they were demons more. And then when Billy came, man, that shit was funny. Because Billy was in college, and then all of a sudden Billy had a sister who was taken when she was a kid, and then so Billy kept just trying. And how did her sister end up turning Billy against the sisters? Because
that's why they took her.
Yeah,
because they knew if anybody was going to turn her, it was going to be her sister, and that's why they groomed her for so long, because they knew if anybody's going to turn her, it would be her sister.
Yeah, but then she almost was on the good side, and then they killed her mother to get her back on. They killed her family to get her back on Paige. I mean, she was starting to love her sister, enjoy her mother and her father, and then they killed them and blamed it on Piper, saying that Piper wasn't paying attention and doing it. It was dumb though. The way they was blaming them for some shit that even the whole magical community was against them because they kept saying, yeah, they supposed to be protecting you. And they just want to live their lives. And they were like, yeah, that's right. They supposed to protect us. And then they started,
right.
They started
people
making
started turning the people started turning their back on them in the magical world because they were like, y'all are the charm ones, you're supposed to protect them. Like, yeah, but they didn't ask for that, and they really wanted to be
regular
normal.
people.
Like after the first war battle, they were like, we're ready. Like, no, we want to be normal.
Right. Remember
especially Piper.
Yeah, remember when they ended up changing the world so they could try to be normal. And then people ended up being bad, I guess. Which I don't know. They were gonna get rid of the people who were gonna end up being bad.
Oh yeah, the cleansers or the cleaners. What were they called? Something like that.
Not the cleaners. The cleaners were the ones who
they wiped the memory.
Yeah,
that's right. Who were
talking
they
about
called? The avatars. The
Mhm.
avatars. That's right. The avatars.
Yep.
Well, always wearing black. I knew they was no good. I said, why y'all always wearing black and looking like that? I said, I don't trust y'all.
Yeah, but the action was good. But remember, they came a season or two before because they're the reason why Witchcom is dead. Cole. Remember, they approached Cole two seasons before they approached the sisters. And Cole said, yes, I'll be with you, but you got to do something for me first. I want my wife. And so Cole used their power and turned back time, remember? And went back in time and killed the sisters. He killed Witchcom before she became a charmed one. But she sneezed right when the world changed. So she was there. She was there, but nobody, remember, she had a cold. Yeah, and the reason she caught the cold because she was trying to kill Cole. Remember, she was sneaking up on him and she tried to kill him, but you couldn't kill him. He couldn't even kill himself. He was because when he was in that land, he was in a land where he was getting all those powers from monsters.
All those other people and soaking it up.
Yeah, he was sucking up all them powers from all them monsters who were dying. And so when he came back, he was indestructible. He even tried to kill himself. He tried to cut his head off, all kinds of shit. He couldn't be killed. But when he went back in time to get his wife, he was the old Cole, no longer destructible, irredestructible. So they had that potion from his skin. And that's the only way they was able to get rid of his ass. But then Cole, remember, he came back towards the end, the last season, he came back. Or was it the season before? There was a man who ended up being in love with what her name is? What's the middle sister, the youngest sister? What her name?
Piper.
Phoebe.
Oh, the youngest Phoebe. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, she ended up being the middle though after Witchcom came. So remember, she was in love with this guy who appeared to be a teacher, and he come to find out he used to be evil, and he was about to die. Remember that guy? He was talking poetry. He wanted to be a teacher at the school, and Cole sent him there so Phoebe won't give up on love. You didn't see that one? Hello?
Kier?
Did you see that one?
Oh, the one about, no, I didn't see that one, which is interesting because I saw all of them. I'm not sure which one that was. Was he blonde headed?
No, black hair. When he first came, he wanted to be a teacher. So he started teaching at the school. What the name of the school was? The school for magical people.
Oh yeah.
And I remember when he first came, he was like Robin Hood. There was a spell on him, and he was Robin Hood, and he ended up going to the phone company He found that the phone company was stealing from the people. Anyway, Cole sent him back to make sure that Phoebe don't give up on love. And at the end, when he remember they was trying to see if they could save him, he had told him, no, he made a deal with the devil or with somebody, and he only had 1 year to live. And he went to go teach at the school, like I think the last month or so of his year. Come to find out, Cole sent him. Cole was the one who lengthened his time for that year. And you found that, remember that time when Piper almost died and they took
Yep, and they reversed it. Prickly pear. She got poisoned by prickly pear, right? Oh.
Yeah, she got, and what his name was gone. He didn't even remember who he was. Remember that the what's the name of them angel people? The angels. They had sent him back.
Are you talking about Leo?
Leo. Remember Leo? Leo was what they called it?
Yeah, he was a white lighter.
White lighter. Remember when the white lighters they decided to punish Leo for the Avatar incident. So they erased his memory and put him on Earth to find out where his pet wanted to be. And this is when Piper was dying, but he didn't know because he didn't remember who Piper was. So he ended up getting in a truck, and the truck would say, well, the guy said, you could come with us and take this route where you're going to, be able to help people, or you could go this other route. And he had decided to go and be a white lighter. But then Piper died, and he heard her call his name, and he fell. And that's when that's when he became human. Remember when Leo became human? Leo became human. Before the end of this thing, Leo no longer had no powers. remember when they was trying to protect him when the witch called Madette was chasing Leo down, and that's when they ended up killing him. But they made a deal not to kill him, that they would encase him in glass, and that's when the thing came with old girl and her sister, because remember they was trying to get Leo back. So Leo no longer was a white lighter. Leo was a human being with absolutely no powers. And that's because he fell from grace.
He sure did. And they made him fall all the way off the San Francisco Bridge. I saw that. I said, that looked like that hurt.
He did that because Piper needed him. See, they was about to take him and put him back in the white lighter and recycle him, and he forgot all about his family. But when she died, in fact, Cole came to her and said, hey, you holding on, but because they couldn't find Leo, because the white lighters had taken him and put him on Earth, erased his memory and everything. But Cole said, hey, you're going to have to die. Like, that's the only way you're going to be able to reach out to him. And so she took the spell off herself. She died, and that's when she at her last breath, she said Leo, and that's when he said Piper, and then he hurried up and fell from grace and went his ass home to his wife. But by the time he got there, guess who saved her? They really didn't need him to save her, because her son Wyatt saved her. Wyatt had actually saved her, because Leo didn't have no power anyway. It's a good thing the son saved her, because Leo fell from grace. He was no longer a magical entity. These shows are good, y'all. I like when I be wondering how these writers come up with these long-term things that fit, and sometimes it goes back to the first or third season, and you be like, damn, they thought this all the way through way back when? Be like, damn, these people are good. But anybody ever seen the new Charm though? Is it good or what?
Nope.
I know it's going. I seen one and I was like, nah. I was disappointed because they could have put Wyatt. They could have had a whole new generation of their kids. You know what I mean?
I like the fact that they were trying to be diverse, but I was like, okay, there's just some things you shouldn't tamper with. I was like, why didn't you get their kids if you were gonna redo it? I'm like, dang it.
Yep,
My whole part of my childhood. Way to go.
Yep, they could have made the children diverse. They could have, said,
or they could have been
they-
their grandchildren or their great grandchildren by now.
Yes,
I mean, not
that's
great
right.
grandchildren, but grandchildren by now. So that would
Exactly.
have even worked.
That's right. They could have been Wyatt and Chris's children, through they could have, because which would have been their great grandchildren. And that's how they could have did that shit. Wyatt was all powerful, man. Remember when Wyatt was bad? Remember? So Chris came back to figure out how he turned bad. But
He looked good either way, though.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh,
I
he
said he
sure
looked good
did.
either way.
He
And
looked
Chris
better
looked
when
good
he was
too.
bad, Chris.
He sure did.
But he was evil, baby.
Yeah.
He had to took over
Chris
the
had to come
world.
back and save him.
He had took over the whole world. And remember, his mother, the parents died when they were young. And were you shocked when we found out that Chris was their child? Yes, it was shocking.
Yeah, it was because they led up to like no clues. Like if you weren't like really like rewinding it and watching it, you wouldn't have picked up on it back then. No way. It was a complete shock. I said, dude, what?
Yeah, they didn't. There was no clues until they said it. And I remember exactly when Phoebe was following Coyote. Remember, she had lost her powers. And so she was trying to regain her powers. That's when they first went to the school. Remember, that's when they were cutting off heads. Yeah, School of Magic School. So remember, the door ended up in the house. That's the first time School of Magic.
Yeah, it just appeared out of nowhere. And they were like, what is this door?
That was when you found out that Chris was their kid, because Phoebe, when they went through that door to go to the school, Phoebe went another route and she was taking a pack. They told her to follow the wolf.
Yep, Phoebe was the first to find out who he was.
Yep, because he came looking for her. He was like, Phoebe. And in her dream, when she saw him as a little kid saying, Aunt Phoebe. And then she opened her eyes and went with him. And then later on, she said, let me ask you a question. Are you Piper's and Leo's son? Yeah. That shit was shocking. But you know why it was so shocking? Remember, almost all of them, they hit on him. Remember, Piper hit on him. Phoebe hit on him. I don't think Witchcom hit on him, but when they first got there, because Witchcom didn't like him when he first got there.
Yeah,
because
but
he became the white lighter.
White lighter.
And remember, and Leo ended up coming up missing. Because he ended up trapping Leo with some women on a women's island, all women, powerful, Mac or something. I forget what they called themselves. And they had Leo trapped.
Shoot, that wasn't the only shocking thing. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, they did damn well with that show because that show was good. Even when Prue died, no one found out until the first episode of the third season. I can't believe that's how they did that, because I didn't see any of that when I was a kid. I just came back and she was gone. She died. I was like, oh, okay. I didn't even see that. I was like, dang, that had to be a shock.
Because she wasn't supposed to die, because she really didn't die. They did that because something happened with that woman who was
with the actor. Actress.
So I remember what his name died, because he came back. He came to the house. He liked her. Remember, he ended up dying.
The guy she was trying to date. Yeah, the cop.
Right. Yeah, she told him not to come.
She did.
But remember that guy who was circling around, apparently when he came through the house and shit, even though they didn't save Prue, she died. That's crazy, man. But the way they had a sister, that shit right there, the way they worked that in, that there was a sister. And now the evil witch come, what his name was, I just mentioned Cole. Cole was on their side, so they had Cole and Prue, not Prue, Cole, and the two sisters. Prue had died. I always wondered, so apparently Prue became in order to save her sisters, the way they wrote it in order to save the sisters, she made a deal to be down with that guy, the one who sent Shazaz against him. That was his name, Shazaz. So apparently Prue was supposed to be with them. Yeah, that shit was crazy. And that shit it was a good show. Which had me shocked.
Wrong. Me too. They was wrong for that in when they came back for season 3 and she was pricking her finger and she said the spell and she said, please bring my sister back from the dead. I was like, dude, what? That's how they told people that she was dead. I said, what?
Yeah. And they wouldn't even let you see her, right? Remember the mom, the grandma showed up.
Yeah,
the grandmom showed up. She showed up a few times. And then you ever look at Supernatural? That's my shit right there.
Oh, some of my family, she watched it from beginning to end. She is in love with that show. I'm 15 seasons. That's a long ass time.
Yes, and it ended good. Now, see that?
Yeah, they did them justice. Yeah, they did.
That is an ending on that show. The way they did that.
I did have to see the ending because I watched it when it was on the air from season 1. I watched it, so I was like, I got to see the ending, how it ended. They ended it perfectly. A lot of people, like, the newer people who came to the show, they were mad because it didn't have the extra characters. I was like, no, that's not how it goes. It started with the boys. It's going to end with the boys. It was about the Winchesters the whole time, and it ended beautifully. It was so amazing. He finally had his son in his family, and he was taken care of by his family when he passed away, and then him and his brother reunited. It was really amazing. And then their parents were in heaven. Everybody was in heaven. Like,
Bobby was in heaven. The parents was in heaven. All the people who was with him was in heaven. And then they got in their car, and that's how they started, in that black car in heaven. That was a perfect ending. Because even though Witchcom died like a whole year, no, not even a year, it was years. Like 30 years, right? Because remember, he died.
Yeah, because he said time moves different in heaven. He was on just a car drive, and by the time he was almost done with it, he showed up. So yeah, it moves different. Yeah, that's what he told him. Because he was pretty much telling him, I can't wait that long to see him. And he was like, time doesn't move like that here.
Yeah. So after his brother died, he ended up having a son. His son put him was taking care of him when he died, which means his son was at least in his 30s. So that means that is a minimum 30 something years later when he died. But it was just one drive in heaven. He on the drive, riding around in the car, and bam, when he get to a certain spot, there his brother who lived an additional 30 years. I just want, and that movie, that show was good too. I love that show right there. So that's the closest to horror and shit that I like, because I don't like seeing nobody get their heads chopped off and like motherfuckers chopping heads off. God damn.
Yeah, me neither. Supernatural is probably the farthest I can go.
Oh man, that ending of Supernatural. I actually just saw it like maybe about 5-6 months ago, because I watched it.
When it came out, I watched it multiple times on YouTube. I couldn't stop watching it. I think I watched the thing for like a straight month. Like, that was such a good ending.
Yeah, I record them, DVR them. So I just waited until I got time and felt like, okay, let me just watch it. And so I just played them so I could skip through the commercials and shit. And I'm gonna be honest, I was, that ending was awesome. I was
Yeah, I love
shocked
the
that they
music that they
killed
picked
off
too.
one of them, but you know they would have had to kill one off, because you
Mhm.
notice when they both alive, they only worry about each other.
Yeah.
And what you found with those brothers is they would put each other above everything, which
Mhm.
means they wouldn't have never really been able to have family.
Families.
Both of them was living.
Mhm.
Remember that time when Witchcom left and fell in love with somebody when his brother went to hell, when he fell in that cage.
Yeah. Yeah. Mhm.
And I was hoping they would last. I was
Yeah, I
hoping.
knew they weren't gonna last. It was like, in order for y'all to fall in love, one of y'all unfortunately gotta die in order for that to happen, for it to stick.
But remember,
Unless
because remember,
she
he
was like
thought he was
y'all.
dead. He thought he was dead, so he was living
Yeah,
a great
exactly.
life.
Exactly, yeah.
And then soon as he came back, and he had been back for a whole year, but he never told it. He never told him until he needed him. But by then he ain't have no goddamn soul. that season right there was god damn.
Yeah, that was good.
That
Yeah, I
season
knew
right-
from the first season, just by the way they taught us, that if anybody's gonna die, it's gonna be Dean. He's gonna be the one to die. Because Sam is the one who really wants a normal life. Dean, he's ready to die in the blaze of glory. So
man, Dean Dean was crazy. Yeah, but that shit was crazy. Remember Dean come and get
it
him?
was good and hilarious. They was like, y'all ain't right for putting all this comedy in here in one moment. Like, what was the episode? The one with the ballerina shoes? I said, no, y'all didn't.
Oh god damn. They had many funny ones. Remember when they did Supernatural on Broadway or some shit like that?
Or when they had to
funny.
pretend to act as themselves, and they was like, take your mark. And they was like, huh?
Yeah.
What does he mean? Take your mark.
That shit was crazy. Then when the devil came back and he was the president of the United States. And then you know what? There's still something that I still haven't seen yet. I got to go back. I think it's the season before the last, because remember Jack? Jack was born, and then Jack didn't know if he was good. And then they had to go save Mary, which is their mother. And then I don't know, after Jack killed their mother, they was upset. Jack accidentally, they forget that Jack is still a baby. Jack should have been like a toddler, but even though he was grown. But what happened to Jack? Jack, I remember
what happened. I think, I don't know, my sister or someone will probably have to tell me, but I forgot what happened. Somehow he ended up in heaven. I don't know how, but I think he got into a fight either with God or somebody, and he won. Something like that.
Yeah, I remember they used Jack to beat God, because God was bad, y'all. God was good. You saw how they tied in who God was at first, when they first went to him, and they thought that he was just a prophet of the Lord. But all the while, he was God. And you didn't know that until Amara showed up. And when he came,
oh yeah, because she was mad at him.
Yeah, because she was looking for God. She was like, "Where's God?" Because he locked her up for centuries and centuries, 100,000 years. And then you find out that he wasn't a prophet of the Lord. He was actually God himself. And so, but then God got jealous of his sister. The sister didn't want to be with him no more. And so he decided to go after his own creation. I'm gonna go back and look at that, because I need to know where. But I do know they was able to stop God from using his power some kind of way against him. Yeah, that
Yeah,
shows.
they used Jack because at the end he was the one controlling heaven. And he was saying that's what Bobby was saying, that when he was talking, when he said their kid, I love how they call Jack their kid, which is so cute. He said he's making a lot of changes up here because he was saying that it wasn't like this. What was he saying? Bobby was saying before, it was like you were repeating like your worst moments, your most sorrow, or something like that. And yeah, he made it completely different where it was finally at peace in heaven the way it was supposed to be. So yeah, that's what happened to him and how he left. I think after he got up to heaven, I don't think he could come back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, which is good. Remember, because heaven was almost destroyed.
Yeah, and somebody had to go up
All
there and
the
maintain
angels. Yeah, remember when the angels rebelled against each other, and because made them fall from grace, made them fall out of heaven. What his name? I forget what his name
Yeah,
was.
somebody had to keep the balance because it was going chaos up there, as so above, so below. So yeah.
Yeah, they said there was only a few angels left. Angel war and shit. That show was good. Okay, especially when remember when Dean ended up becoming evil with the mark of Cain? That shit right there was good. It was good.
Yeah, because he thought he could get it off, and they were like, "No, you can't."
And then when he got it off, that's when the mark showed up. That was the key to unlock and getting her. So they always tried to. They were saving each other, but they were causing havoc
at the same time.
Yeah. Instead of letting one of them die, they were always saving each other. And it would just make things worse.
Yeah, and they told him that a while ago. I forgot who told them that, because he finally told them what they were.
God
was
told
like,
him
y'all
that.
both.
I mean, not God. The Reaper. The Death told him that.
Yeah, because he sees everything. He was like, you both technically, you're not supposed to be alive. One of you is supposed to be dead. You both technically can't exist at the same time. And he was saying, I was like, dang.
Billy
it's like that.
Billy became new death, and Billy explained everything. Like, here are the books of all the ways you die, or whoever died. He was like, but there was only one way that Sam died, if you ever saw. No. Dean had many ways of dying, and he has died many times. If you remember, the first time
he got stuck in hell, right? The first time.
The first time he died,
or purgatory.
No, the first time he died. Damn, my blood turn this on. The first time he died, he was electrocuted in a basement, killing the ghosts, and he was Did he die? He didn't die. They saved him though. Remember, his heart was bad. This maybe was season, I don't know, 3, 4. And his heart was bad. And so they went and found a healer. And the healer was like a church outside. He basically, actually, that's not even the first time he died. No, the first time he died was season 2. When Yellow Eyes killed him and his daddy gave him the gun to save his life. Remember that? That was season 2. They started off with a yellow-eyed demon. And their daddy
and they needed the special gun in order to kill him. Right.
Well, the dad, it was either season 2 or 3. The dad found the gun because a vampire clique had the gun. They got the gun, and right after they got the gun, they was in an accident. And Dean was seriously hurt. The dad was hurt. Dean was seriously hurt. And that's when we found out Bobby, who Bobby was. I think that was the introduction to Bobby. Okay. Who I love too. I love Bobby.
I was about to just say that. I said, I love me some Bobby. He was always catching those subtle clues. Like, you sure he okay? Yeah. I don't think so.
He was the producer of that show. He started off just being a producer, and then he wrote himself in. He took one of the things, and then he was a regular after around season 3, I think. But Bobby, Dean died. That's while he was in the hospital, death had came. That's how he first met that woman who was dead. because she talked to him, spoke to him, was getting ready to die. And then his dad made a deal with Yellow Eyes, which made him die instantly because he wasn't even hurt like that. But the dad died saving his son. And so they knew like father, like son, remember? So they tried to torture their dad in they needed them because they knew that they will open the gates of hell for what was remember that one season when they needed them to open the gate for Lucifer. So he died, and then he went and sold his soul for 1 year to save his brother. He did exactly what his dad did for him. And then when he went to hell, though, he gave in. His dad wouldn't give in, but he gave in. And because he gave in, he started torturing. Remember? He started torturing, and that opened hell's gate. And that's when they went in to save him. Remember when he came, and that's when the angels was introduced to the show. That's when Castiel came about.
Castiel, yeah.
That shit was good, man, y'all. It was deep. Castiel came. Castiel was crazy at first, remember?
Along. We sure was.
Remember when because they had killed Dean again. Dean died because he had sold his soul. So those, what were those animals that only the people of the dam would see?
Oh, those hounds?
Hounds, yeah. Remember the hounds killed
the
Dean.
hellhounds. Yeah.
Hellhounds killed Dean because of that woman. Remember she was a child. She was in a child's body at first. And then she ended up in a woman's body. I forget what her name was. So, but they was trying to kill her because they knew, and she held the lease to Dean's life and all that shit, man. Remember Bella could have been helping, and they could have saved Bella, but Bella needed to die. That shit was crazy. Oh, and I was shocked when they let die. Because he was something like their dad. And they let when they let Bobby die, man, god damn. I was thinking they were gonna bring Bobby back. And even though for a whole season he was a ghost, remember that? Bobby was a ghost for a whole goddamn season. And they didn't even know he was there at first. But that's when they was trying to get Dick Roman. And Dick Roman was one of those
a demon, a high demon, right?
I forget the type of demon. He was actually half
Lutheran,
angel,
right?
What they said? Say it again. A Leviathan.
Leviathan. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yo,
those are hard to kill. You gotta tear off the head and burn it, right?
Yeah, you had to separate. Even burning it didn't kill it. All you could do was you could burn it with that powder borax was the way to get it. But you had to chop his head off, and then you had to separate the head from the body because they would go and get their body.
Because they would attach.
Yeah, they would attach that shit and keep going. Yeah. So yeah, Leviathan and Leviathan were like in the middle of heaven and hell. It was crazy. So it was like, I think Leviathans are in the Bible, so I'm not sure exactly what they are, but yeah, the goddamn, and the Leviathan is who shot Bobby, remember? Shot him in the head with that Dick Roman. Dick Roman shot him in the head.
Yeah, didn't think twice, just pop.
Shit, Dick Roman was eating people and copying them. Remember, that's when old girl entered the scene. I liked her too. She was what was her name? She was a computer geek. And they needed her help because she worked at Dick's International. And she ended up being like their family. And then she died. Oh my God. And Dean was mad as fuck.
Oh
when they
yeah, I
killed.
remember her. She was like his little sister. He was mad as
Yeah,
hell.
he was mad as hell. That was one of my favorite shows when
Yeah,
he
I
came to look.
loved when he had connections with people, especially women, because it was hilarious. Because he tried so hard not to, and eventually he just give in.
Remember, he felt sorry because he almost killed him when he was possessed. Because that mark of Cain is dangerous. He would get mad and get blind with rage, and that's what happened. Though my favorite one was when he came to Louisiana to find those people who couldn't die. Remember, they had 2 hearts, 3 hearts, and they would have body parts of other people and shit. And then come to find out they was a part of the family. What's the name of that family? Who would create monsters with electricity back in the day? I forgot that shit.
Frankenstein?
Frankenstein. They was the Frankenstein family. Came to Louisiana and changed their name, and it was hard to kill them because they ended up they would have 2 hearts in their chest. They would get legs of athletes. They would go and kill young people and take their limbs, lungs, anything they needed. Remember, that guy was in the office and they needed a new set of eyes. So he got caught because he started to kiss on that woman, and somebody heard her scream. He took her eyes and left. And they was looking for the Book of the Damned. That's what they were searching after, the Book of the Damned. They wanted that power. And that's who killed what her name. And when Dean found out, Dean went to Louisiana and murdered unmurderable people. Look, and when they found out he couldn't be murdered, he said, look, you don't want to do this, because as soon as you kill me, my eyes will turn black, but I will not be dead. I would just be a demon. And he killed them all. And what they didn't like, it was shocking when one of the sons, remember the son, he didn't want to kill nobody, he didn't want to be a part of them. But he was there when they were burning up their little castle. That show was good, y'all. I could talk about it forever because that shit was really good. And it connected, and they were connected to something they did way like 20 seasons before. The
That's called good writing.
Yeah, that is some good ass writing. That shit was good. I don't think I've ever seen one that I was disappointed in. I think they all were really good. You would be sad. And then they even had women becoming powerful. I remember Jody. Jody ended up getting a woman who used to be fed off. The vampires used to feed off her since she was little. They kidnapped her, feed her. Then they would allow her to lure men in so they could feed on them. And then they saved her, and Jody took her in. So there was 2 police officers. Remember Jody, and then there was another police officer. 2 women. And then, remember they had a black woman. She died, but her granddaughter had her power, her psychic power. And then they had Jack. And then they had, yeah. Man, that movie was good. I thought they were going to give the women a storyline and give them a show. But that's what it looked like it was heading to at one point.
Yeah, it could have been in the works.
That's what it looked like. You know, they were setting the women up, giving them little longer storylines, giving them powers, you know. And they called it girl magic, girl power, you know. And they could have gave them a whole show. Okay, so what's next? What other movie shows after that? And the only reason the favorite shows happen to be on TNT because they come on every day, 3 and 4 episodes. somebody clicked.
TNT was the shit. That was Rerun City.
Sorry, that's me. I'm back. My connection went out.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying I went in an area where nothing worked. Like even my Amazon device went dead wherever I was at. So I just moved. Yeah, it looked like a signal area. Dead zone.
Dead zone.
Yeah, you have those. Yeah. It caught me
I
off
haven't
guard.
heard of that in a while. I bet.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've heard that phrase.
Yeah. So I'm back now. But yeah, y'all go back. I was trying to keep up with y'all vampire show list. Y'all be watching a lot of shit.
Man, that
sounded
shit
good. I was just sitting here listening to it.
Yeah.
It's good. It's intricate.
It's good. It's called Supernatural. That shit is good.
I remember that.
Now, in the beginning, the first season, and it's good.
Yeah.
But you could tell that it was their first season.
Mm-hmm. And you could also tell that they're itching. Like, what do you mean by that? What are you talking about? There's a whole lot of holes in it. It's like, what you mean?
Yeah.
It was just like you could tell they didn't have a lot of money into it.
Right.
But storylines are good. But I promise you, they were good enough to keep me hooked. But people always say that first season was the worst, and it wasn't bad. So it just
the first season of a show is always the worst.
Yeah, you could tell that they didn't have the money. You know what I mean? Like you could tell. I remember when they went out in the woods looking for somebody. They went to go look for their dad, but then their dad wasn't there. They thought he would be there. Then they had one with the woman in white. Oh, and then they end up connecting this shit back like 10 seasons later.
Yep, with Ruby, right?
Huh?
I mean, not with Ruby, with Mary, the blonde-headed girl. Somehow they tied it all in with some blonde-headed girl who kept dying and then coming back. It was crazy.
I think it was Ruby. I think what happened was they decided to go and kill all the people they saved. So it tied it back into the very first season. That shit was so good. I was like, these motherfucking people, these writers are good, man. Because everybody they ended up saving, that was he was killing them all. What's his name? Who was the demon, but he ended up being friends with the brothers. What's his name? God damn, what is his name?
You mean the one that kept making all those deals with them and then backing out?
Yeah, remember he ended up being the king of hell after a while, but at first he started off with just being the person who you had to kiss to make a deal.
Yeah.
He was a big part of the movie. I can't think why I can't.
Yeah,
think
he
of
was. I forgot. I can't think of his name either right now. Crowley.
Yeah, Crowley.
That's it. Crowley.
Crowley just used to be just a crossroads demon. That's all he was. That means you go at a crossroad, y'all, and you dig up some dirt and you dig in and you put a picture in of whatever you wish in the ground and cover it up, and then this demon shows up and you tell him what you want, but you're selling your soul for whatever you want. And so that's what he started off being, Crowley. And by the end of the shit, he was the king of hell.
Yep, that's right. Because while they were doing saving people, he would come right back after they got there and saving them. He'd make them a deal. That's right. And what's sad about that is that I knew who you were talking about, and I was like, how the hell do I not know this guy's name? Lucifer kept calling him by his name. What was that name? I was like, Crowley.
Yeah.
He kept saying that damn name.
And the way they killed Crowley, though, Crowley was killed by Lucifer. In another whole nother arena. That's why I thought he was going to come back. He was trying to say, so Crowley, man, ended up being besties with one of the brothers, y'all. This shit was crazy. I'm not even joking.
And then he tried to deny it. It was like, that's your best friend. Stop lying. He ain't yours, but I mean, you want him to be your best friend, but he don't want to be yours. But that's your best friend. Stop lying. You always around him.
They did 15 seasons.
Back to back to back. No stopping at all. No hiatus, no nothing, just straight 15 seasons.
Wow.
And I'm gonna tell you that shit was good, y'all. You would definitely love to watch it. It's a mixture of the X-Files, the Twilight Zone. It's a mixture of all kinds of shit. They done threw all kinds of
Some
shit in
religious
that series.
aspects in it too.
Huh?
There's some like religious storyline in it too.
Oh yeah, it's all
Oh
because
yeah.
there's God in it, right? Lucifer's in it, the
Yeah,
Leviathan.
my husband
Yeah.
would like that.
Oh, it was good. It was on the CW. Actually, I think the WB. It started out the WB, then it
Yep, it
turned
started
into
out the WB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Warren Brothers, I think. What?
Yeah,
I
Warner
don't know
Brothers.
what CW stands for.
I know that
They-
the W stands for Warner Brothers. I forgot what the C stands for. I think it's Disney. Disney now owns the WB or something like that. It's another major corporation that's a network corporation. I forgot who it is, but they turned it into the CW. I know the C stands for their company, but the W stands for the WB.
Okay. Yeah. Your husband probably would love it, right? Because they got the car, right?
I'm surprised
Which is
Deb
the
wouldn't like
Impala.
it.
Huh?
I said I'm surprised Deb wouldn't like it. It's really a guy's
It is a
show.
guy's
It
thing.
really is.
Yeah. And then I remember when he went back in time and he met his mother when she was young, and his father. And that's when they was trying to tell him why he shouldn't be doing certain things. They were trying to get him to say yes to Michael. So these two brothers had power. There was a reason for them to be alive, and they didn't know it. Right? But they was like today's version of Cain. What was the two brothers?
Cain and Abel.
Cain and Abel. That's exactly.
Yeah.
They was today's version of Cain and Abel. Two brothers who loved each other, but at the same time, they were supposed to fight each other because one of them was supposed to be Michael. One of them was supposed to be Michael, and the other one was supposed to be Lucifer in the fight at the end of the world. But one of them said no. The other one did say yes because he thought he could trick him. He thought he could trick Lucifer. So they thought that, they could trap Lucifer. So he said yes, which Lucifer always told him, "You gonna tell me yes, and then on this day, at this time," which actually did happen. But the other brother didn't say yes to Michael, but then they went and digged up a dead brother. These motherfuckers went and got a dead brother out of heaven and told them that they would reunite him with his dead mother if he would do what they needed him to do. And that's how they got around. This shit was good, y'all. When they threw that loop in there, I was like, ain't this a bitch? And
I could tell from the season 1 that they were meant to be something else. I was like, what are they? There's something else, because everybody keep getting at them. They keep saying the Winchester boys. I'm like, why y'all keep saying that when they just started? What are they? I knew they had to be something. I was like, I knew it, but I didn't know it was gonna be that big. I said, oh shoot, they're supposed to fight to the death.
Remember, they wasn't supposed to be fight. They wasn't supposed to be what they ended up being. So their dad was born to fight. No, not their dad. I'm sorry. Their mother. Wait, their dad was a man of letters. So their dad was supposed to be a man of letters, which is high esteem, almost like the Illuminati. The mother was a monster killer. What they called them? What did they call them?
A slayer.
No. They called them something. So they wasn't supposed to mix, right?
Yeah, that's right. It was forbidden.
It was forbidden. So her ancestry was supposed to be out there actively killing, and the men of letters was book smart, and they knew magic and powers, but they ended up coming together. They ended up coming together. But the reason why they didn't know their dad didn't know he was a man of letters because his dad disappeared one day. And the reason he disappeared, they end up handling that around season 9 or some shit, right? You find out all about why John didn't have his dad. And it was all connected. John ended up showing up because that's when they was trying to get Aberdeen. What was her name? Remember, she was the king. She was a monster of hell, and she was there to kill. She was trying to get. She was trying to take over the. She was a part of the Knights.
Yeah, that was Lilith, right, or somebody, but she named herself
not
something
Lilith.
else.
No, Lilith is dead by now. Lilith was just. This is the one who had the power, and they had to get the Mark of Cain to kill.
Oh yeah, that's right.
He had to get them. He had to get the Mark of Cain. So this is have Bible stories all in this shit, and it's good. Yeah, it's good, y'all. The angels, you find out that there's real angels. That's not until like season 4 or 5. Because at first you just know about monsters, and then there's a few seasons of that. Then they show up with, they're like, oh, angels are real. Yep, angels are real. And then after that, Leviathans, it just go get. Then the
vampires.
Yep, vampires. There's all kinds of monsters that they go and kill. They actually kill monsters. Then there was another brother, what they call it, men of leathers, in a hole in the UK.
In another country, yeah, in the UK, they were
decided to come kill the men of leathers in America.
In the US, yeah.
Oh man, this
and the monster. I forgot what they called them, monster chasers or something like that. They had a name for them.
When Jesus, after God, should I say, when God appeared, God came to help, right? And God, out of everything they did, they brought back their dead mother, who died when they were babies. He brought them back.
Yeah, as a gift, right?
As a gift,
They were walking through some grassy meadow or something like that. Yeah, and she just popped up. Yeah, he gave her back to them as a gift. That's right.
As a gift. Yeah. Man, it is really good.
Yeah, so shit. But yeah, that's CW. That W is for Warner Brothers, but the C is for Columbia, CBS.
Told you somebody big.
Yeah, no, Disney tried to buy it. They were supposed to go in with and run with the Buffy series, but they backed out at the last minute. And decided to go with the ESPN purchase. They got more benefits, and they had a longer contract. They gave them a longer contract with ESPN. So CBS came in and got it.
Man, the CW used to have black shows on it, remember?
Only, yeah, Bernie Mac.
That's when it was the. Oh, let me go ahead.
That's when they were.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, shit. The Twins, all them shows came on like every night, back to back to back to back. Yeah. Unfortunately, I work nights, so I wasn't able to follow them. But I do remember that programming, how it did. It was like
Barney Mac was on there every day, right?
That shit was like BET. Matter of fact, I don't even think our TV.
UPN.
Yeah, our TV didn't even touch BET after they came with that lineup. So yeah.
Or UPN, shoot. BET who? Girlfriends, Moesha, the Parkers, shoot. I forgot all about BET until they stopped showing. I was like, what? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I never looked at BET except for the music back in the day.
I was about to say, except for the music videos, I haven't looked at it either, except for the music videos.
Yeah, Donnie Simpson. Yeah, they didn't really have any shows. Shit. There was no show that you can turn on BET so I can watch this show. No, nobody ever said that.
Unless you were looking at 106 in Park.
Yeah. Yeah, that was about it. Yeah.
Man, they might well just could have let that shit go 24/7 shit.
Yeah, man.
But the way you explaining the all them vampire shows, Miss Baum, you weren't around explaining it back then when it came out, so I lost interest maybe prematurely. And that show did what you was talking about, had a cheap budget. That was one of the reasons why I kept turning the channel to another channel. That cheap budget look. Yeah.
You could tell by looking at it.
Oh man, I was like, because I thought it was a skit at first. I was like, is this real? And I was like, no, they're really trying to run the show. I was like, man, fuck this show. I literally said that shit.
Yeah, look,
They didn't give that much money to TV shows back then, and now they are because they're
Yeah.
making money in headway. So
Yeah.
But I remember that.
I think the pilots, and then when people not sure how to be, they always give them limited money. But you could look at the screen and tell that it was limited money because it just looked like it had a gray, like the colors wasn't as bright. You know what I mean?
Sure wasn't. It was dingy as I don't know what. I said, why is it so dark?
Yeah.
The next season, you see it a little more brighter. But see, by the end though, I'm not even gonna lie, y'all. The way they ended the
Yeah, those
season,
visual effects
this
were on
whole
point.
this shit was good. And I'm not even a person who look at TV like that.
Yeah.
Like when you hear me talk about TV, you'll hear me talk about The View. Like I'm looking at news and trying to find out what's going on in the world. And I might look at Dr. Phil, so I'm learning something. But Supernatural, me and my children, that we watched it together every week. That was me and my children's time to sit there and we looked at that. So that
Me and my mom's show was Once Upon a Time. That's what we watched together.
Oh, okay.
My kids gave it up before I did because I don't think they seen the last 2 seasons.
Well, Once Upon a Time?
No,
Or Supernatural?
Yeah, Supernatural.
Oh, you gave up? You couldn't hang in?
Yeah, they became men with girlfriends. So mommy and son's time ended.
Oh, I thought you meant the show. Oh, your kids stopped watching it. Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the look on my mom's face when I told her I was going to the movies with a girl. It was like the look she never gave me before. Yeah, I remember the day.
Look, I was like, hey, our show coming on, y'all ready? Nah. I said, okay. Hey, next week, our show coming on, y'all ready? Nah, we're gonna catch it later. I said, catch it later. I said, okay, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm gonna wait. We'll catch it together. Hey, the next week, hey, our show on, you ready? Nah, mom. Then I just said, okay, y'all, they not coming to, one of them got a girlfriend, I was like, okay, I guess that time we had together, baby, is over.
Yeah.
I had them, but they gave me quite a few years. Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody else is taking over my sons. I'm okay with it.
So her name was Sheila. So when the song "Oh Sheila" came out,
oh Sheila,
about "Ready for the World," that was my mom hated that song. It just caused all types of problems. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Did you ever ask her why?
No, that's who I was going to the movies with for the first time. That was like my first ever date.
No, I mean your mom. When you got older, did you ever ask her why she acted like that?
Not really. I already knew she was overprotective. Well, not overprotective, just protective. Period. I fuck the word over. Ain't no over. There is no so much such thing as too much protection. Shit. She was a single mom.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We was in a rural area. We was around a bunch of motherfucking backstabbing motherfuckers. So we was dealing with a lot of adversities.
And
So
you were the only child too, right?
But on top of that,
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, single child who wasn't looking too good for you then.
Man. So she was on some, just don't, She
didn't have nobody other babies to look at, just you.
Right. The baby part of it, yeah. I got that speech about 3 or 4 times in the 8th grade alone. But I remember the look though, because it was mother son, and then that one day. It's not like it ever happened again, but it was just like, man, I thought it would go into my high school years, but it came in the 8th grade, I think. Yeah. But I think for me, I didn't feel less bond from my mother. You know, just had a lot of shit that I wanted to find out. That's all.
Oh, honestly, I was being nosy and curious because that didn't happen to me. Because I was like, "Oh, really? She gave a look because you were going to the movies." I'm like, I didn't get no look.
Yeah, she was like, "Who is Sheila?" With her hands on her hips and the neck that y'all do. That look with the one eyebrow that goes up. Yeah, like I wasn't sure if I was gonna go or not. Hell, yeah.
I was about to
Man.
say because my mom, she was okay with it, but then now that I think about it, I kept kind of leading her up to, yeah, I'm about to start
Oh
dating
no,
someone.
yeah.
So
Mine was out the
that's
blue.
right.
I was out the blue.
Oh, okay.
I was
You
out the
caught her
blue.
off guard.
Yeah, I was out
Yeah.
the blue.
Yeah,
I was
that'll
about to
do it.
say, I was like, mine was fine. What happened? I was like, oh yeah, because that's right. I kept speaking his name and I kept talking to him on the phone when she was sitting there. That's right. Yeah, I was letting her know with my actions. Yeah, this is about to happen. That's right. Oh, you blindsided your mama. Oh.
Yeah, I was out the blue. So, one of the alibis from one of my buddies blew up. She called and I wasn't there. So that was a lie that I couldn't get out of.
Oh, so you lied and that's how you got caught?
Yeah, that was another incident. That was a separate incident. Yeah. That was that was like a month before the movie date situation. Yeah. So I couldn't come up with no alibi, so I was just like, "Fuck, I'm just tell her straight up." So she gave me this long speech. We was almost late, but I was like, you know what? I'm finna take this speech as long as I know I'll be able to get to the movies. That's it. So she made me wait about 30 minutes. Yeah, that's all that was. I was a bit of a rebel. After I learned how to drive, yeah, it was yeah, I should have been under more supervision, put it like that. I did some crazy shit. Fast and the Furious, drag racing.
These goddamn men were from Canada, I think. I'm trying to see. They got the weirdest name. And they even had one show where they were just regular men from Canada. Look, and they was in their real life, playing like they were actors who were just actors on the show. But they were like, oh, I'm just an actor on the show. Like they threw in everything in this goddamn show, y'all. I'm not sure if you remember that. I forget what season it was, but they played their real selves with their real wives in their real homes. And they would be like they're just actors, and they would meet up together and start acting. But one of them wasn't good. And they were like, is this our real life? Or are we stuck in some alternate world? Because they would end up in alternate worlds. This shit was good. Yeah.
Yeah, this sounds really good.
It was just all over the place. It was just real good. And I look, because I don't look at awards, but they say they won. They was nominated for many awards. Nominations 154 and wins 46. And then it shows you all the awards they won. They were nominated, which I don't look at awards, so I don't know. I'm gonna see what they yeah, they had it was crazy. It was really good. They even had a Scooby-Doo season episode where they turned into cartoons. They were like, Scooby-Doo! That shit was crazy. That's the good thing about a movie like this, you know, they were cartoons a couple of times. One time they ended up in a game world where it was like a game show.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then they ended up at the table with many gods, right? Because the gods were mad at Lucifer. So they was gonna kill them because they knew that they were Lucifer and Michael's human bodies, if you
human meat sacks.
Yeah. So they wanted to kill them because they didn't want them to come back. So there was the god who you know, and if you were Hindu, these was the Hindu gods. And they didn't like the other god. They didn't like God. So there was a battle. There was a battle between the gods. And
for their vessels.
Yeah, that's what they call them, vessels. Yeah. They were
they had the other word, which was mean. They did call them meat sacks, but
they did call them
it
meat
was the
sacks,
vessel, which was wrong. They called them a meat sack. I remember that line. I said, ow, that's hurtful.
It's true though when you think about it.
But it was the way he said it. I forgot if it was either
with
Dean
spirits
or
with a damn meat coat on.
Sam. Yeah, because he said you're just his meat sack. I was like, ouch.
Yeah, man. Then there was Lucifer ended up being he got into a famous man's body, a rock and roller. Then he ended up in the president of the United States body, right? And then he ended up getting a woman pregnant.
Yeah,
so
sleeping
now,
with his secretary or assistant, whoever it was.
So now he's about to become a father. So somebody about to have the Antichrist, like have Lucifer's baby. And she was human, which means she wasn't going to survive it. So the angels wanted to kill her. And then there were some demons who wanted to hold her hostage for her power. And Dean and Witchcomb at first wanted to kill her, but then they decided to help her. The angel decided to help her because he saw that baby was going to be powerful. And that shit was good. I can't think of anything that they could have done better. You know what I mean? They added anything that was going on hot in our country, they added it somewhere. Is that you, Black Beauty? You're muted. Hello.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. I just heard y'all talking about my favorite shows.
What show is your favorite?
Oh my goodness. Well, Charm is my top.
Oh yeah. You mean the new one or the old one?
The old one, the original.
Yeah.
And then me and my daughter, we watched all the Supernatural. What was it? We did watch a new Charm, but we didn't care for it. Let's see. That's Lucifer. Vampire Diaries. Yes. Oh, it is so good.
Oh, Lucifer, the TV show. Yes, it is good. Bomb. You need to watch that. You would have so much fun. He is hilarious.
It is
he literally, like if the devil was a human, I feel like that's literally what he would act like. He's the total party boy, handsome, charismatic. He's funny.
Sexy.
He is
sexy
too. Yeah. And he gets better as the seasons get better. His looks, they get so much better as the seasons go by. Yeah, it's good.
I'm gonna have to check it out.
And then his brother with his beautiful chocolate bald-headed self, you gonna love him too. He's dark and chocolate. Too fine of looking men. I said, man, let me just get on stuff for like a day.
Man, make me want to make an Oreo.
Just have you on one side and on the other, please. Just arm in arm. Come on now.
What else you watch?
What else do I be watching? I'm also a fan of Game of Thrones. So
Oh,
I've
me
been
too.
watching I watched the new
How is
season. I mean
it?
the new spinoff. It's good. To me it's not as good as the original, but
Yeah.
they skipped a lot of stuff and they're just trying to kind of rush to the point of things. But it's okay, I guess.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
all right.
you should watch Game of Thrones.
I think, is that the one with about the queen, or that, I'm thinking of the wrong one?
It's basically like there's 7 kingdoms, and there's different people trying to get, to the major throne of the 7 kingdoms. There's like a war that goes on between 2 families, and you got this girl, she rides a dragon.
Damn.
It's on HBO Max. So it's like you have different people, and you have different people doing deceitful things. It takes place in medieval times, and the queen is such a bitch. There's gonna be times in the show where you hate her, and there'll be times where you like her. It's really, really good.
Yeah. I like medieval times, the dresses, and I might check it out.
There's a movie, well, it's on one of these channels coming out called The School of Good and Evil.
With 2 women, right? 2 women?
I think so. I know the woman that was the president's mistress in some TV series, Carrie.
Carrie Washington.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's the star of this particular film. They're calling it a film.
Is it a film or a series?
It's not a series. It's a film. It's called The School of Good and Evil.
Let me see.
And it should be out.
Oh, I was sitting here talking and didn't even realize I got muted some kind of way. It's a good movie. It's pretty cute. It was fun to watch with my daughter.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not
cute.
too. It gives wicked indications, but it's not over the top. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like you can watch it with your children.
Yeah, there's not like a lot of killing and stuff like that in there. Like
Right,
it's fighting.
not a lot of bloodshed. It's just
cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the fighting is very artistic. Like they're doing it while they're like, it's like in a dance.
It's
like
real
it's like some
artistic.
like High School Musical type of, but in an evil sense.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I challenge you to.
What channel that come on?
It's like magical. And for people that are into like the witchy scene and stuff, but they don't want all the goriness.
Yeah, I think it's on a streaming network.
Is it like that Hocus Pocus? I couldn't get in that Hocus Pocus. That was childlike.
The first one or the second one?
Like that.
Well, the first one is the one I saw like last month, and it was so. It was just like I was looking at it with Leaky, and he wasn't paying attention. So,
you wouldn't like it now. That's just straight up 90s movie. Yeah.
It reminds me
now.
of,
it's gonna look stupid.
It reminds me of Descendants from Disney Channel.
That's what I was thinking when I saw the thumbnail online. That's what it looked like to me.
The Descendants, I kind of like that. That
was good.
Yeah,
it was.
That's because it was about the villains, and there was a backstory, not only that, but then you wonder, is she gonna turn into a dragon finally? Because that's what she is, and then eventually she does in the other movies. But
I just pulled up to my house. I'm gonna connect with y'all in just a minute. I mean about 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right, beauty.
Yeah, which is exactly what you said, Bomb, about going with the descendants of the next generation, like what you thought about Charm. It was like that's exactly what they did with Descendants. They just went with the next generation.
I like movies when they ride the dragon, so I ain't gonna lie. When they show people ride, like those special effects.
You would like Game of Thrones then, Mella.
Okay.
You gotta wait. You gotta probably wait maybe a couple of, I think maybe 3 or 4 seasons before she gets on the dragon.
Yeah, I like when I see special effects like that.
I don't know.
Okay, co-hosts, are y'all ready? What is y'all doing?
That was me. I did that by mistake.
Okay, y'all gotta get ready.
I got it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, it's okay. We just had to let everybody know, get ready as soon as they talk. Have your finger on the, you know.
Yeah.
What, did they leave?
I dropped them.
Oh, no, you should let them come up so we could hear them first, since they was already up. Because it might be somebody we know, but they
Oh,
knew.
just said OM.
Damn it. I ain't know what happened. I ducked. Yeah. I thought somebody was about to shoot.
See. Yeah, when somebody we don't know, just announce to everybody to, somebody about to come up, we don't know, get ready. So you can shoot them when they, when they say the Nick, when they, by the time they said Nick, they'll be gone. Yeah. But if you was if you're listening right now and that was you and you was coming up to have a conversation, you're welcome to come back up. Yeah, they can't turn on the cam. I just okay, so they're coming up. Y'all ready? Everybody with the codes, y'all ready? Somebody
Yes,
let them in, and the rest of y'all keep y'all fingers
on the trigger.
On the trigger.
Who goes there?
Hello. Oh, they're not connected yet. Oh, yes, they are. Hello. OM. Hello. No.
Dost thou consider thyself friend or foe? Who goes there?
Oh man.
They just typed hi in the chat.
Oh, hello. You could say something. You could use your mic. Because you're not muted.
Like another
Hello?
keyboard.
Yes, there you
Hello?
go. Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear us? Hello? Okay.
Hello?
You need to fix your sound, babe. We heard you clearly, but you may not be able to hear us. Okay. Anyway, are you here to talk about what we're talking about? Hello. Let me see how to in the chat. Let me see. Let me see. Can
Mom Cherry gives everybody a chance, don't she?
Yes, I'm trying to give him a chance.
Yeah, I swear.
He might want to participate. You might want to participate.
At
So
what value?
We are talking about some good shows,
Yeah.
Are you there?
Okay.
I think he dropped. Yeah. He probably couldn't hear us. Or maybe he could. Who knows? Who cares? Okay. So
how can a woman be so mean and so kind, all in the same body?
It's a Scorpio in her, baby. Don't you know?
Yeah, y'all be calling me mean. I'm not mean.
She sure ain't mean. That's a Scorpio in her. That's what we do. We can be really sweet 1 minute and want to slice your throat the next.
You gonna start me
I'm not
biting
kidding
my
you.
nails again, okay? I'm like, what is she gonna do? What is she gonna do? Because there are times when you're very passionate about a topic and you're not trying to hear nothing else. Nothing.
That's because she
when
be
you
playing
get
with her
mean.
food, Mella. You can never tell if she's being serious or not because she just be playing all the time and you just be waiting for, wait a minute, where's the kill? Where's it at?
I'm
it's
supposed
like,
to
don't
pay.
hear it. I still don't hear it. And she get me every time. I'm like, dang.
Baby,
I don't be passionate about shit on this internet shit.
You were discussing a topic earlier and you weren't trying to hear nothing but you right.
No, I wasn't trying to hear. So, well, you talking about
every
the
time somebody said,
Africa?
I don't think so, Mom. It was maybe the last live stream, but it was like every time somebody was saying, no, I don't think so, Mom. No, I don't think so, Mom. You was like, well, you make it sound like saying, well, no, that's not true. That's not true. You know what I'm saying? You was shooting everything down.
That was that Africa thing, and that's us spreading falsehoods.
And you had
Okay.
good points.
So I asked,
and then when
how would you know that things
would
will be different if
Oh my.
things are not different? And then somebody says something like, because we would still be there. I'm like, what?
Right.
So,
they were,
now, come on, Mella, be honest. Are they serious? So because we would be there, things would be different? I mean, of course, it'd be different. Would it be better?
It was an interesting discussion.
As if they decided to look through history, find all the people who would be able to build this nation and ship them from Africa to the New World. And those who left behind, those were the people, when they looked in their crystal ball, those people wouldn't be able to build nothing. And so now that's why when you look back now, they haven't built anything. And you're like, oh, yeah. But if they wouldn't have taken all of us or the people, our ancestors who came here, then the Africa would be so much better. What the fuck? That don't make no sense.
It was an interesting discussion. I really enjoyed the conversation when you all were discussing private schools being different. I mean, it was something about how it was about schools, right?
Yeah.
How
so the school.
schools
So
require
was I
certain
wrong?
standards, and that's all there is to it. It has nothing to do with a school teaching a curriculum that doesn't that goes outside of the requirements of being accredited for being educated. And I think nobody really I didn't hear anybody accentuate the accreditation part of it. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we were saying, where they have to meet the criteria. Them kids have to pass tests.
The standardized
tests. And if they don't, then they not going to the next grade. And it don't matter what school you go to. When they're in high school, and they'll be like, well, we need to see your report card from this school, these tests. And they say, well, yeah, we didn't take those tests. You'd be shocked what they're going to make them do. You know what they're going to make them do? Go get a GED.
And even that's even that has to be from an accreditation source.
That's right.
And it, now in 2012, that's why I wish Rochelle was on here right now, because as a recruiter, when it comes to the GED, from what I understand, in 2012, a parent can sign off, yeah, my child is educated, so let them in the military. As opposed to prior to 2012, there had to be a certified, accredited, the certificate had to be from an accredited source. It couldn't just be. I
thought Rochelle said the opposite. I thought she said they had to.
I don't know. That's why it was an interesting conversation, because I wanted.
So you saying the military now taking you even if you graduated or not?
I could look it up for you, but I ran across something that said there was something passed recently that altered the requirement of a GED being the final straw. Like, how there's typical graduations from high schools across America, and then there are people that get their GED, and then apparently there's this alternate acceptance situation, and I didn't read through it for me to recite it to you right now. But I could look it up.
You said recently, but at first you said 2012. That's not recent. 2012 is a whole 10 years ago.
See how you do, Bon?
You did say recently, right? And then
recently means different things to different people, Bon.
Well, I don't think it means 10 years to nobody, though.
Okay, Bon.
Is 10 years called recent to anybody? 10 years ago.
A whole fucking decade.
Yeah, is anybody considering 10 years as recent? I'm sorry, anybody?
See, this is why you mean. This is why you are mean.
I'm not getting involved.
You could have let that shit
I don't want to be involved.
You could have let that shit slide. See how you do? Not
Recent
involved.
mean
You coulda
10
just
months
let
ago.
that shit slide, but no, she gotta go in for the kill.
Y'all call me mean. God.
No, but
said-
seriously, I got the link somewhere. I hope I ain't erase it. Cause after the conversation was over, cause y'all get me caught up in that shit. I be looking up links, and then next thing you know, y'all change the game. Y'all change the topic. It should be
Yeah, the
cracking
topic
me up.
changing fast, you know, so we
It
can
just
keep it
changed
going.
fast as fuck.
Hell
I'm like,
yeah.
okay, I guess I'm
We ain't the
wasting
only
my
one. You
time
be up
looking
here
at 'em.
changing topics. too.
Exactly. It changes. You just changed it because you changed the education.
No, it
just
doesn't.
changed it.
We was talking about movies.
Okay, we could go back to Game of Thrones. My bad.
No, we get back to it. Cause I'm gonna I have heard
It's
I've
on
seen people
HBO
do
Max.
watch parties on the news. They'd be
Yeah.
like watch parties of Game of Thrones, murder, with that one with the murder. People used to watch that like crazy.
Murder, She Wrote.
Is it murder? No, not Murder, She Wrote. How to Get Away with Murder. Something like
Oh
that.
yeah. Mhm.
And then watch parties for Empire. Man, I used to love me some Empire. But I
Me
ain't gonna
too.
lie, that shit started to get
Yeah, the last two seasons were getting like it was
It
like
was,
the
yeah.
writing.
They said it was
Yeah.
starting to get silly.
Yeah, I
it
stopped
really
watching. I'm
was.
like, how many motherfucking times they gonna break up, love each other, divorce, get married? I'm like, nah.
The writers were bad.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, and then when they stopped, I think they stopped with the music as much. It was the music that kept me interested in that show in the beginning. These motherfuckers would play music on there and sing, and then I would go right to iTunes and start playing them goddamn songs. I don't know what happened after like the third season. That's the best music. And then I don't hear no more good music after that. I think I stopped watching it after the third season. It was just too redundant.
I used to race home to catch that shit.
How many seasons did it do, y'all?
Probably 3. That's
No,
a
I
guess.
think more than 3 because I seen 3
Yeah, I
seasons.
think it was either 4 or 5, either one. But I think most
Yeah.
people stopped watching after season 3, though.
Yeah.
I stopped watching. After season 3, me. But that shit used to be hot. Like everybody, like in our area, tri-state area, the news will be reporting, yeah, watch party for Empire tonight. And you know, some of the actors are from Philadelphia, so they was excited about that. They had one of the girl rappers. What did they call her? Remember, she was short, dark. He ended up hiring her to be a rapper. She wasn't on that much, but she was from Philly. And then the young guy, he was from Philly too. The brother, the youngest one, he's originally from Philly. So of course the Philadelphian people were excited, you know. So yeah, they was excited. Yeah, watch parties all over the whole goddamn state. Delaware, Philly, and Lower Jersey, Southern Jersey.
Yeah, it started the thing, that's for sure.
Yeah. And so
you could expect it the same time. I think it was Wednesdays, the same time. And you know, everybody showed up at people's house. And that was the kind of watch parties we used to do. We didn't do online watch parties. You showed up at somebody's house.
Yeah, that's what they were doing, either at the house or at some restaurant.
Yeah, man, it was kind of cool. It was kind of cool because it never disappointed. But after, I guess you always say season 3, you know, it got to a point where it was just like, what the fuck are we doing this for?
Man, in 3 seasons, they had one brother was married, and then he ended up murdering his wife, right? Another one, the son was like gay, but hidden gay, but then now he got a lover, and then his lover ended up being against him, and I think he ended up getting murdered, maybe? I'm not even sure. And then we got the youngest one, right? He going through girlfriend after girlfriend after girlfriend. The mother and the father against each other, but then they'll get together to fight another enemy, but then they will go back against each other. And then they had the husband had the husband had a new wife, right? Who ended up pregnant for the son. And I was like,
Yeah,
oh,
that was
That part.
crazy. That was crazy.
yeah. This was the baby for the son. Do
I
anybody know?
believe so.
Yeah. I was like, oh no, she didn't sleep
Baby
with the
was by
son.
the son.
She helped raise that little boy. And now she's sleeping with him. The
Yeah.
one who I really like is the one they killed off. The wife who would help her husband who was mentally ill. They killed her ass off during this, I think it's second season, right? She ended up being, something happened.
Oh,
And then he went crazy after
yeah.
that. Huh?
Yeah, his wife was
The white wife, remember?
the white woman. Yes.
Yeah. They killed her off. And I was like,
And she was pregnant.
oh yeah, when he found out she was pregnant. Yeah.
Yes.
And she was on, let me tell you something. That white woman had his motherfucker back, baby. She would be devious like him.
Yeah.
She was like, you should be the top, even though he wasn't single, but he was the smart one. Wasn't he like the lawyer or something? He had the education. The rest of them was singers and rappers.
And she
he was
put up with him being bipolar. She was
yes, and she would make sure he take his
focus.
medicine. She was like, babe, did you take your medicine? And then she would be deep, like, yeah. She was with him and they killed her off. I was like, what the fuck? Killing off wrong people.
Yeah, the people that they killed off shocked a lot of people. Like, killed off who?
Yeah, man. And then what Empire was the clean version, but on HBO, no, not HBO, Stars, that was the Empire, the dirty version, right? That's with 50 Cent and shit.
Power.
Oh my
Power.
gosh. Me and my
Yeah,
husband
that's
was
yeah.
so-
That's like what Empire would have been if it would have been on HBO. Exactly.
That show is so good, especially like the last 2 seasons, how people were getting killed off left and right. People were backstabbing each other.
I stopped watching when the son started getting bad. He was doing stupid shit. And I was like, if my son would do, I heard I got to look at it, dude. Yeah.
I don't want to give away anything for you.
Okay,
A
don't
lot
give
happens after that.
It does, damn. Because remember,
Yes.
that's when 50 Cent enters in his life. And I was like, damn. So I stopped watching it, y'all, because, I have sons. And at the time, my sons they were a little older than that. So this happened. We had just moved here, I think, when he was getting crazy like that. So, remember I told y'all that time my son, was, I saw a message on his Twitter talking about meet him somewhere. You know what I'm saying? And shit, y'all know that. Look, I used the mother tears. Yes, I did. Fuck what these niggas on YouTube say. I use mother tears and I let him know, boy, if you get hurt, you gonna have me and my whole family killing motherfuckers around here. Boy, listen, I will be sneaky, all dressed in black in the middle of the night. I'm murdering motherfuckers. Okay, and I had to let him know your mama crazy, baby. Your mama crazy. Whoever you got something from, you need to go and give it back to him and tell him that your mama, I told him you could blame it on me. Blame it on your mom. Tell him you can't do this. And I cried, and whatever he had to do, he did. And that was it. Shit. Put my life on the line for my motherfucking children. And then I saw that around that time, and I was like, damn, like them little boys that's what happened to our boys. Even when they spoil, you could take them out of something, right? Give them things, and still they'll find it, because in our culture that shit looks good,
right?
So and my husband and I have been here the whole time, you know what I mean? So they didn't need to do none of that. Then he had a job, he had a car. By then he had his new car. I just don't know what was going through his mind, because I'm not a boy, you know what I mean? I don't know, but I know that I wasn't having it.
No good friends.
He had it wasn't even a no good friend. It's because they got good friends, but they could all get suckered in. So it's the men in the neighborhood who will come and hit you up, and you look like a big man if you older with a car, and now these women are coming by from you. I'm like, dude, you don't need that. you mean? You already got, you know what I mean? The women already looking at you. You ain't got to be on that tip. But in our community, that for some reason, young women look at those type of dudes as I don't know, perspective what? Because all you're gonna be is a baby mama if you end up in jail or dead. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's why Ghost was trying to get out of the game. That was never his long-term goal, because he knew he couldn't do that forever. But it was like his wife
ain't that some shit?
His wife didn't want him to get out of that lifestyle at all.
Yeah.
And he
I was
kept
shocked by that.
Dragged back in, and then she would have Tommy orchestrate
Oh, I love that moment when she was like, "Look, you ain't getting out of nothing."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what tripped me out.
That's what made him fall in love with Angela when he met up with Angela again.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That she wanted him
I
out.
forgot
And
about
his wife
her.
was like, "Hell no."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look back at it, y'all, because I did see the first 2 seasons, maybe some of the third, maybe. Which one where 50 Cent enters? Is that the third?
I think he comes in the second season.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yeah,
and
he
maybe
comes in the second season. Yeah.
Man, they had some good people that died. I know I saw that. I hate when some of the good people die, you know.
Yeah.
But I heard that he died too. But I don't know if it's true too. I guess
I'm not telling you, gotta watch it. I'm not saying anything.
I couldn't believe it when he finally kind of told her he wanted out, and she was like, "I don't give a fuck what you want. You ain't going nowhere." I was like,
oh
"What?"
yeah, I was shocked by that.
Me too.
Because
I thought she was wanting him out.
Yeah, that's what I would want my husband. You know, getting out, we already got the money, and she know how much money he had. Remember, she would be able to go and go grab some. She was able to go to the safe deposit box and everywhere in the house. They had an area with nothing but cash.
Mm-hmm. And
But
then they had the laundry mats where they were cleaning the money.
Right. The last thing I remember with her, though, I think she was about to get a divorce. She was talking about leaving or something. And that's all I remember. But they was having problem with the son. Something happened with the daughter. Didn't the daughter get killed or something?
Mom, watch the show.
I know. I think I saw that. I think I saw. And then that was it. Yeah, I was heartbroken. So yeah, I'm gonna have to watch it. And then what is the spinoff? What is that about? Is that a spinoff of that show?
Yeah, but
the
it's
book
with
of something, Book of Cain or some shit like that.
Raising Cain.
Okay, well, Raising Cain is the story of 50 Cent's character.
Oh.
And then
okay.
they have the Power 2 book series, which is about the son. Like he goes off to college. I started watching it, but I couldn't really get into it. I don't know if it's because he was like on a college campus and they were like younger kids. I don't know. But I heard that it gets better.
Oh, okay. So now I get it. Yeah, because I did have a lot of stories. So Cain, right, used to be his boss, and I think him and his wife did something, and that's why he ended up in jail.
Yeah, they set him up. They set him up because Ghost wanted to do Bigger things, and he felt like Cain was holding them back, him and Tommy back.
Yep. So
Tommy didn't even know about the setup. It was Tasha and Ghost that set that up.
Yeah,
okay.
They set him up. That used
That's
to be
right.
his crew,
And
right?
Ghost, I forgot about not Ghost, Tommy. Tommy was remember Tommy met that girl, and then she ended up getting killed. How she got killed? I forgot. And he ended up, and she was pregnant.
Yeah, Tommy killed her.
But why? Because she was trying to.
So what she did was there's this season where Ghost gets out of the game, like he's clean out of the game, and Tommy. So what happened was Lobos was in prison, that drug cartel guy.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, Lobos. Yeah.
And Tommy wanted to keep working, so he told Tommy, either you kill Ghost or we're gonna kill you and Holly. So, and plus Tommy and Ghost weren't speaking.
Right.
So Tommy could never do it. There were times where he could have pulled the trigger, but he just couldn't do it because he loves Ghost.
Right.
So what Holly did was she hired these I think they were Haitians. They were like hitmen. She hired them to go kill Ghost. And when he found out about it, he started strangling her. And he lost control and then she died.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wasn't she pregnant?
And she was, yeah, but then he didn't know she was pregnant when he did that, but he ends up finding out later on.
Right. And it was driving him crazy.
Nobody, yeah, he was the only one that knew that how, oh, and Ghost knew because Ghost helped him with the body.
Yeah.
But nobody knew, everybody kept saying, what happened to Holly? What happened to Holly? And he would always go blank. Have books. Yeah, but I'm telling you, it gets good. There's some episodes where you're gonna get pissed, but then it gets really, really good.
Yeah, I might have to look at that again because it was good. I can't even lie, but you know, when certain things going on in your life that could be kind of, you know, hello. Whoops.
Man, what is you talking about? Man?
What?
That's who?
What?
What?
Hello.
Are you dumb or can you not hear?
Apparently, you're the one who can't hear.
Are you dumb? Cause you saying hello and now I'm saying you're dumb. Can you hear? Or you just old as fucking got mercy in your ear? Elephant woman.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Nigga, girl, I don't know who let him in. You know he blocked in my shit. But it's okay. He came in, gave him a chance. I said hello, right? Which means he knows I'm talking to him. I said hello. And then he's like, huh? So
well, it wasn't me. That's what I thought. I thought it was
no, it's
Blanca.
okay. Because, you know, I figured, okay, let me give him a chance.
No, so we're not letting him in.
Yeah, we don't,
right.
nigga, we didn't gave you the chance. And that's it. I don't know why you over here. I stopped fucking with you.
Exactly.
And when I stop fucking with you, you know, you done went across the line. And then I let you up, right? Somebody let you in. I let you up, and then I gave you a chance. So I don't know why you keep hitting the link to come in. Don't come in. Don't even try. Well, some of you, when I was cool with you, I don't want to play with you. Right? I just don't want to play with you. You're not even worth my motherfucking breath, nigga. Anyway. A lot of people don't even know you over here, right? Because you've been gone for a minute, not even that long ago, but a minute. So I get it. Anyway, we're going to get back to our topic because it ain't even work. These niggas
He
get
wanted
drunk.
somebody to mention his name.
Well,
with his sorry ass channel.
Man, I used to go over there and support him and everything, and the nigga just like out of the blue, y'all. We was over here talking about religion, and he just started calling people bitches and shit. I'm like, damn, like what happened? What's going on? Get down bad. Okay, knock him off. It's over.
Yeah, I was surprised he had the nerve to show up. When I heard that voice, I was like, is that motherfucker? But anyway, back to what we was talking about. So that's something I'm gonna have to look up. It's called Power, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Stars.
Yeah. Every time people talk about it, I can't comment on it because I haven't seen it, but I'm gonna check it out.
I mean, it's pretty good.
If y'all like it, I should love it. So
you know how when you first watch an episode of a show, you're not sure about it. It's like
Yeah.
the moment you start watching it, it's really good.
From the first episode, I was shocked because normally that
Yes.
doesn't happen in a TV show.
And then you get hooked. You're like, what's gonna happen next?
Yep.
What's gonna happen
You get
next?
hooked.
Yep.
Okay, I like that.
And then the good thing about Stars too, like HBO Max, they have that 7-day free trial where you can just like download the app and see how you like it for 7 days, and then after 7 days it'll go off, and then you pay it. I forget how much it is for Stars. I haven't had it in a while, but it's just a thought, like just in case, if you may not like it.
Stars have black stars too, man. I like the
Yeah.
Stars channel when I had it, but yeah, man.
They actually have a streaming service called Black Stars.
It was Star. They have the black sector of Star. Yeah, they black movies, but now not all of them kind of having some black movie section now.
Yeah, they're even making their own black streaming
platforms.
Yeah,
there was another show on there too. I watched one episode. It's with oh my god, it's these women, they're strippers, and then there's a gay guy that manages the strip joint.
It's a movie or a show?
It's a show on Stars.
Oh, I don't know.
I forgot the name of that damn show, but a lot of people were talking about it. I said, let me check it
I don't
out.
think it's called Glow, is it? Because that's about the wrestlers, right?
No.
Or the female wrestlers or something like that.
Let me see if I can look it up.
I did see Hustlers, but I think that was a movie.
Yeah, that's a movie.
Show. Hold on.
Lordy.
Y'all got to catch me up
been
because
addicted to a good series in a long time.
You and me both. I
Like
haven't.
Power.
I haven't watched TV since. I actually haven't watched any real entertainment since COVID. So,
I know, because we've been on here. We've been on here, boy, right? Being messy as fuck, and laughing and crying.
oh no, I read a lot. So
You read a lot?
So normally that happens to me sometimes, where I'll just stop watching TV or entertainment for a while, and I'll just like read a lot of books. I'm reading while I'm watching TV shows, but there'll be points where I'll just be like, I'll catch up in that in a few years, and I'll just start reading a bunch of
The
books.
books be better than the movies and shit. Huh?
They do, because it actually has an ending to it.
Did you read Twilight? I think you did say that, right? Because you mentioned that. Was it good?
It was a painful.
I liked it better. I liked it better.
Yeah.
There was more detail in it. How I
There was
watched
way
it
more
How I
detail.
got the books was this was when I was with my first husband. I remember I was in the hospital for like 2 weeks, and then I remember he picked up those books for me because he knew I like vampires, and I got really invested in it. And I was really happy when the movie came out. They could have, there was more stuff they could have added, but I'm just saying I wasn't. Like somebody in the chat earlier was like, no, they're not saying it's a dark black girl, but in the book, it's not describing a white girl, it's describing a girl of color.
Yeah. What did anybody look at or read Harry Potter? Harry Potter. Is it Potter? Is it Potter? Potter.
It's Potter.
Yeah,
Potter.
Potter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Potter. Okay. Now my kids loved Harry Potter when they were young, right? And so I then bought them a book, which is a big ass book, but I don't think they ever read it. But even though they wanted the book, and I like Harry, but it started getting confusing to me because The
first
I thought I was the only
movie
one that
was
happened
enough.
to.
I didn't read the book. The first movie was enough. I wasn't
Even the
that.
movies got confusing. I was like, what?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The movie.
They
Okay,
got
so the first one
confusing.
I understood.
Yeah, that's it.
The second one, okay. Then there's a third one. I'm wondering, first of all, like, I thought this guy was the evil guy, but he seemed like he was the good guy again. Right? There was a guy who,
Yes.
in the
It made my
first
head
one,
hurt. There was a good guy who you thought was a good guy the whole time, but come to find out at the very end, he was actually the bad guy. And the teacher who you thought was the bad guy was actually the good guy the whole
good
time.
guy,
I'm like,
right?
huh?
Oh man,
I'm like, my head hurt.
It was
And
a
then-
medieval soap opera.
it was crazy. I was
And
like,
then
okay.
I saw somebody get their ass kicked by a snake. I was like, this movie ain't right. How you get your ass kicked by a snake? I can tell you what though, I had everybody who was watching it rolling and laughing because I didn't get it. That one right there, where that snake came in, I said, I roasted that for about a good 5 minutes. They was laughing too. I said, how the hell you so powerful, but you get your ass beat by a snake?
Then they had a teacher who ended up being the principal because they got rid of the principal. Remember the guy, the older guy with the long.
Yeah, Dumbledore. They got rid of
Dumbledore. Yeah, and then she wouldn't even allow magic at a fucking magic school. They had to go and learn magic in secret. Remember the children? They were like, hey.
She forbid them from doing any magic.
Isn't that what they do?
Yeah, it is. But that's what that evil guy wanted because she was in his ranks. He didn't want anybody doing magic but him.
Right. And remember that by the end, she had all these plaques on the wall with all these different rules. Don't do this. Don't do that. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Don't. So the kids had to hide and learn, Harry Potter and the rest of them teaching each other, which is weird because I thought they was already like at least in school for 3 years. So what the fuck were they learning for 3 years if they didn't know how to do some of this stuff? And then they families were magical families, which means they already should have known magic, right?
I think that was the Valdem, whatever the hell his evil name is, Valdemir, whatever. I think that was his problem because he didn't like the Voldemort. Yeah, I think that was his problem because he didn't like the fact that they were limiting him in his power. And that's what they did at that school. They taught you how to use your powers, but they didn't teach you how to use them to their full totality, like how to defend yourself and all that kind of stuff. They kind of made those kids a sitting duck. And that's what they were mad about once when the school kind of got taken over. Because it was like, we don't even know how to defend ourselves because they haven't been teaching us.
Right. And then they had these ghosts, right? I like the stare. They had a lot of special effects I liked about the movie. But I ain't gonna lie, it started getting too confusing because
their magical world was very restricted and political. Like they didn't want them doing certain things or quote unquote fraternizing with certain people. Yeah, it was very restrictive.
Yeah. Remember, I don't know what one this is, but when they had to fly, they went to go. So Harry was in a house where the people wasn't really his family, right?
Yeah.
Which one they had to go pick up in the car? They had him living, wasn't he living under the stairs and they was mistreating him?
Yeah. That's the way he was living before he got the ticket.
Yeah.
To finding out that he was a wizard. Yeah, because his parents had died.
And that's when he got the mark on his forehead.
Yeah.
And so, but they allowed him to live like that. They knew he was living like that because they kept an eye on him. That's what they ended up. And then he had lots of money. So I don't know why but anyway, the movie was, remember the time they missed the train. So they was in the car, but they didn't really know if something happened to where the car ended up wrecking to get them there. It was crazy. It was good. It was good. I see where kids are like it, the wizardry and things like that. But it started to get, how many goddamn books or versions of this movie?
At least. And I'm being generous. And I know with the movies, because they like to stretch them out, I know it's more than 5. Because you always know the ending. There's always that stupid part 1 and part 2 nonsense.
Yeah.
But yeah, with Twilight, that was a descent into madness. I'm not gonna lie, because I boycotted the hell out of that shit because it was too much. Like, when a craze happens in a generation, it's just too much. That was the one. I was like, oh, y'all stop.
I like Twilight. I like Edward.
I'm Team Jacob. I'm like, if you don't shut up, because I don't care about the book. And my mom made me go buy that movie in the rain when I didn't want to, and then she made me sit there and watch it. And then she made me sit there and watch the second one. And then the fact that they all kept coming out on my birthday didn't help either. And then the second one got me curious. I was like, wait a minute, what you mean by that? And then the ending, I said, oh, I know you are not going to make me wait for years. I said, nope. And then I bought the books. And I was like, I'm tired of waiting. What the hell happens at the end? And I was like, oh, okay, that's what happened. Okay, cool. But yeah.
It was good, but they had so many of them. Remember when she tried to kill herself just so she could, feel close to him? That was dumb. Remember, she jumped in that water and tried to drown. That red woman, the woman with the red hair was after her.
Yeah.
She didn't know that Jacob was a half wolf and shit, or wolf.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's when he broke up with her. That's right. She was all depressed and stuff.
Yeah, she was depressed and wanting to kill herself. Yeah. But you know, I'm not sure which one this is, but this is when the family came back, I think. And Rosie, yeah, that's her name, when she told her story. So I like the fact that they were the different people in the Cullen house when they told these stories. That's what I loved about it. Right? Remember, Rosie was a woman who fell in love with a man, you know, who was courting her, and then he started catcalling her with some men, and then they raped her. Remember that?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what happened to Rosie. That's right.
And that's
then
when
the doctor found her in the alley.
The doctor turned into a vampire to save her, and then she put on that wedding gown and went after him, and she teased him. She played with her food before she killed him, baby. She killed everybody around him. That was a good story. And then Jasper's story was, remember, he was a Confederate, I think, soldier, or maybe the Southern, I'm not sure what side he was on, but he was and he was, yes, ma'am. Remember, he ended up stumbling across a group of vampire women who turned him so that he could protect them. And he was the youngest one of them all, really, right? That's why he still had a lot of power. And remember, he couldn't control his thirst as good as the others.
Yeah.
Yeah. And his story was that these vampires end up biting him, and then they made him train their little vampires that they were making, and then they would make him kill them. Like after they would use them for whatever they need to use them for, then they would make him kill them. And that's what he was doing for centuries. That story was good. I think they could have broke that down and made different stories into those people. And then, which one I really liked, the young one, his girlfriend. She was the one who can see things ahead of time.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then I like when they got new people to come. Remember when they got the people to come help with the daughter?
They got all those other vampires from all those other
and they all had
plans.
individual powers,
individual gifts.
Yeah, and come to find out,
Bella's a shield. Yeah,
Bella is a shield, and that is. But even before she became so I guess they're saying that people can have distinctive powers even when they're human, and then I guess it gets bigger if they became vampires.
Yeah, I guess what they're saying that it gets I guess it gets activated if they're ever become immortal or something like that, or something happens to them after death that's already in them when they're born.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, but I guess hers was more like, because she was already a shield technically already, just from the way she thought and the way she moved. So she was already one like as a human shield. But I guess because she became a vampire, it's more of a physical manifestation of what she already had inside of her, that it just became an actual force.
Yeah, because remember, that's why Witchcomb liked her, because he couldn't tell what she was thinking. He couldn't read her mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I think he said that's why he was always looking at her, because he looked weird. Remember, he looked like he dead, looking at her from in the cafeteria.
Like he wanted to eat her, like he couldn't stop staring at her.
Oh yeah,
that's what he looked like to me.
He was
her scent was driving him crazy too. But he kept staring at her too, because he's like, I can't tell what you're thinking, and it was driving him crazy that he couldn't tell what she was thinking. But he also liked that he didn't know what she was thinking.
Yeah, and then when they got married, there was some good shows. When I thought she was gonna choose Jacob, because she truly loved both of them. When Jacob, she would have been dead if it wasn't for Jacob. Remember when they was up in the cold and he couldn't keep her warm.
She threw herself in there.
Yeah, he went in there and said, "I'll give you my body heat." And then that's when I started liking both of them, because he was like, "What if she choose me?" And the two men was talking while he was keeping her warm. Remember that? And that's when I was like, they would have been friends if it wasn't for her, They could have been friends. But I liked him. Remember when he had the long hair? By then, by this series,
his hair's cut short.
Yeah, he cut his hair
long at the beginning.
Yeah, when he was long, it was nice. He did look like a geek at first, but when he built up the muscles, baby, God.
Yeah, because they told him to.
Yeah.
He couldn't have kept a role without him. Yeah. They weren't going to get rid of him until he had bulked up. Yeah, I heard about that.
And so they were the natural vampire. I remember when she was like, because she knew both, she didn't know that she knew both their secrets and keeping both their secrets, but she didn't know that Jacob knew what the Cullens was.
Yeah, or that they knew
the
what they
Cullens
were.
knew what Jacob was.
Yeah, it was.
So
yeah,
remember,
but they were sworn enemies, so of course they knew.
Yeah.
She was just the only one who didn't know that they knew.
Yes, and remember when Jacob said, when they found out that the woman with the red hair, he mentioned that there's a woman and they don't know why she keep coming back. And she said, oh, for me. And they said, well, we're going to take care of them. And she's like, no, y'all can't take care of them. They strong and fast. And he was like, yeah, but we stronger and faster. He said, we took care. And they were like, no, you can't kill vampires. And it was like, we didn't have no problem when we killed her friend. She was shocked. So, wow. I actually like, I can't even like, Twilight was good. And then that last one was really good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that first one was, I didn't like it, but those other two, I'm not gonna lie, they were good.
Yeah, the first one you could tell was
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that first one was low, but yeah, again, low budget.
Remember those two men?
That was like the saying of the early 2000s. Everything was gonna be low budget.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, those two men. Yeah.
The ones who was waiting for a fight, they were like, yeah, so we're here to fight. And they were mad when people wouldn't fight no more, when they was running them off. They wanted to run after them. They were like, yeah, we're here to help you. We've been waiting for a chance to exact our revenge on what they call those people? The ones in the red robes.
Oh, I forgot what they're called.
Oh, I don't know. I know they're a council of some sort.
Yeah, some type of council. And then the guy who was in charge, so he was killing, he would get rid of people so he could get the ones with the special talents on his side. I don't know why he just didn't ask them like, hey, come be on the council.
Exactly.
You have some
He
power.
wants to force them.
Right. And then they wanted to get her.
He loved her sister, the one with the premonitions. He loved her.
Yeah, he loved her. And remember when it's messed up because one of the cousins is the one who went and announced what she saw, which I understand, right? She saw a kid and they lost their mother because their mother had a kid vampire whom they couldn't control.
But they made her, and she wasn't. Yeah, they made those kids though. But she was born though. Yeah, that's what they had a problem with their daughter. I'm like, yeah, but she was born and she's growing.
Yeah, because they never knew. You know, they never knew that that a vampire could have a child. So she was still human. Man, she looked so bad, y'all, when she was pregnant. Yeah. Did y'all see how skinny and
Oh yeah, and lifeless she was. Yeah, they created a doll. Yeah.
Oh really? But, I was wondering, did she lose that much weight like that?
Oh no. She was digitized and they like stuffed her legs and all that kind of stuff. Like they worked her over to make her look a certain way. But when she got to the point where they wanted her to really look like that gangly thing, yeah, they used a doll. They used like some type of doll.
And then the baby, the truth is the baby had already kind of imprinted on Jacob. Yeah, remember, because she was crazy Jacob.
Yeah, that was the reason why he was even attracted to her in the first place, was because of her daughter. At least that's what they say in the books.
Oh yeah. So in the book, did they get married? Cause maybe that's why somebody said that earlier. Because I think
I think like in the book, there's somewhere where I think dang it, I don't know what that girl's name is. I'm not sure if her name is the one with the brown hair. I'm not sure if her name is Ashley in the movie or if the actor's name is Ashley. I think the actor's name is Ashley Green. I forgot what her name is in the movie. But anyway, I think she has
Naz Marie. Naz Marie. Naz, you talking about the daughter name?
No, I know her name is Renesmee, but I'm talking about the brown-headed one who sees the visions. I forgot her name.
Oh, yeah. That is, what about her?
Yeah, I think in the book, she has a premonition that they do get married or something like that. but they're like soulmates or something like that. Like it's explained in the books as to what they are. Been very good detail.
Because he's there from the always,
Yeah.
always been unprotected. And we did see her get older, and he was right there. But I was thinking, like, he's gonna grow old because the vampires don't stay young. I'm sorry, not the vampires. The wolves don't stay young. They get older and they eventually die. Remember when his dad died, the uncle died. Remember when the woman came and he attacked her, she attacked him. He fell down the hill and had a heart attack.
Yeah. But it I think for a werewolf, if I'm not mistaken, in their version of, I think in the book that I read, that for them, their lifespan is actually based on their spouse. So like if their spouse dies, they're going to start to age and then they'll eventually pass away. But if their spouse doesn't, they don't die.
Oh.
It's explained in the book. I was like, oh, that's why it's okay for her to be with him.
Okay, that makes sense. So whoever they imprint on,
they have like, it's like they share a lifespan, something like that, or something like that. So that way they'll always, be together, because it's like kind of like once when they find, it's not 100% a guarantee if they're ever going to imprint on anybody, but once when they do, it's forever. And once when they lose that person, they feel like they may as well die, which is why they get older, like they start to age and progress. So yeah, their lifespan is really based on their spouse. If they imprint on one, but yeah, if they imprint on one,
and they're willing to, they can imprint on anyone. A human, or okay. But remember the girl, remember that one girl who she was in love with one of the pack.
Messed up eye.
Yeah.
She
was the one with the messed up eye ended up taking the one I'm talking about, man, from her, because they ended up imprinting. But the one I'm talking about, remember, she was helping Jacob protect the Cullens. Remember the brother? It was her brother, her, and Jacob.
She had a crush on him.
Yeah, they used to date, but they didn't imprint each other. And then he ended up imprinting on a whole nother person. And it was over for us. So she's saying, I gotta look at them. Remember, she was willing to leave the pack because she's like, we used to be together and I could see him with another woman. When Jacob, he was going to kill the baby, and the baby looked at him, and it looked like a grown up face on a baby's face. It was the eye. And then he dropped to his knees and he came back. They was like, they can't touch him. Because I think they have a law, an absolute law. If one of them imprint on somebody, they all have to protect. So she's going to be protected by them all.
She's considered one of them.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's like on a spiritual, but it's not even top biological level. It's not even a guarantee if you'll ever imprint on anyone in life. But once when that happens, it's like you found another piece of your soul. So yeah, you're literally one together once when you lock eyes. So yeah, they consider you one of them.
And then when that young man came, because he's just like her, when they found him, and he was half human, half vampire, and he explained that he could eat regular food, or if he want, he could eat blood. And then he ended up turning his aunt, right? Because I think so she can help raise him. I think that was a cool story. I think they can do multiple, if they take that storyline, those storylines, there's multiple storylines in that one movie that would be great to go in depth on. Did they, in the book, did they go in depth on the boy who, because he said after 7 years, he stopped really aging on it fast. Remember, because she aged fast. She was the age of 7 in like a couple of months. So that's what they was afraid. They was afraid that she would get old real quick and be bad. But then they found out 7 years after his birth, he stopped aging that fast.
I'm not sure if they got more in depth into his story. I don't think so in the book, but I do know he explained about like the like her, not her lifespan, but like if she were to have a partner that they could share one or something like that. That he explained about actually something that he explained kind of like and tied in with imprinting. It was really interesting. That's how they found that out, that his lifespan is kind of shared with her, sort of, so that's why he's he can live with her or something like that. They were saying because of what she is, because she was the same thing that he was.
Yeah, that's cool. Man, but when I saw them kill, what his name? The one who turned all the Cullens, the leader of the Cullens. What's his name? The doctor.
Oh yeah,
him.
I was pissed.
Oh my God, I jumped.
I didn't want to watch it anymore.
Oh no.
What
I was in the
happened?
movie
What?
theater and I was like, oh my God. And then everybody started attacking. And remember the women who do the electric, they were like two women. I think they were from the Amazons. Two vampires from the Amazon. They had the weird eyes, remember? And one of them wanted to go attack and they had to stop the sisters after they killed their sister. They said, stop.
Oh, you mean the premonition that she had?
Yeah, this was during the fight. That was but it wasn't the real fight. You didn't know that until after though.
Yeah, it would have been the real fight had they continued. And since she had that vision, and you know how he was, he just had to touch her. So that had to take precedence over everything.
He saw his own death.
Yeah.
And then he realized that one of his people on his council is trying to die. Remember when he said, he just stood there and let them people kill him. He was like, finally. That's when he learned.
And I think another one was trying to get him killed because they couldn't stand him or something like that. A whole lot was coming out in that fight. I said, the treachery.
Then the one guy, the one guy who controls the element, he hit the ground, and that's when people started falling in it. Man, that damn premonition was crazy. I was like, shit.
Shoot. They lost some people, but they was kicking ass. I said, y'all going with them dead. Look at you.
They was gonna win. They would have won, but lots of deaths, you know.
Yeah,
I think she lost Jasper. Did she lose? I think Jasper ended up dead. We know that their dad, who they considered their father,
Rosie's guy, I think he ended up dead too.
Yeah. Did Rosie have a guy?
Yeah, the bigger one with the hazel eyes, the bigger guy with the brown hair and muscles.
Yeah,
he didn't talk much now.
Yeah, that's right. So they man, I was in a chair like, what? Oh no, you should have saw. It was a lot of us was like yelling, what? Oh no. And then we watch it. Man, I was holding on to the seat like, oh my God. And then I see when they win, and then all of a sudden, and they all standing there. I was like, oh, that was exciting, y'all. That fighting scene was exciting.
What makes it more worse is that it's depicted just like that in the book.
Damn.
I had a heart attack twice. So once in the movie and once in that. I said, dang it, they did it again. I thought they were going to do it different. I didn't expect it because I thought they were going to do it different in the book because it's the book. So I was like, okay, this scene's going to be different. Nah, it was the same. I was like, dang it. And it was more detailed. I was like, damn, they got me again. I said, oh, that was the premonition. I thought it was real.
Yeah, man. And then she was like, this is how it's going to end. But you can stop this now. And the young one on his side was ready. They was ready to go. And the woman, I think they were brother and sister. And he looked at him and shook his head. No. Don't do it.
Because he was going to be the first to die, if I'm not mistaken.
Nah, I think, the young one. Yeah, he was going to be the first. After they killed, what is his name again? The one, the head of Cullens, the doctor.
Yeah.
What is the name is?
They had him captured and they just went berserk.
They took his head off.
Yep.
Remember
and
he jumped up
and pushed his body to the ground. Yeah.
Set him to fire. And that's when everybody went crazy. I'm still trying to think of his name. I can't remember his name. Let me look it up.
Nah, I can't remember his name to save my life. But he didn't talk much either. The doctor. But that's sad. I knew his profession.
The doctor was a professional. He was he was the one who created it and taught him how to live. And so he's like one of the Twilight Doctor.
I was about to say, shoot, as long as he been living, he better have some money.
No, so they had to move out the area because they wasn't aging. Ain't that some shit?
And that is the only reason why I would take him in that. Oh, you better have like your money better be long, as long as you've been living.
And then they had people who wanted to be vampires, but the vampires were tricking them people. Remember, they would let them come. So how many
just
movies
to drink
they had?
them?
So they had Twilight. They have Twilight, Twilight Saga, New Moon, Twilight Saga, Eclipse, Twilight Saga, Breaking Dawn, Part 1 and Part 2. Yeah. Yep. What is his goddamn name? Renesmee. What is her name?
Renesmee. That's the daughter's name.
Yeah. The birth of Renesmee. The Cullens. Let's see who the Cullens are. Edward and Bella. High school graduation is in the Eclipse. Which one is New Moon? Is that when? No, New Moon is when they left, I think. And Eclipse is when she tried to kill him. Wait, which one is when the people, when they had to fight because that guy who was from the city ended up making new vampires, including a little girl.
It may have been New Moon, I think. I'm not sure.
Okay, let me see what. Let's see, Twilight.
Because I'm not mistaken, that should be also the one where she tried to delete herself because they broke up. If I'm not mistaken.
Man, that shit was good. I was shocked that I liked it. The first one, you know.
Me too. I was shocked too. I hated it.
When they wondered how he blocked the car because she was about to die. Remember that's how he ended up saying hi to
her. With his hand. Yeah, he blocked.
Yeah, but she was already looking at him. She was already, she already liked him and all that shit already.
Yeah, they dated.
Well, he wasn't the only one staring like crazy. She was too.
The Cullen house. Let's see what they talk about.
I love their house though.
Yeah, that was. With
I wish I could have a house. I wish I could have a house literally right there in the middle of the forest, just like that. That'd be really cool. And you can get that fresh air for real.
Then remember when they built them a house? When they ended up building, when they got married, they built them a little house in the forest.
Yeah, on the property.
Yeah,
a cottage. Yeah, because she didn't want anything that big and extravagant. I liked her wedding dress though, and her ring. They both fit her.
I like the wedding too.
Yeah, they all of that fit her. They fit them.
Everything
actually.
nice.
Yeah, it fit
Carlisle.
them.
Carlisle was his name.
Oh yeah, Carlisle. That's right.
Yeah.
Well, his wife, to be fair to us, his wife only said his name like once.
Nah, they always called his name Carlisle. Better when the baby was coming, he was supposed to be there, but he wasn't. Remember, they went to go eat. Remember, they had to
that's
go.
right. And they had to. Edward and Jacob had to deliver the baby.
Yeah, and the woman who they was worried about because she would freak out with blood too. But she really. Remember, Witchcom thought that she hated her, but she said no. She was like, think about keeping your life, and that's when she explained her story to her.
Yeah,
and she's like, you have the ability to have children, something I couldn't have. Yeah. Well, how many hours we into, y'all? 10. Okay. 10:30. Anyway, you need to settle. I don't. Argument by Big J. Oh, Big J did a stream.
That's why when you asked me that question, I said, what? Yeah, I was over there kind of listening to him for a second, but yeah. But yeah, I love Charmed. When I got older and I rewatched, I didn't care for their outfits that much. But as a kid, I was like, oh, wow, they look so cool and cute. I didn't realize that, oh, wow, that's a lot of skin they're showing. I was like, okay.
But that was the style.
But that was the style back then. It was. It really, really was. That was.
They was very. Yeah, they were very fashion forward.
They
then
really
had
were. I was jealous of their wardrobe, seriously, as a kid. I was like, I wish, not, provocatively, but just because I just liked that style back then.
Yeah, especially when you because remember, Piper was the conservative, so she just wore regular clothing. Prue was the fashion forward one.
Oh yeah, and then Phoebe eventually became that one too.
Yeah, eventually once Prue left. But remember when Phoebe came, she had been kicked out the house, I guess, because Grammy, she was in college. So when Phoebe came back, she was like the young one. Just she didn't really care about fashion much. Plus, she ain't had no money, no job. Remember, it took Phoebe a couple of seasons to even
before she finally got a
job.
job.
To do. Yeah. She was always the broke one, had to borrow money.
She was always the broke one, but always had a boyfriend.
Yeah. She did have a boyfriend, but how many times they were ghosts or evil? They were either ghosts. I remember Piper had a boyfriend, kinda, where he liked her and she liked him, but he was a ghost. He had died, and somebody killed him so they could take his identity. I'm not sure if you remember that one. So, and he needed help from somebody to tell his mother that he was dead, because they killed him on his birthday. It was his actual birthday, which was the same time for Pooh's birthday, because he was tell your sister to celebrate her birthday and be happy about celebrating her birthdays. Man, I remember the time when all the people they tried to save, but they ended up dying, attacked them. Somebody sent alchemists who could control the dead, brought back the people who died. And I didn't never understand why they were mad at them, because they tried to save them. But remember that black cop, he was like, if you would have told me, if you would have just told me what was after me. And she was like, I couldn't tell you. You wouldn't have believed them. You wouldn't believe it anyway.
And in an alternate universe, so I'm not mistaken, they did try to tell him and he didn't believe him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's the alternate. Remember when cast a spell on the police officer who she liked, and in the spell, she was able to tell him the truth, but his memory would erase after 24 hours. So she informed him, I'm a witch, and this is what it is. And she was like, how do you feel about that? And he said he didn't know if he could handle it. And the spell ended up ending. But then when he really found out was when there was a woman who played like she was a police officer or a detective, but she really was like a werewolf type of person. She ended up coming and killing, and they found out it was her when you flash flames in front of her. That's when she would turn. She was about to kill. she was about to kill him because he was getting too close to find out who she was. Man, this shit was good. That's all I'm saying.
It was, and I forgot what scene it was. I think who was it? Was it Prue or was it Phoebe? Someone had accidentally gotten someone else's power being an empath, and it's like it was driving them crazy. Like their brain was. Yeah. And I was like,
it was Prue.
Yeah, she was already. She already was an empath, right? But it was now stronger. She got it from that minute. No, she got it from a demon. The priest gave it to the demon so he could feel his. How he
his
affected
victims.
the world. Yeah. And then Prue went to save him.
Innocent.
Yeah. She thought she was saving an innocent, and come to find out, he was a demon.
Yeah. Hey, Black Beauty. It's somehow we remember these shows and these.
Oh, I remember that scene specifically because I feel like if an empath had like that type of their powers were that strong, that's exactly what it would feel like. And I was just like, when I saw that as an adult, I was like, ow, I was like, I bet that's what it's like to be an empath, like for real in real life.
That's why I have the headaches.
That altitude. See, that's why I was like when I saw that, it really resonated with me when I saw that as an adult. I was like, I bet that's exactly what it's like.
I can feel people's emotions, their anger, their all this shit just coming in and gives me a headache. Like And the only time when me and the husband go fishing, go out way out there when it's just us.
The forest.
That's us. Oh, I feel so good, Lord. It's like a relief.
It do. Yeah, I think someone in my family was telling me the other day that I'm not gonna say who she is yet. So a woman on TikTok said that she needed to get outside and she needed for the bottom of the soles of her feet to feel the soil of the earth. And the minute they said that, I was like, you need to feel that too? I thought it was just me. And I can't do it where I live because it's like, that's not the kind of soil I'm looking for. So I need to like go to the forest and like literally dig my feet in there. I thought it was just me. And I asked her, I was like, it was a Black woman, wasn't it? She was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, I know. It's like, I don't know how I knew. It's just like, yep.
So Black Beauty, what are some of your, because you mentioned Charmed. What else you mentioned? You mentioned the one with the devil. What is his name? Lucifer. What else your some of the shows you said you like Supernatural, which is, I'm gonna be honest, gotta be my favorite so far.
Oh, I cried when that ended. Oh, I cried.
Yeah, it wasn't the ending though, wasn't it? It was great. It was befitting.
Yeah,
yeah.
I cried. It was.
I cried because it was so fitting. Me too. I cried.
I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah.
It was a good cry. They did a good job.
For anybody that has seen Lucifer, like I feel like the fan base of Lucifer remind me of the Barbs.
Really?
They won't let that show go. They
God, they know the Vampire Diaries.
It's been
Lord.
season after, it's like it should have stopped a couple seasons ago, but because the fans won't let it go.
No, damn, is that good? I'm gonna have to.
Yeah.
So
Netflix literally said, "Look, we're filming the last season. That's it. We're not. Don't ask us for no more." That's literally what Netflix said. Stop asking.
Damn.
Yeah, because it went on like I think 2 extra seasons.
Two extra seasons, if not 3. Because this is the process of how it happened, Bomb. This is crazy because I'm pretty sure Black Beauty knows too. I myself never thought I would see this in TV history. But what happened is that Lucifer was first on Fox. They got canceled by Fox and then they got picked up by Netflix. I never thought that I'd see that happen ever in TV. Netflix was canceled it, but because the fans were so irate, they actually brought it back with the original cast, which that doesn't happen either because they had to get negotiated new contracts, yada yada yada. They brought back the original cast and then they brought them back for like an extra 2 full seasons to wrap up the whole show, even while this was like a little bit in between COVID. Yeah, so
we were signing petitions.
Yeah, that's how bad those fans are. This was in the middle of COVID. Yeah.
And so if you had to say what it's like, is it like a Charmed, Angel, Buffy the Vampire? Like, what is it?
It's like a CIS meets let me think, it's like Supernatural.
Yeah, CSI meets Supernatural meets if Supernatural were able to show booty cheeks. That
booty cheeks.
Yes, you do see his booty cheeks.
Oh, you got a nice little ass.
Yes, you get booty cheeks, you get abs, you get a lot of stuff because eventually it goes to Netflix. Yeah, they show a little bit of something.
Okay. So is he? So he's Lucifer, right? So he's the devil, or is that just a play on his name?
No, he's the devil.
Oh, okay. So he has actual powers and things like that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to check it out. Some movies, they be called one thing and you be thinking that it has something to do with supernatural, but it might just be their name. And so I wasn't sure. But yeah, I've never seen it. I don't think I've ever seen one episode.
Don't nobody tell Bomb who God is. Let that be a surprise.
Oh, they got a God too?
Oh yeah. Let me tell you, they got daddy issues.
They got family issues. They go to therapy. Let me tell you, I never thought
just like it's Supernatural, right?
Yeah. It's like CSI mixed with Supernatural. If they could show booty cheeks, plus the comedy of Supernatural, but a little bit more funnier, just a little bit more funnier.
Oh man, would it come on Netflix, Hulu? What?
Mm-hmm. It's on Netflix. Yeah, they should. All the seasons should be on Netflix by now. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to check that out. Y'all gonna have me.
Yeah, and the you remember the Hispanic guy who played Lafayette's boyfriend? He's in there too.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. So
What other shows?
Yeah, and that's not like one where you got to be like, oh, I gotta wait through season 1. No, like from the first episode, it is good.
Yeah, that's good.
Did y'all ever watch Pretty Little Liars?
And I was there at the height of that stuff. I was like, I'll pass.
See, that's what happens with me is when it's at the height of stuff, like I don't like it because
Me too.
We'll talk about stuff, but then I watched it and then I watched the spinoff. The spinoff is really good. I really like the spinoff. And then Euphoria is another good one.
Yeah, Euphoria is
Yeah, they say Euphoria is good.
That is really good.
And we gotta wait 2 more years for the next season to come out.
Oh goodness.
Euphoria, I heard about it. Wasn't they talking about teenagers dealing with drugs and getting high?
Yeah,
Or am I
that's
thinking-
about that. I was like, is this what y'all doing out here? Like, is this what the kids are doing? And then she was like, no, mom, it's literally like they're doing extra on the show. Kids do still do drugs, but they're doing extra on the show. They're making it more exaggerated.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember them talking about it like on the news. I think some of the parents was upset. They said that the show was teaching kids how to get high and shit. But I never saw it.
There was a badass kid that was on there. I'm talking about he was like
the jock.
thuggish one on the whole. Like he reminded me, he went off on some set it off type of shit. He was awesome. I ain't gonna say what that was and all that.
Yeah,
but
there's different storylines, which I liked.
Yep. Zendaya's character stayed high the whole damn time.
Yeah.
She was so messed up. But yeah, I was so cocking my eyes at my daughter, like, I don't know how I feel about this. She was like, don't worry, mom. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I watched that with my daughters too.
Y'all want to do a watch party tomorrow?
Sure.
We could do.
I'm down. I ain't got nothing but time on my hands.
I want to see. So let me tell you. I just have to sign into my account. Make sure I can sign in. I got to remember the password. But I don't have Netflix, so if whatever y'all want to watch is on Netflix, I don't have that. But I do have Disney Plus. Did you ever finish watching She-Hulk, Miss Mimi?
I couldn't. I watched the first episode, Mom, and I couldn't
You
get
didn't like
into it. I was telling
Yeah.
Silent. I was like, I couldn't.
Yeah.
I didn't really like it.
Is She-Hulk, is that like a similar show to what is it? Supergirl?
Yeah,
she's
a hawk. And it's like the hawk, but she's a female hawk. She's his
Yeah,
cousin.
like the play out. Is it like it's the show like Supergirl?
Oh, I don't know. I never seen Supergirl, but she has issues like regular women, y'all. That's what I liked about it. Like when they tried to out her because she having sex, and they judged her like they was, because I think in the time that you see it, she slept with maybe 3 men. One of them did the walk of shame.
Ooh, scandalous. Scandalous of her.
She out here.
Gonna walk that out, man.
In today's time, trying to find a date, and it's hard because the men are just like the men are today, right? Even though they want her because she's She-Hulk, but they didn't want her as a regular, and then they just want to bed her. So she's having dating issues like regular women. She's having slut shaming bullshit like regular women. So it's kind of like that, but it's short. The episodes are really like, some of them wasn't even a half hour. It seemed like it was just a half hour.
The hell?
Yeah, but it ended. The season ended. I didn't
I'm
like the
used to
way
an
it ended.
hour episode.
Yeah, right.
You gonna have to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna have to fix this, Disney. This ain't no excuse. You got all the money.
I didn't like the way they ended I don't like the way they ended the season. It was messed up. I didn't like it. I don't know if it's worth seeing, you know. Yeah. Megan Thee Stallion was on one, and the men on YouTube was talking about Megan messing up She-Hulk.
Like they ever watched it.
But they probably watching it. That's what I'm saying.
They probably watched it because she was on there while they over there telling one.
But they watch all these superhero, even the women ones. Didn't the Black Panther just come out, y'all? Did that come out this weekend? Black Panther 2?
They had the screening for it. I saw like some celebrities and stuff doing a screening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I saw Rihanna.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm shocked that everybody should know when it's coming out. You would think they would advertise it like that, but I don't think they wanted to do as well as it did the first time. You know? And did anybody up here see Woman King?
Oh no, I haven't seen that yet.
I think Mella said she saw it.
Not yet.
Yeah.
And what about Till? Anybody want to see Till? I gotta be in a certain mood to watch a movie like that, you know?
Till?
Yeah.
Is it like Emmett Till?
Yeah.
Oh no, I haven't heard of it.
Oh yeah, it just came out. It came out last week.
Yeah, I gotta be prepared to watch a movie like that.
But they say there's no, you know, they're not showing no real imagery of no violence.
Okay.
So it's mostly about the love of a mother and son, you know, like she loved her son and all the things that she's done for him.
Oh, I already know I'm gonna be crying.
Yeah, then they said there's cry. Yeah, they said there's
See?
laughter and crying.
See, you still got to prepare for it. That's just like Roots or watching The Color Purple. See?
Yeah, I don't think it's like Roots. Roots is a whole nother.
Yeah, Roots is a whole nother level. Yeah, that's like a whole day of preparation.
Color Purple, though, on the other hand, I ain't cried doing that. That shit like that.
Bon, tell me why I got two cousins named after Roots. I got two cousins, their sisters named Kizzy and Fanta.
Who did that?
My old ass auntie.
Oh damn. Why
And them
she
girls.
do that? Oh,
Kizzy
man.
and Fanta. Oh my goodness.
Those were popular names way back like in the 60s.
Really?
Yeah, but you know,
girl
like
was born in the 80s.
like the Shirleys, the Kizzies, the Joyces, the Shirley Ann's, they got a lot of Florence.
Oh yeah,
those are those. Yeah, those are those names.
And
Yeah,
Kizzy
I got an aunt named Shirley. Flora, Joyce. I got a Lorna.
Joyce in my family.
Yeah, they all have
my family must have went a different path because they just named people after other people in their family. Yeah, other people in our family. Sorry.
Teresa. These are the.
Oh, Teresa is a huge one in my family.
Yeah. What else we got? Florence, Joyce, Shirley, Shirley May, Shirley Ann. There's a lot of Shirley.
You got Shirley's.
Yeah. Let me see what else. Louisa, Louise. Damn. Those were the popular names. And now then the Mikas came out in like the 80s. Everybody was putting Shamika, some type of Mika at the end of the girl names.
Oh, is that where Tamika came from?
Tamika, Shamika, Mika, just Mika by himself. What else? Then What
My
kind of
last
name? Huh?
my name ends with a so it's a at the end of
Oh,
my name. Yep, it's a.
Yeah.
I don't want
My
to say
name.
here because
Oh
my
no,
name.
you don't have to say it. Yeah, no, you don't have
Yeah,
to say it.
it's unique. It's very unique. So my mom made it up. So
Oh, okay.
so I can't. Somebody gonna find me real easy.
Oh yeah, that's what I said about me. My name is unique. But I did find like two others in the States with my name. They all, and the teachers would call me Lavonia. Lavonia. Like my name is Lavanya. Lavonia, Lavonia, Lavonia. I'm like, yes, Lavanya. Like the VON is Von, like, you know what I mean?
Really pretty to me. I like that.
Mm-hmm. It is. Lavanya, that's a pretty name.
Thank you. Yeah, them goddamn white women be like,
I got a cousin that has a similar like man's name. And if he
Mhm.
ever had a daughter, I think Lavanya would be so like fitting.
I was gonna name one of my sons Levante. I figured my first son has my husband's name, right? And so I was gonna name my son Levante, but then I just said, okay, he a boy. So all the men in here have the same initials. They MAE. So that's how we just did it. May. MAE. With the initials. But then I was going, if I had a girl, I was going to name her Sarah, Sarah, like Sarah, but spelled completely different, which, by the way, would have been my maiden last name spelled backwards.
Oh, that's cool.
That's pretty.
They now they have a lot of common names, but they spell completely different than how they used to be spelled.
Mm-hmm.
So Sarah could be spelled in many ways. I've seen it spelled so many different ways. It's crazy. And then one of my son's name is Malik, right? Like, of course, that's where Leaky comes from. When I call him Leaky, because his name is Malik also, after his dad. But it's spelled the way it should be spelled, the way it's in the books, which I ended up coming across what they call it, like a Muslim book. And when I was pregnant, I was looking through the names, and I went to the M's because my husband's name is Mark, right? So I went to the M's and I saw Malik, and I was like, okay. But I had no idea there was so many goddamn Maliks. So there's a lot of fucking Maliks. My son had 2 friends named Malik. So he was like the third Malik. God damn. I'm like, I didn't know this, I'm like, damn. I was like, babe, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
You know what was funny? My mom, they told my grandma that she was pregnant with a boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when my mom was born, she didn't have a name for like 2 or 3 days. Because they had already like named her Tyrone.
Your mom, wait, they saw a pee but didn't see a pee?
Yeah, I guess they didn't see a pee. Yeah, they did. I don't know what was going on.
They must have been hoping for real in that sonogram.
So I see it. Yeah, so she came out a girl. And so they was like, oh shit, what we name her? And so they thought about the name for like 3 days. And this is like a long lasting joke. Because every time my mom pissed me the hell off, or whenever she ain't listening, I'll keep calling her name. Or I'll say, mom, and then I'll start saying her name. And she don't listen by the time I'm calling her name, then I'm like, Tyrone. What the fuck you want? And I'm like, thank you. It cracks me up every single time. I'm like, yep, that's Tyrone right there.
I gotta call you by your alter ego mama.
Hey, man, like, oh my goodness,
When she was in utero, when she was in the belly, they were saying, "Come here, Tyrone. I'm waiting till you
Tyrone,
come out,
probably.
Tyrone."
Poor woman.
that was Tyrone. She that cracks me up. Oh man, I miss my mama. Oh, speaking of which, Bomb, I plan on hitting you up like in your emails or whatever. I just want to talk to you, like,
Okay.
About that and stuff, because I just lost mine. So.
Oh, you did just recently?
Yeah, we just had our funeral a couple days ago.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Sorry to hear that.
Thank you.
It's
That was-
hard, right? It's hard.
It
And it hasn't even really hit you yet, because sometimes it take a while.
Yeah, I had little crying spells here and there, but other than that, and I took care of her because she had stage 4 breast cancer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're only 16 years apart. She got pregnant with me at 15.
Yeah.
So we were extremely, extremely close. So I was like, I think I might need to reach out to Bomb on this one. And get
my number is in the comment. If you ever need to call, just call. And I don't have no problem talking to you. Because
well, yeah,
sometimes what some people don't understand, sometimes it's hard to call your family, right? Because other family members are grieving too. And you don't want to add to their grief, right? Because they, and so sometimes you just call somebody who willing to listen to you. And yeah.
Yeah, and I know you got your you said that it was like the anniversary.
Yeah. My mom, her funeral would have been a couple of days ago.
Okay, yeah, my mom's funeral was a couple of days ago, and then she passed away on the night.
Oh yeah, my mom passed away at the beginning of the month, but they didn't know what she passed away from. Like it was sudden, so they ended up with an autopsy, and then I forget what they said it was, and then my sister said, nah, we need another autopsy. So it was like 3 weeks before they even released the body, because they didn't know what it was. It ended up being COVID.
Oh, goodness.
They just didn't know what COVID was back then. So now you got to see there's a body, and they don't know what this virus that they see is.
Oh, yeah.
That's what that was, y'all. They wouldn't even let us touch her when we went to go see her. When I went to go and see her, I couldn't even touch her. And they didn't explain, they're like, hey, I'm sorry, but you can't touch her. Like,
ooh.
okay.
Goodness.
Yeah. And then then she was cremated. So,
did she want to be cremated, or did she have to be cremated?
Yeah, she wanted to be cremated.
Okay.
But you know what we didn't, what my mom always wanted since I was born, she would tell me that she wanted to donate her eyes. So my mom had eyes like mine. And my grandfather had eyes like ours, my mom's dad. And he went blind because he had diabetes, right? Which they used to call sugar. So my mom had always told me she wanted to donate her eyes, right? She said, I'm going to donate my eyes when I pass. She's been telling me that since I was a little girl. But we couldn't donate. They didn't know what she had. So we couldn't even, and that's the only thing that we couldn't do that she wanted. But she didn't want to be placed in no box. And she said she couldn't even imagine that, even being dead. So she got cremated.
Yeah, my mom couldn't donate as well, and she's a donor, but because she had cancer, and it spread throughout her whole body, she couldn't donate. So so she ended up, just being gone. But yeah, I'll talk to you more about Tyrone later.
Okay.
I can feel
Yeah.
her just punching me in the back of my head right now. I'm just like, Tyrone, you need to stop that.
And probably telling you that's what you get for talking about me like that, little girl. That's what my mom be in the stuff with, or my full name. I'm like, why you gotta use my government name? Shh.
You telling people online, hey, my name is Tyrone? Like, what are you doing? What is wrong with you? But it's also so funny because I'll be online and she started to get to know like your voice. But she also she knew Taz straight up. As soon as she heard Taz talk, she'd be like, oh, that must be Taz. And then Isla and Sin, she knew him automatically.
Yeah.
She didn't listen to anybody, but she was just like, I know who you talking to. And then she'll be like, tell Taz I said hi. Tell Nala I said hi. Tell Sin I said hi. She just everybody. Just based off of what I was listening to. And so I'll walk around the house just because she lived with me towards the end. So
yeah.
So she was just like, them people you listen to, man, I need to start listening to them. She was like, they got some juicy topics and stuff. I was like, Mommy, you need to. She is hilarious.
Yeah. Bring back all the good memories, you know?
Oh yeah. And then I was the one that found my mom on top of that. So that whole thing, that hit different. But I think I think I'm gonna get some help for that and try to talk to somebody, a professional and stuff, because that was hard. That was really hard to deal with. And then I got my dad, who he lived by himself, and I just saw him tonight. I'm always checking up on him. We talk every single night. The only thing I don't like about him is that he an Israelite.
Oh, okay.
So
he trying to switch you over? Is he trying to convert you?
Yes. He asked me tonight on the phone, like after he was like, call me when you get home. So I got home, called him, Dad, I'm home. He was like, what are you, baby girl? And I was like, I am. And I said my mom and my father's name. I said, I'm the child of y'all. He was like, okay. He said, well, you didn't say black. You didn't say this and that. He was like, you're an Israelite. And I'm like, oh God, here we go. Here we go, Dad. No, not today, sir. Please. Not
today, sir.
I'm not ready. I don't want it. I know. Even my mom was like, watch your daddy. She was like, I heard about this man that killed his 2 daughters in Seattle. She was like, watch your daddy. And he was an Israelite. And I was like, okay. I was like, Mom, Dad ain't gonna kill me. He ain't gonna do nothing to us. Don't worry about that. And she was like, I know, but still watch your daddy. Okay. She be watching the ID channel too much.
The ID. Ooh, they got a lot of crap on the ID channel, man.
Oh yeah.
What is name? The serial killers, all types of documentaries about killing, and then they got the like if you believe in superstitions, if you want to learn about ghosts. I think they even I think the ID channel also have one where the animals are possessed by ghosts. There's one show where the animals are possessed by ghosts, y'all.
I know what you're talking about. I can't think if that's on the ID channel, the History channel, or the Animal channel, because I watch them all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's on one of them. Isn't that crazy? They saying my dog went to a graveyard and came back and it was a different personality. Like, I think my dog is haunted.
Oh no. Oh no. Shoot, well, you got me looking over here sideways at both my animals that's sitting right here. I got a whole lizard and I got a dog. And I'm looking at them both like, don't you play with me.
Yeah. Some white people be talking about they're living with ghosts and they got to get the ghosts out. How you get the ghosts out? I say, you do what I do. If they living here and I tell them the electric bills due, they need to put something on it. And they pack their shit and they go.
You're like, look here. I don't give a damn how hollow you is. You ain't staying here rent free. Now, splitting the bills about 3 ways. What kind of job you got? I don't take none of that ghost money either.
I want cash. No, not at all.
Shit. If you want to stay here, you gotta pay you got to pay like everybody else. Shit. That's how you get rid of their asses. They be like, nah, we just did enough of that when we were living.
No, goodness. Oh, thank y'all. Y'all made me laugh. That was funny.
Thank Bomb, because that was an amazing setup. I couldn't help myself.
Man, that was awesome. Oh, goodness.
Man. Let's see, we 11 hours in. But yeah, I'm gonna look. I want to look at what I was watching earlier. The interview with the vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
That's
should
another
look
good
good.
one.
Those some handsome men too they got on there. And then they're gonna have but I think the young girl is black. So they have people of color in this one, y'all.
Interview with a Vampire. I think Queen of the Dam was a spinoff from that.
Yeah. Well, this a new series that's on AMC.
Serious.
Yeah.
Oh,
I started
shit,
watching it.
the movie.
Yeah, this
Wow,
is the series.
Nice.
Let me see if I can find a preview, y'all. Let me grab it. It should be on YouTube. Let's see. And so we can see no interview. But there we go. Let me share the screen. Let's just grab that one. Official. Let's see. Let's try this one.
I'm gonna mute up for a second so that I can put
Okay.
I offer, for your journalistic pleasures, my life story.
So, how long have you been dead?
The year was 1910. My business was desire.
Let me introduce you to Mr. Lestat de Leoncourt.
I know who you are, sir. We're destined to be very good friends.
I'm assuming you only met at night.
It's New Orleans. Days are for sleeping off the previous evening's damage. That's your thing, then? You like to watch?
I've been watching you for some time now. I can swap this life of shame. Swap it out for a dog gift.
Let the tale seduce you. Just as I was seduced.
There was a boy.
He was my murderer, my mentor, my lover, and my maker.
A very strange, enchanted boy.
It was as if I could finally receive the secrets of existence.
Your eyes. I could search window.
I was not yet ready to hunt, but desperate to feed.
It's best to let the food come to you.
You're not welcome in this home.
This is how it has to be.
I don't want to kill people.
You're a vampire.
I could not save myself, but I could save her.
She'll be what? A daughter.
We're a family.
She is poisoning you against me.
You two have each other. Who am I supposed to love?
This is not a life! You took my life!
We'll be together 10,000 nights, 100,000 years.
ready to begin the adventure of our lives. My companions in immortality.
What y'all think?
Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks real good.
Yeah,
That
people.
was amazing.
Yeah, yeah, people of color in it. It started off funny. I saw the very beginning when she said he put it in my shithole. So it was super funny.
I ain't gonna lie, for some reason, why do I picture Linwood as it's like a cool ass vampire. The light skinned dude. I picture Limp Dick as that.
Oh damn.
Linwood. I can't say his name like that on here. Linwood. There we go.
Yeah.
But I picture him as like a cool ass vampire.
Yeah, I used to look at the Ghost Whisperer. Did anybody ever watch that?
Yes.
Oh no, but I heard about it. Yeah.
Yes.
Ghost Whisperer, is that with Jennifer Love Hewitt?
Sure is. Yep.
That's my husband's show.
That was supposed to be a good
I
show.
used to love that show.
He loves that show.
I've seen every single episode.
And a lot of people say who watched it said that they love that show.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It was something about that damn show. You know, she was helpful. And she had the power to see the dead. And then her son ended up having even more powers than her. Because he ended up being the light or some shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Her husband, check this out. Her husband dies, but gets out of his body and jumps in another man's body.
Yeah.
So that was weird. That because, and so her husband's dead, right? Jim is now dead, but Jim really is living, but Jim is in another man's body. So she ends up remarrying another man who happened to be Jim.
Yeah. And the way she took that death, oh man, she took that so hard.
Yeah. I don't even remember how he died.
I thought, wasn't he like a firefighter or something, or a police officer? He was something.
It was an AMT, ambulance.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. So I think that's when I kind of rived away from it when he died, because it started getting, I don't know. I guess my kids had gotten to a certain age where I was busy with them.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking about going back and catching it up, you know?
I think so too. Yeah. I think I might do that too.
Because, yeah, I remember him, when I went back to see it, it was a different husband. I was like, wait a minute. So I had to go back a few, figure out what happened, and then I just gave up. It's like sometimes when you lose track of some shows, you just you could be all the way lost.
Yep. That's the one thing I do like about this new era, that if you ever get lost in a show, you can at least go back, or because most of the stuff is being recorded now, so you can at least go back to something, your history or something.
That's why I like the DVR, because I can rewind. You know, I like if I didn't hear something, I can rewind it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Man, you can't tell me as a kid. Well, I know I'm not the only one, but I swear I invented the DVR.
I think we all did, because I said the same thing. I said, why isn't there something that I can pause this when I'm going to the bathroom or something? Why can't I fast forward through the commercials? We all invented everything. America owe all of us some money. They've been listening to all of us. I said the same thing too. I said, why can't you leave a message instead of just calling right now? And then they kept inventing the answering machine. I was like,
Yeah, I remember that show that I don't know if y'all seen. I used to love this show. I can't think of the name of it, but Willie from what the hell is that show called? Willie from
from the Cosby people, Whitley.
Yeah, Whitney
that college
had
show.
played. Yeah, she ended up playing on a show that I loved, and it was about dead people. And she was like she was dead but alive at the same time, and so she still had a job. And she played. She was a Grim Reaper. I don't know if y'all ever heard of it, but it's a good show, and it only lasted a couple seasons, but they will all get together at a diner and they'll pass out like names of people, and all the Grim Reapers had to go out, and they had regular jobs. They lived amongst us and everything, and they'll have to go collect the dead people. But it was like a comedy.
I never heard
It was
that
on
one.
HBO. It was on HBO. It was so funny. It was so good. I loved it. I'm gonna go look at the name. Go look for the name. But she was one of those. She was one of those people that will give you tickets. Like if you park, if you parked incorrectly, like she was one of those like officers.
Yeah.
People used to like go at her, and of course she had a smart mouth. She used to cuss her out. It was so funny. It was so funny. She made the whole show. She was the asshole of the whole show.
I don't even remember her after like that show with her and Dwayne Wade.
Yeah.
I don't remember her in anything else. I think Cosby kind of messed them people up, because he would tell them to keep, don't do certain shows, don't ruin their reputations. But then they didn't have no more, shows like his. So like they kind of cast themselves into a certain type of show, and nobody was taking, I don't know. I remember when he was mad because of what her name, when she did that Black Heart, I think it was called Black Heart or something Heart movie about voodoo.
Lisa Bonet.
Yeah, Lisa Bonet. He was mad that she did that show. He was mad. That was a movie that she did, and he was mad about that. And they still trying to get him in jail, huh? They're still trying to get that man in jail, man. If we want to talk about cancel culture, they need to talk about that kind of shit right there. 20 years later, bringing you on charges of some shit that you can't even remember because you might have Alzheimer's or you just old. Anyway, y'all, we're going on to 12 hours, so we're going to be ending it soon. Are we coming back in the morning? Because I know I'm not staying up all night. I'm going to jump in the shower. No, look, tomorrow, if y'all want to do what is it called? A watch party. We could do it.
Okay.
I do want to do it.
Huh?
I said I do want to do it. Also, the show is called Dead Like Me.
Dead Like Me. Wait, I heard that before.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
Let me check it out. Let's see, y'all. Let me see if I can search for it. Give me a second. Let's see. Let's see. Bam, that's, wait. Wow, that's...
Everybody dies. That's just the way it is.
Dang.
I'm told I'm not supposed to argue or question or even try to
they die in
understand.
some funny ass
I'm
ways.
told
This is
a lot these days. Ever since my life was snuffed out by a toilet seat and I've joined the ranks of the undead.
You little dead girl are gonna be a Grim Reaper.
My name is George Flash. I take souls for a living. This is Rube. He's undead too. He's the one who gets the list, who's to die, when and where, which he passes on to the rest of us Grim Reapers. ETD.
Estimated time of death.
Do you guys get off dropping pianos on people?
It's not our job to drop the pianos or the toilet seats.
Whose job is it?
Gravelings.
Reapers don't get a free ride. What are you doing?
Collecting my salary.
We don't get paid like through proper channels.
Hi, I'm Dolores Herbig, as in
Big brown eyes. What kind of universe would give me the power to extract souls from people's bodies but still force me to keep a suck-ass job if I want to eat? This was my home, and this was my family. They're having trouble coping.
keeping a dead animal in your toy box is something a crazy person would do.
I'm not crazy.
I was having trouble coping too. I don't think I'm supposed to be doing this.
You're learning. You got to think about all the things you like and decide whether they're worth sticking around for.
So is she dead or are they dead too? Because why they gotta have jobs if they're dead?
Yeah, they're all dead.
Oh, so why they gotta have jobs?
Blend in with the rest of the world, I guess.
Oh, but they're dead, but they gotta blend in.
Yeah. I don't know. It's so weird. But at the same time.
Wait, say it again.
I said it's weird but funny at the same time.
Oh, okay.
But their different jobs is hilarious.
So that her family she died and her family is having a problem moaning, grieving her or something.
Yep, it shows she keeps going back to her family and she doesn't look the same. She looks like a whole different person. And
okay.
they keep telling her stay away from your family. Like you can't keep doing that.
Yeah.
And get away from them. And she ends up coming in contact with her sister and everything. And it's some stuff. But it's a good show. It's real good. It's funny.
Yeah. I never I've heard it before, but I never saw it. It does look funny though. It looked like it was on way back 13 years ago.
Yeah, a while ago.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Older.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that trailer for that show. Mm-hmm. I never watched it though.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah. Let's see here.
And then there's another TV show called The Good Place. But I'll tell y'all about that later. That's another good one too. It's a comedy.
Yeah, it's got Kristen in or Kirsten, whatever her name is. I'm sorry, I can't. It's too early. Yeah, the Good Place. Yeah, somebody said that was good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was good. It's funny. It's like a corny funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, quirky. Yeah, that's what I heard.
Okay.
Now Randy bringing up Goosebumps. Yes.
Goosebumps.
Oh, the TV series?
My goodness.
Or the
My
books?
favorite episode was the Terror on Terror Tower or something like that. That was my favorite episode.
Me too. Terror on Terror Tower.
Favorite episode.
What Goosebumps is about?
Huh?
What Goosebumps is about? Does it do different like episodes is about different things or?
Yep. Different episodes on the books that they have.
Do you remember the lettering on the book? How you could touch it and it felt like a little bit like the Goosebumps?
Goosebumps, yeah, with the green, like kind of like green slime, kind of sort of, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that was good. That was good.
It's like scary movies for
kids,
scary
huh?
stories
For kids,
Yeah.
yeah, like a scary anthropology for kids.
Yeah, I think my kids used to watch it.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. And then the one with the dummies, I have one. So yeah, so I keep him here. He sits on the couch. He minds his business. He hella cool. Although one of the kids snatched his arm off one day, so we had to like sew it back on. But he's cool. He's there mind his business. But But yeah, I got him at a yard sale one day. I drove by and I happened to see him. And I stopped, hit the corner, got out. I was like, how much you want for him? $5. I was like, I'll take him. Put him in the car. I was like, I'm naming you Adam. His name is Adam.
Adam.
Yeah, and the whole family, everybody know to greet Adam when they come in. You say hi. Say hi to Adam. It's a little joke. Everybody be like, what's up, Adam?
What's up, Adam?
Yeah, he just sit there and watch TV all day. He don't do shit.
Yeah.
That's my boo.
Okay, y'all. So we're working on 12 hours soon. So we're gonna shut it down. But we will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna go jump in the shower. Probably go grab me
Good
something.
night, everybody.
I didn't know it was this late. It's almost 2 a.m.
Good night. Oh,
Yeah,
honestly.
realize the time.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to look at the clock. Okay. I'm on
Where
East
you
Coast,
located?
West Coast.
Oh, you're on West
Portland.
Coast.
Yeah, I'm in Oregon. So
Oh, okay. So what time is it there?
it's 10:16.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it is 1:46 here.
Yep.
Y'all be on that good time over there.
And they sure do.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, y'all. So I'll see y'all tomorrow.
It's gonna be after 12.
Coming out of
probably so, yeah. You gonna be home?
I won't know until like a couple hours from now, like 5 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Now, if you wanted me to if you want to talk and you want to restart, I can restart. It's up to you.
No, I was up listening to y'all vampire stories.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's good.
Yeah.
You know, yeah. It's vampire stories just became popular, you know.
Yeah, the Dracula was yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, if you decide you want me to restart, just call me and let me know.
All right.
Okay.
Y'all going to bed on the time? Kira? Black Beauty?
I'm not.
I don't hear Miss Mimi.
I'm still here.
Miss Mimi says she going to bed. Do not stay up.
No, yeah, she.
But Black Beauty says she's not going to bed. And Kira, what you said?
Oh shoot, I have no idea. I just kind of woke up, so.
Oh, so she's not going to bed. If y'all want me to restart,
I've been up here this whole time sleep.
So all y'all gotta do is let me know what y'all want to do. That's all. But I'm not gonna be. I'm gonna be. So it's up to y'all. But you know you can shut it down whenever you want. You ain't got to.
Yeah,
you
I know.
Got to stay up. You just say, "Hey, y'all, we tired. We gone." Boom.
No
shut
more
it down.
comment. Shut it down.
Bam.
Okay.
I could probably stay on another hour.
Devastating.
Yeah. All right, go ahead. Yeah, I'm gonna be up till at least till the sun come up. I can't go to sleep. Yeah, I can't go to sleep. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't.
I think I got something we could talk about because Big J did something. I think I'm about to laugh.
Lord.
I think I'm about to laugh.
That's all you had to say.
I'm about to laugh.
Well, there you go, Miss Bond. We good for the night, I guess.
Okay. So I'm gonna restart it, y'all. Now